Hello everyone, my name is Loco and welcome to a best of 5 series of top level StarCraft 2. What I've got for you today is a very exciting match. It's time for the #1 Zerg in the world to take on the #1 Protoss. Spotting right here in the top left hand corner, playing with the red Zerg drones, we have none other than Serral. His opponent down in the bottom right, playing with the blue Protoss pieces, he goes by the name of MaxPax. I've been excited for this series ever since it was played about a week and maybe a week and a half or so ago at this point in time. This is the big brain bout. I've been trying to get my hands on these games ever since the matches were played. Massive shout out to the Basilisk guys. Shout out to Roddy for sending over these games. I know that they generally do want to share them, but obviously they want to be able to publish it to their own channels first. I had to be patient for this one, but I heard that this particular series is an absolute banger. I've been incredibly impressed by MaxPax as of late. I've been, well, impressed by Serral since about 2018. MaxPax is still on the up and up, still continuously improving. Serral has, well, he's been the GOAT of StarCraft 2 in my mind at the very least since literally 2018, the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time. But he has been struggling a little bit more, specifically in this matchup since the new multiplayer balance patch, and also since returning from his mandatory military service. So, we have Finland going up against Denmark. I can imagine historically, I don't really know the history of it. There's gotta be some dispute over there too. But in StarCraft, this should be an absolute banger. Now, both of these players, they do play very normal strategies. Generally speaking, they don't really mix it up all too often. Serral will occasionally mix in some cheese. MaxPax will occasionally mix it all in. But generally speaking, these guys are very, very macro-focused. For now, we find ourselves on Abyssal Reef. This map is absolutely massive. This is a map that Zerg players have not really been enjoying too much, it seems. But Serral has he hasn't been vetoing it as frequently. It's interesting. The top level players generally do have different vetoes. So a lot of the times you will see, well, the players choose maps that they're not particularly great on, or maps that they just don't have a lot of experience on. But if you are at this level of StarCraft, you have to play every single map thoroughly. And sometimes you come up with strategies that just simply work. So even though certain matchups, certain late games or whatever do not necessarily favor one race or the other, there is a lot of personal preference, especially at the absolute highest level. And obviously, well, even if you look at the stats right now, we can have a little peek. Abyssal Reef, Liquipedia. What is the current win-loss ratio for this particular matchup? It is actually slightly Zerg favored now. Curious. Last time I checked the stats, it was actually slightly Protoss favored, but now apparently Zerg has a 52% win rate at the tournament level on this particular map. Okay. Obviously, though, with the new multiplayer, well, map pool and all that, right? Like a new season relatively recently starting. We don't really have that large of a sample size yet. A lot of the times those crazy percentages, they will usually stabilize over time. As we're starting up with a Void Ray first. MaxPax going straight into the Void Ray. He's gonna hide it? No. He's gonna try and gun down that Overlord as quickly as possible. Oracle on the back of this. This should still be a relatively quick third Nexus, but the Overlord is not going to scout much more, other than its death. There should be a probe moving on over in this direction. Probius! Alright. 350 is the normal time. Obviously, the cost of the Void Ray needs to be taken into consideration, so this is going to indeed hit a couple seconds later, but still a smooth early game right here for MaxPax, who is very likely going to be able to get away with this. There's not really a whole lot of aggression that Serral can really do. Serral just making a few additional Zerglings here. This is most of the time just in case there's like a group of adepts suddenly moving in when the queens are occupied, trying to deal with any of these. Serral trying to go for some reason, an evolution chamber. I think he could have fit a spore crawler there. Anyways, the Void Ray getting a single Overlord and then a single drone is actually quite good. This is usually the type of map where you can get away with a really quick fourth. I like this actually for Serral. If you ran that Ling in that direction, the stasis would obviously still last, and you would still not be able to take that fourth base particularly easily. Queens are trying to protect against this Oracle. Just a handful of drones, a second Stargate, and then additional Void Ray production. I'm not entirely sure what this build order from MaxPax is. Oh, okay. So remember a couple months ago when the multiplayer balance patch was first released. We used to see Void Ray straight into a second Stargate, straight into a Fleet Beacon, straight into Tempest. This was basically a build, that was designed, as we do have a council over here on the 4th base, that was designed to effectively kill the 4th base of the Zerg player, and there wasn't really a whole lot that Zerg could do about it. This is a different variant, I guess. We have a very quick +1 air weapons, we have a very quick double Stargate here, but no Fleet Beacon yet, no Tempest transition, and obviously no Mothership or anything like that either. This is a new build from MaxPax. A mass Void Ray build? Into a Twilight Council, so I'm assuming we're gonna go charge on the back of this, but it could certainly be something else. One of the really nice things about going for a Void Ray first, even though I think across the board this is a bit of a weaker play at the absolute highest level, but one really nice advantage is that you can deny all scouting. Overlords should not be able to fly in, and look at this, Serral's star senses are tingling. He has recognized that something is a little off, and he decides to go into a Spire. I think he's reading this as that Tempest build that I was talking about earlier. The Void Rays have now revealed themselves. Against Void Rays, you can definitely go Hydras. Against Tempest and Carriers, not the best choice. Obviously, Void Rays deal bonus damage against armored units, and Corruptors are armored. So, it's more or less just a numbers game. I don't believe that this 4th is going to fall, though. No, Serral is going to be able to keep that one around. In the meantime, a couple of Adepts have shaded into the natural expansion. Drones are going to run away. Zerglings will swoop in, and this should all get cleaned up eventually. Maybe some more aggression over here. Very interesting follow-up right here, though, from MaxPax. So, after going 4 Void Rays with double Stargate, he's now transitioned towards mass gateways and then into +1 together with charge. We have a 4th Nexus now starting up as well. I don't know if this was the original plan or if MaxPax decided to deviate. But if you are Serral right now, right? So maybe the strategy from the Protoss' point of view is a little bit wonky. I would imagine you could do this all off of 1 Stargate. But if you're Serral, you have seen very quick double Void Ray. You know that there's a second Stargate out there because of it. You know that on this map, well, very quick Skytoss is super popular. So the last thing you expect is an Archon Zealot all-in, right? Archon Zealot with High Templar and Storm. Like, that's weird. Serral decides to go Mutas. Okay, so he kept that Spire around. It was originally meant to be producing Corruptors against a Tempest build. Turns out it's not a Tempest build, so we decide to go into a Muta transition. Now, on the other side of the map, MaxPax has figured out what the Zerg player is going for, and we're gonna go into double Phoenix production instead. This is some advanced level rock, paper, scissors going on here. Both of them are throwing 2 rocks and 2 scissors at the same time, and they're trying to predict what the other is going for. It's played in the dark. They're also doing it in real time. They're not doing the rock. They're just throwing it. They're not even saying the little... Okay. Anyways, it's weird. I think MaxPax's original strategy was to go into Skytles. Then he decided, no, I'm going to go into charge slots instead because Serral seems to have my number. And now we're going back into effectively a ground-based army with Mutas. Trying to counter everything. The Phoenixes, though, are going to be super nice. Serral knows that those Mutas are on a timer, so he's playing them much more aggressively than he ordinarily would. The thing about Phoenixes is that they can move and shoot at the same time, and they're really quick, so once you get an engagement, it's really difficult for the Mutas to disengage. Although Serral has seemingly found a bit of an angle. He's also pushing at the front right now. Overlords are moving in. My god, these guys are playing fast. 500 APM actually here for Serral. Apparently, we're not really lacking in that department, but there are some Zealots now going in. A couple of Zealots also on their way towards the natural expansion. Serral actually panicking for... What's up, Shark Bro? Serral panicking for just a little bit, as he is trying to run in over here at the 4th base of the Protoss player. So, we have the... Oh, the Stasis Ward here triggering all of this. We have those Overlords being brought in to allow the Queens to transfuse and to engage in this fight as well. This is a lovely stasis, though, that is going to make all of this significantly easier. Zealots, in the meantime, have, for the most part, been cleaned up. Oh, these guys are so evenly matched. Now Tempests are coming. Now the Tempests are on their way. Okay. Can Serral actually get some real damage done, though? Like, yeah, he's sniping some important things. But economically speaking, Protoss is fine. If he can kill the 4th base, I think that would be enough. This is an awkward position here as well for MaxPax, who's trying to, like, go past his own Sim City. In the meantime, there's a very large Zealot counterattack towards the 3rd base of Serral, who does now finish up the 4th base here of Max. Okay, these drones, though, yeah. Them getting cleaned up could be huge. Serral pulls them away in the direction of the roaches. Although a few of the Zealots are still going to town in the mineral line. Good number of drones going down. Both players actually pretty much even in the worker department. Serral now remaking those workers. He did also make a hatchery on the low ground. And as the dust settles right now, I'm liking this position for Serral more and more. I liked it until he threw down an Ultra Cavern. That's a mistake every single time. Okay, maybe not every single time, but it does seem to be a mistake almost every time. It's so garbage, man. Every time I see an Ultra hit the battlefield, it just sort of dies. It's very expensive to make this transition. Serral only has +0 right now on his ground units. So, no armor, which is really where the Ultra shine. Obviously, the idea right here is that he's cleaned up most of the Immortals. MaxPax is not likely to make a ton of Immortals from here, although he will still add on a couple. I mean, he's seeing Roaches and Ravagers. It makes sense. I think Ultras can work out really well when the opponent has no Immortals at all, or they're like too Skytals focused in a very strange way. Ultras are pretty good against pure Skytals, but against Immortal Archon-based unit comps, even like Zealots-based unit compositions, Ultras do seem to be a shaky choice, and I think Serral has already made the decision here to not really go and make that move just yet. Maybe this is like a, well, he is going to queue up the upgrades. Maybe this is a just-in-case type of measure. Double upgrading here as well for ground units, though. +1 air weapons coming up as well for the Corruptor. Obviously, I don't want to doubt Serral. Ridiculously good. And when you think about it, MaxPax has officially been contained on 3 bases. I don't know how he just did it, because there were so many fights going on around the map. Lots of aggression, lots of movement. The fights weren't even necessarily very Zerg favored, I don't think. MaxPax obviously with that Zealot run by also got a good bit of damage done on the other side of the map. But ultimately, as the dust settles, we have 3 base versus 5. We have 91 drones versus 63. Mothership just about to pop. New hatchery, a 6th base coming up right here as well for Serral. 4th base is being remade right now for MaxPax, but he is clearly not finding an easy time here to move in. Serral once more. Okay, these roaches are not really in the perfect spot. Man, that Overlord push in this direction was glorious, though. Just allowing the queens to spread a little bit of creep in this region is just phenomenal. Corruptor count is also reasonably big. Now that he sees the mothership, I wonder if he's just going to add on even more. Still, though, don't count MaxPax out. MaxPax, in my mind, is the best defensive Protoss player. Yes, he's been struggling a little bit here. But ultimately, he still has 66 workers. That's fine. He still is making that late game transition. That's why Serral's being so aggressive. Serral's been losing quite a few of his games in the late game. So he is desperately trying to prevent the game from going the distance. And MaxPax is, well, trying to do the exact opposite. He's trying to get this game to go as long as possible. +2 air coming up. That's a big one. Especially with carrier-based armies. That's the upgrade that really matters. Serral overextending a little bit right here with the units. Going into a greater spire as well. We have Neural Parasite coming up for Infestors. Zergling run by towards the right side. It will indeed see whether or not there is a Nexus building on that area too. Double expand here for Max. Well, he just secured this base again, but he is going to go for a very fast 5th on the back of all of this. And slowly but surely, he is creeping to a maxed out state. He's not waiting for it though. I don't know if you can really move in. I mean, this is before the Spore Crawler Forest is really underway. We're, well, at only, quote-unquote only, 12 Spore Crawlers right now. I wonder if Serral, if he gets all the freedom in the world, if he will go and add on even more. Back in the day, we used to see like 50 to like even 100 Spore Crawlers. I don't know if that's the plan here, but Serral moves in aggressively up the ramp, trying to come in from as many angles as possible. Parasitic bombs dealing so much damage. No reaction here from MaxPax. Smartly throwing it onto the mothership, because obviously it's a large unit. More area of effect on that parabomb. MaxPax, though, didn't really lose that many of his important units. No more Phoenixes to be seen. But that's okay. You don't really want Phoenixes anyways. With all of those Archons in the front, they deal so much splash damage too to any of the Zerg units that run up here. So generally in StarCraft 2, the Concave beats the Convex. But this is one of those few scenarios where you actually are better off clumping your units together, because there's so much splash damage potential in this army of the Protoss player. Still though, Serral is holding position for now. Max is hoping to see if he can break that spot. Zergling run by. Oh, this is a big one. Keep in mind that MaxPax is nearly maxed out, so if he is fully maxed out, he can't actually warp in reinforcing zealots. And that little Zergling group over here just forced a recall on that army. And once more, the very best defense is the offense. I'm getting nerd chills. This is already a promising series. It's a best of 5, by the way. Did I ever mention that? This is a best of 5. It is very clear to me that neither of these two is gonna go down without a fight. And this is that scary part of the matchup. Like, yeah, MaxPax has dealt with some problems here, but the trades have not been awful. Yeah, he lost the Nexus. Yeah, he got denied his base a few times over too. But ultimately, he arrived where he wanted to. He's got 5 bases now. Serral has more. But late game PvZ has looked pretty solid for Protoss over the last couple of months. This, though, is the perfect position for Serral. Right? Like, if Serral loses this game, I feel like that would be a very tough loss for him. Because this game has been... I don't want to say it's been handed to him, but he's been in the driver's seat ever since he did that attack towards the opponent's 4th base. He's been able to do whatever he likes, and he's getting everything. Like, he's going Lurkers, he's going Ultras, he's got a Greater Spire, he's going Infestors, he's going air upgrades, he's going ground upgrades, he's going for anything he can afford. Serral's shopping right now. Remember that Michael Jackson shopping video once upon a time? Where he walks in a mall and he just points at things that he wants to have? That's basically what Serral's doing right now. This is a billionaire going to town, and he's buying the whole store. Hee hee. Okay, no, I don't think Serral does that. I don't know, I've never heard Serral sing. Anyways. Ooh, Serral karaoke would be fire, though. I would love that. Okay, the Corruptors have dodged a lot of the storms. There's still Archons underneath, but not that many. Archons actually kind of awkwardly in the back. Fungal Growth is going to catch up as well with most of the High Templar. MaxPax turns around and decides to fight. It's also because this Protoss army has been split up. Brute Lords chasing the other chunk of it away. Dude, these guys are so quick. Sure, we're going more than 500 average actions per minute. That is close to 10 buttons a second. You know how fast you have to play? Ay. Like, Mozart's micro was pretty good. But Serral's keyboard play is in an entirely different rhythm. Funnily enough, at this point in the game, it does sort of become a rhythm game. StarCraft 2 is very rhythm-based. A lot of it is prioritization. A lot of actions aren't even necessarily cost-efficient. They're APM efficient. So, MaxPax's Zealot run-bys may not always get that much value. But it's one of those things where it takes him a couple actions to warp in a round of Zealots and to just shift queue them around the map. But it takes Serral a whole lot more to clean it up. So there are certain moments in the late game where it is actually efficient to be inefficient. At least as far as resources go. It is very APM efficient to go for moves that don't take you that much, but that would be quite annoying for the opponent to clean up. Serral's going mass static defense. He's adding on more Spore Crawlers. We have lines of spines all around as well. Curious. Whoa. Actually, let me back up here for a second. I think Mama just died. I know. Rest in pieces. No worries. We'll get another one before too long. Yep. Great splits, man. Serral's actually been really good at splitting his Corruptors in this game. There's a lot of splash damage here, right? From the High Templar, from the Archons. If you accidentally fly a clumped up group of Corruptors over a bunch of Archons, they will disappear very quickly. Corruptors have a tendency to stack together like this, but you can pre-split them, and then if you come in from every angle, the opponent can't possibly clear it. Here we go again. Looks like the Queens are once more making a bit of a march in this direction. This time around in a much more complex unit setup. Dude, how many hotkeys do these guys use? There's just so much movement all over. How do you even hotkey all of this? Corruptor's trying to come in from another side here. Protoss has been pushed towards the right side of this base. And I'm starting to once more fear for this fourth base of Protoss. In the meantime, we have a bunch of Lurkers. Lurkers underground, already set up in position. Tempest obviously can fly over the terrain, and yeah, they do actually find a pretty decent angle. Serral decides to disengage. Shall we do a little bit of first-person view? How about this? This is Serral's point of view as he's playing this game. I don't know if it's going to be a little bit nauseating to look at. Actually, this is not too bad. You can't see that much. Yeah, the hotkey setup here must actually be quite complex. It used to be common, so this is actually a fun little thing in high-level StarCraft. When you first start playing, let me take control of the camera again, because this is going to be a little bit confusing, as we do have a fight over here on the right. We do have a push over here on the left as well. Prism has moved into the main base, but Serral's all over that too. When you first start hotkeying units in StarCraft 2, you're naturally inclined to put all of your Roaches and your Zerglings onto one control group, right? And then when you get another control group, say your Protoss, your second control group is going to be High Templar. It's quite common at the highest level for players to have multiple control groups of combinations of units. So you have one control group for your left side army, one control group for your right side army. The hotkeying becomes... Oh, Neural? Oh, he's got an observer here. That could have been the end of MaxPax. That was dangerously close. Those infestors had one mission, and they're not over just yet. Fungal is gonna slow down the retreat. Corruptors are once more gonna go in, but... Looks like MaxPax had his get out of jail for free card as he decides to teleport his army towards the left side. Safety over here with the stepmother ship. Still though, those Lurkers, man, it's not that many of them. But the combinations of Lurkers, Spore Crawlers, Spine Crawlers, it's really difficult for Protoss to actually commit to push through. I think Max... What's up? What's up, Shark Bro? I think Max could have pushed a little bit deeper, but he decided to back off. Zealot run by over here, though, actually doing a lot. Serral is distracted. Serral is distracted. Takes a big volley right over there onto the Brutes. And these units, while the drones burrow underground, have now cleaned up most of all the static defense. That has been an excellent exchange right there for MaxPax. I love the teleportation towards the mothership. Lurkers are going to replace Spine Crawlers, I believe. When you think about it, they are better. They just take supply. Air upgrades coming up here for Max. We're going into the shields as well. Serral still needs a couple of upgrades for the flyers, but he will be fully maxed, as you can see over here on the right side of the scoreboard. Anyways, what I'm trying to get at though earlier, hotkeying has become very complex. I know players have asked Serral in an interview, like, hey, how do you hotkey your units? And Serral basically answered, like, I just put them on a hotkey, and then I don't have a standard go-to. Sometimes the Roaches are hotkey 2, sometimes they're hotkey 4, it doesn't matter. I just hotkey them, and I just choose one that's free, and then I play with that. That is the exact opposite as to what 99% of players do. Like, I cannot do that. Fungal is so dangerous. Oh my lord. Okay, MaxPax once more gets caught pretty deep off creep. He decides to recall. I think that's really the only course of action. And he once more goes to Mama. Mama! Dude, I love the roll of the new mothership, man. Puts a smile on my face. I know some players hate recall, because it does kind of feel like a get out of jail for free card sometimes, but the constant movement around the map is wonderful. MaxPax kills a base. Recall for the Nexus is obviously on a different cooldown than the recall towards the mothership. I think you need to chill for a little bit. Ooh, Brenda and Karen die together. Yeah. I mean, this is great StarCraft, though. Like, imagine playing against one of these two. I've played a lot of StarCraft over the years. I would lose by about minute 5 if they tried. Going toe-to-toe and actually having a very even match to boot, 25 minutes in, incredibly impressive. MaxPax has secured a lot of bases. He needs to, though, because he's actually running relatively low on money. Serral still has a good chunk of minerals and gas in the bank. And he's maneuvering around the map like he's never gonna run out. He actually needs to be quite careful because his army is super expensive. Look at that. Army value in the top left. He's only got 47 workers. 9,600 minerals, 7,600 gas is a stupid amount. So he doesn't really have an easy replenishment here. If he loses this army, that's it. Needs to get at least a reasonable trade. This Nexus has been a thorn in MaxPax's side. He has been able to mine it for quite a long time, but I think this will be the last time. Because these mineral fields are not really worth it anymore. Brute Lord's moving down south. A new Greater Spire coming up right now. Maybe the Zealot run by cleared up the first one? Must be. No, actually, not the case. Oh, it's bleeding out. The first one is bleeding out because it's off creep. Fair enough. Infestors! Serral forgets about the Infestors, and that is a major win right here for MaxPax. Fungal Growth will be used, but I think he lost like 6 or 7 Infestors there in total. In the meantime, that base in the far bottom left has been secured. I think it's time to send those probes on over in that direction. Large Zergling run by, though. These are obviously fully upgraded, and they hit extremely hard. Already, though, we have a High Templar group waiting together with some Zealots. Great movement there as well by the packs. Corruptors, though, moving towards the right. That is where the Mothership is hiding. The other part of Protoss, though, is moving towards the left. Yeah, the stereotypical F2A move, right, that we see from a lot of Protoss players, and that has kind of been a running gag in the StarCraft world for such a long time. MaxPax is the polar opposite, man. This is an incredibly complex set of units to control properly. And also to position properly. I feel like that is often not appreciated by Zerg players. Zerg units are so freaking fast, you don't have to think about positioning that much. As Protoss, you need to preemptively have your units in the right position in order to actually move around. It's really quite difficult to decide where you want to be parking your army. Now, I wonder if this one has been parked correctly. Max, it might be better off to either recall towards this or to recall away. The Mothership is certainly going to go down. Tempest, in the meantime, though, have distracted, or I guess the Mothership is distracted. They've bought enough time here to get these Tempests to clean up another hatch. This hatchery was mostly irrelevant because very little mining going on there. Another Mothership coming up. We have a good chunk of, okay, Overseers as well. A whole load of Changelings crawling around the map. The rest of the army over here in the far bottom left has now been caught as well. We do see some feedbacks. One Neural Parasite on a Tempest. Not necessarily the worst of traits right there for Max, but this is also not looking that great for him anymore. Slowly but surely, MaxPax is fizzling out. How does Serral even do this, man? I haven't seen any Zerg player be this confident in the late game. Is there an observer? There is no observer. Okay, he needs to be very cautious. He does have a Oracle here for Revelation. Correction, he had an Oracle here for Revelation. Is there an observer? Oh, there is an observer somewhere over here. Yeah, that's a big one, though, because if you don't see the Infestors, you can just get your entire army Neural Parasited. And there's no better way than to counter the Protoss army than with the Protoss army. Lurkers moving up towards the high ground. Archons will get shut down together with the Zealots, and this is becoming very costly. Yeah, it bought a little bit of time. And MaxPax has been able to harvest quite a few resources once more. But I don't think that was really worthwhile. Serral's still mining too. We look at the income graph over the last 10 minutes. It's actually been super back and forth. Super cool. Very nice to see. Problem is, if you look at the bank right now and the total amount of supply, MaxPax is sitting at a good army, but not an amazing one. He's rounding out his unit composition with some better units, but not quite his preferred weapon of choice. I wouldn't mind seeing a bunch more High Templar, maybe. Got a lot of Archons, maybe a few more of those would not hurt. Serral, in the meantime, has got the perfect Zerg army. Look at that. 10,000 minerals worth of Zerg. It's only 35 drones. This Zerg army is absolutely massive. Now the Neural Parasite is coming in. Can we see a... Yes, we do see a fungal growth as well. Cloak has been activated. Time Warp has been activated too. Parasitic Bombs once more coming in clutch. Most of the Infestors have been cleaned up, but I just don't see that much Protoss remaining. The Corruptors have swooped in, and they have forced these Protoss units to deal so much friendly fire. Incredibly well done right there by the GOAT. It's Serral who obtains the victory in game number 1. Over the last couple of months, I have casted a lot of ZVP, right? A lot of Zerg versus Protoss. And I have seen Zerg lose time and time again, especially in the late game. Serral just seemed to be in control from start to finish. Just such fast strategic gameplay. The crazy thing is, right, when you look at Zerg and you compare it to 2018 Zerg. 2018 was when Serral first started dominating. It's just been nerfed repeatedly. And a lot of the reason is because of this man right over here. And every single time there's a new multiplayer balance patch, I'm like, oh god, well this has got to be it now, right? And I've been having that vibe as of late too, where Serral is just, well, not looking nearly as dominant, but it seems like he may have figured it out once more. That was ridiculous. Genuinely, such an incredible game right there by Serral. We can bring back the just play like Serral meme. That was honestly extremely hard. Yeah, just play like Serral, man. You're struggling with ZVP, just try and play a little bit more like Serral. Like, MaxPax was playing an excellent game. He had a couple of slip-ups, and I think ultimately that's what cost him. Serral did have a few slip-ups too, but he was economically ahead. Remember when he, for example, lost the Infestors? I think a lot of those slip-ups sort of balance out. But Serral ultimately was on 5 bases when MaxPax was on... Yeah, he was just on 3. So I think ultimately just it cost him a little bit too much. It was just a little bit... sick game. Sick game. Now we find ourselves on Amygdala. I am certainly not counting MaxPax out here. Also notice, by the way, Serral made an Ultralisk Cavern. He fully upgraded Ultralisks. And then he decided not to make Ultralisks. Maybe that's why he won. He was considering Ultras. He's like, should I throw the game? Should I maybe... No. We're not doing it. We are not gonna throw the game. Poor Ultra. I believe there's a place for the Ultra, but I don't think that game was it. Okay. I actually don't think MaxPax should be too upset about that match. Truth be told, when we got to the situation where MaxPax lost his 4th base the very first time, and Serral managed to mine 5 bases, so it was like, what was it, like 80-something drones, 5 base Zerg, versus 60-something probes, 3 base Protoss. If you have a perfect AI play that game out from both sides, it should be a Zerg win every single time. The fact that MaxPax still managed to hang in the game and yeah, he got it to be extremely close. Despite making a couple of critical errors. Like, the game lasted another 20 minutes from there. It really does speak volumes to the skill of MaxPax. Still a very young player. Still relatively new to this level. So, yeah, it's certainly not over yet. Yeah, it's difficult. Once you're... I feel like against Serral, you almost need to win... It's rare for Serral to lose on mechanics. Right? So mechanics as in just straight up StarCraft control, decision making, the whole shebang. A lot of players do win, but they almost win always with like a trick. Some sort of trick to throw him off of his game, or You know, to go for a strategy that's technically not that great, but they have figured out a way to counter him. That seems to be the most common way for Serral to be caught out. MaxPax went toe-to-toe right there, and he, yeah, pulled it off. Even though it's a loss, I don't think it's a bad one. This time around, we're going double Oracle first. This one got a little bit of some additional energy there from the Nexus. Drones are returning back. Okay, 2 workers just like that. Don't lose the Oracle! Oh, he loses it. That's a big one. Got a little too greedy there. 3 drones in total is not terrible, but losing an Oracle... 4 drones in total, actually. Losing an Oracle is quite significant. Those Oracles have so much value as the game goes on. Now suddenly, Serral can go for example, a Queen drop. If he really wants to, it's not really his style, but he could go for a Queen drop if he wanted to. If he starts up Overlord speed here in a moment, I wouldn't be too surprised. I think Serral's just going to use this as an opportunity, though, to just continue droning. Knock down the rocks over at the 4th. Okay. I would like to see a game where both of these are very even going into the late game. Because I think at that point, I may even consider it to be MaxPax favored. Just such good play. Additional gateways coming up. Blinky boys will be the weapon of choice. So we have ourselves triple Oracle into Blink Stalker. Nice and early 3rd Nexus. We'll probably see a 4th base on the top of this as well. And yeah, all of this is very, very normal. I really liked what MaxPax was doing across the board, though, in the early game in that previous one. Yeah, he had a couple of rough moments. By the way, that was also an excellent example as to why we don't see a lot of experimentation in the early game. So Serral looked at that build. He's like, yo, this is weird. I don't really know what you're doing, but what about I hit you in the face? So that was a stock standard Zerg early game versus a bit of a weird Protoss early game. And immediately the vulnerabilities were exposed. Immediately Serral decided to attack. And it came at the cost of the 4th Nexus there for MaxPax. So we're doing something a lot more conventional. Something a lot more tried and true. I like seeing him experiment, though, because the one thing you can sometimes be a little bit critical of the top-level players is that they're a bit predictable. MaxPax has been shaking things up a little bit in his gameplay as of late, and this attack is certainly one that has potential. Serral does have +1 melee coming. It's only about halfway done at this point. Stalker should be able to dominate the battlefield for a little while, especially with this many stasis wards. This is where the 3rd Oracle is so handy. If you can still get the kill on the 4th, though, of the Zerg, that would be massive. Serral already remaking another Nexus. A Zerg Nexus at the bottom of the map. Hive coming up too. We'll see a Hydra Den, and I'm assuming a Lurker Den eventually as well. This is where you're really missing that 3rd Oracle, though. If he doesn't get the kill on the 4th base, I'm gonna write it up to him losing the Oracle. Even though it's not necessarily the case. Great movement here by Serral. +1 is not yet done. Needs to be a little careful. I think he's actually getting a little bit ahead of himself. Really fighting tooth and nail to keep this base going. And the base dies. Oh, we're gonna recall? Yep. Great attack right there. Great attack by our Danish Protoss. We don't yet have a... Yep, Lurker Den. Serral was so preoccupied, he didn't quite get it going as quickly. One of the main reasons to have a 4th base, as those drones are going down south, is because of the gas. So the gas geyser is really the most important part of the 4th base if you want to go Lurkers. Your main bottleneck is just the amount of gas income. Serral already sitting at 1,000 of it. He was prepared to make Lurkers, and then he realized, wait a second. My Hydra Den was late, therefore my Lurker Den was late. Makes the game a little awkward, and there's a certain vulnerability in the play right now. Thing is, MaxPax is assuming that Serral did not make that mistake, so he's not going to be able to punish it. But technically speaking, Zerg is quite vulnerable right now. You're supposed to have Lurkers out at this point in the game. If a big Zealot attack hits on the other side of the map, I mean, it's technically a possibility here for Max. It's just that he doesn't know. You assume perfection. Rookie mistake. Alright, Spire coming up right here. I'm assuming we will see once more mostly just Corruptors, in case it is a Skytools transition, which it may just very well be. Fleet Beacon once more coming up. Hatchery over here did get... Was that a kill? No, I think it was cancelled. Opting to go for the base that we just fought over. Second time around. Lurkers now coming up. Quite a few of them, actually. Yeah, and look at this attack. This is actually super dicey. Imagine if MaxPax was 10 seconds earlier. Like, if he was just a bit sooner, he already has Storm. I think he could win with this attack straight up. Because the Lurker then was delayed. Now that the Lurkers are out, though, it'll be much more difficult. Fleet Beacon coming up. Additional Stargates on the production tab as well. Yeah, don't like these storms. They're not terrible, but it's just risky. Oh, really? Really, Max? Oh my god, MaxPax, okay. Big Zealot run by in the meantime in the main base. Prism took care of that. I think these Archons, though, yeah, the High Templar are just a little bit too exposed. Ultimately, Lurkers pretty much always defend this sort of thing. Even if you get decent trades, it's still ultimately not a game-winning attack. If you look at the resources lost, I think that was a little too aggressive. A lot of gas lost on the side of the Protoss, very little lost on the side of the Zerg. He does kill the spawning pool. Alright, new one coming in the natural. Not the end of the world, though. There are definitely moments where if you lose the spawning pool, it's actually almost game over. But this is right at the beginning of a lull in the game, right? Serral has some time. He's got a good army. He could just make other units if he really needed to. Spawning pool kill is nice, but not really worth losing 20 Zealots over. Alright, well there she is! Mama! Ooh! Protoss has become a big fan of mamas as of late. You love to see it. +1 air weapons here coming up for Serral. We should see a similar upgrade as well for Protoss. Instead of that cybernetics core. We'll probably see it going in just a little bit. There she is! Isn't she pretty? And she's gonna be important too. There's not a lot of anti-air in this area. Also, not a lot of detection. There's 2 Overseers, which is not amazing, but Mama Ship obviously can go ahead and cloak. And just using the cloak here is gonna be phenomenal. He doesn't know how many Corruptors there are, so he's being a little cautious with it. But he can just save this. Yeah. Oh. Mama! That way! Cloak it! Mama, you have one job! Ay, she didn't put on her glasses, man. She just needed to move. Yeah. Just a little. Yeah, that way. She could have cloaked it. I guess there would have been detection regardless from the Overseers, but... not quite optimal positioning. Now Serral decides to go into a couple of Overlord drops. Well, 2.5 couples of Overlord drops. 5 of them coming up. Now we have Tempest, though. And obviously those Lurkers, yeah, they're great at anti-ground, but they don't hit up. So this is once more going to force out more Corruptors and Hydras. Where's the Drop-A-Lords? Okay. Not that many units dedicated to it. Serral taking control of the bottom right-hand watchtower to make sure that he can actually get some vision in this area to know that he's not going to be spotted. He's aiming for the natural expansion. MaxPax, though, slowly chipping away at whatever he can hit. And this is looking really, really nice right here. Oh, no kill, or no cancel, rather. That was a kill on that base. This is looking really quite nice, though, for MaxPax. Yes, he's lost a bunch of bases, but he's maxed out. He's got good upgrades. This is still by no means a smooth game from here. But if you compare this to where he was in the previous game on Abyssal Reef, and considering how close he made that particular match, this position here is very similar, except it's in favor of the Protoss and not in favor of the Zerg. He still needs to play this out correctly. Yeah, these moves over here are all questionable. Lurkers, though, are gonna get cleaned up. Just very expensive. We really need to get the Tectonic Destabilizers upgrade. It allows the Tempest to deal double damage. It seems like a no-brainer when you have this much money in the bank. Also, Serral, or MaxPax rather, really needs to spend his money. Yeah. He's not quite maxed out. He's not quite MaxPax. Decides to recall towards the natural. Mama's done with her job. Getting these lurkers right now. Ooh. Serral doesn't know where the Protoss army is. He needs to run. He needs to get the hell out of here. Because losing this many lurkers, he cannot afford it. Okay. I wonder if maybe MaxPax should have recalled to the natural. That's what I thought he was doing. He decided to recall to the third. If he would have maybe been able to go to the third base and then carve a path straight south, he could have maybe cut off those lurkers. Serral doesn't have enough to really remake them, but they've made their way back home. The other group of lurkers in the meantime is up north. Cloak and targeting the overseers is something I would love to see. Although there's more overseers coming in. Carriers coming up. If I have to be critical, I don't really like the timing of some of the upgrades here for MaxPax. I feel like he could have had a lot more. There's not a single Skytoss upgrade at this point in the game. Specifically when you're playing carriers, you benefit from it so much. Not that Serral's upgrades are phenomenal in this game, but at least he's been upgrading. Yeah, Cybercore starts up. MaxPax is going to try and wall himself back in again, losing that tech at the front. Okay. Let's see. Constant aggression. Oh. Got ourselves another lurker snipe. Zergling run by together with a bunch of lurkers towards the top left. But there is a stalker on the watchtower spotting all of this. Serral decides to retreat. Again, an absolute nail-biter of a game. So sick. Alright, this hatchery is not going to happen. On the flip side, though, this base is now up. It's the third time, but it seems to be a lot more secure this time, right? With this amount of Protoss army parked on this side of the map, there's finally +1 flyer. +1 air weapons. This is a good chunk of Protoss, and as long as it's occupying that base, or at least the general region of that map, I think that expansion is going to stay alive. MaxPax wants more, though. Got so many Tempests, he can one-shot whatever. Do we have any Vipers in the mix? Just the one. No Infestors or anything along those lines. Okay. Big storms over here. Lurkers are in a bit of an awkward position, though. Decides to recall these rather expensive Protoss troops, sends them to the natural. Make sure that those Protoss units could get cleaned up, or those Zerg units rather, could get cleaned up as well if they decide to march on. Serral instead decides to move them closer to home again. And MaxPax is seemingly tightening the noose in a very strategic way. It's a super complex noose. But Serral's got like a hand trying to move away from the position, but that's not going to happen. No. Slowly but surely. He sees the base now. Should be an easy kill. Slowly but surely, MaxPax is moving in. Serral's going in for what seems to be an effort here to break out of this soft contain. Some good feedbacks. Oh, he feedbacked that Viper. That means that we do not have a parasitic bomb in this area. Looks like the flying units will still mostly get destroyed regardless. But the ground army of Zerg has also been killed. Feedbacking the Viper there was absolutely massive. That loco maneuver was not quite what we like to see, man. We need to get a parabomb in there too. That one High Templar that died immediately after. Songs need to be sung of that legend. In the meantime, by the way, the Protoss ground forces did kill the base in the far bottom right. Corruptors going around the map. But this is that awkward group of Corruptors where they don't really have anything to do. Lucky for the Zerg player here, lucky for Serral. MaxPax is getting him a target to hit. We have a bunch of Tempest. I feel like we shouldn't be making Tempest at this point, but apparently MaxPax doesn't really care. Lurkers have found another way for them to be useful, despite the fact that there's a lot of anti-ground here. Need to be careful, though. One Lurker has been left behind. Corruptors really want to go in for a caustic spray. But MaxPax is moving his Stalkers around in such a way that it's prevented. Even though he doesn't know exactly where those units are, he knows that they're likely going to be attempting a move exactly like that. And Serral decides to retreat. Another Mama ship is coming up. Interesting movement, by the way, here from MaxPax. So after trading out armies, he was very close to choking his opponent out. He decided to back off. So it's a little risky, yes, but I think he's got a good read on this match. Obviously, he doesn't know how much money there exactly is for Serral, but I think he's looking at this. He's like, well, I think I've been efficient enough. I've been mining enough. I know my opponent can't have that many resources. I think me sitting back right now and actually giving my opponent a little bit of room to breathe is the right play. This is a super high level move though for MaxPax, because you need to have a deep understanding of not just your own position in the game, but also what your opponent's position is. And I think this is the right move. But we can see the whole map, you know? Like, we can see everything. I think MaxPax can make a much more sophisticated army, whereas Serral is kind of awkwardly sitting with a bunch of Corruptors up in the air that don't really do anything. You're gonna need to keep them around. There is enough Stargate or enough Stargate troops here to really, for them to once more be effective, but this is not really that great of a Zerg army here compared to that of the Protoss. Still though, it's also giving Serral a lot of wiggle room. So Serral can once more max out. And he's getting really close. He's getting cut off over here. He's getting cut off over there as well. Don't accidentally... Oh, he did it again. We saw this recently in a series against Astrea. Serral decides to tap out. He doesn't like this position. He doesn't know what he needs to do at this point. So rather than playing it out and suffering for the next 5 minutes, he just decides to leave. As a StarCraft caster, as a StarCraft fan, it's really easy for me to be critical of Serral's decision there, because I do think he left too early. I don't think you really quite need to leave there. But obviously, he knows the situation much better than I do, right? Like, he understands where he needs to take this series, and clearly he was not feeling that that game was going anywhere. It's one of those things where, yeah, you've got a good army and you've got like a decent economy, but it's like 60% of what your opponent's army and your opponent's economy is. So you can play it out a little bit longer and lose 99 out of 100 instances, right? You could play it out for another 10 minutes and waste a little bit of mental stamina. But you gotta sometimes think of the series as well. And even though that's a bit of a frustrating tap out for the fans, I do think it makes sense from his perspective. But I never really like it whenever pro gamers step out like that, though, when they have, you know, a seemingly decent economy and like 170 supply. He did this as well in another series I recently casted, where he similarly had a decent army and he had a decent economy, but he just didn't know a solution, right? Like, most of the pro gamers will think of StarCraft games in terms of win conditions. So the idea is always, how do I win now? From this position, how do I win now? What do I do here? What do I win? How do I... Like, that's the only thing they're really concerned with. And if you're drawing a blank and you have absolutely no win condition anymore, there's not really any good reason to stay in the game. So, yeah. I think that's one of those late game scenarios where Zerg players are just feeling a little bit uncertain as to what they need to do. There's not really an easy comeback mechanic when you're playing against the #1 Protoss on the planet. I'm actually pretty sure it feels similar. I've never played against MaxPax or Serral, but I know that playing against Serral has been described as playing against an iron wall. It's an immovable object, not really much you can do. I think MaxPax is giving off very similar vibes in those situations. He doesn't really make any mistakes. And while technically you could maybe hope he makes a mistake, if he doesn't, and you test for those for 5 minutes long, and you just, yeah, he doesn't seem to make any mistakes, it is very difficult to achieve anything. And maybe it's also a soft protest. I know there's a lot of Zerg players right now that are unhappy about the late game. Not just against Protoss, but also against Terran. Not so much an issue in ZVZ, but across the board, Zerg players seem to be quite frustrated. I don't think Serral has been very vocal about his opinion. But if I want to read into the early GG very deep, maybe we could see that as a soft protest. Maybe not, I don't know. Alright, it's gonna be a Void Ray first again here for Max. Who played an excellent game, by the way. Yeah, all the talk there about Serral, because he left. Maybe a little bit earlier than what we normally expect. But MaxPax played as close to a perfect game as we see Protoss players play. He really is the real deal. It's so nice to have a Protoss player perform at the absolute highest level. Like, yeah, we have Hero, and Hero is obviously in a class of his own. But it's a very different playstyle. Hero and MaxPax are both similarly extremely good. Some people will consider Hero to be the #1 player. I consider MaxPax to be the #1 Protoss. I'm just more impressed by the way that MaxPax approaches the game. I feel like MaxPax has some weaknesses in his play that Hero doesn't really have. For example, when MaxPax gets thrown off of his game in the earlier stages of it, say right now, Serral swoops in with an odd amount of Zerglings, kills the Adepts, slows down the Nexus, whatever, right? When MaxPax gets thrown off of his game plan, he doesn't perform nearly as well. I feel like that's where Hero and most of the Korean players in general are super strong. They just adjust and come up with a new win condition pretty much immediately. Especially against players like, for example, Dark. MaxPax is not necessarily favored. Dark is a very chaotic player. He throws curveball after curveball. Very difficult for him to respond correctly in those set of situations. And yeah, I almost wonder if Serral was a better opponent for him, win-loss ratio-wise, than a Dark would be, or even a Rogue would be. Not exactly sure, but at least the general game sense is a little different. So that is something at least that MaxPax can still be working on. But again, most of the guys that I cast regularly, most of the guys in the top 10 of StarCraft, they're all playing for a decade plus. MaxPax was like 9 years old a decade ago, you know? Like, he's still a relatively young player when it comes to top-level StarCraft, so I don't think we've seen his peak performance just yet. Blink coming up together with +1 again. Just like what he did in game number 2, but also a little asterisk next to it. Because, again, this is what MaxPax does in every single game. Small deviations, small switch-ups. This is almost a combination between the build that he played in game number 1 and then also the build that he played in game number 2. There's a little bit of both in this particular match. If you look at just the big scope, the games look pretty much identical strategically from Protoss. But they're really not. Serral is doing very similar things. Although he didn't go for the +1 melee this time around, he decided to delay the Evo Chamber upgrade. Small deviations that do lead towards pretty large results, because you can never really take what MaxPax is doing for a given. He's not doing that thing that he was doing like half a year ago, where he was just doing the same build repeatedly, over and over and over again. It's small deviations, but Serral needs to respect it. He doesn't know if this could be a Glaive to Depth follow-up or Archon drops or whatever. Turns out it's the stock standard this time around, but it's the stock standard after a Void Ray weird opener, right? Like if you go for a weird Void Ray beginning, you kind of expect that this is going to be some sort of strange follow-up too. We decide to just go for the most normal follow-up now. Zerglings at the bottom of the map. Trying to see if they could potentially intercept a 4th Nexus. Same for this Ling over here on the left. Scouting for the exact same thing. I think we're gonna keep our camera over here though. It's only a single Oracle this time around. In the previous game we had 2 Oracles. Well, technically 3. But one of them died. And he managed to get the kill on the opponent's 4th Nexus. 4th Hatchery, rather. Today, apparently, Nexi are hatcheries and hatcheries are Nexi. Serral decides to go for a full counterattack. This is effectively just a +1 roach speed timing attack here for Serral. Literally the timing attack that you learn in your very first game. I don't really like this all too much if I'm being completely frank. Mostly because you need some sort of anti-air. There's still that Void Ray from the early game. And if you're gonna go for a roach shove, you need something to kill the Oracle and the Void Ray. Void Ray is actually very useful in these type of scenarios. It can very easily target fire down a lot of Ravagers. Serral not really going for the all-in-y variant of this build. Not the one that most players will go for. Instead, he decides to transition towards a Hive Tech once more, and now he's using the 4th base to his advantage. But he now has a super large amount of Roaches and Ravagers, and they generally don't do much from this point in the game. Like, they can be very useful, but you need to get some sort of value. Maybe killing your opponent's 4th Nexus is good value, though. I would say that's effective. 4th Nexus, indeed, does get cancelled. Lurker down on the back of this. And I think the age of the Roach is over. Ranged coming up here for the Hydralisk. Lurker Den indeed is going to be there too, so we're going to go Ling Hydra Lurker once more. Prism just being a little bit annoying, showing it inside of the main base, flying it back home. Zealot run-bys need to be respected. Nexus coming up, 2nd time in a row. This is important though for Protoss. You really don't want to lose this Nexus repeatedly. That's where Protoss usually finds themselves in a really vulnerable spot, when they can't get their 4th base secured. Notice, by the way, compared to a month ago, MaxPax is not doing that super quick transition towards a fleet beacon. This is the point in the game wherein, well, the first iteration, I guess, of Protoss strategies in the new multiplayer balance patches, we do have a pretty quick fleet beacon. Not quite at the same time. Protoss players have started delaying it just a tad. And he's also being very aggressive. This is not really MaxPax ready for a fight. I don't believe he actually wants to fight. But this is the way that he can defend his 4th base in a very strange way. I know it's on the exact opposite end of the map. I don't think you want to push too deep here, man. No. He just took a bit of a bruising here on some of his shields, but didn't really lose anything critical. Serral has Lurkers out now. Yeah. Zergling run-by attempted towards the bottom, accompanied by a bunch of Roaches, but the Nexus now is up. Very cool. Alright, Serral decides to go into a Nidus network. Mothership here coming up for MaxPax once again. If we can get the Nidus Worm inside of the main base, that is an easy way to get a victory for Zerg. Suddenly having all of this, well, be gone is painful. I think he must have seen an Overseer moving over in this direction. Already there's a single Stalker waiting. One Stalker is not that much, but it's better than having absolutely nothing. Nidus network, it's done. This Overseer is certainly the one that's up to no good. Does MaxPax notice? I've seen MaxPax actually miss Nidus Worms on the minimap, where he's so busy being the aggressive Protoss player that he doesn't quite see whether or not there's a worm inside of his base. Okay, he already has a Zealot patrolling it. I think he sniffed out that something is not quite right. So this is MaxPax's first point of view. Nidus Worm goes up in the main base right now. It's currently going up. He's busy microing right over here, though. Keep in mind that we see that very deliberate notification on the minimap. That is not what MaxPax sees. MaxPax does not see a single little red marker over there, right? It's just a tiny little square. That's all he notices. Let me take control of the camera again. He cleaned it up. He cleaned it up with ease. Nidus Worm coming up at the bottom of the map right now. MaxPax scouting for it. And he sees it, actually, with a Stalker on the watchtower. A couple water balloons being thrown over here on the... That's ambitious. That's not going to happen here either. Serral decides to just move his units through the center of the map instead. But MaxPax cutting off this path as well. Or this path, rather, as well. Yeah, I mean, MaxPax is... he's everywhere. He's crossing his T's, he's dotting his I's. He's maxing his packs. What do you do? What do you do now? Serral can make whatever he likes, but what do you make? Where do you take this game from here? Well, I think his best plan of attack is either Protoss steps on creep, or you try to deny a 5th base. MaxPax still only on 4 expansions here, 4 bases in total. I don't think he can really do much about any of those. Yeah, unless you can gobble them up from the inside out. This is Nidus Worm number 5. Zealots are running on over in this direction too. Oh. Dangerous, dangerous. Okay. Lurkers have made their way towards the left side of the 3rd. Cloak can be activated easy though, yeah. Time Warp to make it difficult for them to escape. This was a bit of a desperation play, and I think mostly a frustration play here from Serral. Don't really like that decision all too much. Maybe though, as a distraction, it works a little bit better. We have another army moving in towards the southern 4th. I think there's enough Protoss though to keep this around. How many storms do we still have? It looks like there's energy for 1 or 2 more. Obviously the rest of the Protoss army can move on over in this direction too. Carriers now coming up. Yeah, this is delicate. Alright. Yeah, no. Serral's gonna be forced to back off. As slowly as bank is depleting. Keep in mind that those Nidus networks are by no means free. All of these run-bys are starting to become costly. And the effectiveness here of the Protoss units is once more shining through. MaxPax getting a lot of value. Finally, a Nidus network did go up. And it is indeed on the 5th base here of the Protoss. Nidus now also going into the main base. MaxPax is maxed out. It's a little awkward for him, so he can't actually warp in enough units to prevent this one from coming up. Although it looks like it will get denied before any units decide to unload. Zealots have found the newly acquired Zerg hatchery as well in the top left-hand corner. Drones decide to return back around. Serral going straight through the center now. Loses a carrier here is MaxPax. Maybe a second carrier, not too far behind. Great catch right there by Serral, who's now setting up in this intersection. Very difficult position here to break for MaxPax. Does he have enough? Keep in mind that Serral has 82 workers versus the 60-something here for MaxPax, so his army supply is not nearly as big. It's important though for MaxPax to break this. The longer he waits, the more units he will lose in a natural expansion. Probes are already going down. We have a Nidus network on the 3rd or the... No, this is the 5th base actually, of Serral. Zealots are gonna get cleaned up in that department. Flying units have been tasked with trying to clear all of this up, but it means that it's all very slow going. Storms going down. Oh. MaxPax not jumping at the opportunity. Serral is inviting him into the spines of the lurkers. Using the long range right now of the Tempest, but 22 probes have already gone down. Zealot run by in the meantime in the top left-hand corner. Zergling run by over here too, but the photon cannon should be able to clear all of that up. Recall towards the mothership, which is in the natural expansion, to secure this base once more. Serral decides to just retreat. In the meantime, there's a chunk of Protoss units that has been sent towards the top right, but it looks like this base will stay alive. Most of the Zealots have slipped away as well from that base all the way up north. One more left as the sacrifice. 12 drones go down. MaxPax now finding himself with a meager 40 probes. Is he gonna remake workers? He's lost 35 workers in total in this game. It does not seem to me that he's remaking them. That means that he is likely gonna go for one full bulldozer. One army to win the game with. Is this the smart play? I don't know. Yeah, there's quite a bit of Zerg, but it's very lurker heavy. Ooh, if you can get a couple lurkers for free, I don't hate it. Army value-wise, Protoss is still certainly in the running of this game. Time Warp goes down. Good storms. Zergling run by in the meantime towards the bottom of the map. Forced to storm his own Zealots, but all the links do go down. MaxPax actually slow maxing. I wouldn't have minded him just warping in as many units as possible, but here we go. Serral decides to move in. No Viper this time around for parasitic bombs. Corruptors are likely going to get destroyed, and that's what I was talking about. Serral taps out again. Now this one's even more extreme than the previous. Serral decides to tap out despite being ahead in supply. Actually, was he ahead in supply? Maybe at the tail end of that engagement, he was not. So he loses the Corruptors and he taps out over here. Yeah, so he's at 165 supply versus 158. Here's the problem. He's not going to lose, or he's not going to win this fight, since the Corruptors are dead. The Tempest will clean up everything else. He can't really make a good group of Corruptors here to shut any of these Tempests down. So, on the back of this hatchery would fall. His counterattack did not actually kill the base over here, because the rest of the Protoss army is all over it too. This is, again, an early tap out. But I don't disagree. GG. Absolutely brilliant play right there by MaxPax. I thought Serral had him. When the Lurkers were in the natural expansion, and Serral decided to just do a full attack straight through the center of the map. MaxPax was on the flanks, all of those pushes got deflected, and then Serral was, bam, right over there on the low ground between the natural, the third, and the fourth base of the Protoss, right? Like, that angle is incredibly hard to break for Protoss. MaxPax approached it very intelligently. He lost a lot, yes, but he didn't lose everything. And I think the positioning of the game at that point was just good enough for him. Honestly, brilliant play. Yeah, I want to talk about the early tap out, but honestly, I don't really see what Serral could have done. I don't really... There's no easy way for him to counter a ground army and an air army at the same time, right? Like, that's one of the things that Zerg kind of struggles with. Like, yeah, you have a great counter to air. Yeah, you have a great counter to ground. But you don't have anything that hits ground and air. So if you compare that to, for example, carriers or Tempest, right? Like, the Mothership even. Great anti-ground, great anti-air. Zerg is very specialized in both of those segments of the late game. Yeah, you can absolutely destroy the air. Yeah, you can absolutely destroy the ground, but if you don't have a massive economical advantage, you can't really counter both. So if he would have had a unit that he could make, that would be good in that department, right? Like, he could make Hydras, I guess, but you're not going to win against a late-game Protoss army with Hydralisks. Like, that's really the only unit that comes to mind that would even be remotely relevant there, but it just doesn't really... Yeah, there's no unit in that arsenal for Zerg. All of the tier 3 Zerg units are, like, the Lurker, the Brute Lord, the Ultralisk. They're all very anti-ground. So it's a little delicate there. Yeah, back in the day, Zerg used to have the Infested Terran. So the Infested Terran was one of the tools that Zerg had. That's the reason why it was considered to be pretty overpowered. One of the tools that Zerg had that was anti-ground and anti-air. It wasn't even amazing as far as damage output goes to... as it went, I guess, to anti-ground. But it was very good at blocking units from moving around. And it was a pretty broken mechanic in hindsight, if I'm being honest with you. But it does make the game a little bit more tricky. Technically, I guess, the idea is that you can use Microbial Shroud together with Hydralisks. That's the idea. Yeah, you can kill ground and air reasonably well with that. But it absolutely gets torn apart by Psionic Storm. Hydras are just not quite tanky enough for that sort of thing. You can't really just make Infestors and Hydras and call it an army. So, yeah, Serral in a bit of an awkward position. Decides to tap out. And that means we are going to match point here for MaxPax. Max point. Or Pax point. Anyways, a little bit of a different start here for Serral. Honestly, it's not a bad start here for Serral. But I don't love it. I feel like this is almost like a desperation play. This is something that MaxPax will have beaten time and time again. And this is now taking the winds out of the Zerg sail. Obviously, it's not a huge deal. He really only lost a small chunk of resources, but this is not the type of start that really speaks volumes of confidence in the playstyle here of the Zerg player. When you make that Ling group and you don't really get anything done with it, I mean, you kill a probe, I guess, but yeah, this is the type of start that MaxPax will be very, very comfortable with. It's going to allow him to take a third Nexus. It's going to allow him to make those Oracles. And he should be A-okay. I guess back in the day, you also had that Roach Ravager Ling Bane unit composition that Zerg players were very, very good with. Even though it's not great for anti-air, we used to see a lot of Ravager Bane armies. But since the Baneling got nerfed quite a long time ago at this point, that unit composition has really lost popularity. Not really a viable choice anymore. Serral just building whatever he can to keep his drones alive. This is because he needed to, right? He needed to, yeah, be very cautious here. Can't really afford Spore Crawlers, but he also can't afford losing drones. Okay. Good start right here for MaxPax. Now we are on King's Cove. This map is huge. This map is actually very good for Protoss, specifically against Zerg. +1 melee coming up here again for Serral. He hasn't gone for this every single game of the series. As a matter of fact, I think he only did it once before so far. Although he does mix this in from time to time. It's actually really nice against Stalker-based builds, which is once more what MaxPax decides to go for here. Yeah, I don't think these two games that we just saw back-to-back are really rage quits from Serral. I would, as a StarCraft fan, like to see him sit in a game for another 2 minutes. But the thing is, he's not playing for our entertainment. That's the thing, man. He's not here for our fun. He is here to win. He doesn't care about our fun. If that's a byproduct, sure. Playing games for the fans, sure. But he's not here for our entertainment. He's here to win. Doesn't care about anything else. If there's a bonus there that it is enjoyable to watch, sure. But you really do want to obtain the victory if possible. And games like this are also very intense. Like when you're playing a full best of 5 series. Like mentally it's exhausting. I think physically it's also actually very draining. I know they've done a lot of research. I've brought this up before, but there's been research done on how much chess players burn throughout a tournament day. So if you're a chess player at a tournament, like you're just moving pieces on a board, right? Like how much they burn a stupid amount of calories. StarCraft is obviously not quite as deep as chess, but it does have a very physical aspect to it too. Like when you're playing super fast, it is not, you know, it is not the most physically exhausting thing you can do. But it's certainly a little bit more physical than chess. I think you actually burn more calories playing a StarCraft tournament day than you'd imagine. I would really love to see that research done. 4th Nexus coming up right now for MaxPax, who's doing some nice dancing on the other side of the map. Zergling run by, heading on over. Serral trying to see if he can get the counter on that base. That would be amazing. Already a 5th hatchery is building. Getting the 5th base here would actually be... Yeah, this 4th rather of MaxPax is going to fall. If MaxPax can kill the base in the middle, that's not the end though for Serral, because he can just transfer drones down south. Yeah, the reason I bring that up, by the way, is because of obviously Serral tapping out quote-unquote early. Yeah, he could stick around for a little bit longer, but it's exhausting. Maybe it's a waste of calories. A waste of energy. Good dancing over here, though, by Serral so far. This is where that +1 melee is really nice. So when you can predict that your opponent is going to go for a Stalker opener, +1 melee for Zerglings is a big, big advantage. Because it's just really hard to push in here as a Protoss player. We have a 2nd attempt over here on a 4th Nexus. This time around, it's almost, I don't want to call it do or die, but it is becoming very critical. MaxPax's base is getting targeted down and it's going to fall. No cancel. That means 400 minerals down the drain. If this was played on a, I don't know, NA server, for example, and there was some ping, I would write it up to that, but I think MaxPax made a mistake. Pro Gamer is human? No. No, I doubt that. No. No, I don't think that's possible. Okay, so Serral has stabilized. We're going into Lurkers. We're going into Aspire again. Nothing out of the ordinary. MaxPax in the meantime. Stabilized, yes. But also not in a great position. Serral's got everything going for him here. We're not quite in a confident and comfortable is what I was trying to say at the same time. New word. New word of the day. Anyways, he's once more. It's a long series for me to cast as well, okay? Hit like, thank you. It's also a bit of a sketchy position here for Zerk, but I think he's about to be confident and comfortable. Not a lot of storms available. I think there's only one more left. Yeah, I think this was a bit of an overextension by MaxPax. There's again the Nidus network. There is a base down south that is taking a bit of a beating. Prism heading on over towards the main. The majority of the Protoss army is up on the high ground in a bit of a finicky position, but it's not in a terrible spot. Zerglings and Zealots are fighting inside of the main base. The rest of the Protoss army is engaged over here at the front. Where's the rest of the lurkers? We just have 2 remaining. The rest must have been killed. They do have the ranged upgrade. No, actually, there's 4 right now remaining. 2 more finishing up. Transfusion is going to be used. Another Zealot run by in the natural expansion. Another warp in inside of the main. MaxPax playing Protoss like he's a Zerk. Trying to overwhelm his opponent at every single side possible. Another one of the lurkers falls. Serral taps out. Ay, 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 ay. I don't remember the last time I've really casted a Zerk versus Protoss where Serral lost on mechanics. Serral has been almost like a bully in this matchup. He rarely loses, and he just wins off of being better. Yeah, you could make an argument that Zerk is maybe overpowered, yada yada yada, but he pretty much always macros and micros better than his opponents. Hello everyone, my name is Loco, and welcome to a best of 5 series of StarCraft 2. Now what I've got for you today is the Wardy TV Mondays, which was played last Monday. This is the grand finals, where both players are competing for a few $100s. Now, first off, our Protoss player, who goes by the name of Hero, he's decided to start off this game by sending a probe across the map. And we're gonna go for a cheeky little bit of cheese, huh? Fair enough. Spawning in the opposite corner of Ultra Love with the blue Terran pieces, we have the world champion of StarCraft 2. But of course, he goes by the name of Clem, joined by everybody's favorite, the little polar bear. Not as cool as Shark Bro, but I mean, it gets a solid 2nd place. What in the world are we doing, Hero? Are we really gonna do a proxy double gate against Clem? Okay, sure, I'm here for it. This is not a build I've really seen over the last, well, few years of StarCraft 2. It used to be popular way back in the day when Terran players used to go for blind command centers on the low ground. But if Clem does any variant of a double gas opener, he's not going to be going for any fast CCs here whatsoever. Obviously, that doesn't mean that he's immediately out of the waters yet, but this is one of the easiest all-ins you can go for as Protoss. You just kind of keep the aggression going. Problem is, this is Clem. So Clem is extremely good at microing his units. If he spots this, he's going to be able to counter it relatively comfortably. Main concern, of course, is that he's not gonna know that any of this is in the works until it's already a little bit too late. 2 Zealots are coming. We do have a pylon at home as well, and attached to that is now a cybernetics core. So Hero will probably be following this up with Stalkers as well after the first wave, or maybe a 2nd wave of Zealots. We'll have to keep an eye out on exactly what happens here. Hero will now know, though, that this is indeed not a fast expansion on the low ground, which may just be an auto win. He really does want there to be a command center on the low ground. Obviously, one thing to keep in mind is that Terran players can't just make Cyclones as easily anymore. I do like this, by the way. The probe dragging that Reaper all the way towards the top left-hand corner. So this will certainly not be spotted, because that Reaper is now going to take the shortest route towards the other side of the map, which will bypass all of this in its entirety. Well, you know what? This might just work out. Yeah. Clem is going for a tech lap over here, too. This is where you need to start panicking, because you're not supposed to have a bunch of Zealots knocking at your front door. Lucky for him, though, he does finish the reactor. That means that he can actually start repairing it. A structure that is still in production cannot be repaired. Can you actually defend against this sort of thing? I mean, this is a lot of damage coming up. We may have to pull a few SCVs to start repairing those supply depots as well. Clem is indeed going to pull some more. 2 of the Marines spawn. Stalkers on the back of this right now too. We have a Cyclone on the production tab here for Clem. Cyclones are going to be amazing because you can actually micro them for a very long time. One of the Zealots immediately falls. And so far, I gotta say, I'm actually really impressed with the way that Clem is managing this. Oh, what? No! He used the Reaper Grenade and accidentally booped the Zealot across his own wall off. Little bit clumsy. It's one of the weird interactions in StarCraft 2 that only happens when you position the Reaper Grenade just right. Zealot lives. Good micro right there by Hero. Second Cyclone, though, can now be afforded. Clem did also fire up a command center during all of this. And Clem is feeling so confident that he is going to be able to just continue the economical progression here too. So what do you do now, Hero? You've not really achieved anything. Like, yeah, you've hurt the opponent a little bit. But Clem, honestly, handled that like an absolute superstar. He's not out of the woods yet. Hero is also not going to be able to really slow down that much. He needs to continue being aggressive. I love this Reaper going back across. Effectively now making it impossible until a Protoss unit shows up at home, but effectively making it impossible to now make an expansion. Siege tank coming up too. You can siege up, well, anywhere, but especially in an area that could reach the low ground. At that point, you just have this defeated very easily. Brilliant defense here by Clem. Honestly, kind of insane. I think there's gonna be one more wave. There will be one more wave of Protoss, and it'll be down to Clem to defend against that one too. He goes for a starport now. You may need to repair these two back up to full HP. I wouldn't mind seeing one SCV working on that. Oh, he actually wants to try and secure the low ground. He doesn't know exactly what's happening. Nexus, by the way, is building as the Stalker did go back home. One force field to try and prevent the Terran from going down the low ground, but at this point he should be okay. And Adept did slip by all of this, but that's going to get locked onto, and it will not be able to get much more damage in. Although good target firing right there on its way out. Gets one more SCV. Stalker right now, ooh, they want to commit onto the siege tank. Guardian Shield also protecting this Protoss army. Just a smidge. Reduces the damage, though, that's coming in quite significantly, but I believe that there is just enough Terran here for Clem to hold all of this at bay. It's actually kind of an insane game. We don't generally see this sort of thing at all. I am very impressed that this has been looking as easy as it seemingly has been here for Clem. Like, the fact that he's making this look like a game that is going exactly according to plan, it just shows you why these sort of builds from Protoss are just so uncommon these days. GG gets called. Hero is very far behind. It doesn't really look good, but he doesn't really have anything going, right? He's behind in economy, he's behind in tech, he's behind in army, he's behind in every aspect of the game. Only by a small margin, but if you're gonna beat Clem, you're gonna have to do so from an advantage. Calm and collected. Clem didn't scout, he didn't know what was going on, but he reacted perfectly. Yeah, if you're a Terran player and you sometimes lose to proxy gateways, just play like Clem. Yeah, just do what Clem did, and you won't lose ever again. Honestly, great advice. Genuinely though, there is always a lot of balance winding in StarCraft 2. And sometimes, when I ladder a lot, right now admittedly I'm not laddering a ton, but at least in the past when I did a lot of laddering, sometimes I would catch myself going down the line of thought as well, right? Where I'd be like, oh my god, this is so overpowered, yada yada yada. But then sometimes, it is actually not terrible advice to think that, well, Serral would have won, Clem would have won, MaxPax would have won, right? Like, there's definitely a skill issue. There is always a skill issue in StarCraft 2. Not saying the balance has ever been perfect. Obviously, there are small implications as well at any level of play, even in Bronze League, for a nerf to, for example, I don't know, a Nidus Worm cost or whatever, right? Like, all of that would impact every level of play. But there's no denying that a pro gamer in your shoes probably would have won. At the very least, that can be helpful for my own laddering every once in a while when I realize I am becoming a very whiny player. Everybody becomes a whiny player at some point after a frustrating game. Now, Clem, do you think he's going to scout now? No. As a matter of fact, he's thinking, well, there's no chance that Hero is going to go and build another bunch of gateways on my side of the map, right? I'll just build the command center right in plain open view right over here in the natural expansion. I'm not too concerned about any sort of aggression. He did send the Reaper out a little bit just to scout if there was any shenanigans going on, but I kind of like this here from Clem. Just full confidence. CC building now after getting proxy gated. He does not seem to care. Now, Hero has opened up with a quick A quick sentry. I always like the sentry builds. Very powerful these days. Especially, of course, because of that energy recharge ability. You can get some extra energy on the sentry. And then use the hallucination scout continuously. He's now also going straight into the good old blink. So blink gateways. Or blink stalkers. Outer gateways will be coming up here momentarily for Hero. Question is mostly how many gates will he be able to produce before he switches over to any sort of, well, third nexus or any follow-up tech. Reaper's now going to the main base, and this is Clem ready to be a bit of a bully. There is a single shield battery here, but this is actually still quite dangerous. Yeah, Hellions and Reapers are not great at killing Stalkers, but nice micro right there by Hero. Hero, though, is still going to be in a world of trouble now with all of these units going in. Hellions try to get a good attack, but he does not quite get the perfect line of fire. 3 probes, 4 probes, maybe 5? I kind of feel like Clem could have had more. Clem was looking for the perfect line of attack there with those Hellions, right? Like the probes stacking up, and I feel like he could have had like one big burst that would have brought all of these very, very low at HP. It takes 3 of those Hellions to fire at the same time. So he wasn't going to be able to one-shot it, but that was still going to be... That still could have been 10 times worse, I think, for Hero. Ultimately, he's okay. Now, we have a robo facility on the back of this. We've got ourselves a Templar Archives 2. A lot of Protoss players lately have been very fond of going into the quick high Templar research. Sonic Storm is very powerful these days. Terran's obviously not as fond to transition into Ghosts anymore, so in general EMP is just... I mean, it's still powerful, but it's not quite as easy to get out. And generally, we don't see that from Terrans anyway until they get that 3rd command center secured. Clem only on 2 gases up until just now. He will be teching up eventually, but there will certainly be a nice time period where High Templar can be extremely effective. This is also a difficult call to make though for Hero. So Hero is now teching up. So he made the Templar Archives, he's going into Storm, he made the Robo facility, he's starting up his production there. But he's also building a 3rd Nexus, all off of just 2 gateways. So he's got barely any production at all. He doesn't really know exactly what's happening on the other side of the map. But he's thinking if you're opening up with Reapers, you're going into a bunch of Hellions. Generally, you won't attack me until Stimpack is done with any sort of big push. And this was your early game, right? Like, that is the attack you've been cooking up. Maybe there will be like a Widowmine drop or a Liberator or like a Raven dropping an auto turret, something along those lines. But the majority of the defense right now can just be produced out of 2 gateways. That means that Hero is playing quite a greedy follow-up here. All of the tech, all of the economy, all off of just 2 gateways until 2 additional ones are being built right now. High Templar set up as well for feedback. I always like that. Not a bad idea whatsoever. And we may just see some Stormy drops. Do we have a Prism? Yeah, we do. Only 1 Templar? No, we need some more. Get in there. Get into that plane. Alright, I think we could have brought the 3rd as well, but... Really? Are we just awkwardly waiting? Why are we waiting? I guess he wants to wait and see if maybe he can storm the Terran army. I wouldn't have minded seeing him test the waters on the other side of the map and maybe storm the mineral line instead. Probably a waste of energy though, because Clem's micro is generally very good and his reaction speed is quite ridiculous, but... Yeah, he's just waiting for additional... Like, he's already believing he's got the economical advantage here. So there's really no reason for him to be too aggressive at this point in time. He does have a load of gateways, by the way. Yeah, so we're going up to 9 gateways. No, we're going 10 gateways? 10 gateways, I was gonna say. Even number is way better than odd number. Although prime number is also acceptable when it comes to numbers of gateways. Either way, this is indeed going to be Hero making himself up for a big attack. Good feedbacks there. I thought he was gonna go for the Storm. He got the Raven though. He really wants to get the Medivac as well. Doesn't quite have the vision out front. Okay, 1 Stormy, 2 Stormy, 3 Stormy. Archon coming up as well. Clem is already pre-split very nicely. But does he have enough stuff? That's my main question here. This is an awful lot of Zealots coming in, and there's also just more Storms on the back of this, and an awful lot of production here for Hero as well. Extremely committed, though. We have a bunch of Templar. Completely mispositioned. What are you guys doing throwing water balloons at all of those units? Did Hero just throw this for himself? Ay, 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 ay. That was supposed to go way better. I think he had everything he needed. He's gonna try again, though, and he might just still be able to squeeze out an advantage here regardless. But those High Templar are awkwardly coming in from the side. He must have all army hotkeyed those. Having 2 additional storms here would be absolutely massive. He decides to just, oh god, warp in the middle of this engagement. Liberation zone set up over here on the high ground too. Trying to just be annoying. Obviously, Zealots don't have any anti-air. There's an awkward number of Stalkers now running in through, but that was quite sloppy. Yeah. Clem narrowly escapes death. Those SCVs, they could have been stormed. But lucky there for Clem, a few of the High Templar decided to awkwardly, well, join in the fray on the left side. I think maybe he mixed up his hotkeys there for a second. Or used the all-army hotkey. I mean, Hero is known to use the all-army hotkey a little bit too much. He's still doubling down. He does have a probe down on the left side of the map too, ready to build a 4th Nexus. Storm coming in here, but this is all very microable now, and Clem is climbing ahead when it comes to that supply count. Not bad at all. Ghost Academy, building in the back of the main. We have a armory, a 2nd engineering bay too. Clem is gonna try continue playing the macro game here. Another nice storm dodge. That 2nd one though did deal quite a bit of damage. Widow Mines breaking through a lot of this, as well as the Zealots and the... Yeah, the Zealots just lock onto it. I mean, I don't think there's enough. No, I don't think Hero can actually break through this. Immortal is good though. Ooh, and that storm was powerful. Very flimsy. Another High Templar coming in clutch. He does storm a bunch of the SCVs here. Prism now ended up going down as the Vikings have joined in too. And I think that really is now forcing Hero to go back home. He finally got some damage done. 15 SCVs in total. But I think it's a little too late. Yeah, I think it's time to go back to the drawing board. And for this game to now continue. Double Forge here for Hero. He obviously delayed those upgrades to try and go for the big attack. He's also building a 4th Nexus. 2-2 should start up right about right now here for Clem. There it goes. +2 armor here as well as soon as he's got the resources for it. It looks like we're just going to be playing a nice macro game from here. Okay. Now this is a difficult game at this point to really read. We can look at the supply count and determine, yeah, Clem is seemingly in a nice position. He does have a little bit more stuff. He's got better upgrades. He's ahead, right? But if you are in Clem's shoes right now, reading the situation is very tough. Because that early game obviously wasn't great for him. He could have done a bit more, but it also wasn't terrible. And then the push just now from Hero could have been better. But he still dealt some damage, right? Like, how in the world do you now determine what your current phase in the game is and how committed you can really be to any follow-up attacks? Hero is also pretending like his army is absolutely massive by continuously being aggressive here. This is him mostly faking it. He's making himself look big and scary, but he really doesn't have that many fancy units. His economy is really also not that good. His upgrades are kind of mediocre. But if you're in Clem's shoes here and you look at the movement of this Protoss player, you would imagine that you're pretty far behind. Hero is selling the story well, and he certainly does still have a formidable army. One storm and this can be over. That's not the one. Ooh, okay. EMPs and storms and feedbacks and all the rest of it. The dance of the troops. Okay. Now, do you ever tech up here as Protoss? Do you ever feel like you could tech up to, say, Tempest? Probably not. Here we go. Big attack here instead. We have the High Templar hiding inside of that prism. They know that if they land, they're going to get EMP'd immediately, so that's what Clem is hunting for here. Clem, though, doesn't have that many Marauders. Very Marine Ghost heavy here. Wouldn't mind seeing some more Marauder production. Clem realizes, though, they need to get another command center going fast, because he's running out of cash. Planetary Fortress would, of course, be amazing. +2/+2 right now finishing up. Generally, that's the opportunity for Terran to attack. That's when we usually see big pushes moving across the map. But I don't think it's Clem. Ooh, I don't think Clem has that chance right now. It's a literal minefield here, though, for those Zealots, as pretty much all of them get absolutely torn apart. Planetary Fortress only about a third of the way done. Hero wanted to see if maybe he could kill the SCVs. Maybe the command center itself does not quite achieve that goal. He did, however, fire up the 2-2 research as well. Clem should go into 3-3 here momentarily, but I can imagine at this stage in the game, it's a little difficult to spend all of that money. Lovely game. Very good series so far. Yeah, we should go into 3-3. He just had the NG base selected. It's difficult though, when you see Protoss making this big of an army, and it's knocking right at your front door, spending all that resource into just an upgrade that's going to be useful in several minutes. Not that easy a decision to make. What is the positioning of this Robo Facility hero? I hate everything about it. Robo Bay and Robo Facility in the top left-hand corner. Like, this is... I don't like it. It works if you go for non-stop aggression, I guess, and you never let the Terran player breathe. But there's a very good chance that Clem is going to be able to snipe this as soon as he, well, decides to move across the map. Little jump pad over here, little trampoline position. So we do have an awful lot of Zealots. Now that the planetary is done, though, Clem is going to have a much easier time holding on to this position. At least in theory, as he decides to once more hero, that is, push all of his units together. The immortal count is incredibly high. We have 7 immortals. He's just going to right-click the planetary fortress down, and it does fall. SCV's repairing or not. That's also the reason why the Marauder count has not been that high. We do have a Marine drop 2 on the other side of the map. Recall has completed. Woo! Medevac escapes with 1 HP for now. And now suddenly Clem has to make a decision. Yeah, he's got the better army. Yeah, he's got more units. Yeah, he may have a slight upgrade advantage, but, I mean, not until 3-3 is done. He needs to get something done here very soon, because otherwise he's going to fall behind very quickly economically. So he decides to push in. Oh, snipes the pylon as well before the warping can complete. A lot of those immortals are going to be amazing against Marauders, but against Marines and Ghosts, not really the best weapon of choice. There's also that expansion in the far top left that Clem doesn't currently know of. I don't think he's going to be able to hold this. Nah, no way. He needs to back off. Clem needs to go back. He has already been building another command center. As a matter of fact, he's got a 4th base done. I think it's about time we try to re-secure that position. Maybe go for the one over here. Oh, he doesn't know about this base. Clem has no idea that there's an expansion right over in the top left-hand corner. So, this very dicey spot. We're going into Disruptors? Really? Okay. I kind of figured we would build at least a bunch of Colossi first, but not the case. Maybe he doesn't feel like he can get away with it right now, because he's obviously the one under a ton of pressure. Colossi need upgrades to be good. Disruptors, well, I wouldn't consider them to be great units, but they can certainly get you out of very clutch situations, and Hero is definitely somebody who likes them. Okay. +3/+3. Finishing here. It's right after Clem, though, has also finished most of his aggression for now, as both players decide to breathe for a little bit. Expansion at the bottom of the map now also acquired here by Hero. He's trying to continuously grab those mineral fields. He never really has had a lot of money. Clem is actually going to chase this army for a bit. Man, if he knew about the base, he could actually snipe it. But if he doesn't know that it's there, he's making the assumption that this is the expansion that's been mining for a while already. Hero coming in once more. This is the first time that Clem will see a Disruptor. Okay, well, at the very least, he notices it before the Purification Nova goes off. Zealots awkwardly trailing behind. Good stutter step micro, though, as we have once more a bit of an all-army hotkey here. Looking at the movement on the mini-map. Hero sending every single one of his troops in this direction as quickly as possible. Liberator production has begun right here for Clem. This arc, though, for the Terran player is really good. He's trying to chase down these units. One of the Novas does connect. We have another Purification Nova, though, running through. Disruptor falls. Another one. Another one bites the dust. Clem's gonna have to micro backwards. That Widowmine, though, getting a good hit in. A lot of very low HP Zealots now. And Clem, coming back from the brink of defeat, is starting to take some really stellar fights. Another free Disruptor gets donated. Liberator's now up in the air. There's really no good counter for those in this Protoss army whatsoever. Storm joins in a little bit too late. We do have a Snipey available, but doesn't quite have the vision for it right now. Those Liberation Zones are going to be phenomenal. And indeed, the base at the 6 o'clock position is going to fall. Now Hero decides to go into a Colossus. I find it very ambitious. He doesn't have the ranged upgrade for the Colossus done. He doesn't really have an easy way to transition into it either. Clem is an absolute monster. Interestingly enough, by the way, the base all the way up here, the one that Clem was previously mining, now has a Nexus building on it. It's very far away from where Hero has spawned, but he believes maybe that's his way out of this conundrum. Okay. What a game. This is, by the way, a best of 5. I don't believe I've mentioned that yet. Clem right now decides to go all the way back home. Bunch of Stalkers here available to try and chase all of this down. Clem has not yet built a fusion core to go into the advanced ballistics upgrade. Getting into the range here would be amazing for those lips. It's expensive though, difficult to pull off. In the meantime though, we also have a large chunk of Terran army still available. Protoss decides to recall. Widow Mines do set off. Good snipey actually there by Hero. Setting off one of those Widow Mines before it could, well, for example, catch some of his High Templar. Disruptor up north, together with a bunch of other robo units. Liberators in this position would not hurt. Ranged upgrade or not, it doesn't matter for the Colossus. It's still getting a lot of damage done. Hero's trying to strike back once again. Clem is very split up at this point. He needs to be careful. He's got some of his reinforcements running in through the center, but this is only a portion of Terran's army. And that means indeed that Hero can push through this. This might just be the opportunity that he's been looking for this entire time. Looks like an orbital command is going to fall, at least with some target firing. Now the Marines and the Marauders, though, from the middle of the map have arrived. Can we get a storm? We can get a nice storm. A lot of the Protoss army here is contained in that corner. Expansion now is up and running, meaning that Hero can get some very quick warp-ins as well. Zealot, okay, runs into the Marines and the Marauders, forces a bit of friendly fire there as well. Dude, what a game. In my mind, Hero has been dead since about minute 7, after he was very far ahead. Up until that point, but he forgot some High Templar. Now all of a sudden though, despite him being substantially behind in supply, he's looking at the natural expansion of Clem, and Clem does not seem to have an answer. Clem decides to pull the SCVs from the low ground to try and get rid of that Colossus army once and for all, and I think that may just have been the one thing he needed to do, at least until the Zealot reinforcement showed up. Once more, Clem is forced to run away. He's got about as many medevacs as he's got actual fighting units. Lots of SCVs are going to fall here. Hero now, once more, has the actual economical advantage. Zealot warp in, once more coming in clutch. Stalker still available too, hitting whatever they can. Good EMP, but it probably should have gone onto the Zealots instead. Another Widow Mine though does detonate, and those Zealots are going to fall. I think Hero's actually overextending. I think Hero stopped believing in the strength of his army, as we have the Prism itself now going down. Clem here more than doubles the opponent's supply. There's 3 Stalkers remaining. That's the entirety of the army here, other than the Zealots. There is just not enough for Hero to really bring it back. And the Vikings landed on the ground. I believe Clem is now realizing that exact fact as well. Woo! GG. That was a beautiful game of StarCraft 2. Both players feeling absolutely desperate. Which is funny, because obviously there should really only ever be one player that's feeling desperate, right? It can only ever really be the case if there is a bit of a misread. But when both players are misreading the game, you get some extremely dicey scenarios, like the ones that we just now saw. Next up though, we find ourselves on King's Cove. This is match point for Clem, and it looks like Hero has decided that the way he wants to approach it this time around is by building a proxy Stargate. What's not to love? What's not to love about Hero's playstyle? You can make the argument that MaxPax is a little bit stronger in straight up macro. MaxPax doesn't really have any low lows, right? Like, you will never really catch MaxPax making big mistakes and having the High Templar coming in from the side. But Hero is certainly a lot more, let's call it explosive. Extremely unpredictable, very good at the game, sometimes a little sloppy. It is what it is. But at the very least, he's not afraid to build a proxy Stargate on the other side of the map. And this is one of those things that can really hurt the Terran player. So it's going to be a quick Oracle. Obviously, this saves him a few seconds that it otherwise would be building, right? It would be flying across the map. King's Cove is absolutely massive. Clem has been scouting the top of the map. But I don't believe that he is going to see any of this shenanigans until it hits the main. Did my neighbors just begin some home renovations in the middle of my cast? Ay, ay, ay. I think I hear somebody hitting the wall with a hammer. I don't think my microphone will pick it up, but I was trying to figure out what's going on, man. I suddenly heard dunk, 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 dunk. I was trying to figure out if it was in the game or not. All right, Oracle swoops in. Immediately, those SCVs are running away. Trying their very best to get to safety. 3 workers fall. Could have been better. Hero agrees. He decides to build another one. This is going to be the 3rd Oracle. Second one, the one that still has some energy, full HP. That one is now going into the main base, and it seems like Clem expected a single Oracle. He was fine against 1 Oracle. There's a Widow Mine over here, though. Very careful. Oh, dude, you're on the brink of death. Oh, okay, it's okay. It's okay. SCVs are not mining at the very least. Some really lovely micro here, actually. Keep in mind that these games are going to be played on the North American server because it's Europe going up against, well, Korea. So usually microing with that much ping is a little difficult. Lemdo showing us, or Hero rather showing us, that he is perfectly capable of it. Push at the front, not so successful here for Clem. I mean, he killed a pylon and he's now being a little bit of a nuisance, but obviously oracles are going to be quite good in this scenario. And those marines are not going to get anything done anymore. Oh, don't lose the medevac. Especially with all of these oracles now together, right? The medevacs are not going to be much useful. Well, apparently Clem has decided that he is going to test the water somewhere. I don't know if I like this hole too much. One of the oracles falls. Second oracle goes down as well, but it's going to come at the cost of the entirety of the Terran army. And that seemed like a very significant commitment there for a whole lot of nothing for Clem. Killing oracles is nice, but certainly not really worth it. Especially now that the 3rd Nexus, I mean, that 3rd Nexus was never going to go down with that. I'm a little surprised Clem decided to take that trade, even though resource-wise it's not the end of the world. It really does slow you down a bunch, and now there's a single Phoenix. I really like the Phoenix. Just using some lifting. The one leftover Oracle as well for revelating and... Or revelation, rather. Apparently I can't say revelating. There's one guy in the YouTube comment section that gets very upset at me when I say revelating. It's not the correct verb. He's revealing. How about that? The skill is called, though, the ability is called Revelation. Revelating. I feel like it should be okay. Anyway, it is what it is. Revelationing. Maybe I should call it Revelationing instead. Look, another Revelationing. Off the bunk. No, I don't know if I like Revelationing. Sometimes you gotta just test the words to feel what they sound like. Some nice revelations by Hero. Maybe what I should say is that Hero is revealing the opponent's things. Revelationing by Hero is going well so far. He's trying his best. Look at Hero, by the way, treating the entire map like his main base. Clem is just sort of cowering in a corner. Hero is already building a 4th Nexus. Look at the minimap. He's sprinkling units all over the place. This man's got vision for days. Clem, in the meantime, desperately trying to break out of his natural. We have a fake Colossus up in the air. Hero's playing this like such a bully. I like how Hero's confidence never really seems to falter, man. It's so nice to see. A lot of players would be quite demoralized after going 2-0 behind in a series. Because now you have to win 3 in a row against Clem. Who in the world wins 3 in a row against Clem. Hero's like, nah, I'll just keep playing. And you know what? Maybe if I fake it, it'll work out. Well, fake it until you make it. I guess it's a technical solution to the problem. I mean, he's at least pretending like he's extremely far ahead here, but I don't really know if I like it too much. Well, this time around, we have a real Colossus coming up with a real ranged as well. Something that was missing in the previous game because Hero couldn't really afford it. And despite making once more his army look absolutely massive here to Clem, taking some of those engagements and good force field. He was actually building up his economy there, so even though his army wasn't really that significant at all, Clem may just be believing that that was a significantly committed Protoss player, right? Like somebody who was looking to see if they could obtain a victory, but something that wasn't really done. And now maybe Clem believes that he is very far ahead. Either way, hallucinate it until you can revelate it, is what my mom always said. Maybe we can do some more revelationing inside of the natural expansion hero. Having some vision over here would be nice. Now, one of the problems though that Hero's running into is that this is King's Cove. Very difficult for him to just be pushing. This high ground is now pretty much impossible to break. Clem could even make a little bit of a wall off here, but he's got already like a dozen Widow mines set up. And with this many mines, how in the world are you gonna break it? So he's decided not to. He's once more decided to go for 2 expansions. So he's already gone up to an additional 2 expansions here once more. Kind of nuts, actually. He doesn't even have enough SCVs or enough probes to really be mining all of those mineral fields effectively. But apparently that doesn't matter. Yeah, on pretty much any other map, Clem would have been in a world of trouble. And I'm still not liking his position very much. But at least on King's Cove, he can get away with all of this. And at least get his army back under control. Now this is going to be a big test. Does Clem have enough to actually secure the expansion on the low ground? This is when he first breaking out of his shell here. This high ground has been nice and safe. Now that Clem is old enough, he needs to stand on his own legs. And is his army good to actually play against this level of Protoss? This is the big bad world over here, man. There's units that will deal splash damage to you. There's stasis wards that will try to trap you. Another hallucinated Colossus. Apparently, even when you do have the revelation real ones, you can still be faking it as well. More disruptors coming up. Here we go. Hero is deciding now to collapse on top of this Terran army. Some of the units get trapped against the wall. A force field helping out in that regard as well. The Vikings don't really know exactly which one they should be targeting down. One of the siege tanks does take a bunch of damage and will now indeed get sniped. 4th Command Center though is coming up. And despite the losses, Clem may actually be okay. Colossi on the wrong side of the wall. Oh, geez. It's forcing Hero to make a move forward. He's now deciding, though, to just ignore that planetary. Okay, nah. He decides to use the disruptors here to keep that Terran army at bay. Roll them in one at a time. And then it's gonna buy him enough time to at least kill the planetary itself. 11 SCVs have gone down. Colossi, though, are also to the ground. New Widow mines desperately try to burrow during all of this, but they get sniped before they can detonate. Hero once more, incredibly zealot heavy. Wow. Clem decides to tap out. Doesn't get the 4th base up and going. And that means we've got ourselves a series. I've seen a lot of Terran versus Protoss so far this year. This is probably my favorite one. Incredibly scrappy games. Honestly, that previous one was so oppressive by Hero. I'm not even really sure what Clem could have done differently. Hero was in full control ever since that push across the map didn't go so well for Clem. Right, so that Oracle proxy obviously is what started it all, and then, well, when Clem lost all of his troops on the other side of the map and he just sort of flung whatever he had left to the 3rd Nexus of Hero and he didn't get the kill on it, that was like at minute 4 or so. He stuck around, he stayed alive, and he still managed to get a 200 supply economy going, but it was just never quite enough. Really well handled by Hero. Hero not overextending his advantage. Hero not really yeah, overestimating his position in that game at all. He just kept going, slowly macroed up. Well, I say slowly. Quickly macroed up. He had like 4 Nexi. And then he had a 5th and a 6th, and he just kept expanding. Either way, he played it out brilliantly. And he struck when the iron was hot. When Terran moved down to the low ground, he did not hesitate. There was a bit of a moment, though, right when the planetary fortress finished up, and Clem didn't immediately die. That seemed to be the best opportunity for Clem to get back into the swing of things. Ooh. Okay, he's feeling it. Body blocking over here with a probe, gets that Reaper as well. Hellion now comes across the map. Momentum is already shifting. Cute play right there by Hero. Clem definitely can be a bit of an emotional player. I don't think Hero really cares. Hero is always known at offline tournaments as the Smiling Assassin. Not really a name that a lot of people still know him by, but the Smiling Assassin is still a pretty apt username for Hero. He really, like, he takes opponents down with a smile and he never really seems to be too bothered. Clem is not the most emotional Terran player out there, but I have seen him get very frustrated in the past. And especially over like the last half year or so, we've seen more keyboard smashes from Clem than ever before. Another move like that, another body block with the exact same probe in the exact same position. Cute plays right there by Hero. Well, let's see if he can now capitalize on it, because he's got some free units. This is honestly when Clem... This is what Clem starts doing when he's a little tilted, when he's a little frustrated. He starts testing the waters and try to, you know, double up, go big or go home, you know. He puts the house on red, hope for the best. Not generally the best approach. And he may just pay the price for it. Very quick robotics bay again, by the way. We do have good old Blink done at this point. We should have a... We don't have a prism? Really? We went double observer? Huh. No prism yet. So this is actually not going to be that committed. He's just going to macro behind it. Using a bunch of stalkers here to go up towards the high ground and just to be a nuisance. Stimpec is researching inside of this tech lab. It's a bit weird to be making all of this... Like, it's a bit weird to be making triple gate, a robo facility, and then go double observer into a third nexus together with a robo bay. I'm not exactly sure what the reasoning here is for Hero. I wonder if he meant to just make 2 gateways or if he was planning on just being more aggressive. This feels very middle of the road. Like, this was aggression and economy and tech. Usually you pick 2 of the 3. Either way, maybe Hero believes he can get away with all of it, and so far he is okay. But I'm assuming he meant to go Observer into Prism, and then when he realized he went Observer into Observer, he's like, well, I guess I get a Robo Bay going, and we just kind of pretend like we didn't mean to go Triple Gate. There's something a little weird here going on. It's okay for Hero, it shouldn't really matter too much. But I don't think this was entirely according to game plan. Either way, third Nexus is now up and running, and we do have a Colossus. Obviously, sometimes mistakes like that can also trick Clem a little bit. Where Clem is looking at this, he's like, wait a second, this is weird. Like, how do we... Koreans are kind of known, though, for having some weird tendencies sometimes. This is the type of stuff you would never see out of MaxPax. At least, I don't really remember seeing MaxPax make, like, accidental mistakes like that. It's a very Hero-esque thing to do. But sometimes confusing the opponents because you played a game suboptimally is actually a legit strategy. Anti-timings and everything suddenly becomes a lot more terrifying. Either way, the transition here is into the good old charge. We have our Disruptor coming up. Stimpec at this point is done. We have the, combat shields now finishing. There's the +1 infantry attacks too. And it looks like this game was actually hosted without any of the observer features. Which is why we don't see anything showing up on the right side of the screen or anything onto the structures. Shouldn't matter too much. But maybe this game was rushed a little. Double Robo facility coming up. And Hero is going to just double down. We're once more playing a big macro game. At the very least, that's the vibe I'm getting. So far, Clem, by the way, has just been trying to play this sort of game. Just kind of funny. Like, Clem is generally quite aggressive in this matchup. But so far in this series, he just hasn't really been able to get going, because Hero is constantly being, well, a bit of a jerk. He's hitting the opponent in the face, lots of proxies, loads of aggression. And it may just be the way to play against Clem. Now, in this game, Clem is gonna get his wish. In this game, Clem gets to do whatever he likes. And Hero is saying, yo, we'll clash armies later on into the game instead. Intentional or not, that is the situation we find ourselves in right now. Oh, sorry about that, Jimmy. We get units warped in right on top of your corpse. It's a little, yeah, a little morbid. 5th Nexus coming up too. 4th Command Center starts up as the 5th Nexus starts up, so Hero certainly does not have a bad eco here, but you do have to keep in mind that, of course, mules are very powerful. So economically, Clem here is just fine. Already, though, he's setting up shop again. Lots of vision all around the map. Clem has decided to now go into the armory. We don't yet have the +1 armor done, but he is going to be able to start up the +2 miss or the +2 infantry attacks here regardless. Ghost Academy, now that the 3rd base is fully up and running. And we should see additional barracks here in just a moment. So we're building. Today we're playing infrastructure, apparently. Well, after all of those very action-packed games, it's nice to see a nice, comfortable, very conventional beginning as well. Dark Shrine here is done for Hero. Generally not super aggressive, more or less just a upgraded version of a Dark Templar run-by. We're gonna go into all of the Robo-based speed upgrades as well. There's an Observer speed, there's a War Prism speed, all of them are very good. Especially the Prism speed. And this will be when Clem is once more gonna try, ooh, careful, whether or not he can secure a 4th base. Very difficult to break Terran when they're on 3 bases, but this is that opportunity, right? When Terran is moving out. Problem is, on ley lines, if you compare this to, for example, King's Cove, on King's Cove, you really have to commit as Terran, right? You have to go down that low ground, and like the previous map we were just on, you have to really suddenly present yourself to the map. On this map, it's not quite the same deal. Clem can just, awkwardly expand horizontally, but it's also slightly away from the opponent. So it's not really too scary. Ooh, Hero decided, though, that apparently he's going to give his opponent the moment to breathe. And then show up once more with his Disruptors. He's going extremely Disruptor heavy, by the way. He's going 2 more Robos, and he's already pumping out 2 Disruptors at a time. Are we going mass Disruptor? Is that the plan? I mean, we're going Dark Templar Blink and 4 Robo Disruptor. That seems to be what we're cooking up here. It's a Hero strategy and a half. Well, the siege tank is already going down. Bunch of units going in from the back as well. We have the Vikings landing on the ground. Marines and Marauders, though, using their Stimpaks to just chase this army away. Bunch of Medevacs a bit overextended, but not enough Stalkers here to really be a nuisance. This is dangerous here for Hero, though, because he just spent so much money on things that haven't really kicked in yet. I think he still survives, but the fact that he committed to that big of an engagement, I guess he saw the opportunity and he decided to just take it with both hands, but it's very dangerous when you just invest, well, a few thousand minerals and gas into infrastructure, right? Like things that don't really do you anything good yet, to then go for the push. Here we go. We're just pumping out Disruptor after Disruptor after Disruptor here. Ooh. Pushes around the site. Mass repair here onto the planetary. And that planetary really is keeping a lot of this safe. Difficult for Hero to break this spot. He's hoping for the big win. Cheeky little Raven, waiting all the way up north. Oh, is he really gonna commit once more? Using the Disruptors mostly as a zoning tool. This is so committed, though, by Hero. Do we really need to be doing this, Hero? I mean, using the Disruptors to keep the door wide open and then eventually not kill the planetary, it's risky, but the trades have not been terrible. One of the Colossus escapes with like 1 HP. This planetary is having a grand old day. It is designed to do exactly what it's up to right now. Colossus here does full. Additional Zealots are showing up. Okay, Disruptors are going to try and hold the door open once more, but this time around they decide to jam the door shut. It's a weird way to keep it open, and again, it does not look like it's actually good enough. 13 confirmed kills on the Planetary Fortress itself. Vikings land on the ground once more. We had a Viking, a landed one, getting picked up inside of a medevac to save it from a purification nova. Clem forced to micro his butt off. He does smash his piggy bank though, goes into the 3-3 research. That'll be really nice. But against Disruptors, it's, well, all or nothing, right? It's very hit or miss. Upgrades don't really do you as much good when you're playing against this many Novas. Okay, we have some Immortals coming up. Some additional Colossi will be joining the battlefield as well. I can't believe we have this much Robo Facility production. I kind of love it. This has not been common over the last few months. The Disruptor is considered to be quite a weak unit these days, since it can no longer one-shot Marauders, right? So that's a big change since the new patch. But Hero is showing us that it's still certainly something that you need to be considering here as Terran. In the meantime, there is a Stalker push as well on the other side of the map. Clem trying to sneak out a command center there. It's funny how this small group of Stalkers, well, they achieved within his entire army. And all of its ancestors have not been able to get to. Again, Disruptors rolling forward. Planetary falls. And with it, Clem decides to tap out. And that means it all comes down to this. Can Hero complete the reverse sweep against Clem? Hero is clearly feeling it today. Hyper aggression, weird strategies, build orders that don't even really make sense, proxies all around the map. And apparently we're gonna try and see if we can finish this series in the same way that it began. By a proxy pylon in the middle of the map. And I'm assuming proxy gateways. Yeah. Well, throughout a series of StarCraft, momentum is a very real thing. Not that long ago, Clem was leading this series comfortably, 2-0. Not a comfortable match. None of the games were easy. But certainly a comfortable lead in a best of 5. Now suddenly, though, the score has evened up, and you're clearly playing against a Protoss player who is ready to throw the kitchen sink at you. Right? Like, he will do anything it takes. Now, it's only going to be a single gate. In the first game of the series, he decided to do a double proxy gateway. That one didn't work. Clem actually defended it flawlessly. 4 Zealots into, what was it, like 4 Stalkers as well. Clem didn't even really seem to bother, or he didn't really seem to be particularly bothered by it. Whew. Second game of the series was an absolute banger too, man. Ooh. Third game? Fourth game? Like, this entire series has been amazing. Now, it's just gonna be a Zealot. Zealot is nice. Not the end of the world, but nice. One thing to note, though, is that Hero decided to proxy a pylon in the middle of the map, and then he used that probe for scouting. So even though Clem has not seen what's going on, that probe showed up awfully early. Not that strange in, like, Protoss versus Zerg. Protoss players will be sending probes across the map all the time. Are we... Okay, I was gonna say, are you trying to hide it against Clem? This isn't Diamond League, Hero. Hiding a probe in your opponent's main base that you've been scouting with for a minute, like, that would be impressive. Either way, this would be... There's certainly a chance here that Clem is a bit concerned about the situation. I would not be surprised if he is gonna, figure out exactly what he's playing against right now. But he may have already had a good understanding of it. Adept should be able to finish the job. Yep. The long arm of the Adept always reaches. That's what my grandma told me when I was just a little boy. And we're gonna start knocking on the Terran's door. Alright, let's see. Now again, this is mostly just to be a nuisance. Eventually, we should see a Cyclone coming out, and Cyclones are gonna be amazing against this sort of thing. But it's a skill check. And a very annoying thing to have to play against, because what in the world are you expecting now on the back of this, right? Like, what else is Hero going to do? Well, generally, they're not going to give you a gateway and a pylon. So, if that's the case, it's safe to assume this is going to be continued aggression here from the Protoss player. Nice little bit of SCV shoveling, by the way. We'll be able to keep this alive eventually, and We have a starport now on the back of this too. So Clem is not really slowing down that much. So weird. Just a random sentry being produced in the middle of El Dorado. He did knock down the one mineral field over here too to get some vision on the watchtower. So at the very least he can get a glimpse of the Terran army moving in. Or maybe a Cyclone moving in a little bit further north. Nexus on the low ground is done. Mineral fields are being mined out over here too, as the one probe, I think from the middle of the map, has now shown up over here, and he's thinking about already making another Nexus. I'm not so sure if that's the best call. Clem also, yeah, moving down the low ground, he needs to be extremely careful with these expensive units of his. Yes, they're Marines. Yes, they're only 50 minerals, but at this phase in the game, that is so much money. Zealot goes down, but a lot of Marines do as well. The Cyclones are pretty much, yeah, invulnerable at this point. Not really a whole lot you can do. I love this entire series from Hero. Like, Clem is playing as we expect Clem to play. It's almost quote-unquote boring, right? Because he's very good at normal StarCraft. Did he overextend, though? That's my question. Because those Cyclones are still going to be so good. Maybe not entirely invincible, but they're still extremely hard to beat. Yeah, Clem here is showcasing some excellent control. And he is going to be able to shove that Protoss player off his lawn, but... a third Nexus is building on the back of this too. Clem is not going to have an easy time scouting it. Not until the medevac maybe sees it. But are you really ambitious enough at this phase for you to fly like 2 Cyclones and a medevac across the map? That would be weird. Maybe if you're ByuN, you would like to go ahead and do so. But the third Nexus will likely be unscouted for now. Hard to tell if this is going to be like a full-on all-in from Protoss. And what sort of tech you can really expect. Well, 5.5 almost minutes into the game, we have a Twilight Council coming up. Shield battery building inside of the main mineral line too. It looks like Clem for now, though, is going to settle with just killing the warp gate. Yep, good idea. Should be able to get away here relatively easily. It does mean that your main base is wide open. Nothing that can really protect you on this side of the map for now, but it should be okay. Does he pick up on the fact that the mineral field has been mined out? Yeah, I think he just saw it. Yeah. So he realizes now that he's been spotted. And SCV, though, is also going to try and do a similar job here to allow a bit of a wider opening. There is a Liberator that has now seen the third Nexus. So that's one way to get a little bit of vision for it. So we have a couple of Stalkers doing a weird mating dance inside of the main base. Charge. Charge is going to be the first upgrade now for Hero. Stimpack, of course, the first one here for Clem, who's now feeling like maybe he can be the aggressor, and I don't entirely disagree with him. 2 siege tanks, actually. That's really nice. This might just be the opportunity that Clem has been looking for. Clem is very used to the aggression that MaxPax goes for. Turns out Hero likes to employ very different builds, but this is a wonderful push that is going to be super difficult for Hero to break without charge and without blink. And that means that the third Nexus is in a world of trouble. Finally, I feel like for the first time, Clem manages to strike back in like 3 entire matches. I feel like he hasn't really been able to do that much. There is a new Nexus building already to replace the one that has just gone down. But this was something here for Clem that is extremely valuable. Siege tanks are saved as well. He's going to bring them back home inside of the plane. He doesn't know if Blink is going to finish up. It was charge first. So not a whole lot here that can really be done to chase those Terran units away. And Jimmy and his friends will be able to make their way home here. And they will eventually get Stimpack and combat shields as well in a few minutes. Okay. Random pylon in the middle of the map too at the bottom. Clem is going to try and see if maybe Jimmy can help out in that regard. Snipe that unit for now. Whew. Looks like we've got a little bit of time to breathe. There hasn't been much of that. Zealot run by going around. Hero is thinking that maybe a third command center could already be set up over there, and it turns out he is correct. It's just that 6 Zealots, I mean, this is enough to, like, not want to lose him. Yeah. But also not really enough to deal any real damage unless Terran is on the other side of the map. Still 300 minerals here, maybe 400 minerals down the drain. Okay. New Nexus in the far top left. And even though Hero wanted to originally play the small version of this map, right? Where both players just expand towards the bottom and you just fight for this little bit of terrain. After the Nexus fell here, both players have now decided that they're gonna play the large version of the map. We should probably make something here. Okay. Oh, he starts up an SCV. We should probably make an orbital. Clem is on the hunt. One siege tank a little far back, but still no blink. Hard to really achieve anything. And at this phase in the game, Hero also doesn't have any real splash damage. He needs to win with just the sheer number of Zealots and Stalkers that he has, but I don't think he's got enough. Charge has already been shown here. Okay, a little force field's good enough, I guess. Maybe pick them up, get away. Siege tanks, though, still dealing a tremendous amount of damage. Is Clem gonna go home? I don't think so. No, I think he's looking for a better angle. It's a bit too predictable now, but it also gives the opponent some time. It will be Colossi, by the way. We also do have the ranged upgrade. The armor upgrade coming up for the ground army, too. Ghost Academy inside of the main base. 4th command center now also building here for Clem. Double gas here taken to be able to actually produce all of those ghosts. I think Hero was in a world of trouble there. I think Clem could have committed with that push quite a bit more. He decided not to, because charge slots are real scary and you never really know with Hero how many units he truly has. Again, Hero is very good at making his army look bigger than it actually is. So you never really know, right? Is that the same group of Zealots that you just now saw, or is this a different group of Zealots? Worst thing that you can have is you're kiting forward with your Marines and Marauders, and then the Zealots swoop in around the back and kill your siege tank line. Okay, we have a Doom drop in the main base. There are a lot of Stalkers already waiting, but I don't think it's going to be enough. One Immortal as well, but not really working in the fight as well. Siege tank sieges up. Gonna be able to put in some additional support as well. In the meantime, the rest of the Terran army is in the middle of the map, trying to hunt down another expansion. This fight indeed has been won by the Terran player, and now the siege tanks are in a pretty good spot. We do need a couple of Zealots charged over in that location. They do indeed clear out the siege tanks, but the Widow Mines also clear out a lot of the Zealots. Clem right now, though, taking a dominating supply advantage. He's building another command center there, too. That one's gonna grow a little planetary fortress head on top of itself. Recall towards the main base to finally force that drop to disappear. But Clem has now got this series in both of his hands. A substantial supply lead, one that he has never seen throughout this series. He fired up 2-2 as well. Ghosts are now also supplementing this army very nicely. And it's now only a handful of units that still really remain here for Hero. He's got enough to split up his troops. Clem decides to just put everything in one big ball, and it looks like the second Colossus over there also falls. Only one remains. Expansion in the far top left, now in a world of trouble. There's a new medevac drop inside of the main base too. Zealot warp-in is gonna be forced. And that means, of course, that there will be even less units here at the front to truly defend. And I think this sealed the deal. It is going to be Clem who obtains the victory in this amazing Best of 5 series. But man, he had to fight for it. So, I loaded all the replays from the Team Liquid map contest onto my computer this morning. And most of the replay files are like 100 kilobytes, maybe 200 kilobytes big. This particular file of this particular game is well over a megabyte. Now, I haven't seen a single game on Tokamak yet, so I guess we'll have to find out together. Spotting right here in the top right-hand corner. I mean, take a guess. Who do you think is going to be the Terran player that has an extremely long game to their name? This, of course, can only be Spirit. Spirit is a man who loves command centers. It has to be Spirit. His opponent, somebody who's not scared of playing Terrans in the late game. Who do you think it is? Of course, we're looking at Rogue's main, Hatchery. Long, drawn-out games of StarCraft 2 are currently not very common. I don't really know exactly how long this game is going to be, but judging off of the fact that this is, at least for StarCraft 2 replay, file size is a massive game. I haven't looked at the timer, but I think we're going to be here for a little bit. So, hope you got yourself a drink. I've got myself a very large water bottle. As we are going to experience one of these new maps together. Now, like I said, this is from the map contest, meaning that you can go ahead and vote for example, this map if you want to. I'll leave a link to the Team Liquid thread where you can go ahead and do so down below. From what I've seen so far, though, the maps are really, really fun. This is one of my favorite times, actually, to be a StarCraft caster and a StarCraft fan. The maps have such an important part of balance, like such a critical part of the StarCraft 2 matchmaking, that I think it's a lot of fun to watch pro gamers figure out how these sort of things work. Now, so far, everything's very normal. Honestly, across the map, I'm not really noticing anything crazy all too often. This kind of looks like one of those maps that is crafted with the same old recipe, but using slightly different ingredients. Yeah, I guess these over... Oh, I remember why this map was interesting. Oh, yep. So I read all of the descriptions, and I looked at the maps when they were first announced. The finalist, that is. This is one of the finalists. These cooling towers... So this is the map's, you know, special twist. Most of the maps are, like, relatively normal, but then they have like, a special twist. So the base is over here in the middle. There's one over here and then also one over here. When you destroy the cooling towers, they fall down, and they crush the mineral fields. Now, I don't really know exactly how useful that's going to be for gameplay implications, but if you can... I mean, say, for example... Well, I mean, this is likely going to be a long game. Say one of these bases is going to be acquired, and you're trying to deny your opponent's resources in the late game. If you can knock down the cooling tower, you can prevent that entire base from mining. So Spirit, you know, might just have to deal with a Zerg player who's just going to, like, run a million Banelings into a cooling tower or something and then crush the mineral line. I mean, it's a cool idea. I don't know if it's actually useful. And we would have to do math to try and figure out when it is effective to roll in Banelings, for example. I don't think you really want to do that. But, yeah, I'm excited to find out exactly how this ended up going down, because this is one of those bases that I think we generally don't see until the absolute late game. I don't think it's a base you really want to be taking until, well, you absolutely have no other chance or no other choice. Ooh, look at that. We have a little Reaper ledge in the middle of the map. Curious. Normally those are only around, yeah, right around the main base. Aw. Can you put a siege tank on here? Please tell me you can't put a siege tank on here. Considering it's the first thought that I have, it's also gonna be going through Spirit's head right now. Maybe it's not the end of the world. It's quite far away, but it is something that looks like you could have a siege tank sieged up on. No, I don't think so. I don't think it would fit. What's going on here? So this is just a decorative part of the map, but I just want to see what's happening here. What is this? Something's happening, dude. Does not look particularly healthy. Hey, it's the iCruiser again. Are you operational? That's beautiful. Okay. I looked up what tokamak meant, and it had something to do with nuclear energy, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe that's what we've got going on over here. So far, though, macro-focused game by both players, and we do, interestingly enough, have a quick armory coming up for Spirit. Spirit has got a bunch of Hellions. We're doing a Hellbat push. This is a bit of a funky attack. Yeah, he's already got concussive shells. There's a landed Viking. We are going queen hunting. Concussive shelled him down. Turn to Hellbats. We're not. Oh, we're just going to surround Brenda. So we made the armory, but that didn't transform them. I mean, there's still a load of queens on the back of this. This is an uncommon attack in 2025. We don't really see this all too frequently anymore, but I quite like it. I always like the concussive shells with this, because it's making it impossible for Zerg to retreat. Medevac does go down, but already a lot of damage is being done to the Zerg. I think across the board, this is totally fine right here for Terran. You kind of want to keep the medevac though if you have any choice in the matter, but this has really slowed down the Zerg player a ton. So that'll be the end. Maybe another Zergling will go down. Maybe some more damage will be dealt, but this will be the end for the early game harassment here for Spirit. And he ends up killing 7 queens. That's a lot of resources lost. Now, how do you capitalize on this as a Terran player? Option A, go for an attack. Try to see if you can win the game. Very popular option. Maybe not right now, but you can go for a timing attack a minute or two from now, right? Option B, make a command center. And then make another command center. And then when you have those command centers, make another command center. And then what you could do after that is make another command center. And then after, you get the point. I think Spirit will probably go for option B. That is what Spirit likes to do. And hey, some people criticize it. I mean, maybe I am criticizing it. Who knows? But ultimately, it is a perfectly viable way to play the game. You know, a lot of StarCraft players, when they want to get good at the game, they will set themselves like a daily games goal. So say, for example, you want to get good at StarCraft and you're like, I'm going to play 10 ladder games a day, or 20, or 30. A lot of programmers will play about that many. I don't think Spirit ever did that. I think Spirit just played StarCraft, and he just tries to come up with the best win condition, and he really does not care if one game for him takes 45 minutes. If he can play 4 games in an entire day, you know, at least like 4 focused practice games, he's totally fine with that. And it's a bit of a different mindset, and it results into a bit of a different playstyle. But it's cool to see. So see, let's see, where does he take this game? He is playing Bio, by the way, so I have seen him play a bunch of mech as of late. This does not look like a mech game. Although what isn't now may still come in the future. But this is going to be very quick. I mean, I say that. Now, we do have a 4th command center coming up, and we do have barracks 6, 7, and 8 right now. So he does actually have all of the bio production. He can certainly be aggressive. Yeah, he can do whatever he likes from here. And I think being aggressive while expanding is actually the correct way to play this. Rogue, by the way, also is still macroing up really nicely. Heads off to Rogue here. One problem, though, with losing 7 queens is that you can't lay down the creep tumors here. So the creep is really what's hindering him, so he has to give up on that base. Rogue instead goes for the expansion on the left side of the map. It's a little further away. He has a few active creep tumors that we could still certainly spread. Why would you spread them that way, Rogue? Why that way? No. Okay, well, fine. Never cross creep, guys. Crossing creep tumors is not okay. Okay, you can do whatever you like, but also you should probably make maximum distance a thing. Hive coming up. Please no ultras. Please no ultras. Please no ultras. My 2025 theory so far is that whenever we see ultras, Zerg loses the game. I really hope for Rogue's sake he's not going to make ultras. But also, I kind of want to see ultras because I love ultras, but also I think they're kind of mediocre. And this is looking an awful lot like an ultra game because we have 2-2, but nothing else. No Hydra then. No real transition to anything else. No Spire. No Lurkers. None of that. So this has to be ultras. Right here. Right here. I know we're being aggressive right now, but we're retreating. Adrenal glands, and then right here. Oh! Yo! Even a broken caster is right twice a year, as they say. That's beautiful.
How Loco pre-watched the game?
I did not pre-watch the game. I just get it wrong most of the time. Got it right once, though. Very nice. 2-2 right here for Spirit. Just about to wrap up. Adrenal glands, by the way, in my mind, is the more important upgrade. I think you would actually research adrenal glands 4 times before you would ever want to make an Ultra Cavern. But this is effectively Rogue going for an Ultralisk Rush. Yep, and, well, apparently we're once more bringing out the Overlord strategy as well. So, he did, by the way, click the Ultra Cavern, and he immediately fired up the upgrades. So he must have seen the spawning pool. He just purposely did not make it. And we're rushing out Ultras. Now, this is not Mass Overseer. This is a different approach from Rogue here altogether. We're going for a little Zergling drop. There is no... Oh, it's coming. There's no sensor tower yet surrounding the main base, but by the time Rogue hits it, well, I think it's going to appear on the radar immediately here for Spirit. He doesn't have vision. Abort, abort, abort. Rogue wanted to go, but that's a little unlucky for him. 12 Overlords, by the way, coming up. Why did we not go Adrenal Glands? There is zero reason to not make Adrenal Glands. Adrenal Glands is 40% attack speed for Zerglings. Like, we are already shopping for... Look at this. We're making 27 additional Overlords here, okay? We could have certainly afforded it. How many OVs do we have now? We're getting 30 Overlords with already 16 of those bad boys. Then we have a bunch of Dropper Lords too. We have a load of stuff. Oh my, dude, if this is going to be a long game of StarCraft and he never gets Adrenal Glands, I am going to lose my mind. I may even cry myself to sleep. I'm actually just double checking 17 times, but it's not happening. All right, so this is something only Rogue does. Mass Overseer spam is incredibly powerful when played correctly. It's just that Terran players have been playing Knight as Whack-A-Mole for a while now. By the way, he's mining the base that I said was never going to be mined. Sick. We're suddenly collapsing from every single site. Overlord drop also goes in right now. Aggression across the board, but I think it was mostly just to lead this particular attack towards the main base. Additional Nidus Worms now also coming up. Ultras are going to just plow through whatever they can hit. No Adrenal Glands is actually just like a straight up error. I really hope for Rogue's sake that he realizes here in the near future that his units do not deal the damage that they are supposed to. But generally, Zerglings are not a unit that you keep your camera on for particularly long. So you just kind of, you know, attack move or shift Q and look at the commands maybe, but you don't really sit there and watch. So if you're not sitting there and you're not really watching, you may not pick up on the fact that the Lings don't deal the damage that they're supposed to. And that is going to be a critical mistake here for Rogue. Sensor tower being remade now. $15 additional Overseers coming up. We are going 35 Overseers. I would say that's about 33 too many. But Rogue disagrees. So, in case you've never seen this playstyle before, it's very cool. The general idea, as we do have another Overlord drop coming in, but Snipies are going to prevent that, and he does decide to retreat. The general idea is that you make a lot of these. So for a little bit of energy, you can drop a Changeling down to the ground, and generally, Terrans will shut them down with relative ease. But since they don't pop up on the minimap, and there's no obvious indicator for Terran that there is a Changeling in their army, other than like by looking at the unit's movement, but again, StarCraft's a high APM game, you don't spend a lot of time on the same camera view. Usually a few will slip through the cracks, at which point you can use them to pop down Nidus Worms, and it's extremely cool. But also extremely expensive. Oh no. Oh, what? The planetary didn't die? Come on, we go back now. We gotta check that this was not Adrenal Glands. Expertly defended so far by Spirit, though. I don't think Spirit has lost anything. Well, I mean, he lost a little bit, but about half as much as the Zerg. I can't believe he never got it. It is such a critical research. Okay, I will shut up about it now. Maybe I won't. All right, here we go. More Changelings going across. Tactical Nuke also being researched here by Spirit. So he may very well get some of those bad boys out. And even though we were playing Bio, we're slowly making a transition now towards additional factories. And we may just end up playing Ghost Mech. Here we go again. Siege tanks manually targeting them down. Fun fact, by the way, about changelings that I did not know until I was playing the game for about 10 years. You don't have to attack move to kill a changeling. It is still considered an enemy unit. You can just right-click it. I, embarrassingly so, in many of my games, have attack moved onto banelings, or onto changelings rather, or at least units that I thought were changelings. And I may have killed many of my own units historically, and I always wondered how pro gamers do it. You don't attack move them, you just right-click them. This took me an embarrassingly long time. Like, I played tens of thousands of games before I knew this. Anyway, maybe not tens of thousands, I don't know. I played a lot of games. We have another attack wave headed in the exact same direction. I mean, that's a lot of Ultras and a lot of Banelings. And just in general, a lot of damage here dealt by the Zerg. It's just that I don't know if it's worth it. There's even a planetary in the main now. Spirit is so done, he built a ring of missile turrets and a planetary in the corner too. Good luck trying to sneak anything by that. I guess we're not at a 2-to-1 ratio anymore, but this is still going phenomenally well here for Spirit, who's just cooking up a late game. A specialty Polish dish by Spirit. It's so funny, man. Like, all the pro gamers hate playing long late games, and Spirit is like, no, it's okay. Okay. No, maybe not everybody hates it, but a lot of pro gamers don't enjoy it. Tactical nukes! Bring them on! Oh, it's right over here. Right over here. On the next, or on the planet, what? The Hive itself. There is in the meantime a big attack as well. Is there enough here though for the Terran player to defend at home? I think so. Pew, 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 pew. I mean, he's carving a bit of a path. But ultimately, with all of these attacks, what is Rogue really killing? Like, what is he really achieving? Does Spirit care about losing 13 SCVs, 16 SCVs? Not really. That was a big attack. At this point, we have... how many command centers? We have 12 command centers available. Unless I missed a couple that were already morphing in. Either way, we have a lot of CCs. So, just like one wave of production is all it really takes. I don't think Spirit really needs additional command centers at this point. Like 50 seems like the right number at the 19-minute mark. Now we're going into the Liberators too. So this is full Ghost Mech now, with still a bunch of Marines and Marauders too, just to continue the harassment. Let's see. I actually quite like that he's sticking around on a bio-based army for a bit longer. Historically, Spirit would always make the transition here towards like full Ghost Mech. But you kind of lose that punching power, you know? Like these outer bases are actually really important to knock down. The general idea here for Rogue, by the way, in case you're wondering why he's just running his head into a wall. The general idea here for Rogue is that he's gonna be able to mine more than half the map. So obviously there's a finite amount of resources on a map. And as long as you can shut down bases of your opponent on the outside and eventually mine them yourself, or just deny them repeatedly while you mine your own side of the map. If you can mine 80% of the map's resources, right? Like your cost inefficiency is completely irrelevant. Now, Rogue can maybe hope for like a 60% at best. But if you can take both the bottom right and then also the top left and somehow, some way mine them out, that is an entire base that he is getting extra, and one from Spirit that he is getting denied, right? So that's a major swing, resource-wise. And that can justify a lot of these very ineffective trades. So if he mines an entire extra base on the Terran, that would more than justify all of this aggression so far. Another problem that Spirit sometimes runs into a little bit, and I'm not entirely sure if this is even an issue, but something that I always perceive as an issue, is when he gets a bit carried away making too many command centers. This is a weird Terran problem, but a lot of Terrans are like, I have 2,000 minerals. I must make 17... Hey, look, the minerals died. I must make 17 additional command centers, and I just end up with like 28 command centers. And, like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like, 28 command centers is not even unheard of. But you just end up with a stupid amount of command centers, and then those command centers never really pay for themselves. Like, they technically pay for themselves with 2 mules. So 2 mules will mine as much as a command center plus an orbital command costs, give or take. But, obviously, if there's no minerals to mine, you can't get the value. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. So there's certainly an upper limit to the effectiveness here. Rogue is, by the way, continuously trying here. And this is now starting to work out. Spirit has been defending this really nicely for a long time, but now the reinforcing links are popping out, and Rogue has been absolutely relentless. Base in the top left though, the knight once more. Reinforcing Terran units show up. Man. I want to believe in the power of the Ultra. Oh my god. Big Daddy Ultra decided to borrow underground. Your haircut is sticking out, dude. Maybe you shouldn't pick a mohawk if you're an Ultra. Ooh. Wow. Today I learned that apparently when you knock down the rocks over here, there's still room. He's making it! Oh my god! I almost missed it! Guys! He did it! It took him only 15 minutes more than it should have, but he did it! Incredible. Yeah, that upgrade is what is causing a lot of these ineffective traits. So I think Rogue finally looked at some of his units and realized that it wasn't going so well. He researched it after losing more than 600 Zerglings already. It's interesting how, like, oftentimes the most important upgrades are the ones that are most commonly missed. It's sloppy. Generally what happens, right? You go up to Hive Tech, you click the thing, you hit the hotkey for the upgrade, and then you make the Ultra Cavern and you click all of the other things at the same time. This is like one of those muscle memories that you really have ingrained. And sometimes you run out of resources because your macro's been too good. This is a real issue you run into as a StarCraft player, I guess. And I'm assuming that may be what happened. Like, Rogue make the Ultra Cavern, and then he started up the upgrades, but he must have just not had the resources for it. Swarm hosts! Shut the... What? Ooh, okay. We have just made 12 swarm hosts. Rogue is ready to throw the kitchen sink at the opponent next. You know what? I actually quite like the idea. I just don't know if it's good. This, like I said, has been a complete... inefficient trait so far for Rogue. Like, this entire game up to this point, 0 efficiency. However, Swarm Hosts are one of the very few units that generally gain value over time. I think Rogue has given up on the idea of being able to mine more than 50% of the map. So now we're trying to switch into full cost efficiency and make up for this resource deficit. So Ultralisks, I mean... they have not done their jobs. I think a lot of it, though, is the adrenal glands, generally. The adrenal glands are so powerful. Now, this base is also obviously one, though, that Spirit is supposed to take. So I think Spirit has effectively said, yo, you can just take all of the map. I will take my little section here, but this is still an entire extra base that Rogue is mining. Greater Spire coming up. Corruptors are here. We're playing Lingbane Ultra into Ultra, or sorry, Lingbane Ultra into Ultra, sure. Lingbane Ultra into Nidus, into Swarmhost, into Brute Lords. I don't think he's shown the Swarmhost yet though, has he? Maybe he's already fired a wave and I missed it, but... I think what Spirit is doing here is way better. This base though is a problem. By the time that Spirit gets to a position where he can actually acquire this expansion, it's already going to be mined out. He can hope maybe to take the mirrored location on the other side of the map, and that's not a terrible choice. He will be, yeah, mining up some of these scraps. But Rogue actually sent a lot of drones to this base early, and the majority of the resources are already gone. He also ended up losing some of the mineral fields over here when those rocks got destroyed. So that's also actually quite an impactful moment. He lost like maybe 4 or so half mined mineral fields, whereas on the other side of the map, those blue mineral fields are still mineable. We have another ultra push inside of the main base. Another Nidus Worm as well now, this time around a bit closer to home. I think that's where those ultras are thinking of heading next. Ship weapons level 2 get denied. Tactical nuke, I mean, oh. There's a second Ghost Academy. Tactical nuke has been sent towards that base that I was trying to highlight, and that is one way to quickly clear it out. The red dot was noticed though, and he decides to, well, evacuate the drones just barely in time. Another group of changelings is slipping through the cracks. Nidus Worm on the left side of the map has been denied. This Ghost, it is going to get killed as well, but already... yeah, this is looking like a really, really powerful game now. And as much as I think Spirit's army here is prepared to deal with late-game Zerg, in a very strange way, he is not prepared to deal with Swarm Hosts, which are considered to be like an early mid-game unit at best. So... Swarm Hosts are... the problem with Swarm Host is that they are very heavy in supply. And obviously they can only actually deal damage when their Locust ability is available to them, which is on a long cooldown. So, if Spirit can force a fight right after the Locust have used, like, their ability, right? Like, right after the Locust have spawned, generally speaking, Terran will be able to overwhelm him. It's just that Rogue has so much wiggle room and so much room to breathe here that I don't think he's ever going to be taking a straight-up fight. He would just go for a full counterattack instead. And this is a weird conundrum that Spirit has to try and well, figure out here. How in the world do you make the right decisions? As odd as a late-game Swarm Host transition is, it's actually very powerful. It's just also extremely vulnerable. If somehow there's like a full-on fight, like this is essentially the rest of his entire army. In case you're wondering where the rest of the supply of Zerg is, this is basically it. That's what I'm talking about when I say it's heavy in supply. Like, Swarm Hosts are... there's a bunch of Zerglings, but that's it. Swarm Hosts are soaking up the majority of the supply count now. I don't think Rogue is... if Rogue uses the Swarm Host defensively... oh my god, he is going to do it. I don't think it's the way. Maybe? This hatchery is going to go down, but ultimately, if you're committing like that, you're also saying I'm not going to go for the counterattacks. Hatchery goes down, and that's really all that Spirit needed to do. Spirit is going to be sending a CC on over in that direction. Shift queuing it around, though, to get over to this mineral line a little bit quicker. Takes about a minute anyways for that creep spread to disappear. Swarmo's going around the left. What a game from Rogue, dude. I really, really like this Zerg playstyle across the board. It's just that I don't know if it's good. I see every Zerg player under the sun avoid this state in the game. So I'm inclined to imagine it's not good for Zerg. Now, Rogue has always been a late-game monster, and he's always been playing the game differently than other high-ranking pros. But when you see even players like Serral tap out of the late game because he can't, like, he doesn't want to play it, right? He can't find a good unit composition. You know, I'm inclined to imagine it's just not a good spot for Zerg to be in. But hey, maybe it just takes a little bit of figuring out. Maybe this is the way to go. Spirit has now decided to go full Liberator, by the way, which I think is a pretty cool choice. Liberators do make sense, but obviously Corruptors, Vipers, like, Rogue has a lot of money in the bank. He can very easily make a transition. Spirit has now begun the slow push with static defense in this direction to deny this base. I kind of love it. Locust Wave, though, coming in from the left again. There is, by the way, a certain amount of Swarm Hosts where you can start staggering the waves. So you just, like, spawn about half of the Locust at a time, which means that you have a lot higher of an upkeep. It's a lot more APM intensive, but it is technically something you can do. Yeah, this is going to be a fight for the final mineral fields, and the mineral fields are over here. I wouldn't mind seeing Rogue maybe retaking this hatch, because there's still some cash to be mined. I don't think Terran really has the option, but Spirit has decided that he wants to grab this base, and this will be his. And I don't entirely disagree, but these minerals have already been mined by the Zerg some time ago. What a game. Keep in mind that Spirit found himself at a major advantage after his literal first attack in this game. Now, interestingly enough, that's also been like his final attack of the game. He's done like, oh, maybe this? Swarmos are covering whatever. Good luck splitting your Marines and your Ghosts and all that when the entire map is, well, Overseers. Somehow he still managed, though. He pulled them away, and I really, really like these missile turrets. Just constantly shooting away and putting some urgency in that fight for the Zerg. Spirit actually managed to deal with that really well. Impressive stuff by Spirit. He's always so confident playing this army. Like, he doesn't stutter at all. Boom, hatchery goes down. Obviously, as these bases, though, are going to be the main focus for Spirit, it also means that he's abandoning the top left. And this is something that is harassable. Although there's only a few hundred minerals remaining now, so I think Spirit will probably be able to get away with it. But it's something that Rogue should have maybe gone after immediately when he saw that Spirit had his eyes set on that expansion that he's mining right now. This hatch is going to fall too, and this will likely be the next base that Spirit will be aiming for. He can deny that one repeatedly. Creep threat looking absolutely bananas. Rogue covering the majority of the map now. But, the minerals are starting to run out. There is a finite amount of resources. And this should be, oh my god, when the Swarmos gain value. Now I say that, this is not the fight, Rogue. No way. You just went straight down the meat grinder and decided then to retreat when you were already mostly down there. Rogue is trying to run out of cash. Yeah. So look at this. The entire first, like, 30 minutes of this game, Rogue was ahead income-wise. And this is what Spirit has been aiming for this entire time. It's been the long game. He could have done literally anything else because he had every strategy under the sun that available to him. Like, he could play literally anything, but this is what he decided to go for. And you gotta respect it. It's amazing. It's really cool to see. He plays for a 40-minute win. Oh, is there enough, though, for Terran to hold on? Because there's about 1,000,001 things that can go horribly wrong. These choke points are just insane to me, though. I don't think Ultras are ever going to get value. Most of the Ultras are fighting like 1 or 2 Marauders at a time. This one's getting a bit of value. Corruptors up in the air still available. A lot of the Marines on the ground, though, are fake. There's more infested Marines than there are real ones. But ultimately, Spirit actually microed his way out of that. Hatchery, by the way, now acquired here by the Zerg again. This was that base on the left side. Spirit says, yo, don't mind if I do. He can actually drop mules here, which I would love to see. Just snatch up those mineral fields and don't think about them. Yeah, so notice how he didn't make actually an extreme amount of command centers this time around. So, I mean, we lost 11 command centers plus 3 over here. We lost 14 command centers. So he's only made 25. Math is a bit hard. We're not going to do it. 25, though, is a reasonable number. Maybe still a lot. I didn't actually realize he lost that many. Like, that many planetaries and orbitals going down, and then also 3 that never actually had anything. I actually expected the number to be closer to 15. That does mean he spent an additional 4,000 or so resources on additional command centers than I expected. And if we do that math, imagine an additional 4,000 resources right now in Spirit's bank. This game would look way better for him. Right now, this base is starting to become a little dire. The Swarm Hosts, man. The Swarm Hosts are bringing it back. I can't believe this. These infested Terrans constantly mixing in, or these changelings constantly mixing in with the Terran bio army. Also, like, you look at the game from little glimpses, right? So programmers will be glimpsing around and they will look at their army and just get a feel for how strong that army is. When you constantly see an inflated number of Marines, half of them being fake, but to his eyes it doesn't look fake, like to his it just looks like real Marines, you may actually believe your army is more powerful than it is. And it's a lot of those, like, split-second decisions that make a game of StarCraft. Spirit's army has been at least like 25% fake for like the last 10 minutes. Hatchery actually coming up here. Rogue making a bunch of banelings that are somehow heading on over towards the bottom right. I don't really know exactly where we're headed. But both players still maxed out. But the mining is starting to run extremely low. We have about 2,000-ish a minute coming in for Spirit. Maybe 2/3 of that here for Rogue. But these mineral fields are low. This base is already run out. We have some scraps left over here on this base. It's that outer one that he now reacquired for about the 7th time. And Spirit's mining is predominantly in this base, but that one is also running out. We're now... we're arriving at a unique scenario where literally the entirety of the map is mined out. Both players are maxed. Both of them have a reasonably similar amount of, well, money in the bank. So, with all of that being said, I would imagine the player that has infinite unit spawns in the swarm host should be winning. Because as long as Rogue can continuously, fly these waves in and just snipe a few units here and there, he should be, in the long run, he should win. Now, again, when the Locusts have been spawned, the Terran army is going to be able to push through. If they can force an engagement, this would be the time. If Spirit can go right now, while these units are on cooldown, I mean, he's got like a 45-second window or so where he can actually deal tremendous damage. What a game. What a beautiful game. My first look at this map. I've never seen a game on this map before. Absolute insanity. Well, this is setting a very high standard, I can tell you that much. I think this map is going to get a lot of votes. It is very nice. It doesn't really have any real weaknesses, right? I feel like all of this is pretty obvious. 19 SCVs actually should go down here. We don't really have any useful workers anymore. Here's another Locust wave. He's sniping Locust! He is sniping Locust with ghosts! I've watched this game for a decade and a half. I have never seen anybody snipe Locust. I mean, it makes perfect sense. Why not? I mean, you do need energy for snipes in the actual engagement too, so maybe don't use all of your snipes. But if you have enough, it is the quickest way to get rid of them. Without detection, the ghosts are going to be a great option anyway. I love the addition right now, actually, of a bunch of Hellions too. One thing, obviously, here that Spirit is a little concerned for is a switch on over to Brute Lords. He doesn't know how much money Zerg has. If suddenly there's a bunch of Brutes up in the air, he needs something, and Hellbats are going to be just the right thing. Siege tank, a little out in the open. Not activating all the swarm hosts. Oh, there we go. That's 2 tanks. A couple Hellions. Maybe a Marine. Those swarm hosts, I can't believe we had like a, what, a 30-minute or so? Maybe 25 minutes? Mass swarm host transition. And it's actually been the perfect call. I don't think Rogue could have made a better unit. It's an extremely niche scenario. I consider the swarm host to be like probably the worst unit in competitive play across the board. It's extremely specialized. And I don't think we should really be improving on it because... like, the swarm host is weak, yes, but it's also just on the brink of being overpowered. I know that that is a very strange statement, but if you change anything about the swarm host, you make anything a little bit better about it, it's immediately going to take top position in practically every situation. Oh my god, we are now scanning to get vision to be able to drop mules. 1 long-distance mining mule. What a game. What an absolute game. Rogue is in a better spot. Yeah. The simple truth of the matter is that Rogue can end this game in the same way that he began it. He can go back to full Ling Bane. Even maybe add in some Ultras. If he can force the fight, trade out at least reasonably effectively, Spirit is not going to be able to keep it up. Like, Spirit can't remax. Spirit has actually lost too many command centers. I genuinely think he should not have lost Like, I know it's hard, but I mean, we've had 7 command centers that can fly. Planetaries can't fly, but orbitals and regular CCs can. Losing 7 command centers here in total, with like 4 of them being orbitals, that's a lot of resources down the drain that really could have been quite easily saved. I mean, easily with a little asterisk right next to it, but certainly very savable. Here go the ghosts. There is still a tactical nuke available. I mean, if we can end this game with fireworks, I'm down for it too, but... Calm and collected. Snipes. Ooh. Very uncommon to see a bunch of ghosts sniping swarm hosts, and this may actually be the fight. Rogue has decided to commit and double down on this aggression. Ghosts are running away for their lives, but they don't have energy to cloak anymore, and that means that the Banelings can just immediately take them out. Rogue decides to reinforce this with Ultras and Zerglings, and soon, for Spirit, there is nowhere left to run. What a game from Rogue. Incredible. I mean, this game had everything. This was the most lore-accurate way to play Zerg. Incredible tech transitions, non-stop harassment, just hitting the opponent at 3, 4, 5 different angles at once. What a match. Hello everyone, my name is Loco, and welcome to a professional match of StarCraft 2. What I've got for you today is a Terran versus Zerg. We're in the top right-hand corner, playing with the red SCVs. We're looking inside of the main base of ByuN, and his opponent with the blue Zerg drones. He goes by the name of Rogue. Now this game, I heard that it's amazing, so we're gonna have to find out together exactly what ended up going down. I don't really know exactly what I'm supposed to expect. I just saw that the replay duration for this particular game is on the longer end of things. To the point where I'm like, I think the map mined out. Like, I don't know, 15 minutes before the ending of the game type of length. So we'll have to find out together exactly what happened between these two. Maybe it's one of those strange low eco games where, you know, they just keep being aggressive, but they don't actually mine the map particularly quickly. But generally speaking, like, I don't know, like 30+ minute games in modern StarCraft 2, very, very uncommon. So let's find out and see what happened. It's gonna be a hedge gas pool right here for Rogue, completely within the realm of ordinary, and ByuN, well, this is looking like he's just gonna go for a good old command center on the low ground. It'll likely be this SCV right over here that will get that accomplishment. So first off, it built that barracks. Now it's gonna get upgraded too. Yep, it's gonna take 5 minerals here from that mineral field, and that should line him up at 400 minerals right over here in total to be building that command center nice on time. Okay, Overlords, scouting around. Terran players from Korea have once more started mixing in these proxy barracks. And it's clear that Rogue has also been victim to them rather a couple of times, because he's looking around his side of the map to make sure that there's no barracks building. In this particular instance, though, none of that is happening. Zergs usually don't drone scout. Very uncommon in this matchup, especially. Mostly just because, well, about 2 minutes into the game is when this bad boy comes out, and you just don't really get a whole lot of value of it. Especially not when your supply depots can fly. Protoss obviously not so lucky. They will have to send out a worker scout early on, but if their pylons could levitate a little bit higher, I'm sure that they would also be skipping some of it. Either way, now Zerglings are waiting. We do not see the 5th and the 6th ling, which is kind of interesting. Ooh, okay. Missed click right there for 1 second for ByuN. He missed one of the shots on the Reaper, but nothing out of the ordinary. For a long time in this particular matchup, the Koreans would make 6 defensive Zerglings, even against a single Reaper, especially when they would go up against ByuN. Apparently, Rogue has, well, started going back to 4 Zerglings once again. I think it's kind of interesting, mostly because the European Zerg players always have stuck with 4. So they have never really gone to 6. The Koreans, though, were apparently hard stuck on doing, well, 6 Zerglings against a single Reaper from the opponent. But these days, apparently, they're confident enough in their queen control. And to be fair, the Zerg early game has been tightened up a lot. A couple of cost increases, like, for example, to the queen. Maybe you just don't have that wiggle room anymore to add in Zergling number 5 and 6 here early on. Alrighty, so 3rd command center coming up here for ByuN inside our main base. Hellions will indeed begin. absolute necessity when you open up with a quick third command center. And then on... Whoa! Hold up. I'm dying. Whew. All right. On the follow-up, I'm assuming we're going to see a tech lab. There we go. Tech lab here on the barracks. Starport is going to get that in just a moment, so we can go Hellions and then into Banshees. This is actually one of my frights, okay? If I ever get to cast like a big StarCraft tournament, one of my frights is that I will somehow, some way, I don't know, choke on my own saliva live on the broadcast. That is... This is one of the caster scares, you know, when you just suddenly forget how to, well, be a human. You're like, I'm supposed to be breathing and, you know, swallowing at the same time, right? That's how we do it. Not the case. Not a good build order. Bad strategy for IRL humaning. Anyways, Queen production is, of course, continuing in the meantime on the other side of the map, and a Liberator actually coming up for ByuN. So rather than doing the big switcheroo, we're going to go for a slightly faster Stimpec. But no Banshees. All right. Viking was already produced, mostly just to keep those Overlords pinned back. But honestly, at this point, Rogue's creep spread is already looking really solid. This section of the map is absolutely critical to goop up as quickly as possible. Come on, Brenda. Come on, Karen. Go. We got... Go. Brenda. Brenda. Karen. Okay, look. Ay. Maybe they're hard of hearing or something, I'm not sure. But getting the creep over here in this section of the map is absolutely pivotal, because a lot of the timing attacks that Terrans like to go for, siege tanks here in this choke point are really hard for the Zerg to deal with. Interestingly enough, Rogue has decided to just not creep that up super quickly here, and he's also gone for double upgrades before Lair, meaning that Baneling speed is also not likely to be done if ByuN does commit to a big timing attack. Little risky, little dangerous. Yeah, he's just gonna go straight for a fourth base here, already at the bottom of the map. Oh, that's a misplay. Liberator sieges up on top of a Spore Crawler. Admittedly, that Spore Crawler is in a bit of a weird spot, but ByuN certainly should be double-checking his units before he shift queues him in like that. A little bit painful. And honestly, so far, ByuN hasn't really achieved a whole lot. Yeah, he killed an Overlord with the Viking. And I guess he's now keeping those Zerglings pinned back, but... the biggest bottleneck so far in Rogue's creep spread has been, well, his own delays here as far as activating those creep tumors once again goes, but he's got a load of queens dedicated to creeping. Yeah, so new queens were produced for each of the hatcheries. The rest of them are all in one control group, drinking tea together and accumulating energy. Still though, the attack will be heading on over in this direction. Do we have any siege tanks? Just a single one for now. Hellions up north, mostly trying to do a little bit of creep clearing here in this section of the map, and maybe they can slow down this expansion. The thing is, this is a macro hatchery that's not really meant for mining. 1-1 is just about to finish 2 here for the Zerg, and that is going to make defending way easier. A couple queens are running on over. He's hoping that maybe he can somehow, some way keep this base alive. Yeah. ByuN could have had it if he decided to commit, but he doesn't want to take the gamble. You never really know exactly how close you are to that hatch finishing up and whether or not Zerg is going to have a dozen, well, for example, transfusions ready to go immediately, and then you just end up losing all of your Hellions. Straight Infestation Pit, straight Hydra Den. Double upgrades continue, now with a missile emphasis. And interestingly enough, Rogue never made a Baneling nest. So this is pure Queen Zergling here in the early game. Huh. ByuN saying, yo, you want to be greedy? I'll show you how to be greedy. He's already planted down a 4th command center right next to the rocks. Yep, and it looks like we're settling in for a nice little macro game. Already though, not even 8 minutes into the game, a hive has started, and a lurker den is coming up. It's actually one of those nice things. If you compare it to your own games, you see the speed at which these guys actually get their workers out and how fast they expand. I mean, a pre-8-minute hive with, you know, like 150 supply and the 4th base already done. These gamers are fast. ByuN has decided that he really wants to kill this base. So normally, right, so what is very common for Zerg is to build their 4th hatchery and then at the same time also a 5th hatchery inside of the main base just for larva generation. So you just kind of plant it over here. This effectively is that hatch. Rogue is not really planning on mining from this base. I mean, it's a bit of a greedy positioning, but ByuN has effectively killed a macro hatchery, which looks like a big win. Ultimately, he got like 350 minerals or so worth from the opponent, which is nothing to scoff at, but it's very, very easy here as Terran to overestimate the situation, because this is not really the equivalent of killing a full base. Like, you killed the hatchery, yeah, but it wasn't an important hatchery as far as the Zerg economy goes. Lurker ranged, already about a quarter of the way done. There was a drone heading on over to the bottom right, very ambitious. Another command center building here for ByuN. Zerglings now apparently do decide to commit. Planetary is not yet finished. It's going to be a bunch of dead siege tanks for sure. 1, 2, number 3 as well, I think. Yeah. Nice push there by Rogue. Oh, maybe even a 5th. Gonna be close. Nah. All right. In the meantime, ByuN was microing in the middle of the map, trying to go after another one of those bases. This one is very difficult for Rogue to defend. He does have lurkers, though. A single Viper now coming up. Seismic spines that will unlock additional range on those lurkers, and yeah, he can hold on to this. It'll still be a difficult expansion to mine. He's also rebuilding the base, by the way, over here on the left. Fight over here on the right. My god. Yeah, good luck with that, Marines. This is an anti-marine ball and a half. Ay, ay, ay. Good luck stimming in there, buddy. See how it goes for you. All right. That weakened siege tank from earlier, though, is gonna get sniped now by reinforcing Zerglings. At this point in the game for Rogue, Lings are basically free. It's the, well, it's really the only unit he's lost so far. 114 of them. Adrenal glands coming up. +2 missile, +3 armor. Another marine attack to that, well, macro hatchery location. At the very least now, though, Rogue has a new mineral line that he can mine from. ByuN, though, while losing a bunch of troops with every single one of these attacks, he's been building up his own command center count a ton. So we already have a new one flying on over towards that 12 o'clock position. He's already started the ghost production. He's finishing 2 more CCs inside of the main base. 3-3 is coming up. Whereas a lot of the other Korean Terrans have become allergic to using ghosts, apparently ByuN is not, well, feeling like he can skip the unit this time around. Nice attack here, though, by the Zerg player. We can yoink a couple of those siege tanks, too. Yup, there we go, that's 1. And 2. Gonna need a little bit more energy. Lurkers, in the meantime, also useful here at defending that golden mineral line from the back. Okay. Triple Evo here for Rogue. Look at Rogue, man. I feel like sometimes Rogue gets in these moods where he's feeling really good. He's just cruising. Look at the triple evolution chamber. This man is also very cleverly positioning him in such a way that he can never switch to Ultralisks, because Ultras would never fit. I think he's doing this as a sense of self-preservation, you know, because we've seen a lot of games lately where Zergs go for Ultras and then they lose because they went for Ultras. In this way, he can never go for Ultras because they would just get stuck in the main base. How nice is that? Very clever. Yeah, I think Rogue is honestly the only Zerg player at a high level at this point in time that's fond of playing late game. He does this time and time again. Now, I'm curious to see what flavor of Rogue's late game we're going to get here today, as we do have another nice little attack. ByuN needs to trade out some of these units. These are units that only cost minerals, both the Hellbats as well as the Marines, and he's replacing them with better troops. So he needs to sort of get rid of some of these. Sounds a little sad if you're a Marine, because once upon a time you were the most important unit, but right now, yeah, sorry, no longer the case. Okay, I'm curious to see if we're gonna see like the mass, say like for example, like we can do the mass Spore Crawler, mass Nidus Worm, we can do the mass Overseer. There's a whole lot of variety in Rogue's late game. For now, he hasn't really made a commitment. He is at, yeah, just 21 Overlords at this point in time. But there is certainly a chance that he's going to be adding another 20 of those in the mix when he gets the money. This is something he's been doing, and none of the other Zerg players have copied it. I'm actually a little bit surprised by it. Like, I've seen a bunch mix in, like, maybe 5 or 6. Yep. So, look. Here we go. 11 Overseers on the production tab. 17 additional Overlords coming. Double Nidus network. This is wild stuff. I haven't yet seen, well, for example, Serral or Reynor or any of the other top-level contenders go for this sort of style. Yet all of them seem to be struggling in the late game against Terran quite a bit. And Rogue, I mean, I've seen some games where he goes for this crazy style, and he just makes it look easy. So the idea about the Overseers, in case you have not seen this before or maybe you haven't seen it in a while, is you drop 1 million of these changelings. And changelings basically turn into little units that they try to copy from the enemy. So in this case, they're going to turn into Marines. These are not noticeable on the minimap. So when ByuN sees these changelings running into his base, he's not going to see like a red dot. He's probably playing with his opponent in red on the minimap. Yeah. So he's not going to see a red dot on the minimap and see that these are changelings. You see on the minimap how that little guy over here is green? A bunch of them are coming over here, but as soon as they change, they're going to be, well, these are going to die, but they're going to switch into the same color as he is. And the idea behind this is that, like, okay, 1 or 2 changelings, unlikely that they're going to make it past all of the frontline defenses. But if you drop 20 changelings, the odds of one of them making it into the main base, pretty good. Especially since the Overseer energy is free. These units don't cost any supply. As a matter of fact, they grant supply, so you can make as many as you need. And if you can run 100 changelings to the other side of the map, the opponent is going to spend a lot of time trying to defend it. So it's absolutely critical for ByuN that he snipes these units down, but he can't really see which units are his and which units are, well, I guess at this point he's only got 6 Marines. Make it 5. Make it 4. Yeah, he's got a handful of Marines only, so maybe at that point... Look, we're making even more! He just made 15 more Overlords! Dude, we're gonna go 50 Overseers. Honestly, the more I think about this mass changeling style, and we haven't really gotten to the point yet, but it seems a really bad oversight by Blizzard when it comes to the game design, right? Because it's effectively a unit that you can make an infinite amount of. Most units you're bottlenecked by, but this is effectively free unit design, which has never really worked out great in any RTS game. Obviously, you do need to make sure that you pay the cost for the Overseer once, but when you get them going, they look pretty OP. Okay. ByuN, by the way, has already gone into an additional starport. Fusion Core also coming up. Initially for the Liberator ranged research, then into the Medevac energy boost. Concussive Shells is researching. So, Rogue is fully aware of the fact that this is never going to be a cost-efficient game for him. But because of this hyper-aggressive, like, mass Nidus Worm, mass Overseer style, he can force the Terran player to spend so much of their APM defending their base that he can just sneak out these expansions and take expansions that are normally considered to be the Terrans. So far, that's not the case yet, but if Rogue can mine out both the bottom right as well as the top left, he's gonna have money for days. Look, one of the changelings made it in. One of the changelings made it in, double Nidus Worm inside of the main base. There's lurkers inside of it, and guess what? Now that the floodgates have been opened, the next wave of changelings that get thrown around is going to be even harder to defend. Because now he's busy trying to micro over here. Now, interestingly enough, Rogue actually didn't commit to moving any of the lurkers out, but it's very easy to be very preoccupied dealing with the worms, and then suddenly your bases are gonna go down. Already a new command center, though, is taking up the position. This expansion over here is being denied, too. Yeah, it's a very creative approach by Rogue. He's been doing this now for maybe a half year. And initially, it looked a little clumsy. Now, ByuN is not really fighting this, though. So ByuN apparently is happy to just take this beating, because he believes, I think, that he can replace all of this with additional command centers. So we're already up to, 9 orbitals, 3 more CCs that haven't grown any hats on top of themselves yet, 2 planetaries, both of them over here on the high ground. He's basically saying, okay, send these units at me. Ultimately, if you make 50 Overseers, you're not going to be able to kill my army with it. If you kill my economy, I will just replace it with even more command centers. Every single time a command center dies over here, it is gonna cost the Zerg player more than the cost of the Planetary Fortress ever was. So we're fighting fire with fire here. I honestly don't know who this benefits more. I'm inclined to say Rogue, but I don't really know if that's true, because every single one of these Overseers that loses, right, or like a Nidus Worm over here that dies, it costs resources. Both players, though, already have a mega bank. So, yeah, not bad at all. Here's the... Look at that Overseer flock. Dude, he's EMPing Overseers. He is EMPing Overseers. That's crazy. It's another thing that apparently Ghosts are good at. Double Spire was produced. Since Roke is a StarCraft mineral millionaire, you may as well make 2 Spires, even though you don't have any flying units. Well, I guess you have Overseers, but they won't be benefiting from that very much. Maybe, though. And one thing I have seen him do, and I would love to see this. I don't know if I've ever seen the 2 combined, but Rogue, when he first started struggling against Terran late game, did these, like, wild mass Muta switches. So he forces the Zerg, or the Terran here, to go, like, mass defense. They make only Ghosts and Liberators and Siege Tanks and Planetaries and all that, and then suddenly he whips out like 50 Mutas. How do you deal with a sudden Muta switch? Maybe this is him trying to combine these 2 different playstyles into one? I'm not sure what to expect, but what we do need is 1 more Overseer. Yeah, we only have 47. So, you know, we needed 1 more. Okay. Rogue, by the way, is now taking up that base in the top right. Bottom right here is now fully operational. If these expansions are up for about 10 minutes, it'll be pretty much impossible for ByuN to take these minerals. And here we go again. Look at the change. Look at all the changelings just running in. How do you stop this? Already, Nidus Worm going up in the main base. One of the siege tanks, though, does bust it. In the meantime, he's thinking about engaging up north, but the command center count is rapidly growing. Infernal Pre-Igniter coming up, +1 air attacks. Smart servos. I mean, these are all upgrades that Terrans get when they feel rich. He emptied all of them! Look at this! All of the Overseers are empty, man! That's such a funny thing to see. Clumped up Overseers? Maybe you need to pre-spread your Overseers against Ghost EMP. That sounds like 2027 StarCraft to me, but... we may be witnessing something that's a little bit ahead of the meta. 2-2, by the way, coming up for the flying units. Still not a single flying unit that can actually attack in sight. Scans going up as well. ByuN temporarily removes the fog of war here. He says fog off. Oh, okay. Never mind, guys. Forget about the flying units. He's making 13 swarm hosts now. Like, sometimes I'm 13 swarm hosts. That's what we need now. So Roke has decided at this point that the game is no longer winnable if he keeps playing it the way that he is. The cost efficiency of the Terran traits is getting too big. So apparently the way that we want to try and deal with this is by making a switch to the most cost-efficient unit that Zerg has, and that is the Swarm Host. In the past, ByuN had a Marine Marauder Medevac-based army, and he could actually attack. Now he's got a I can't die to anything type of army, but it's not really great at pushing. Now he needs to deny one of these bases. Lurker's still going around the site. The idea is that we haven't had any cost-efficient traits here for Zerg the entire game long. So right now he's about 6,000 resources behind the opponent. And that's what these Swarm Hosts are aiming to change. So every single time there's a Locust Wave available, these should deal a tremendous amount of damage. And it's going to be free damage too, right? There's not really a whole lot that Terran can do about this. Because now they don't really have an army to be attacking with. This is not an army that Terran's can effectively push the game with, although he's going to try. Like, I mean, this is the army here. This is what we're harassing with. He's actually killed a good number of workers, all things considered. It's actually more effective than I thought it was going to be. Oh yeah, that's another thing you can do with Overseers. Just flock the entire screen with it. Just don't show to the opponent what's underneath. That way the ghosts can't snipe. So silly. I kind of love it, but also it's very silly. You know what? ByuN is actually getting an extreme amount of value from this. I was kind of making fun of the Ghost Medevac Hellbat army, but look, here they come back in for more. Okay, now the Medevacs are gonna get sniped though, and that means that all of these units die. It is while ByuN was busy dealing with the Locust wave at the front that he now also lost all of those ghosts. Still though, resources lost-wise, this is in favor of Terran. How many command centers have we got at this point? We have about 15. There is certainly a point though where you want to stop making command centers because there's just not enough mineral fields to justify it on the entire map. This is obviously a very hectic game though, so I can imagine for ByuN this is not as easy to keep his head cool in, right? This is the type of game that makes Terran players rage quit, by the way. I've seen a few games from top-level Terrans that get extremely salty playing against this this type of style. Because it's the absolute worst. Like, every time you think you have the solution, Zerk does this thing where they suddenly whip out the perfect counter. And look, now that ByuN is working on dealing with the current army composition, this Swarmhouse switch, Rogue is preparing for a Brute Lord switch. So now we're going into Hellbats. Now we're making some Marines again. We're trying to keep this army going, and then suddenly, bada bing, bada boom, there's a full flying squad for Zerk. Still though, it's important to keep the economy going. You can't really just let the Zerk players sit here and not worry about the eco. Look at this, here we go again. Look at the whole flock. How in the world do you... What's even happening on the screen? The Overseers cover everything. Turns out the Overseers had a couple of Corruptors underneath. Absolute pain to deal with. There's no way, by the way, these Corruptors are gonna just remain Corruptors. I don't believe it. So all of the Lurkers are gone now. Not a single Lurker remains. I don't see any Lings either. Only 18 drones. I think Rogue may actually not be planning on mining out the whole map, but he may just be going for a sudden switch into like a near 200 army supply Zerg. I think he's preparing to make a transition here to Mass Brute Lord. ByuN is believing the same thing, so he is going for a full anti-Brute Lord counter. All of the units in the production tab right now are amazing at killing brutes. So we have Thors, we have Hellbats. With Blue Flame, they can kill the Brutelings real quick. Vikings, and then Ghosts. Changelings are just marching everywhere. Scans are going down across the board. Yeah, good luck with the Liberator harassment, dude. This is just like the Marines from earlier. Liberators, no longer useful. And guess what? After all of this is settled, guess what Rogue can do? He can go back to Lurkers. Because how in the world do you stop Lurkers with this army? It's like you're always 2 steps behind here as Terran. Well, still has a banger army and some really lovely pickup micro there. It seems like the general consensus in the StarCraft community is that Zerk is currently a little undertuned. I don't think it's much, but it does seem like Zerk late game in particular is very tricky to play right now. Rogue, though, when he is arriving in those situations, like, yo, perfect. This gives me a good opportunity to try some new stuff that nobody has ever seen before. Look at what we're witnessing here. This is a full Corruptor army. He still has not switched to Brutes. The Thors can't even make it up north because of the freaking Changelings body blocking them. Okay. Another Locust wave flies in. It's actually really cool how Rogue is consistently doing this. He's done this several times in StarCraft history, where he figures out strategies that just seem a little bit too annoying. He's done this in the past with Mass Nidus Worm styles and Queen Marches and all the rest of it. This seems very tricky to deal with. Now, don't get me wrong. ByuN has a real legit shot at winning this game. His army, in a straight-up fight, absolutely demolishes that of Rogue. Rogue is not really ready to be fighting this. I mean, he knows where the Terran army is located because he's got Changelings following around everything, but I think he needs to get some brutes out. There's no way you can't fight this. There's no way. Yeah, I guess he wants to get rid of the Metavex first. Changeling's body blocking. He's hold positioned. He's... Alright. Dude, he got a surround on a Thor. Rogue has been playing some Warcraft 3 as well. We're adding more swarm hosts. What? We're going 34 swarm hosts? 69 changelings? 47 overseers? And then what? 30-something swarm hosts? Yeah. This is basically infinite unit galore. I thought he was going to switch to Corruptors. It doesn't make any sense to me to not switch to Corruptors when you have 23 of them. But I guess when you have no workers, it doesn't really matter. And now suddenly this game has become exceptionally scrappy. All of the bases that Terran can make use of, since his own bases over here are running low. Oh my god, that's so many locusts. They're so far from the main. So this expansion over here is now the most likely for ByuN to be aiming for, so I would love to see Zerk, yeah, take the base in the top left. This is a very slow and obnoxious Terran army to micro. It is not easy for ByuN to march around the map like he was confidently doing in the earlier stages. So, denying this expansion is doable. I don't think he can do anything about the base in the far top left, though. I wouldn't be surprised if the drones are heading on over in that direction. Still, ByuN can continue mining for now. And in a straight-up fight, I mean, his army is way better. Rogue needs to be chipping away at these type of engagements, although... Oh my god. What are we looking at, man? An Overseer, Corruptor, Baneling, Swarm Host army versus Mass Ghost... Like Thor? Like, what is... It doesn't even really make any sense. And once again, the last thing remaining in these fights is these changelings that are just following ByuN around every step that he takes. ByuN may have infinite scans to disable the Fog of War, but Rogue has got vision here because he's got so many changelings. This is a much more specialized Terran army in my mind than this army here from Zerk. Rogue, though, is broke. Like, Rogue has got 7 minerals to his name. That's not a whole lot. ByuN has a whole lot more money, but also really nothing to write home about. He's got all those mules that he can drop, though, and I really do like that for him. Yep, there we go. Rain them from the skies. His income is going to get a nice boost here as soon as these minerals are going to get returned. There we go. Does he only have that many orbitals, by the way? How many orbitals do we have? No, we have 9 orbitals. He's just been scanning relentlessly, so he doesn't have that much energy. So I think ByuN just camping on this base is actually the right thing. Rogue, in the meantime, though, has now taken that base in the far top left. Those mineral fields are still a lot fresher. Another locust wave heads on over in this direction. Cloak is actually super useful here. Dude, he needed to spare one of his overseers to go with this army, because those ghosts just kept everything safe and sound. Nice micro as well, though, by ByuN. What little money Rogue has, he's now spending on Banelings again. Cost efficiency-wise, I mean, the window has narrowed a little bit, right? This is actually not looking that bad anymore for the Zerk at all, considering now that ByuN has lost way more gas. Who do you think is winning this? I honestly, I'm inclined to say Rogue, because Rogue just seems to be like strategically playing chess, and ByuN is playing, you know, catch up in every department. But he's got all the things he needs, and this is a really terrifying Terran army. Very difficult to call. 33 minutes into the game, we've arrived at the final bunch of minerals. There's basically no mining anymore for ByuN, other than in the far bottom right. Rogue, though, did about half mine out at this base. The expansion in the far top left is extremely valuable. More changelings showing up, all doing that little bug on the map with the little jumpy jump. Another locust wave. Man, I freaking love StarCraft. It's such a good game. Seriously, man. Like, how is it that in 15 years of non-stop competition, because that's ultimately what we have, this is something just pretty much unexplored. This is the complete lore-accurate way of playing Zerg as well, right? Versus, like, the complete lore-accurate way of playing Terran. Minus maybe all the ghosts. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be a supportive unit, but in the way that the balance worked out, you really do want to have a lot of them spellcasters, but it is a very strange lore-accurate game, but very fun to see. Okay. ByuN running away again. Lingbane commits. The Overseers, man. So if you cover the screen with Overseers, how do you know where to micro your bio units? Oh, well, you know what? Apparently you just snipe everything you can see. Can we look at the army fights there? Yeah. Rogue has been consistently higher, though, in the army size. Mostly just because he's got a handful of drones. He's only got 16, which is perfectly mine out the mineral fields here. Maybe you should consider taking the gases, though, but... Anyway. Because of that, his army supply has been much bigger. But also, of course, he's got a lot of supply caught up in swarm hosts. Now, I think this combination of units is also kind of funny, mostly because swarm hosts are widely considered to be the worst supply-effective unit that Zerg has. And banelings are considered to be by far the most supply-effective unit that Zerg has. These are really efficient for only a half supply each. ByuN has realized now, though, that this expansion is probably a thorn in his side. He needs to get that base. Oh, banelings coming in. Banelings coming in. No detection. The Overseer is a little bit late. That's all the banelings going down, and that's a very significant blunder by Rogue, and it may cost him his only mining base. Locust, though, chasing this down. They only have a little bit of time, but look at the auto attacks here of the ghosts. I mean, I say that. Now suddenly the detectors are nearby, and the ghosts have a beautiful arc, but nowhere to run. Changelings are also joining in the fight, and how do you now know which of these units are real? Drones have run away. All of the medevacs have been sniped by the corruptors. Queens from the early game still around. Swarmhost, I guess, all army hotkeyed in. Hatchery in the top left-hand corner falls. That was an expensive base to kill, but also completely essential for the rest of ByuN's game plan. He's now the only one mining. I mean, not a whole lot. There's 40 minerals and 140 over here. Look at the changelings. Dude, changeling design is actually just straight up bad. Like, the fact that you can make infinite units and even grant supply with... Nobody ever anticipated at Blizzard when they designed the Overseer that somebody was gonna make hundreds of changelings in a game. Like, it was supposed to just be a unit that you make a couple off to get scouting info. But what if you make a couple hundred? Yeah. Yeah, you can just turn off the fog of war that way. It's kind of insane. He's manually targeting it, by the way. If you attack move onto the changelings, you may accidentally end up killing your own units. Wild stuff. Well, maybe though, at this stage in the game, Rogue would have liked to make like 10 Overseers less. Because he's actually broke. Both players are flat broke at this point. Bottom right, completely mined out. The final rocks on the map are the ones in the far top left. ByuN can mine it out in a matter of minutes. Rogue does not have mules, obviously, so he's not so lucky. Then again, though, the swarm host, every single time they are available with their locust wave, and every single time they throw in a wave of those units and kill something, it's value. So ByuN is on a timer. He cannot really fight against like 12 waves of locust, right? Like, he needs to do something. Well, here's one. Still, though, the scans showed that this army was on its way. And he decides to back up. No reason to take risks. Okay. 4 minerals and 0 gas now for ByuN. That's it. That's all we have. Queens are putting down some new creep tumors. We're long distance mining! He's scanning the mineral fields and dropping mules using the vision. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Oh, you should lend that CC, dude. Give them at least a way to retreat the minerals, or retrieve the minerals and bring them back. They're gonna, yeah, okay, take them over here, I guess. Still, it's a good bit of change. 75 minerals is a whole lot better than nothing, but here we go, changelings. Ooh, creating a very weird force field. Overseer's up above, obstructing the view. Looks to me, though, that Terran had a good fight there. What are we looking at? Yep. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. He can't land the command center over there very easily, but maybe he can bring a command center in that spot. It's not bad. I don't know if Rogue is recognizing that this is what's happening. He sees a bunch of mules here. Yeah, it's a bit weird, huh? Why would there be a bunch of random mules running across the creep? Okay. Yeah, Rogue now has realized that this apparently is the plan. He sees the CC. Very clever move there by ByuN. I think those mules just now may have spoiled it for him. If he could have just snuck the CC out here, it would have been very likely unscouted, because Rogue would only ever expect the base to be right over here. With that many Corruptors, Caustic Spray is going to get rid of everything real fast. Another Locust Wave. Apparently this is the grand retreat right now, using all of the barracks. Here we go. He's gonna try and obstruct the view some more, I guess. Maybe Rogue can try and take this base, though. I think Rogue actually... Well, he can't really. Yeah, he's mining this base out. Okay, fair enough. Oh, you know what? There's actually more money here remaining than I realized. There's like 2,000 minerals there. That's huge. Corruptors, in the meantime, together with the Queens, chipping away at whatever they can hit. Another Locust Wave will kill another planetary. I think ByuN is starting to bleed out. Yeah, ByuN effectively needs to win the game with this army. Like, ultimately, what else is his option? He doesn't have anything else. Phenomenal game here by Rogue. I don't see this Terran army obtaining the victory here for ByuN. I want to believe, but I don't see a way out. Still, I mean, yeah, I think we got a couple snipes that way. Loses a ghost, 2 ghosts. I don't think ByuN knows about this base. This is going to give Rogue all the money he needs, right? I think Rogue should play it carefully, though. Like, if he gets a little over-eager here, there's really no reason for it, but he might be feeling the stress here. Both of these players have probably been playing at like 130 beats a minute for the last 20 minutes. Blood pressure is high. Let's leave it at that. It's very easy here to mess up. But I think as somebody who can see the whole map, he should just chill. Try to make as many units here as possible. Ling Bane would be the way to go. 25 Swarm Hosts. I mean, it's way less than the 37 or 38 that he had earlier. The snipes of the Ghosts have been effective. We're still at 43 Overseers, though. And look at how incredibly obnoxious they're being. Look at him body blocking here. He's just right-clicked them onto whatever he can right-click them onto. Look at this. Following around the Ghosts, making it impossible for them to get in position and properly fight. Stutter stepping the cloaked Ghost to try and snipe as many of the Changelings and Locusts as possible. Gets a bunch of Zerglings to boot as well. Scan over here reveals a couple Banelings. Okay. Oh, those Banelings have been effective. Forcing the split with the Banelings now allowed the Locusts to get all the damage in that they needed. And it feels to me that the first season of the GSL Code S just ended. I mean, as of me casting this particular series, it's been about a week, and I've had these replays for a few days already, and I do have a couple weeks of head start on YouTube right now too, so by the time you're watching this on YouTube, it was already... Anyways, times are confusing. Nobody knows what's going on, but what I've got for you today is a best-of-3 series of Terran versus Zerg from the GSL qualifications for the second season of the year. We are doing seasons back-to-back after not having any GSL tournaments for months. Spotting right here in the top right corner in game number 1, playing with the blue Terran pieces, we have none other than ByuN. His opponent, down in the bottom left. That's actually very nice. He's been joined by Dark, spinning around on the main hatchery. Dark right now off to the military. This is the Mando. that has been at least copying some of his strategies. He's been playing some crazy and wild games. We're looking at SHIN's main base. I always like this, man. Whenever pro gamers have decals of other pro gamers spinning around on their main. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but, you know, it shows a bit of respect at the very least. We're not going to see Dark for about a year and a half. Whenever he returns, maybe we'll have, I don't know, more tournaments with him in it. But at least for now, it'll be up to SHIN to try and continue that crazy strategy that Dark has been very, very fond of. Although, in the early game of TVZ, other than, I guess, a Roach Ravager all-in with like a Link Flood, which admittedly is something that Rogue has been playing once again. But most of the time, you don't really have a ton of wiggle room. No proxy hatcheries, no shenanigans for now. It is going to be a pretty quick spawning pool, though, here for SHIN, as he does decide to rush 6 Zerglings straight across the map. Dark might not be in the game, but he is going to be here in spirit. Spirit is also not in the game, but we do have a Terran player named ByuN. It gets very confusing. Okay, now, this is a Reaper opener for the Terran player, but he did not go for an SCV scout to lead that Reaper across the map. Actually, what exactly was this build here for SHIN? Can I just... Hold up, I'm gonna go back all the way to the start. So we were at about 2.5 minutes. We went for a good old extractor trick. Cancelled. It's a 15 hatch on the low ground. Ah. So this has been a 15 hatch, 15 pool. So all of this is before the first Overlord. Look. So this is 15 hatch, 15 pool, extractor tricks all around to get 1 additional drone out. And then finally do we go for the second OV. A very odd beginning here actually for SHIN. And maybe he is channeling that portrait spinning around on his main hatch. Very funky. Okay, let's go back to regular game speed. Because you wouldn't expect right now as the Terran player that there's already Zerglings in your, well, natural expansion and now your main base too. That Reaper is gonna have to immediately make a beeline back home. It is absolutely critical for ByuN to finish this command center though. Not just because of course, the fact that he needs to continue his economy, but also because he needs to not hit a supply block. Luckily for the Terran though, he did make a bunch of Marines on the back of this. And that does mean he's going to be able to push this away. But sometimes Terrans get very greedy, right? Sometimes we see Terran players skipping the SCV scout, like what ByuN did in this particular match. And then they also go for a single Reaper straight into a reactor. And if you play that style, or if you maybe just go for a single Marine, you're actually in a world of trouble. So ByuN escapes here. Doesn't really take a whole lot of damage. But that could have been an absolute disaster. And it's certainly going to set the tone for the rest of these games. Because there's no denying that this is something you have to keep in the back of your mind. I would not be surprised in game number 2 if ByuN decides to go for a quick SCV scout. Or maybe if he opens up like, I don't know, triple or double Rex, right? Just to be safe against everything. So to clarify, the idea behind an extractor trick, right? So when you're a Zerg player, and say in the early game, you go up to like, I don't know, your supply cap, right? You could do it right now as well at 52 out of 52. You can build an extractor, spend 1 larva, cancel the extractor. That allows you to get the drone back that you are, well, building the structure with. And then you are above the supply cap. It is a neat little way to squeeze out 1 additional drone. Obviously at 52 supply, it doesn't really do that much, but when you only have about a dozen workers, it allows you to just get a slight economic boost. It's a trick that Zerg players have been doing for years, but we don't really see it, well, being used as aggressively as what SHIN was doing just now. Because obviously, even though you can squeeze out an extra drone, you don't get full resources back when you cancel a structure. So you have to take a little bit of an economic hit. And if you do it 3 times, which is what SHIN ended up doing, well, you basically also give up a pretty significant portion. It's about a half drone's worth that you end up losing there. So you mostly just gained the timing and maybe a little bit of confusion from the opponent. All right. Well, we can tell this is ByuN. ByuN is the only Terran player at this level that always goes armor upgrades first. It's been proven about 1,000,000 times that armor upgrade first is actually inferior to attack upgrade first. He actually really needs to start up the second one. Maybe he clicked it and he forgot about it now. That's actually super awkward. If you can only afford one of the 2 upgrades as Terran, you should always go attack. ByuN always goes armor first. He's very good at the game, and he rarely uses, he rarely loses TVZ, but especially as an aggressive player, the attack upgrade is critical, and even though he didn't build it immediately, he didn't start researching it right away, he did start it up just now. Double Baneling Nest. Man, this is a very odd game so far. Did you know that when you have 2 Baneling Nests, the research time of centrifugal hooks is halved? It's a fact not a lot of people know, because it's a lie. There's no advantage. There's 0 advantage to having a second Baneling Nest. Some people probably believe me though, so hey, shout out to you. If I just say something in a very convincing tone, I'm pretty sure I can tell you anything, and someone will believe it. Most people probably called me out immediately, but anyways. Baneling speed is going to be researched in one of the 2 Baneling Nests. At the very least, if ByuN hits the main base with a drop and then kills one of the Baneling Nests, SHIN will have a second Baneling Nest. I don't know what the advantages of that would be, but at least he saved himself 50 gas by spending it right now rather than later, even though it's pretty uncommon to lose your Baneling Nest. All right, so additional barracks coming up. Maybe this is just the pro gamers trying to prove to us that they are in fact human. Something that is easily forgotten sometimes. Combat Shields is finishing up. Double upgrades will be available as well in a moment. SHIN has already gone, though, for another hatchery all the way at the bottom of the map. Hydralisk, then, right now on the back of this too. And despite the pretty funky start, we've got a very conventional follow-up. So SHIN is focusing heavy on creep spread and just building up his eco. Whereas on the other side of the map, ByuN just started up a second factory. He's gone into the armory. He should be going into a 4th command center as well in just a moment. Everything here is looking like a very normal macro game, where both players are basically going to try and deal some damage to one another. Maybe with Zergling run-bys, Baneling roll-bys, that sort of thing, and ByuN is going to maybe do some dropping and some pushing like this. But ultimately, both players are just building up to try and take as many of the map's resources as possible. That is to be said, though, that, well, assuming you don't take critical amounts of damage, right? Like, if you take a lot of damage, say you lose a hatchery for free, then at some point, yeah, you might actually find yourself in a position where the game will suddenly end. 4th Command Center, though, was built, and in the meantime, while ByuN was working away at that hatchery, yeah, the Zerg set up a massive surround, and despite tanking quite a bit of damage on the hatch, as long as the hatchery is above 0, that is all that SHIN really cares about. Nice little bit of creep clearing, though, here at the bottom of the map. SHIN is currently sitting at 71 workers. He'll probably make another round in a moment, but he needs to be careful that, well, if the Terran player comes by and accidentally sneezes onto the hatchery, it might lose. Okay, so Fort CC is now just about to wrap up. We have barracks 6, 7, and 8 right now. We'll probably see a Ghost Academy in a moment. Although, against a full Hydraling Bane army, you don't really need it. ByuN could scan the main base, for example, and figure out, hey, I'm probably fine. Like, this is still lair tech. The fact that this is still lair tech is actually a bit funky. Normally, you would expect a hive to start up, but SHIN is, yeah, just sitting on this mid-game army for the time being. So for the longest time, right, what we've seen from Zerg players is a rush straight to Lurkers, straight towards Vipers, straight towards the Adrenal Glands upgrade, just to, like, build up their eco and stay safe in the process. Now we finally go into an infestation pit, using those additional resources, I suppose, just to not really take any damage. Yeah. So even though SHIN is looking pretty normal, right? If you zoom out and you just kind of look at the game, everything that SHIN is doing is looking quite normal, but he's actually playing this a little differently than what we would normally see from the top level players. This is a pretty late lurker den. The hive is not going to start up until like 10 minutes. We've been seeing hives at like 6.5. Okay. Well, it does mean that ByuN is dealing with more Zerg right now than what he's used to. Simultaneously, though, it also means that SHIN is not going to be able to get those lurkers out anytime soon. So a 2-2 timing attack, which is what ByuN is ultimately going for here, as he does lose the Medivix on the left side. I mean, this can really hurt. Normally, Zergs will have lurkers to deal with this, but ByuN is also wondering, where in the world are the Vipers? Where are those lurkers? Like, what is going on here? He should really scan the main base to see the timing. Yeah, I guess he doesn't really care that much. Yeah, he just doesn't really care that much. So, we have another command center building. Just finished up. Looks like we're gonna go straight into a planetary fortress. ByuN is slowly moving forward over here at the bottom. There are some Widow Mines set up, though. That one is gonna deal some damage, but there's plenty of Ling Bane on the back of this. Beautiful stutter step micro, though, from Micro Jackson. He does end up losing a bunch of Marines, but still gets very effective trades. Keep in mind that minerals at this point in the game are not really that important for the Terran. You may as well dump them onto some additional command centers, and that's exactly what he does right now. This command center is not yet morphing in. Planetary will now be coming up. That siege tank will fall, but ultimately this is all looking pretty good. So look at this. We have lurkers out, but without lurker upgrades. Normally, this is the absolute top priority and why we see Zerg players going up towards the Hive so quick. Lurkers without their ranged upgrade, without their burrow upgrade, they're just not as good. But SHIN is playing this very passively, very laid back. Couple of attempted Ling run-bys, sure. Couple of Banelings as well, sure, but really nothing critical. This man is getting comfortable. Maybe a little bit too comfortable. Because ByuN is a bit of a late-game monster. And the Ghost production has now begun. Not rushing it out. Not getting those units immediately right at the earliest possible moment. But ByuN is happy to build up the additional command centers right now. General goal for Terrans at this point is to build up about a dozen of those bad boys. When you get up to 2 digits worth of orbital commands, you're basically a rich Terran. The Iron Bank. Well, let's see though. We need some stutter step control once more. I mean, you can roll a dozen Banelings into a planetary, maybe 2 dozen. But that is still a good trait there for the Terran ultimately. What about the fight up north? Okay, SHIN has been building up so much economy that he can actually blow up 2 planetary fortresses at the same time in opposite sections of the map. That was expensive though. I mean, when you think about it, it takes a lot of Banelings and Zerglings to kill a planetary, and the planetary isn't free by any stretch, but it's mostly minerals. Whereas a Baneling, I mean, it is obviously a unit that trades pretty well, but it's never really particularly cost effective. The thing with Lurker, or with Banelings rather, is that they're 50 minerals and 25 gas each. It's a lot. Like, they're not a cheap unit. You can make a lot of them right now. SHIN has 90 workers, so he's got a lot of income, but when you're double trading against planetaries like that, you're gonna run out of money real quick. But I guess the idea, right, is to take these really cost-ineffective trades and then to, well, continuously hit the opponent in the face. Keep on taking out their outer expansions, and at some point, the resources on the Terran side of the map will run out. Building armor coming up. I love it. This is the high-sec auto-tracking, which is the ranged upgrade for planetary fortresses too. ByuN has recognized, though, the situation that he's in, so he is just preparing more command centers to try and make sure that he is not gonna have any issues replacing the ones that might go down. Did we just have an EMP there on Hydraling Bane? You'll love to see it. Doesn't do anything, but it looks cool. At least the at least the overseers here are now without energy. Okay. We've got a fusion core coming up. Ghost personal cloaking also coming up. Lurkers are going to be replacing Banelings at least on the left side of the map, but more Banelings are coming up in the far bottom right. SHIN is starting to pile on the pressure right now too. Not just using those Lurkers, but also Nidus Worms, but ByuN is defending everything brilliantly. Yeah, resources lost-wise, look at this. This is what is telling us the full story. Sure, SHIN may be an aggressive man. Sure, this may look like a difficult game for ByuN, but he is dealing with everything really, really well. Getting a near 2-to-1 trait on his resources so far. Picks up, gets them out of there. We have some Nidus Worms here just to try and allow those Zerg units to go quickly from the bottom right towards the top left. One asterisk, though, next to this is that SHIN is not going to run out of cash anytime soon. And ByuN, as weird as it sounds, in like 5 to 10 minutes, he will start running out of mineral fields to mine. He's still good for like another 10. But which bases do you take next? He's got the low ground one. He's got this one still as well that is, well, mostly fresh. But a lot of those expansions that we're running into right now are going to be more and more difficult to acquire. So you may have all the command centers in the world, and technically the potential to drop down a dozen mules all in one go. But if there's no mineral fields that you can reasonably mine, it can become very tricky. And we do occasionally see Terran players actually over-making command centers. I think Terrans, though, have been learning from that over the last, well, year or two, because they've been playing this strategy very, very frequently. He's gonna go up to about a dozen CCs now. I think that's probably the upper limit. Energy on orbital commands is awesome, but if you have too much, or at least you spend too much right now, you might not be able to, well, actually get value out of it. SHIN is effectively trying to create like a soft contain, right? A soft contain by running bodies of Zerglings and Banelings into the command centers on the outside. We may not have mass overseer, but a bunch of changelings have slipped through the cracks. Orbital command though, or orbital command liberators now coming up. This is super annoying because at the same time, while Terran is preoccupied dealing with those units at the main base, he's also forced to deal with these Ling Bane run-bys, although I think we should have seen some of the Banelings go into the planetary fortress. Even though ByuN was distracted, SHIN also distracted by his own actions. +1 arrow weapons coming up. We have the medevac improvement coming up too. Liberator production 4 at a time. An additional reactor coming up too, so ByuN really wants to be building up the Liberator count. We have now 0 Marines. So after seeing the situation with the Banelings and the Lurkers, ByuN has decided that he no longer needs Marines. +1 arrow weapons coming up for SHIN. I think this is mostly for a Corruptor potential. So a Corruptor switch would be good against the Liberators. Hydras are not really going to cut it. It is important right now, though, for ByuN to start working on some of those bases, or at the very least try to acquire more of his own units. Then again, even though Marauders are a decent choice here, Zerglings will still be able to make very quick work of them. And SHIN is just trying to swarm over the opponent. ByuN can't really catch a break. Like, every time he tries to set up a new base, there is another wave of Ling Bane moving in. And these are some of the least cost-effective trades that Zerg players can ever make. But he doesn't care. This is not a Zerg player that cares about the situation at all. He is here to take trades, whatever the cost. He still has 5,000 or so resources in the bank. He can quickly replenish it. Another Nidus Worm inside of the main base. This one does get denied. Okay. So the reason ByuN is going Liberators is because he needs something that's more sustainable. He needs to slow down the Zerg in whatever way possible. Obviously, Liberators aren't great when it comes to, well, for example, dealing with Ling Bane. Mostly just because Zergling Baneling comes in such large numbers and Liberators attack relatively slowly. But at the very least, it makes it easier, right? The more you get, if you have a dozen Liberators sieged up on a planetary fortress, you will take even more cost-effective trades than just the Lings and the Banes trading one for one. Yeah, and those Liberation Circles are looking really strong. He now has a ton of them already. 6 of them are just about to join the battlefield. ByuN has been taking a lot of SCV losses, but most importantly, not really replacing the lost workers. Another Nidus Worm going up north. +2 air coming up for SHIN. All whilst not making a single flying unit thus far. Other than Overseers and Overlords, but they can't attack. Oh, look at this. Look at this! 11 Overseers coming up. SHIN taking a page out of Rogue's book. It is funky to see that many Overseers, but the idea is to basically just flood the map with changelings, and then some of them are going to allow you to pop up Nidus Worms all over the Terran bases. I wonder, though, if it's a little too late. SHIN doesn't have a ton of resources anymore. I mean, mostly gas is the limitation. Liberator count is already looking spicy. Oh my god. I'm almost afraid to open up the resources lost tab. We'll do it after this engagement, okay? Because this is so effective for the Terran player. He's hardly losing anything. I mean, yeah, he lost SCVs. Yeah, he lost the command center, but... Okay. We're at about, what is this, like 17,000? Math while recording is dangerous. We have a significant resource advantage here for the Terran player. SHIN is mining, though. And he's mining an awful lot. Lost workers are being replaced with more attacking units. Mules, of course, do not cost supply. So if ByuN needs resources in a pinch, he can just drop those down. Okay. Overseer trying to zoom by. It's not gonna have an easy time, though. One Night is where him gets popped out. But in the meantime, the ranged research for those missile turrets is done. As we saw quite a while ago. So he's not gonna be able to let that sneak into the main base. ByuN is desperately trying to take another expansion, though. And he needs one. He needs one really soon. He still is mining for the time being. Oh. What about this fight over here? Corruptors now are joining the battlefield too, by the way. But look at the gas bank for SHIN. SHIN may have had all the resources in the world, but he has been spending gas like he's never going to run out. Oh, there are infestors now in the mix. Fungal growth is huge. One fungal growth and then allowing the links to catch up could change everything really, really quickly. Yeah, you hear stories about this every once in a while, right? That, like, lottery winners, they run out of money within, like, a couple years. I don't really know exactly what the numbers are like, but supposedly a lot of folks that win millions in the lottery, they run out of cash within a certain amount of time again. And SHIN has been living a very lavish life. He's been spending gas like he's never gonna run out. More of it will be used over here to take down that planetary too. He needs to be careful, though, because this is not free. Still, his idea is to have the Terran player run out of resources before he does. And so far, if we look at the mineral bank of ByuN, he really doesn't have that much. He's still maxed out for now, but this is going to come down to, well, the absolute final minerals at this rate. The longer that this goes on, the better it should be in my mind for ByuN. But he really needs to be able to secure more expansions. Banger game number 1, by the way, of this particular series. Especially the weird start. After that weird beginning, I kind of figured we were going to go for hyper-aggressive builds. Not quite the case. Okay. ByuN may have actually been able to, yep, find an angle now to take down that expansion. That's big. SHIN has some mineral fields still available, but yeah, loses another expansion as well, all the way in the top. Some snipes being used here onto the Corruptors. Corruptors can finish off 1 or 2 Liberators before dying, but plus the air coming up. ByuN has been maneuvering his way slowly but surely. But finally, he can start mining minerals very effectively again. Actually, looking at his mineral bank, I think he may have already had a wave of mules previously. He was down to, well, triple digits worth of minerals there for a second. Oh, no. Dude, stop this. We really don't need 3 additional command centers at this point in time. Fungal growth does go down. Okay, the Zerg army is flooding in. Widow mines are dealing damage to Overseers, not really where they need to go. Banelings are still breaking through all of this, though. Marauders, of course, cannot shoot up. Vikings are a pretty decent option, but not ideal against this sort of thing. The Corruptors are still alive. They don't really care so much about the missile turrets. These are well-upgraded Corruptors, and what was looking like a garbage engagement at first is turning out into, yeah, it's turning out to be pretty reasonable, I think, for SHIN, considering he just took down the majority of those flying units. 16 Liberators, 10 Vikings have died in total in this game. Here's the reinforcements once more coming up. Fungal growth is available. Those mules have once more gone back down. Fungal growth on mules, sure, you don't see that every day. That's another big wave of energy down the drain there for the Terran player. Another scan gets used. He can land the CC once more. Okay. Both players are running dry. ByuN is, well, down to double digits worth of minerals. SHIN likewise has no gas. It means that SHIN can make a ton of Zerglings, though, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's once more adding about 100 into his army composition. Problem here for SHIN is that he is not really able to sustain this for a whole lot longer. He really needs another base soon. It looks to me, though, that he is hoping he can win this game by engaging onto this expansion over and over and over again. No missile turrets this time around. Very ambitious Infestor. Tried to get a fungal within like 7 liberation circles. I think this is good, though, for ByuN. ByuN has a solid backbone of, well, Ghosts and Marauders. Mixing in a few more Marines again, too, which I do agree with. Despite the mineral bank being pretty low. I think having some Marines in the mix to make sure that the Corruptors can't jump too far. Really, really valuable. And I wouldn't mind seeing ByuN actually take this expansion now. Even though the Zerg has been mining it for a bit already. It is gonna shift the focus of SHIN to that base instead. ByuN's being aggressive, denying this base over and over and over again. He's effectively making the 50% goal, right? He's trying to mine his half of the map by making sure that these 2 bases are not mineable. I mean, we have another attempt here for SHIN. But if he can deny that altogether, it would be big. It just makes the 50% goal easier to reach. 50,000 minerals have been lost by the Zerg player now. Make it 51. Well, we're coming up on 52 at this rate. Let's see. Can he actually close it out, though? Difficult game to read, of course, for the both of them, right? Like, if you're ByuN at this point, do you think that Zerg has been bled dry? If you're SHIN, do you assume that Terran is going to be running out soon? Well, I guess not. Since this expansion has now been mining for a good couple minutes, SHIN is well aware of the strength of the mule. He's killed lots of SCVs. Oh, I love those Widow Mines on burrowing. Very strong moves right there from the South Korean Terran. Just trying to slow down the advancement. He is inviting the Zerg into this choke point. Widow Mines, Liberators. I don't think you can really go in there. And that means that this expansion is now well secured. SHIN has given up on the aggression. But what exactly can he do as an alternative? I'm not so sure that he really has an option. Right now it is ByuN being the aggressor. I don't actually think that ByuN needs to be aggressive. He probably agrees. Miss micros a couple of those units too far forward. I don't think ByuN really needs to be aggressive, but if he can use a couple Marines and Marauders, a couple Ghosts to deal some damage to a Hedge and kill it, I think you just back up. I think you back up and you AFK behind your beautiful mineral walls. Maybe try to secure the base in the bottom right, but there is about 0 reason to step onto creep now. Okay, he's gonna step onto creep. It's dangerous. Yeah, SHIN realizes that this is his opportunity to strike. A lot of Widow Mines in the mix, though. Corruptors are going to be able to take care of a lot of the flying units within seconds. Ghosts are now dying as well to a lot of Ling Bane. Shindo has mostly just got minerals on the back of this. Some additional Banelings, I guess, are an option. SCVs are dying once again. No Corruptors, or sorry, no Overseers available. So the Ghost Cloaking here actually saves some of the units, but that was far and away the best fight that SHIN could have ever taken. And it's mostly because part of that engagement took place on creep. ByuN had no business being on creep. There was 0 reason for him to be onto creep. Now the supply count is about 60 lower than it's, well, really supposed to be. He has a lot of money in the bank, though. And ByuN is now forced to go all the way back down to the lonely, good old Marine tech. It's how he started this game. It's how he's gonna have to end this game. SHIN is denying this expansion again. No way, dude. Is SHIN actually clutching this? This is such a tricky match for the Zerg player, and I feel like we have seen dozens of examples over the last couple of months where Zergs lose from this exact spot. But that was the perfect engagement for SHIN. He's remaking a hatchery. There's only a few hundred minerals remaining here. He's still mining in the top left. The other expansions, though, are all drying up. With this base no longer available for ByuN, he is gonna run out of resources real soon as well. But lucky for him, he did drop a big round of mules there several times. So he still has about 2,000 resources in the bank. What a game, number 1. Yeah, ByuN just needs to chill. He just needs to, like, take a breather. He can't deny this expansion over here, but I think that's about as far as he should reach. Anytime you step onto creep, Zerg is just in such a massive, like, advantage, right? Like, you just get more speed, you just get more vision. Those are difficult criteria in a StarCraft game to really quantify, right? You can never really say how much of an advantage speed and vision really grants. But it's very clear that it's a lot. Greater Spire coming up right now for SHIN. SHIN wants to go Brute Lords from here. Well, I find it an ambitious play. He's once more moving in, though, because Terran has tried to secure that expansion one more time. I'm getting nerd chills. This is extremely close. It all comes down to the final minerals. This expansion over here, apparently both players have entirely forgotten about it. I think ByuN could have tried to make a move. ByuN, by the way, now at only 26 workers, meaning that his army is absolutely massive. He has a ton of supply available for army units. Decent fungal growth there. Decent Widowmine hit as well. Yeah, ByuN's army, look at all of this, man. It's looking massive. Even though he's coming from a gigantic deficit, he's building back up. And I like that ByuN did not feel the urgency to be aggressive there again. He's just allowed himself a bit of time to rebuild his, well, his army. And even though this may not be his preferred unit composition anymore, he doesn't have the gas to go for Liberators like he was earlier. Marines are still pretty darn good. You know what they aren't good at, though? Fighting Brute Lord Infestor. And that is what, well, SHIN is aiming for right now. ByuN sees them being morphed in, immediately spends what little money he has on additional ghosts. What a game. 9 Brute Lords. SHIN is effectively using his last money on that, although there is still like 4,000 gas or so in these extractors. He may not have a lot of minerals, but he can actually sustain this army for like a one last-ditch effort. He's bringing the Spore Crawlers, I think, that he made earlier across the map. Finally, ByuN decides to once more set his attention to the top left-hand corner. Cleans up 12 workers. I actually think SHIN should not be remaking those. Seems kind of pointless. Okay. Brute Lord Infestor versus Marine Marauder Ghost. Ghosts are good, of course, in a straight-up engagement, but it's not so easily done. How many Infestors do we have? Just 5. I think we'll see some more gas expenditure on that in a moment. Fungal. Okay, good splitty right there, though, by ByuN. Mitigating a lot of the damage. Bit of a move command on the Infestors, and I think 2 or 3 of them got, well, EMP'd unnecessarily. Marines and Marauders trying to push down the ramp. They did deny the hatch. 2 more Brutes coming up. I don't think he's killed, yeah, too many in that previous engagement, but in total, 6 still went down. Actually, he did snipe quite a few more than I realized. I think SHIN actually butchered that fight a little bit, though. He could have certainly gotten... he should have had more value there. ByuN starts up a command center there. Are you insane, dude? We can just fly one of the old ones instead. Okay, Fungal. Fungal would be massive right now. He's hunting for it, but the Lings and the Banes are making this Terran army run back up all the way to a corner. A lot of the Banes, though, have now caught up with those Terran units on the ground, and a ton of the Terran units are forced to evacuate inside of the Medivacs. SHIN takes a much better fight than he ever was supposed to. ByuN, for some reason, decided to micro his units into a corner, probably anticipating that that Zerg army would back off at some point, but SHIN was not gonna let his foot off the gas. He needs a little bit more money. Finally, he breaks the 300 minerals, or 275 now, and builds a hatchery in the far bottom right. Neither player has resources. Ay. I can't believe we haven't seen the command center over here, though. Like, this is such an obvious location that I think ByuN could have been squeezing out at least a couple times. He's got orbital commands. He still has 5 of them. May as well move them in that spot. Do we have energy, though, for a fungal growth still? It does look like it, but he needs to be careful. Actually, no. He does not have energy for a fungal growth. Ooh, is there just enough firepower, though, with the Zerg units left over and the Brutelings throwing their children onto the ground? 10 additional drones have fallen. ByuN right now has his eyes set on, well, the price, right? He wants to shut down the Infestors. He wants to shut down the Brute Lords. He does not care about that hatchery in the far bottom right. He needs to get the job done very, very soon. Another Brute Lord. Oh, missed fungal growth. Ooh. Okay, nice fungal there to at least soften up some of these units, but the Medivacs are putting in a ton of work. We have only 2 Broods remaining. 3 Hydralisks remain on the ground as well. And finally, the Infestors have accumulated enough energy for more fungal growths, but I think ByuN is getting it done with the scrappiest army he could possibly have. It's 3 Marauders and 8 Marines, man. It's nothing. GG. What a phenomenal game of StarCraft. Ay, 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 ay. Incredible. Now we find ourselves on Ultra Love. Yeah, that game is looking an awful lot like this week's Game of the Year. Or maybe this month's Game of the Year. I'm not exactly sure. Let me just remind you, though, that this was just game number 1 in a best-of-3 series. I don't believe that the rest of these games are gonna be any better, but, you know. Only time will tell. Man, it's so hard to make those decisions. Like, it's hard to make the correct decision when you look at the match like we do, right? Like, we're looking at the game and we have all the info. We can see the resources available for both players. But you have to make calculated, well, estimations, right? You have to make a guess as to how much your opponent truly has. And at some point when you play a lot, you do get a general vibe for how much there probably is. So you can kind of see the ebb and the flow of the battle, and you can, well, make a guess as to what the opponent has, but it will always be a guess. You never truly know exactly if there's like another infestor that wasn't part of the control group hiding off to the side. Like, you can scan ahead there as the Terran player to figure out roughly what's happening, but it's such a difficult call to make. The fact that ByuN decided to hunt down 3 Brute Lords with what was like 9 Marines or so is kind of nutty. Ultimately, I think in the final stages of that game, the real MVPs were those Medivacs. The Medivacs keeping that Terran army standing. I think it's still the most recent upgrade that Terran has added to the game. So that Medivac improvement, the energy boost, that is an upgrade that got added pretty recently. I think it's maybe been like a year or so. Maybe, I don't know, maybe 2 years. But in StarCraft history, that is that is what we call recent. That energy boost absolutely saved his ass. If it wasn't for that energy boost, it basically doubles the energy regeneration on the Medivacs. I think that game would have been a win for SHIN. There's a million things, though, that could have changed, right? We had that big fight in the bottom right when the Brute Lords initially went out, and I think that first engagement was absolute garbage for SHIN, and then the next one was absolute garbage for ByuN. They must have both lost several thousands of resources worth of army there, not really achieving anything. Beautiful. Beautiful StarCraft. Okay, well, what do we do on Ultra Love? Quick triple command center. Quick triple command center 1-1-1. What do we do as the Zerg? Quick triple hatchery. Good old Zergling speed. He pulled all the drones out. We're not going for any sort of aggression. Both players are setting themselves up for a very similar match once more. Okay. Hellion production has begun for ByuN. Keep in mind that StarCraft 2 players are human. I know this may be obvious for some, but it's sometimes worth reminding. Because of that previous game, there's a good chance that both of these guys are at least semi-fright. Right? Like, this is after already a long game or a long day of playing StarCraft. So this is from the GSL qualification games, right? And you don't like just play one set of best of like, it's not all you get to play. You play upwards of like a dozen games, and if they all look like the previous one, I don't know what the games were like before that one we just had a look at, but it is very exhausting. You gotta keep your head in the match, though. You gotta try your best. Oh, okay. SHIN decides to go for a Roach Warren this time around. I liked what he was doing across the board, though. I really think that SHIN played a really nice game. It's just that he barely fell short. But strategically, it's a little different than what we normally see from Zerg players. A heavy focus on Lingbane, much later lurkers. Strategically, I think he actually played it correct. The execution of it could have been better. I mean, I couldn't have done it better. Serral probably could have done it better. But strategically, I think he played that game correctly. And I would like to see more of it. But with such a quick Roach Warren, I don't think we're going to be seeing delayed Hive. A delayed Hive would be a pretty risky play. Generally speaking, Roaches are really good at just trying to not lose to dumb stuff. So if you lose to something dumb, it's generally defendable with Roaches, assuming you're actually in the right position. So it's very common for Zork players to start off with Roaches and then transition away from them at the first possible opportunity. But this basically is a stepping stone, most of the time at the very least, to higher tiers. Wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a Hydra den, a Lurker den, straight into a Hive, that sort of shenanigans. Either way, for now, it'll be Roaches. Oh, and you know what? We are going Missile. So Missile is a little bit funky because it benefits Roaches, Hydras, Lurkers, Queens, those sorts of units. Most notably, though, it does not benefit Zerglings and Banelings. And Zerglings and Banelings, I mean, since there's a gajillion of them, usually, when you make them, they benefit from upgrades tremendously. So, yeah, look at these guys. Awkwardly staring at the evolution chamber, wondering whether or not they're going to be able to deal +1 damage for every single attack that they do. They will not. So when you go for a +1 missile research like this, you do really limit yourself for the rest of the game. Obviously, you can go for a +1 melee later on. But usually when Zerg players go +1 missile at this stage in the match, they will double down on missile, although I say that. Baneling Nest is coming up. Infestation Pit is building. Okay. Maybe he just wants to make a push across the map with Roaches, or he just wants to play this defensively. One thing to note as well is that at this level, you will generally see the pro gamers clicking on each other's units. So when ByuN goes across the map, he will take just a split second to click one of the Roaches and see what upgrades they have. If you see +1 armor, you know, and like +1 armor and then no missile, you know that it's probably melee upgrades together with Carapace. But if you see +1/+1, you probably assume that the opponent is going to go for a more timing attack-oriented style. It's a bit funky, though. Yeah, Baneling speed is immediately coming up together with a Hive. Okay. Combat shields. Researching. No surprise there. What we do have, however, is barracks 6, 7, and 8 off of just 3 command centers. ByuN is going for a 3-base all-in. He could build up a 4th command center behind it, but generally you build the 4th command center before those additional barracks. And this means that Terran is going for a very committed push. And that honestly may be the reason why SHIN decided to go for this exact style. He's going Ultras, Vipers, Adrenal Glands, I guess? Either way, I think he went for 1/1 Roaches, mostly just to defend an 8-Rex push from the Terran player. I think that explains it. He's specifically countering this build order here from ByuN, and it is quite common on Ultra Love. We see this from Terran players quite frequently, specifically on this map, specifically when it's game number, well, 2, and then especially when they've won the first game of the series. If it's a long game, there is a 4th command center now, by the way. I think he must have seen that the Roaches were upgraded, and he realized that it's going to be difficult, but... This is something, by the way, that we never really saw before the most recent StarCraft 2 patch. Back in, I think, December. Maybe January. I don't know. Ultras after Roaches feels funky, but Ultras now have the opportunity to push units around. Oh, one little Zergling got crushed by the cooling tower. Normally, Ultras would get stuck behind the Roaches. Nowadays, they can push units around a little bit easier, and they'll actually get to the front. I think maybe ByuN recognized it, though. I didn't see the Ultra Cavern, but he knows that this is a likely switch. He's tightening up the playing field a little bit. It does mean, though, that the Blinding Clouds are also extra scary. Ooh, that is a brilliant engagement here for SHIN. SHIN wants to trade out some of those units as well, so he can replace them with Ultras. Roaches are nice and all, but I don't think he even lost any of them. No, he lost 1 Roach. He lost one roach this entire game. He's trying to lose them right now, man, but he can't even do that. Yeah, ByuN was preparing to play against Ultras, tightened up the playing field a little bit, but then took the absolute biggest blinding clouds that he could ever take. And immediately SHIN is smelling blood. Yeah. Wow, that actually was one of the worst case scenarios, I think. If you're playing a 3cc 8 Rex all-in, I mean, he did make a 4th command center on the back, and now Mules got biled down fresh out of the sky. Very cool. Very cool. And obviously now, right, Parabomb? Yeah, Parabomb, maybe Abductions, all of it would be sick. Right now, ByuN is not in a situation where he can transition to Ghosts. Like, it's too expensive, man. You kind of need to have a 4th command center up and running to make that decision. So, same for Liberators. It means that these Ultras are not countered in any way. I mean, Marine Marauder can do the job sometimes. Yeah, and this is ByuN. So if anybody is capable of doing it, I would say that ByuN is maybe the one, but... I mean, he's getting good value for now. Yeah, Ultras are kind of garbage, man, but I think there's enough of them. An Infestor as well, just to make sure that the Terran army can't just keep running the entirety of the game. And even though he can technically kite those Ultras, there's so much eco damage being dealt in the meantime, right? Yeah, still though. A couple Ultras here going for a counter-attack. 4th command center is on the 3 o'clock position. One thing to note, in the most recent balance patch, they also did remove some of the speed boost that Ultralists get. So they're not quite as fast anymore off creep as they once used to be. Either way, this was a clean game for SHIN as he evens up the score. Final game in this best of 3 series. We find ourselves on good old Tokamak. I honestly can't predict who ends up winning this match. Luckily for me, I don't know. I was actually a little bit surprised when they sent out the replay pack for this particular GSL Code S. So it's funny because they sent out the replays for the finals and the semifinals on the same day. And then I think 2 days later, they send out the qualifier replay packs for the 2nd season. I kind of thought that 2 days later, when I opened up my email and I got like the notification that Patreon had sent like another replay pack, I kind of thought that it was like the entirety of season 1 in one convenient replay pack. But no, it was already the qualifiers for the 2nd season done. So I haven't actually looked at the players that have qualified for this 2nd season, so I don't know. I'm assuming ultimately both SHIN and ByuN did make it through the qualifiers, because, I mean, they're amongst the very best players in the world. And even though, well, they're facing off against each other here in this particular game, they don't just get a single shot, right? They get multiple opportunities to make it through. And I think it's safe to assume that both SHIN as well as ByuN made it. But anyways, Tokamak will be the final map. Barracks, command center, at 400 minerals, boom, there we go. And then in the meantime, a hatchery into a gas, into a spawning pool on the other side of the map. Actually, a little bit of a later gas geyser. Hatchery into a spawning pool into a gas. There's always a little bit of variety from Zerg players. I think when you first start playing StarCraft, it's really good to just do the same thing over and over and over again. You can do the same build for thousands of games. You don't really ever have to change your build order. It's fine. Like most of the time, if you just play the exact same strat, it allows you just to notice any deviations and, well, really minutely adjust as to what the opponent is doing, right? And that's one of the nice advantages of just grinding out the same thing over and over and over again. However, at this level, I kind of like it when Zergs mix it up a bit, mostly because it also mixes up their timings a little bit and obviously allows them a bit of counterplay against something that the opponent is going to see. When you play the exact same strategy every single time, in this instance, the lair will be, for example, slightly different timed, right? If you play the exact timing for the lair every single game, then somebody like ByuN is going to be able to exploit it. But when there's always a little bit of variety, it makes it much more difficult for the opponent to deal with it. Now, as a ladder hero, I don't think that's really too important, because you're likely just going to play the same guy maybe once a week, right? Like, playing multiple games against the same person back to back to back is quite uncommon, kind of depending on your MMR. But, yeah, in general, for one-off matches, I think playing very rigidly is the way to go. But at this level, I like it when players are a little bit more flexible. All of this is to say, though, that this is a very normal build for the Zerg. I'm making it sound like this is some gigantic difference, but no. This was hatch pool gas rather than hatch gas pool, which is normally what we see from Zergs. Okay. Zergling speed will still be done by the time that Hellion 3 and 4 are across the map. We're gonna go for good old Hellion Banshee here with a quick third command center as the Terran player. Let's see, where do we go? Good old Stimpek, no surprise there. Good old Roach Warren, okay. Little surprise there, but nothing all too crazy. So, again, Roach Warren is gonna be great for just not dying to anything stupid. Keep in mind that link speed was a bit late here, and this confusion here may actually be due to the fact, okay, that ByuN thought that Zergling speed was skipped altogether. So this is what I'm trying to, what I was trying to mention earlier, right? So there's a good chance that ByuN will have made a mental note of the exact moment at which Zergling speed finished up in game number 1 and game number 2. Now game number 1 is a little bit of a funky one because of the pool first. Or at least the quick 6 Zerglings across the map. Now, though, he saw that link speed wasn't done earlier, so maybe he assumed that this was a skipped Zergling speed opener and a quick Roach Warren to basically counteract it, but it was a slight delayed Zergling speed opener, and now, well, he lost 3 Hellions and a Reaper for a single Zergling, and this has completely taken the wind out of the sails here of ByuN. These small differences, they can add up very, very quickly. Now SHIN is super comfortable, he can do whatever he likes. And what does he like? Creep spread and drones. Yeah, if you don't know what to give SHIN for his birthday, just give him some creep. And give him a drone, maybe a Banshee like that. ByuN is kind of falling apart here. I don't like this situation here for ByuN at all. Additional barracks are now building inside of the main base. Obviously, this is very recoverable, but SHIN can kind of just do whatever he pleases from here. And we're once more going +1 missile, we're once more going +1 armor, we're once more going infestation pit, but this is way quicker than in the first game of the series. Like a good, 3.5 minutes earlier. Which is, well, doesn't sound like a lot, but that is more than 50% of this entire game's duration at this point. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Don't want to lose more of your units. And he's going to lose one more, I think. Yeah. It's a very greasy Hellion. Oh, no, ByuN! Ugh. ByuN stopped running. And this is going from bad to worse right now here for the South Korean Terran player. Terrible start. He still has a really nice economy. And he is going to just try to see if he can play macro on the back of this. So, obviously, when you have a poor start, you can't really do like an 8-Rex all-in. I mean, you can, but the attack is just going to be weaker across the board. 4th command center, though, is coming up, and that means that ByuN is going to play as defensively as possible. SHIN can do, well, any attack that he likes. I wouldn't even have minded it if he decided to target down the command center. I think he may have been able to force the kill on it, but he decides to play it safely. Ravagers are coming, though. 1-1 is finishing up soon. Hive is already building. Baneling Nest once more. Is SHIN actually going to try and do a big attack here, or is he using these units defensively? We have 1 Infester. He's hoping for some nice lucky fungals. I mean, ByuN really should have moved them a little bit quicker than that. That still had me a little concerned, but... Okay, 2nd factory coming up. We're doubling up on the supply depots. This makes a Zerg player want to send in about a dozen Banelings, okay? Just to kill the supply depots. Just to giga supply block the Terran player. Like, this is one hell of a wall to be running Banelings into. Okay. Shindo not really abusing this big advantage on him or on his side of the map for anything in particular. He's basically doing the same thing as he did in the previous game, except from a much better position. And the previous game was a massive success for him. Fungal? Fungal? Could have had the Fungal. Huh, maybe he's still gonna have the Fungal. Okay. Once upon a time, Fungal into Parasitic Bomb has always been good. Fungal into Corrosive Bile when the Fungal was still a full root. Rather than a, oh wow. He's killing his own units to make room for Ultras. Really? Yeah, SHIN is so comfortable right now, he can just do whatever he likes. Ultrisks are likely gonna get chitinous plating as soon as possible. I say that as he starts up 4 Ultras, but he does not yet start up chitinous plating. There it is. That is the armor upgrade. Makes them way better. And I think when the Ultra spawn or when the upgrade is done, that is when we see SHIN go for a committed push. It is going to be an extremely difficult one to hold for ByuN. Oh, ByuN, this is not the time to move out. Yeah, then again, though, I kind of understand it. He knows that he is... Oh, jeez. He knows that he needs to do something, right? He knows that he can't let this Zerg player just macro unchecked and let him spread creep unchecked and all the rest of it. But he also knows that if he takes one bad fight, he is going to open the floodgates to his own base himself. 2-2 though is just about to finish. And it is a big power spike. New command centers are building. One bad engagement for SHIN and this game is still on track for ByuN. I also do think, though, it's important for SHIN not to give the opponent too much wiggle room. Like, he's giving him a lot. That medevac is gonna go down. Jimmy tried to gun down a Viper. Not going to happen. Ghost Academy is coming up. I mean, I am still anticipating a move here from SHIN. This has been like 6 minutes in the making, is what it feels like. Finally, he's coming across. And is this holdable? Is this holdable for ByuN? This commentator can only guess no. I'm inspired by Donnie Vermillion from the Wings of Liberty campaign. This reporter can only guess no. Yeah, garbage fight there for ByuN. He just doesn't have the numbers. He just didn't have the stuff. Even though he was near maxed out, no ghosts against Ultras. It's tough. Like, these are definitely the best tier 1 units that Terran has access to. These are definitely, like, the best tier, I don't know, 1.5 unit, I guess, that Terran has access to. Definitely the best tier 2 unit that Terran has access to. But these are tier 3 units for the Zerg, and sometimes they don't even feel like it. But in the right situation, you really do need ghosts. Or liberators, or something along those lines. Well, ByuN is trying to squeeze them out right now. SHIN doesn't have a ton of money, by the way. Like, he's got excellent creep spread and a lot of bases and all that, but he's not actually a super rich Zerg. In the first game, we saw SHIN trying to contain the opponent on like 7 bases. Now he has effectively contained the Terran player on just 4. And at this rate, it is going to soon be just the 3. Big fungals all around. Excellent spellcaster control. Really good army micro here from SHIN. He's reinforcing this though. ByuN's still fighting. He's got good upgrades on those Marines, and you can tell that they are certainly packing a punch. Okay. Yeah, ultimately that was still 20 SCVs going down. ByuN not going down though without a fight himself. 4 more Ultras. This is a big power spike though for ByuN. If he can survive until 3-3 is done, he might still be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat. He did make a new command center, so at the very least he's not gonna be stuck on just 3 bases. But soon, SHIN is going to send the next wave of Zerg. A handful of Ultras in the mix for this one. Banelings are gonna be added as well. There is an Infestor still. It does have energy for Fungal now. Takes 75 energy, just barely got enough for 1. Okay, good corrosive balls there by the Zerg onto the Widow Mines. No planetary here for ByuN is insane to me. Honestly, too greedy. I don't understand why he doesn't make a planetary in this spot. He's just gonna, like, bleed out more workers. I think in his mind, this game is already over unless he can actually somehow, some way, rebuild his economy. But he is going to pay the price for that. And even though SHIN is losing a lot of units, he is going to be able to remax so much quicker. Still though, the Medivacs, man, they were the MVPs in the first game. Now they are once more the MVPs in the third game as well. Infestor gets targeted down. I mean, SHIN, he is losing an awful lot of units, but he is sending forth the swarm. Engineering base, by the way, very exposed. There is an animation on them that something is researching, and at this point that can only ever beat 3-3. SHIN could target him down, but he does not need to. GG gets called, and it's our Zerg player who obtains the victory in a phenomenal series of StarCraft 2. What I've got for you today is a very special match of StarCraft 2. It was played during DreamHack Dallas, and many StarCraft fans are calling this the very best game of the year, the very best game of the decade, the very best game of StarCraft 2 that has ever been played. Now, I've got a bit of a story, but let me introduce the players first, because in the top left-hand corner, playing with the blue Zerg pieces, we have none other than Serral, and his opponent down in the bottom right with the red, well, I was going to call them SCVs, the red Protoss pieces, we have none other than Classic. Okay, so I actually watched the beginning of this game vaguely while I don't know exactly what I was doing. I think I was doing some Warhammer painting. I was just kind of following along, and then I realized, oh, it's already getting pretty late. Let me go ahead and cook up dinner. I made lasagna. I chopped all the vegetables. I did all of the work. I spent, I think, about an hour or so making this dish. I popped it into the oven, went back upstairs, checked my computer screen, and the game was still ongoing. I hope you got yourselves a drink, because this is going to be one of the longest games of StarCraft 2 that has ever been played. Generally speaking, I would say the average game of StarCraft, it lasts like maybe 10-15 minutes. Usually by like minute 30, the map starts mining out. This particular game is significantly longer than that. The lasagna was delicious, by the way. I purposefully stopped watching when I realized that the game was still ongoing. And after this match was played, I had dozens of people mention that this is a phenomenal game. A lot of people on Discord were saying, on Discord they were saying that this is one of the games I have to go ahead and check out ASAP. So here we are. This is actually part of a best of 5 series. Now, this is not the only long game that these two played. Apparently the entirety of the series, like the entirety of the series was like 2.5-3 hours long. Which is just ludicrous. I figured we'll have a look at this game for now, and maybe I'll check out some of the other matches from this series too, because it would just be a little bit too much. Not just as like, you know, a single video on the YouTubes, right? Like a single video on the YouTubes, like a 2.5 hour, 3 hour long video. I know it's just not gonna do well, but also I think me casting for that many, well, hours straight is just going to be terrible for my voice. So we'll just do, I guess, one at a time, and we'll see what all the hype is all about. So far, though, I'm not really seeing anything all too crazy. Serral opening up with a good old, what looks like a triple hatch. Yep, drone moves on over towards that right side here on Incorporeal, which is one of the new maps that recently got added. And then in the meantime, on the other side of the map, Classic is starting off with a little bit of a depth shenanigans, and he is now transitioning towards a Stargate. Now, Classic, of course, a very normal Protoss player. Most of the time, he doesn't really do anything too fancy, and likewise also for Serral. He doesn't really play all too many crazy strategies, even though both players are perfectly capable of it. They are what we call the quintessential macro players. Classic very much so likes the game to go a little bit longer. Serral, likewise also, not afraid to play the late game. And that is a little bit of a... it's a little uncommon, I would say, in 2025. In general, Protoss is significantly better now in the late game than they have been in many, many patches. So ever since, I think the biggest change is probably that the mothership is no longer abductable. Zerg players have been struggling a ton more. And because of it, a lot of Zerg players at the highest level are now trying to end the game before it ever really goes the distance. Now, I'm not exactly sure what we should expect here from Serral. I wouldn't be surprised if he is also going to be employing a pretty aggressive late game, just to try and prevent the game from going there. But I guess, spoiler alert, yeah, it does go pretty long. Although we already figured that out, right? All right, let's see. So it's going to be a quick third Nexus here as well. Not the fastest possible Nexus, but by no means slow. We've seen, during Dream Dallas actually, we did see a couple of Nexi go up at like 3.5 minutes, which is very, very early. If you lose one of your Adepts or one of your Oracles, even worse, you will probably just straight up end up losing the base. Classic, though, is playing this pretty conservatively, although still in a way that he can at least put on some pressure. Now, this is, of course, one of the things that is difficult, right? When you play against Serral, Serral is known to be phenomenally strong defensively. He's considered to be the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time, and he doesn't really lose a lot of units early on. So it's a lot of harassment here. We've got those Adepts going around, we have those Oracles flying about. They are trying to see if they can lower the worker count in whatever way possible, and right now the follow-up here is actually also the Glaives research, which is a pretty uncommon attack speed improvement here for those Adepts. Generally, we don't really see it all too often, especially not against the likes of Serral. Classic, though, is going to show a bunch of Adepts, and then he is, well, almost faking it, right? He's not usually going to show 5 Adepts and then go into the Glaives of research. So a small little mind game here by the Protoss. But yeah, dealing damage to Serral in the earlier stages of the game is just very difficult. Just because he's very strong when it comes to the Queen positioning, the Zergling timings, the Spore Crawlers, the Overlords, all the little things. They give him that, that very nice defensive posture. Okay, so. Glaives is going to finish up in just a moment. This is going to be 4-gate Glaive, so by no means the most aggressive variant. Serral does catch the tail end of a little move out there, but he doesn't see too much. This could actually blindside him quite badly, because we do have a bunch of Zerglings going in. 3 probes end up falling. I'm a little concerned for this situation over here, although there are queens waiting. Yeah, Serral does see that this is coming. How did I even doubt him? Completes the wall off there. Roach almost blocked it, although the Adepts decide to commit, and he just targets the Evo chamber itself. Okay, and this is actually putting in a ton of work right now. Stasis Ward, I like. Mostly just because it's forcing the retargeting there, and good movement here on those Adepts. Drones are starting to fall very rapidly. That Stasis Ward is blocking the movement up the ramp. And this is, well, the polar opposite of what I was trying to mention earlier, right? This is generally speaking not what happens against Serral. Serral taking a lot of damage here in the earlier stages of this game. It's a lot of workers falling, so that means that his eventual army is going to be significantly smaller too. Only 4 gateways again, right? So this wasn't really that committed here by Classic, who decides to recall. Saves the majority of the units too. I mean, he did lose 14, but 14 for 18 drones is a very good deal. Obviously getting Zerglings and Roaches as well on his way in. Not bad whatsoever. Serral decides to go for a Baneling Nest. Now, Baneling Nest is funky. Baneling Nest in general, we see it only every once in a while in Protoss versus Zerg. In Zerg versus Terran, it is, of course, very normal, but yeah, ever since they nerfed the Baneling HP quite a long time ago at this point, right? And they also made it so that Banelings no longer can one-shot probes with +2 attack. Banelings have sort of fallen out of popularity. Now, we do still see them from time to time, as we have once more 2 Adepts going in. Mostly, though, whenever Zerg is in a really comfortable position. So, Banelings are fantastic at forcing the game to, well, be over. They're very good at just forcing the opponent out of the match, but they're expensive. So, Serral going into Banelings here is actually a little bit uncommon. We've already got the Storm research on the other side of the map, though. Blink coming up on the back of this, +2 for the ground upgrades, too. Nicely done here by Classic, but he has sort of let his foot off the gas. And you can see it reflected here in the work account, right? So, despite all that damage that he just dealt, Serral has once more caught up to 69 workers, which is pretty nice if you ask me. Classic, though, doing Classic things. Classic in general, actually, during this particular tournament. He looked really strong. So, I was one of the commentators for DreamHack Dallas. Now, this is one of the series that I did not get to cast. Actually, in the end, like, thankfully, right? Because it means that I can go ahead and have a look at the games right now without actually knowing exactly what ended up happening. But anyways, this is one of the series I didn't check out. But I did see some of the other Classic games that he played, or some of the other games that Classic played, and he played phenomenally well. I keep thinking back of some of the games that I casted earlier this year when Classic, well, just really didn't look like himself. But he has been stepping up to the point where, yeah, he may actually be, I don't know, man. Like, I would consider him definitely to be like a top 3 Protoss. It's probably like Hero, Hero MaxPax Classic, something along those lines. Like, he genuinely looked very good. Maybe it was a fluke. We'll have to see exactly how he performs over the next couple months, but Classic certainly did impress me. Either way, Serral cut 17 corners here, trying to get back into this very defensive posture. This attack here from Classic is meant to almost win the game. He does have enough economy on the back of this too, though. The storms are good. The banelings are starting to roll through, and the High Templar, I mean, with the Stalkers blinking back. Yeah, not quite really achieving much. I think if Classic decided to go for literally any attack in between this and then also the Adepts that came out a little earlier, right? If he would have gone for anything else, there's a good chance he would have been able to just destroy the Zerg. Because Serral had very little there for the majority of, well, of the last couple of minutes. Serral, though, timing the drones there perfectly, taking a bit of a gamble. Decided to make pretty much exclusively drones there for a while, and then made army once again. And it turns out Ravagerling Bane worked out really well. Now we have a transition away, though, from that Baneling army into a Lurker Den instead. Adrenal Glands coming up. We're going to see the Hydralisk upgrades, too. Maybe not the conventional way for Zerg players to go from a mid-game army into a late-game army. All of this is a little bit messy. But he had to make some choices, right? After falling quite significantly behind here earlier on. Okay, so. Oh my god. Dude, actually the resources lost here are way better for Serral than I thought it was ever going to be. 19 Banelings are pretty expensive, but it's been mostly minerals lost. Yeah, those High Templar are pricey. He lost a lot of the Stalkers too. That was probably the best engagement Serral could have ever taken. Still though, Protoss players feeling confident. We have a Fleet Beacon coming up, an additional Stargate on the production tab too. Classic is starting to make that transition towards the late game. Probes have to run away. Banelings are here. High Templar throwing water balloons. Yeah. It's very difficult for Protosses to engage onto creep. And that's one thing that Banelings are extremely good at, right? When you're fighting on creep as a Zerg, if you look at the creep spread right now on the minimap, Serral has been sending it in every direction. Playing at 500 or so actions a minute here. Let me do a little bit of first-person view. So this is what Serral was looking at whilst playing the match. When you're fighting against Banelings on creep, it is difficult to escape. Still, Classic now gets to transition towards that late game, and pretty much all Protoss players love playing the late game right now. Going into the Mothership, going into the Tempest. It's still difficult though, like don't get me wrong. I think across the board, Protoss is strong in the late game, as we do have another attack. Okay, Storms here are looking pretty good, but Roaches are beefy targets. And this is actually now prompting the majority of the Protoss army to return back home. In the meantime, there's a little counter-attack over here too. Serral was ready to kill some Banelings, or kill some probes with the Banelings rather, but not really a whole lot of targets there for him to actually shut down. Still though, this tiny squad of units, Classic, can we send some troops there? Okay, Classic just let it kill the entirety of the base. I did not expect that. He also gave up on the Roaches, so losing those Roaches there on the other side of the map, a bit messy maybe, but Serral doesn't really want to sit on Roaches anymore at this moment in the game. Replacing them with Hydras, Zerglings, Banelings, Lurkers, that sort of thing. The Roaches are just a little bit too supply heavy. So what I was trying to say, most Zerg players are not really keen to play late game. Serral's late game has always been one of the very best, if not the best, in all of StarCraft 2. So even though across the board Zerg players don't really like playing late game that much against Protoss right now, I don't think Serral is really too concerned about it. Beautiful positioning here on those Lurkers. Oof. Those Lurkers are going to be extremely difficult to break. How in the world do you walk down that ramp? Well, apparently you don't. Instead, Classic is going to go in for the counterattack. 14 probes are already dying though, left, right, and center. Looks like there's maybe been a bit of a Baneling roll by over there. Still, the Zerg army can't really chase this very easily, and Serral decides to give up on that position. I'm a bit surprised by that. I think he should have gone after the kill. Either way, he decides to go back home, and I think he will still pay the price for that hatchery. Although Classic, I mean, in Corporeal, it has this weird corner, right? It's difficult to actually move away out of that position. Mothership right now shows up. A bunch of Tempests are also available. Drones are already dying, though. We have some of those spine crawlers behind the mineral line here that are buying a ton of time. Great zoning here by Classic. I really like that he didn't just dive into the corner, because it would be difficult to actually extract his army. Okay. He gets out, kills 18 drones too. I think Serral should have doubled down. He could have killed that base. He could have killed this base, and he would have still lost this base too, but ultimately the result is the same. Difficult game to read though, right? Keep in mind, we can obviously see all the resources and the exact supply counts and all that. Serral may have assumed that he was still at a massive deficit or something along those lines, because the early game was so rough for him. Now Classic is smelling blood. He's got an awful lot of army, and one that is certainly capable of killing that of the Zerg. Positioning though, down this ramp is not really where you want to have these Protoss units. Still though, Serral decides to back up, mostly because the Mothership is here. We have an Oracle with Revelations 2, allowing him vision of where those lurkers are, assuming he uses the Revelation skill. And this might honestly be able to do game-ending damage. Like, this is a super difficult spot to actually defend. I love the cloaking field here. Time Warp goes down in a brilliant spot too. Corruptors are coming up. Corruptors are here, but like, we need certainly a lot more of them. Mothership though is gonna tank a lot of damage and ultimately fall. There's really no reason here for Classic to go too deep. Yeah, he's sending in another little Zealot run by towards the top right. He's just trying to maximize damage, but likewise what he was trying to do in the top right, he should certainly be able to extract his army out of this position too. I do believe he already used Recall, yes, so Recall is currently on cooldown, meaning that he needs to be cautious. If he overextends, it is not really easy for him to go back home. Dark Shrine coming up. Mothership 2.0. The Step Mothership coming up. I believe that's the scientific... I don't know what the name of it is. Good zoning here, though. Yeah, he decides to move away, but keeps all of the Tempests alive for now. We haven't really seen a whole lot of... the Zealots, by the way, got cleaned up, right? By the Lings and the Banes over here. We haven't really seen a lot of carrier play over the last little while. I feel like this is a position where you can start thinking about carriers again. Tempests have become way more popular as of late. Carriers, though, still something you need to take into consideration. These upgrades are super late. Classic actually should have already had a second Cybercore going here, and I wouldn't mind if he makes one right now, because he's got plenty of money. Getting double upgrades for the flying units, very, very handy. Although, obviously, Tempests don't benefit from those upgrades as much as, for example, a carrier would, just because their attack speed is way slower. And they don't carry little interceptor ships. Oh, careful, careful. Those lurkers are going to be able to, well, absolutely destroy the ground units if you're not paying attention. Classic, though, decides to play it safe. Moving towards the bottom left-hand corner is Classic. It's far away from the Zerg. And it's quite a nice position, I think, for him. Ooh, big fungal. Ooh, massive fungal, making it difficult for the Protoss units to move back up the ramp. Serral grabs an extremely good fight, as we do have the recall being utilized. Some of the units do go home, but that was expensive. That fungal growth catching Classic off guard. And we're going to see a nosedive there when it comes to the army size. Serral just barely grabbing the... yeah, perfect engagement there. Bit of an overextension by Classic, who was getting a bit too comfortable, walking around on the perimeter of the creep. He did take a lot of losses. Up until this point, Serral has lost more minerals, but less gas. And gas, generally, the longer a game goes on, is the determining factor. Like, you need gas. Both of these armies are extremely gas heavy. Pretty much all the units we'll see on the production tab from here on out cost... well, more gas than they cost minerals, or at least they cost a ton of gas. So it's difficult for these type of fights to look at them right in isolation and not think, okay, this is a massive advantage right now for Zerg. Maybe early on, right, after those drones, well, that was certainly an advantage for Classic. He didn't really capitalize on it. Right now, I am favoring Serral's position ever so slightly, at least as far as the fights go. And that is one of the things you don't like normally see. Most of the time, Zergs lose way more gas at this phase in the game than the Protoss players do. So Classic not taking the engagements that he could be taking, or maybe Serral is squeezing more juice out of his army than Zerg players are normally capable of. Either way, Neural Parasite coming up. Burrow is researching. We've got +2. Nidus Worms are going around the map too, although we do already have the Tempest on top of it, and you can hide, but you can't go invisible. Okay. Minerals have been dumped on some static defense over here. So all of the static defense for both the Zerg as well as the Protoss, all of it only costs minerals. So gas expenditure is what most players here are aiming for. Minerals still important though, and getting a base like this is nice. 23 probes trying to gather the Vespine. Nidus Worm over here did get the Knight. I actually quite like that. One Dark Templar being used as a Nidus Worm cleaner. Hello. Can we move the probes away, please, Classic? Oof. Some sloppy mistakes. Honestly, I feel like across the board, a lot of those fights should have gone a bit better. My favorite moment of Classic so far was, well, him catching his opponent off guard quite a while ago. Nice zoning, though, and I really did like how he took the engagement here the first time around in the top right-hand corner. Still, Fungal, another Fungal over here. Some good feedbacks. Woo! A couple of the Overseers also took some damage there. Nice abduction by Serral. Grabs one of the units using the Viper. Zergling run by in the meantime on the right side of the map. Zealot run by in the meantime also on the right side of the map. +3 melee just about to finish up. +2 here, also just about to finish up. We're still only on a single air upgrade. Across the board, Serral is playing a much cleaner game here. We only have a single air upgrade right now. Even though Classic has had all the time in the world to begin those upgrades anew, right? He could have certainly started them earlier, and he could have certainly had a second Cybercore, and he could certainly be researching +2 right now. +2 for the air attacks is massive, especially if you ever plan on going into carriers. Either way, Serral has already made his next step in the master plan, and that is to go apparently into Brute Lords 2. For now, they will be in combination with Lurkers, but I think as time goes on, we'll probably see the Lurkers in smaller numbers, maybe still used in like a Nidus Worm and for attacks like this. But both of them are siege units, right? They have sort of overlapping roles, the Lurker and the Brute Lord, that is. So I can imagine that the age of the Lurker is soon ending. We may very well see some more for the time being, though, and they're still extremely good here. A lot of Archons. Good fungal growth there once more. This is the first time that Classic sees that he is indeed playing against a Brute Lord Infestor heavy army. Good fight over here, though, in the end, but all of the Zealots are dying. Ugh. That's a lot of minerals down the drain. Classic, though, still has a ton of mining, right? Like, he's still got 49 workers working away. And even though he sort of struggled securing this base over here, I think economically speaking, he's fine. But I think he probably also hoped that he was in a slightly better position than he is right now. Okay, +2 finally begins. Honestly, maybe this is one of those situations where Classic got too comfortable. He kind of thought that this game was in the bag after the early game, and then he didn't really... kind of felt like he was playing at like 80%. Serral, though, not somebody who ever falls without a fight, and honestly, he's looking strong. The one thing he doesn't really have a whole lot of, if I'm being very critical, is creep spread. I feel like this entire section of the map should be gooped up. It's one of the reasons why securing this base has proven so difficult. Lurkers once more in a position where they aren't quite seen. Revelation, though, does get used. Serral is already out. Carrier production has now begun. +3 air, though, already researching here for Serral. So keep in mind, this Spire play was much later than the Fleet Beacon play for Classic. And Serral is still pretty much an entire upgrade ahead. He also researched +1 armor, so he's basically 2 entire upgrades ahead. Big difference there. There's still no reason why Classic shouldn't have a second Cybercore researching. Either way, +2 shields also coming up, which I do quite like. The other ground upgrades are not as important anymore. Armor for the ground units is nice, but when you're mostly Archons, it doesn't really matter that much. And he's still maneuvering around the map, trying to make sure that the creep doesn't get out of control. Love the little stasis ward here too, as he's once more, I think this is attempt 4, on this particular nexus over here. Now, there is still one base for both players in the middle of the map. These are difficult. I don't see how you're ever going to be able to acquire them. But this game is going on for a while longer, right? So, how in the world are you ever going to take those bases? Now, these are mineral-only bases, by the way. So I believe they have 10 mineral fields and 0 gas. So minerals are nice. Again, like spore crawlers, photon cannons, shield batteries, all the rest of it is cool. But not as critical as anything else. So I could imagine we're only gonna see those bases being taken as like a last-ditch effort. Because minerals is not usually what players are really looking for at this point in time. But still, you do need some. And it's not like the banks are really that significant yet either. So it looks like we've actually reached a little bit of a lull as both players decide to just macro up. Nidus Whack-A-Mole will, however, continue inside of the main base, as the Tempests are now flying on over in this direction too. Working away at it. Lovely back and forth so far, though. So this is the entirety of the last 10 minutes, right? So we've had an interesting dip and dive for both players. I would actually love to see the army size graph for the entirety of the game. That'd be kind of sick. Sadly, not an option as far as I'm aware. The trades have been near even, which usually means that Zerg is benefiting. Okay, looks like some of the units here are dying. Mostly just Brutelings as far as I can tell. A couple of Changelings also slipping through the cracks. More static defense here coming up for Classic. We're now arrived, though, at a point where neither player is really going to add on more drones or more probes. Or more SCVs, for that matter. I don't think we're going to see more workers. Maybe a few more from the Zerg to, like, make static defense with. But lost workers will probably be replaced with army. Can we abduct? Yoink! Yoink! Yeah, gets 2 of them. Lovely work right there by Serral. How did that... Hold up. How did that first carrier just die? Did Serral kill it? Oh, yeah. So he abducted one and then killed the one in the back. That was very smoothly done. I actually wondered for a second there if it was... Ooh, the Protals targeting their own unit. Either way, we have a run-by over here with the Immortals. And the Immortals get the job done by themselves. He still has some Immortals in the mix. Mostly just to prevent a, like, for example, a possible, like, Ultralisk transition, or if it's a whole lot of lurkers that he's encountering. They're still powerful against that sort of thing, too. If you're caught off guard against Ultras and you have absolutely no Immortals, you're also in trouble. Neural Parasite is always tempting here. Serral finds a bunch of those units. Okay, he's playing it conservatively, though. Oh, we do have a couple of Neurals going down, and quite a few of the High Templar are dying, too. Serral storms his opponent's units. After taking control of one of the Templar, he decides to back up, though. Plenty of Tempests still alive. As we have a first attempt from both players to take those minerals in the middle of the map. I don't really remember any map that featured a 10 mineral field middle of the map type of situation. Most of the time, the late game expansions, no cancel by the way, so that's 400 minerals down the drain, but most of the late game expansions in StarCraft 2 are gas heavy. It's quite common to see an expansion here with, like, rich gases. This is a mineral only base. Still nice to have, but not as much value, I don't think. And Serral's still using the lurkers here to constantly deal damage to the static defense. Attempting to put him in the Nidus Worm too. He decides to back up once again. Live to fight another day. Man, these upgrades feel so freaking late, Classic. Ay, ay, ay. We're 27 minutes in as he takes another fungal. Another Archon dice. Yeah, Serral is just making his opponent bleed out units. Look at the traits here. 2,000 gas more effective here than the Protals up until right now. Normally, it is the... Well, it's a Zerg player who'd be at like 15,000 gas lost at this point in time. Serral taking phenomenal traits. A little bit of a Dark Templar run by. Fight over here in the bottom left-hand corner too. Broodlord trying to see if they can help out those lurkers from earlier to try and shut down this expansion. In the meantime, though, the entirety of the Protals army is running on over in this direction. And is this an overextension here from the finisher? No, not quite, it looks like. The rest of the Zerg army was close by. Okay. A couple of Zerglings here running into, but they're not going to achieve much. I actually quite like it, though, that Serral still has a control group with about 20 Zerglings. So apparently he's dedicating about 10 supply here to run by squads, right? He must have a control group just with a bunch of those units. Not exactly sure how he's hotkeying all of this, because there's a lot of different moving parts in this Zerg army. I'm imagining here for Classic, he's got most of his units on one control group, and then probably a secondary one for the High Templar. Maybe a third one as well for the Oracles, and then the Tempest. technically the sky is the limit with this type of army too. Because you can also certainly have a separate control group for the mothership. Either way, what I'm getting at is that both of these players are playing very complex units. A recall here to watch that Nexus in the middle. Apparently Classic really wants to be mining his minerals over here. Okay. Armor upgrades have begun, may as well. None of these units really need it, but you may as well. Little Zergling run by in the bottom left-hand corner. They're gonna sit on the ground for a little bit, regen some health. Stasis Ward over here is gonna put those units to sleep for just a moment. Okay. Corruptors trying to get a good fight in. Keep in mind that Corruptors do not have that rapid regeneration, right? So, Mutas, they regen extremely quickly out of combat. Corruptors don't. So, Corruptors, you can see the HP ticking up here. It takes a very long time for the units to get back up to full. It means that if you do take a bad storm to the face, you're now taken out of the rotation for like 3 minutes. Plus 3 air coming up here as well for Serral. Plus 3 air armor, that is. Oh, nice abduction there again. Man, Serral is so lethal. How does he control all of this so smoothly? Has anybody checked to see if Serral has like an extra set of arms? Because all of this still feels like he is controlling it with separate control groups. But, like, you have to be dancing on the keyboard. It feels like you have, like, I don't know, like six control groups for army at this point in time. Not easy to really control all of that in a reasonable way, right? It's one thing to make the control groups and then a second one to actually use them. Still trying his best, though. Fungal. Feedbacks instead. Great feedbacks there by Classic. As he got, I think, 3 infestors there. Not bad whatsoever. In the meantime, though, that Zergling group, once more, being a nuisance. Lurkers going around the site. So feedback from a High Templar deals damage based on the amount of energy that the feedback unit has. So, full energy infestors die. They have 90 HP and 200 max health. Can we see another one? Ooh. That guy saved himself by fungaling first. Okay. Base in the middle is in low HP. Serral is mining it though right here. Look at that. 27 drones. Pretty effectively too. You can probably support up to like 30 workers here. 3 per mineral field and still gain more. Either way. Yeah, the resources lost, pretty much even, but they are not really meant to be even at this point in time. They are meant to be quite a bit better for Protoss. Now, if we're going to bleed out lurkers like that, sure. Then suddenly life is going to be pretty great. That can turn the tides of battle pretty quickly, but I'm liking this position for Serral quite a bit, even though there's still pretty much an infinite amount of resources coming in for both players. Okay. And we are now arriving, 32 minutes into the game, at a point where effectively every mineral field is either mined out or being mined, right? Now, there's still a bit of money remaining over here. Maybe we should spend some of the 10,000 minerals here on a lot of spore crawlers. That would not be a bad idea. Maybe that'll be what Serral wants to do next and why he's mining this expansion. Because this, honestly, like, we need more minerals than 10,000 in the bank. There's an argument to be made that it's not really worth really dedicating all this supply to anymore. Classic, though, has not really been able to build up a bank quite as large. Mostly the gas count has me a little bit concerned. Yeah, all of his gases are starting to run out. Honestly, we're already at a point where the gases are nearly fully mined out. So Classic has about 1,000 remaining over there. Yeah, only 10 over here. So that is going to be another empty assimilator. We're getting to the point where there is not going to be any additional gas for any player. Serral's still mining a bit of it. Maybe a bit more. Oh, big fight. Or at least Classic is thinking about it. He decides to back up, though, after seeing the amount of static defense there. Top right, though, is already out. And all of the other expansions for the Zerg have already dried up. So we've climbed the tech ladder, right? We've gone all the way from the lowly Zealot all the way up to the Mothership. And likewise, for the Zerg, we've gone from, well, for example, the Zergling to the Brute Lord. When you run out of gas, you're gonna have to climb back down again. It's one of my favorite moments, actually, in a game of StarCraft, when players have mined out literally the entire map, and they only have, well, minerals remaining, so we go back to the type of game we started. Zerglings are way better than Zealots in the late game. So I hope for Classic's sake that it's not gonna be that. These bad boys don't mess around. Nice snipe here, but obviously this Nexus is no longer worth rebuilding. It takes 400 minerals to build a Nexus. There's 400 minerals remaining on those mineral fields. Serral bleeds out a bunch more lurkers. That is not the first time we've seen that. I think we've seen probably, I don't know, like 6, 7, 8 of those lurkers going down for free. Lurkers are, I think, 150 gas each, right? So that is quite a significant portion of gas down the drain. Serral's replacing them with, well, more Corruptors for now, a bunch more Hydras, but that is something you do have to take into consideration. Any unit that you see bleeding out, I mean, we've seen a couple of Zealots dying. Big groups of Zealots that just sort of get wiped off the map. And don't get me wrong, that's not ideal. But losing a lot of lurkers like that is extremely painful for the Zerg when gas is your main finite resource. Let's see. Looks like this base will finally be mined out. Attempt number 4, by the way, on this particular Nexus. Maybe even attempt number 5. Classic lost this base so many times. But yeah, now we've arrived at the point where neither player is really mining that much anymore. Like, Serral still has an income advantage. And maybe when these bases in the middle go back up, we will see both players trying their very best, but... Ooh, nice snipe there on a Brute Lord. Yeah, if we look now at the resources lost, okay, it's still in favor there of the Zerg. But not as much as it used to be. Can we get, okay, one of the Tempest to fire. So what Classic is very cleverly doing here is using the Revelation ability on the Oracle to reveal the units of the Zerg for 15 seconds. I think it's 15. At which point the Tempest, that can shoot away further than they can see, can actually use their maximum range. Now, Serral has a massive concave over here of flying units. We have the Infestors coming in. Beautiful feedbacks. Ay, ay, ay. That was a lot of these units going down. I do believe that the High Templar responsible for that job will also fall. So maybe in the end it's an eye for an eye. But excellent movement here by Classic. And that is something we haven't really seen optimized over the years of StarCraft. I feel like we rarely see Protoss players of this level actually using feedback to its maximum potential. It's always a focus on Storm, and Storm is amazing. But feedback is not to be underestimated, especially against relatively low HP targets, like, for example, the Infestors. Now, the Zergling run by over here, though, apparently enough of a distraction for the Nexus over here to die. Okay, more revelations, just to see if there's any Zerg units hiding around the corner. Serral killed the Nexus in the middle. Classic killed the hatchery in the middle, too. Okay. +3 armor. Man, this feels so late. 38 minutes almost into, or 37 rather, into the game. +3 armor is researching. Mate, we needed that. We needed that 15 minutes ago. I can't believe that these carriers and all the other flying units aren't maxed out yet. That's crazy talk. Alright, well, he's gonna get there eventually. Honestly, that may actually be one of the reasons why some of those fights have not quite gone his way. We haven't seen that many flying units die. So it's really hard to pinpoint, you know, a reason to just upgrades, but that certainly is going to make the big fights much harder. Admittedly, though, if you look right here at the flying units that have died, it's been 10 Corruptors, 2 Carriers, 8 Tempests, 3 Brutes. I mean, I feel like all of those units would have died regardless of the upgrades anyway. When the big clash happens, and it will happen at some point, it has to. Unless we want to end with a draw or something, but those upgrades are going to be absolutely critical. Every single one of the Protoss units, right, in the air, so including the Interceptors, benefit from those upgrades. Now, Interceptors aren't directly targetable. Spell damage from, for example, Parasitic Bomb will just completely ignore armor upgrades anyway, but it's still nice to have some additional shielding for whatever you have over here. Broodlords trying to do a little bit of a flyby. I find it ambitious. This expansion is not useful anymore. Still some mining here going on, but really not that critical. And it might just pull the Zerg way out of position, but the creep spread over here is good. And you can see the Classic is... He's got this huge army, man. 186 army supply here. He's only got 10 probes. This is... this is one hell of an army for a Protoss player. Both players, though, have a lot. Serral's still at 30 workers, so that's something. But 190 supply is basically all right over here. It is not something you can ever underestimate. The one thing we don't have here for Serral is a ton of static defense. I was gonna say, I feel like that is one of the things that this base is good for. Spore crawler production, spine crawler production. Apparently Serral is actually trying to maintain a bank of 10,000. Isn't that kind of funny? Like, he only started making these spores when he had a surplus of bigger than 10,000. Serral likes to make sure he always has $1 million on his bank account too. You don't want to be dipping you don't want to dip below. He probably has like a warning set up, you know, on his bank account. If he dips below $1 million, we got to transfer some from the savings account. Now, we have you get like a notification on your phone. Anyways, Classic did walk around the site here and got a kill. Spore crawlers or not, they're going to fall. Okay. There's actually still a little bit of juice remaining on this base. Certainly worth mining. Classic is trying to see if he can kill those Lynx. The Lynx managed to slide away. And look at these upgrades, man. Zorklings fully upgraded with Adrenal Glands. They just kill a base so rapidly. Okay. Classic hits your classic 40-minute supply block. That Nexus fell. It was also granting supply, so yeah, we gotta get the job done. Serral is now long-distance mining those 400 minerals that Classic said, nah, I don't need a Nexus over here for. Serral is now long-distance mining them. It's gonna take those drones probably the better part of 20 minutes, but they will get the job done eventually. It's 5 minerals a trip. 70 trips. We need 70 trips on how many drones? Like 6? Well, you can do the math. This little cul-de-sac over here on the right side of the map too. Apparently this is the perfect location for a bunch of pylons. Interestingly enough, this whole area over here is just a complete dead end. Yeah, Serral has been playing this really, really nice. Across the board, do like Serral's position here significantly better. Mostly just because Classic has been pretty frivolous with his spending. He's just been losing a lot of resources, and he just doesn't have an easy way to replace. An Archon goes down. The only thing that I haven't really liked from Serral is him bleeding out those lurkers. Woo! The cloaking field saves the Nexus. 39 HP remains. It kind of feels to me like Classic is a little uncertain as to what he needs to do right now. Like, he's got this army and he's kind of like awkwardly walking it around the map a little bit, but he's like, yo, can I hit you here? Can I destroy your base there? Classic is on his first date over here. He normally never gets to this point. What do you do now that you're here? We've got all the stuff. We have everything, but like, what do we do with it? Do we just, okay, we'll just park our army back in the middle of the map again. Oh, thank God. That makes me feel comfortable. Couple of Zerglings here trying to be a nuisance. But Serral is still treating the entirety of the map right now like his main base. He has been struggling, though, securing this expansion in the middle. Serral's been fighting, and he's been maintaining a resource lead. A very significant one, too. Classic just losing more stuff. Not really able to mine as much stuff. Now, the fact that this expansion over here is on a high ground is pretty phenomenal, right? Like, that makes the defense way easier. Only 8 probes, by the way, on that base. 10 mineral fields, 8 probes. Somehow this worker decided to pick the furthest away one. You hate to see it. Little Zergling run by over here. Classic decides to wall himself in fully. Serral's like, let me in! Let me in! Well, maybe later, dude. I'm sure the Zerglings will bite their way through it eventually, although if it's up to Classic, he's going for a photon cannon and a shield battery over here. Not an easy job. Finds another base. Yep, and those flying units are not to be underestimated, although Serral now also finishes the job in a mirrored position on the other side. Man, my coffee's gone cold. I completely forgot about our coffee. Okay, so both players, right, have been building up their ultimate armies. It is very uncommon, though, even though we see like 50,000 resources lost for both players, it's very uncommon to not really have had a main fight yet between these two players. Like, we've had a lot of units getting picked off over the course of time, but I feel like we haven't really had one giant clash between the forces, which is quite interesting. They've mostly just been going around each other, bleeding out a couple units, tagging a bunch of troops on the way out, sniping a few overextensions, that sort of thing, but not really that many main engagements over like the last 20 minutes. And it'll have to happen at some point. Neither player can really afford being caught unprepared. You can tell here that Classic is not keen to move into creep. So creep just provides a significant advantage for Zerg, mostly at this point for vision. So sniping the creep tumors here and backing up, I think that is the way to go. Obviously, Zerg units also do gain a speed advantage, but most of these troops don't really benefit from it very much. It's the vision, I think, here that Classic is mostly just trying to deny. So he's happy to fight the Zerg, but he wants to do it on his own terrain and preferably up a ramp. Likewise here for Serral, he doesn't really want to fight without the creep, and he doesn't really want to fight up the ramp. So they're existing alongside each other. Serral's still taking those mineral fields, by the way. I absolutely love it. He's like, yo, you're not taking them? Are you gonna finish that? are you gonna, like, you know, those potatoes? Are you gonna finish? Like, if you're not gonna finish your dessert, can I, like... Serral's just taking whatever he can get right now. It's a meager living, but it's one that still counts. Brilliant stuff. Zergling's got a Dark Templar kill there as the Overseer popped in just to provide a bit of vision, a little bit of detection. They're running all the way around the map. Probes, ooh, for some reason not mining. Classic actually doesn't have much stuff. Like, if we look at the cost of the armies, so you can see that in the top left, Serral's army is about the same cost here as Classic's. Neither player is even remotely close to being able to, like, replenish their units again. It's not like they can just replace this army, right? Like, if they lose the entirety of it. But Classic has way less. Like, 1,000 gas, not even, is all he needs to work with. These, okay, are now recalling singular zealots, apparently. Fair enough. Yeah, and we are arriving as well at the point where both players have nearly 200 supply worth of army units. Serral's sitting at 190 supply right now, Classic at 192. Just army units. He makes one probe, by the way. He makes 2 probes. He can make 2 to fill out his unit composition. Zealot over here in the meantime, working away at whatever it can. It's not much, but it's honest work. Drone decides to burrow just so he can consider mining that for a little bit longer. Okay. There's a lot of queens, by the way. Yeah. So this I do quite like. I was talking earlier about how Zerglings are definitely the best mineral unit, right? Like, in the late game, at least if you compare it to, like, Zealots and Marines and stuff. Like, I think Zerglings are phenomenal. Queens, though, are, of course, spellcasters. And Queens are 175 minerals each. They're not usually made as an army unit, but they can still be used for transfusion and, well, creep spread, for example, over here, too. They also do deal quite a bit of damage when fully upgraded, although Serral actually doesn't have the full Evo Chamber upgrades. It's not really why he's got them here, they're mostly just here for their spells. It's important, though, that you don't have the Queens body blocking the Infestors here, which is something that I have had many times myself in my own games. It's painful. Don't ask me how. Trying to throw a couple of probes here. Or a couple of brootlings onto the probes. This game is becoming extremely tense. Like, the clash has to happen. Serral, by the way, has entirely given up on mining this base, it seems. Apparently, we do find 6,000 minerals. Okay. He's slowly pushing his creep up this high ground, and the spore crawler's behind it too. Here we go. Serral decides to move in. Neural Parasite gets thrown down. We had a bunch of fungals already. Cloaking Field gets activated as Serral swoops forward right here with all of the Corruptors too. Queen's desperately trying to transfuse whatever they can hit. Great Storm's going down though too here for Classic, who is dealing a tremendous amount of units. And the Archons here in the meantime on the ground are dealing a ton of damage too to the clumped up Zerg army units. Queens don't have a ton of energy remaining anymore. Corruptors still flying through the storms. Archons dealing so much damage, but still, that was, I think, about the best fight that Serral could ever take. Now both players will have to remax immediately with whatever resources they can. Serral decides to go for 18 additional Corruptors, 20 additional Corruptors, and 1 Viper. That's it. No more gas. Likewise, Classic here is warping in 1 Stalker with his final resources. He decides to blink after this. Good fungal growth, though, by Serral. Spore Crawler's currently uprooted. We probably want to put those down again, as he does. Another aggressive blink forward. We have fungal growth being thrown on top of all of those Stalkers. It's the Zergling swoop in. Corruptors trying to go after the Interceptors. We have a fungal growth on those as well. A couple of Brute Lords in the back, just throwing their children forward whenever they can. Slowly working through all of those Stalkers. Archons, though, are falling. Yeah, with only 2 Archons remaining, it means that the Corruptors pretty much have free reign. One of the Brute Lords gets targeted down. Stalkers blink after it again. Protoss units in the air can't really follow here with the amount of Spore Crawlers. Serral tries to use that to his advantage as he snipes another one of those carriers. Zerglings are here available. Both players now entirely broke. We have 191 minerals available for Classic, who's going to probably spend the majority of it. Actually, no. Rebuilding Interceptors is what I was going to say, but he doesn't have any carrier remaining anymore. What Serral does have, though, is a whole lot of... Oh, no, he's got 21 Corruptors. Serral has 21 Corruptors and 1 Brute Lord. He does not have any way to really use those Corruptors at this point in time because there are no flying units that remain. There are no flying units anymore. Oh, no. Has Serral just... Did he just... Ooh, he may have just thrown it. I thought that that was about the best fight he could take. Oh, Serral's nervous too. Did you see that? Caustic Spray goes on cooldown as soon as you use it. All of those Corruptors have just used it. There's 1 High Templar. Okay, High Templar uses Storm, goes down. What exactly is there available right now for the Protoss player? It's just this single Archon providing the anti-air. If he can snipe down the Brute Lord, I think that's it. Oh my god, the Archon is chasing it down. There are still Queens available, or at least there were at the beginning of that fight. The transfusion is starting to wear off. We have a recall. We have a recall to save this 1 hero Archon. 29 confirmed kills. If it can kill that 1 Brute Lord, I think that will shut everything down. Zealots and Immortals, though, mostly just trying to see if they can tank the damage. So the Brute Lord does not kill their little brother. Okay. So, Caustic Spray, it is like, I think it's like a 45-second cooldown. And it does allow these Corruptors to puke all over bases. It does take down expansions, right? It does take down bases pretty rapidly. It's just that the cooldown is long. So the ability itself is powerful. It can only be used... Oh, we have a Viper. The Viper, the Viper, the Viper goes down. Nice snipe right there, actually. Super important unit here for Serral. I mean... in a one-on-one fight, obviously the Brute Lord is good. But the Archon can just run around. As long as he's got a recall available, he should be able to get it out of here. And yeah, now this Protoss army, killing all of the Brutelings ASAP. This Protoss army is hunting down a single Brute Lord. What are the Corruptors doing? They're just throwing their puke all over whatever base they can hit. Immortals, well, forced to use their barrier ability to stay alive. Oh my god. I guess we have a separate control grid now for the Archon. Serral, though, using his army here to target fire down that single Archon. There is no Zealot anymore. There's no more mining anymore. There's or no Queens anymore, rather. These points of damage that Serral's taking on the Brute, they're gonna have to regen over time. It takes a very long time for that Brute to reach back up to full HP. Corruptors are still good, though. So the win condition in a game of StarCraft 2 is to destroy all of your opponent's structures. Army units are not relevant. Meaning that as long as the structures are down, he will obtain the victory. That's also what those Zealots and Immortals have just started. The structure step is still very long at this point in time, but it's really, like, in absolute numbers, it's not even that many. If you use, like, one Corruptor, Caustic Spray, everything, I mean, you can get rid of most of this base in, like, maybe 3 minutes? Zealots going around still, hitting whatever they can. Where's the one Archon? Oh, we have some long-distance mining going on. I quite like it, actually. It has to be brought back to the original Nexus, but hey, it's better than nothing. Serral now also using Caustic Spray on whatever he can. His rapid fire is so high that I think he's using the Corruptors individually because he can't actually do it any other way. Archon. Archon! Archon! Archon gets underneath. Ooh! One hit is already good. Like, one hit of an Archon fully upgraded like this actually hits pretty dang hard. Keep in mind that Archons are pretty much all shields. And the shields will regen very quickly. Okay, he's trying once more. Ooh, gets another hit on that Brute Lord. Zealots trying to see if they can snipe all of those Brutelings. So Brute Lords deal damage in two folds. They deal damage first off when the Brutelings get thrown onto the target. And then also with the little Brutelings that remain on the ground. Classic is just trying to kill whatever. Caustic Spray is used inside of the main base. And the Nexus at this point is gone. Zealots and Immortals are still hitting whatever they can. Archon is backing up for a second. I think it needs to back up a little bit more, dude. Oh my god, this is so dangerous. If the Archon dies, that will be the final form of anti-air gone. Oh! Can he get the Brute Lord? Can he get the Brute Lord? Can he get the Brute Lord? Oh my god, he gets the freaking Brute Lord. There's no way. I can't believe Classic sent it back so quick. I feel like you back up, wait until you're full shields again, but he saw an opportunity. That Brute Lord was sleeping on the job as Serral was busy Caustic spraying whatever he can inside of the main base. And that means that only 2 Zerglings right now remain as Serral's only anti-ground. Okay, so now it comes down to whoever can kill the final structures quicker. Serral's been revealed. It's just this single Spore Crawler. What a way to end it. Just like that. It is Classic who obtains the victory in a phenomenal game of StarCraft 2. I know I overused the term Game of the Year, but my god, was that one of the games of the year? Maybe one of the games of the decade, even. Phenomenal. There's a lot of different ways in which that game could have gone Serral's way. I actually think Serral had that in the bag until he overestimated the amount of resources that Classic had. So I think what happened there for Serral is that he looked at his own resource bank. And he probably thought, okay, my opponent has been mining the same amount of resources as me throughout the game. Therefore, he also should probably have a similar amount of resources, right? Like, at that point, he should also have about as much minerals and gas as I have. So what does Protoss do? They remax on additional Skytoss units. He may have just for a split second there forgotten that he had been taking way better trades there. And he had way more gas because of it. So he overmade Corruptors. If he would have made one more Brute Lord. Like, just like one more Brute Lord in that final spot of the game. This would have been a win. Insane. Hello everyone, my name is Loco and welcome to a best of 3 series of top level StarCraft 2. What I've got for you today is a Protoss versus Terran that is supposed to be an absolute banger. Now spawning right here in the bottom left hand corner, playing with the red Protoss pieces. We have the highest ranked player from the United States of America. We're looking inside of the main base of Astrea. I feel like I don't get to cast that many Astrea games. It's always fun to get a look at what he has been up to. His opponent though, somebody I get to cover, well honestly if I wanted to, literally every single day. He's the world champion of StarCraft 2. He's an absolute legend. Well, at the very least, as of me casting this, he's the world champion of StarCraft 2. Although I think by the time that this video makes it up to the YouTube channel, I mean, maybe he goes back to back. It's hard to say. Anyways, I'm not exactly sure what my schedule is going to be like. I've been prepping some videos in advance, though, for the EWC. Either way, playing right here with the blue Terran pieces, we have, of course, none other than Clem. Now, Clem, unlike many world champions that we've had in StarCraft 2 over the years, plays in literally all of the things. He plays in all of the stuff. You do like a $500 tournament and it's pretty much a guarantee, at least assuming he, you know, can actually make it, but it's pretty much a guarantee that Clem will sign up for your tournament. At least if it's, you know, public knowledge and easy for him to sign up and all that. Clem really does play in a lot. And as far as I understand, in between the World Championships that he won and right now, he's taken like a couple days off. That's it. Like, he's played pretty much all of the time. I wonder if at some point you sort of burn out. Because he plays really, like, there's a few players out there that, like, grind in... Well, they grind day after day. And they just play game after game all the freaking time. Clem is certainly one of them. You'd imagine at some point you must kind of burn out, but, well, he's still winning. And honestly, all of those weekly cups, they do sort of add up over time. Let me actually have a look. Liquipedia, Clem... So last year at the World Championships, Clem earned $450,000 in a single event. And right now his total earnings are roughly at about 900. So depending on how well he does during this year's EWC, and I think it's entirely fair for Clem to be bare minimum a top 4 player, we may just welcome another StarCraft 2 millionaire at this rate before the end of the year, which is pretty sick. There's only been a handful of them over the years. Actually, I think it's only Serral, Maru, and Rogue. I don't know if anybody else has surpassed it since then, but I think those are the 3. So there is a website called SC2, or actually, there's an even better one called Esports Earnings that keeps track of all of the earnings for each of the games. Now, interestingly enough, StarCraft 2 is still pretty high on the list. It's actually still in the top 10, which is pretty sick. Oh, Dark! Dark obviously also has made it to that point. Dark actually also made it to 1.2 million, a little bit after some of those other players, but of course, still an absolute monster, but currently off to do his mandatory military service. Now, already, as I have been yapping onwards about completely, well, at least game unrelated stuff, we've got ourselves a good old Stargate opener from Astrea. I feel like we don't see it that often anymore. Stargate openers in general have lost a little bit of popularity. At least with a lot of the European and a lot of the South Korean Protoss players. They've been going, well, Twilight Council pretty much every single time. I have always been a fan of these Phoenix-based openers because they allow the game to go a little bit longer. So this is an excellent, I don't want to die to anything stupid opener, assuming you play correctly. Now, that is the big assumption you have to make, because Clem is somebody that can tear you apart, and it's a very delicate early game. You have to be on point with your lifts. You don't want to be like overlifting with those Phoenixes either, because they have a limited amount of energy. Obviously, you can use the energy recharge on them and maybe get an additional graviton lift on them, but it's quite flimsy. We do have, at the very least, an attempted third Nexus. Looks like Clem is going to be able to shut this down for the time being. Still, though, the Phoenixes are out, and with a Robo facility right now on the back of it, we'll probably see a Colossus eventually too. Once the Colossi are out, if you micro everything well, you can force the game to go a little bit longer. Okay, here we go, though. This has to be managed well. One Phoenix does get sniped down, it seems, but plenty of units still left over. Yeah, Clem is going to be forced to retreat. Third Nexus has been delayed successfully, but it certainly does not justify losing all of those biological units here. There is still a Banshee. Okay, sneak it around the side as well. A little bit risky, of course. Astrea doesn't know about the fact that there is a Banshee going across, otherwise he would easily go ahead and kill it. This Hellion mostly just as a distraction to, well, ultimately help this little plane go across. Problem is, though, one Banshee rarely does anything anyway. If you can get a handful of kills, that would be big. It depends on whether or not there is a shield battery anywhere. And at this point, well, looking at it, there's literally, well, there's one over here, but the probes are not going to be able to use that. Cloaking field is done. We do need detection in this region too. Observer starts up right now. Clem might just get a little bit lucky. Yeah. No shield batteries, no detection, and of course the Banshee managed to go across the map all the way unscouted. Man, this is unfortunate for Astrea. So much damage dealt by a unit that is technically countered. 12 probe kills for a single Banshee. I mean, there's a second one right now, too. That one was apparently working away at a shield battery. But I think that's about the most damage that Clem could have ever hoped for out of a single one of those units. Alright. Well, the Colossus is coming. We've got ourselves Stimpack, combat shields, +1 infantry attacks as well. So Clem getting all of the important upgrades that he needs. Nice little splitty over here, trying to mitigate some of the damage that could potentially be coming in. Lifts up a single SCV in retaliation, and, well, a couple of the Marines too. Obviously, there's no point in having your Phoenixes sit at maximum energy. They won't really contribute a whole lot more. Yeah, and I've seen this build quite a bit from Protoss players, and then even though, technically speaking, it is perfectly safe for Protoss, I've still seen Clem absolutely tear it apart. You end up with like one of those army compositions here as Protoss, where at least initially it's like Phoenixes and Colossi and then just a couple of units. Okay. Medevacs are forced to unload. But it's flimsy, right? Like you have these very big beefy targets as Protoss, but very little to like shield in front of those big beefy targets. Nice control on the Phoenixes though. Yeah, Astrea shielding his main base. Absolutely not a chance that Clem is going to lift up and go in there right now, but Clem is already showing that he is not afraid to go ahead and mix it up if he needs to. Third command center, though, is just about to finish up. Likewise, though, Stimpack, combat shields, and +1 are already done. And it does mean a very significant power spike for the vast majority of Terran units out right now. We see charge coming up, but that's certainly not going to be done in time. There are 2 Colossi. Third one starts up a little bit late on that one. The arranged research for the Colossi also not yet finished, and this is still one of those attacks that needs to be respected. Then again, though, this is only a part of the Protoss, or of the Terran's army, rather. So he's trying to now bring those units together. Phoenix is still hanging out over here. Colossus, okay, is gonna be enough. Nice multitasking here from Astrea. We see Protoss players butcher this exact engagement right over here, time and time again. Especially against somebody like Clem, who's desperately trying to pull him apart in lots of different little sections, but maybe he can still get something done. The third Colossus now is available, though, and so is the ranged upgrade for those Colossi. Bit of hold position there on the Colossus. Yeah, all that Astrea is looking for right now is to just not lose. That's the only goal. Don't lose any important units. He doesn't want to fight. Clem is the one looking for an engagement, and he should not be baited away from the safety of the static defense. Looks like one of the Widow Mines did end up getting a little bit fancy. But ultimately, not bad whatsoever, and well managed here by the American Protoss. Clem still, though, hunting this area, but he needs to be careful now. With all of those additional upgrades kicking in for Protoss, you can very easily overextend. And this is not the type of Terran army that you can just give away and then immediately remake. Alright, fourth Nexus now, on the back of this as well. Storm coming up here too for the Protoss. Double upgrades. We have got Blink. And that's exactly why Clem is putting in a little bit of urgency, right? Because he knows that he needs to do something. He's got the army advantage. He's got like twice as much supply, it feels like, as far as the army goes. But he just can't really find an engagement yet. I love the Vikings, though. The Vikings need to be respected. If the Colossi are taken out of the equation, I mean, obviously, this type of Protoss army will just absolutely melt. Looks like the fourth Nexus will be forced to get cancelled. Okay. Storm, though. Again, an important upgrade, but also an expensive upgrade. Takes forever to research. Better than ever now, though, with, of course, that shield battery, well, overcharge removal and the energy recharge. There it was being used. It's boosting those High Templar to get energy for storms all of the time, and I mean, it's taken along. That's, of course, a phenomenal upgrade against those clumped up Vikings, but also against the Marines. And so far, I gotta say, Clem is really trying, but he's not getting a single fight that is really benefiting him. Zealot run by, mostly just here as a distraction to buy time for this Protoss army. Still, though, the Terran is about 20 supply ahead, 25-ish supply even, ahead of that army of the Protoss. The Zealots, though, are gonna cause a lot of havoc, and immediately, look at that, Clem is stimming his entire army back home just to clean all of this up. Fourth Nexus, in the meantime, has been restarted. So the idea, of course, behind that is to just continue building up that economical advantage. And right now, Clem might have the bigger army, but he does have a significantly smaller economy. And that is all that Astrea is really leaning on. Get the higher technology, get the better upgrades, get the bigger economy, so you can make a better army eventually. Honestly, it's becoming important that Clem does something. It was already important, but he needs to do something. He can't really just let the Protoss players sit on this much economy. 83 workers, by the way. Not bad whatsoever. Clem, well, marching around the map, but Astrea has already got a lot of spotters out. He sees this type of army coming in. Great feedbacks as well on the Medivacs. Astrea basically shouting for him to get off his lawn. And look at the vision right now on the minimap. There's observers sieged up, there's a pylon, there's probes, there's units all over. And Clem can't really possibly be scouting all of it. As long as Protoss knows where that Terran army is located, they can also avoid it, or at the very least, park their army here in the right position to deal with it. Lovely movement here by Astrea. I'm honestly very impressed. Still easy, though, for this type of game to fall apart. Clem has decided, by the way, to now, well, begin building up his own economy as well. From a bit of a deficit. Building 4 command centers. So Clem has decided that this game needs to be flipped upside down. He wanted to play a more aggressive 2-base style, then a more aggressive 3-base style, and then a more aggressive 4-base style. But Astrea has deflected all of it. So apparently we're gonna go into the mass command center style instead. We'll have 5 command centers building on the production tab. That is 2,000 minerals worth. It's a lot of money that is gonna be caught up right now in infrastructure, and obviously we have yet to really see Astrea commit to a big attack of his own. Honestly, he might just be about ready for it. Yeah, he takes some really good engagements again on the right, and then some really solid engagements again as well on the left. Looks like we don't have an EMP available, so those storms are still very dangerous. Right over here, though, okay, the Colossi are a little too far forward. The Vikings are in the right position. Good micro here by Clem, and finally he takes a reasonable fight. That storm, by the way, still kills a couple of Vikings on their way out as well. Lovely stuff. Okay. So, the logical next step for Terran would be to transition towards Liberators now. He's already been upgrading those Vikings. Well, you know what? If you lose them, you may as well make a couple more. +1 air also coming up, though, for Astrea. So we've seen a lot of Protoss players, especially the Europeans, especially the Koreans again, deal with Liberators by just going into... Wow. Really? Dang. By going into just Mass Stalker. Maybe that will be what he does as well here eventually, but the +1 air weapons is really nice. That one Ghost, though. Look at this one hero Ghost. 4 confirmed kills, and at least a few of them have been, there we go, have been High Templar. Ultimately, the Ghost does fall, but not a bad trade right there for a single unit. Still 12 High Templar. Man, 12 High Templar is a lot. They're parked all around the map. As long as you're on top of it, you can put in a ton of work. Okay. Yeah. No, not gonna happen. He does get the revelation right there. On that single observer with the EMP. Something we actually don't really see all too often, but EMP is a way to uncloak cloaked units. There we go. Fleet Beacon together with a Stargate. So we are building up to a long game right now. Liberator production indeed has begun. Nice fight over here for Astrea, who really is just trying to open up a bit of supply. He does have 12 gateways. Big storms all around, man. Man, those High Templar are having a grand old time. This guy just stormed himself to death. Maybe a little overly ambitious. Yeah, you do have to be careful, right? Even though Clem hasn't really gotten the start in this game that he was hoping for, he's still extremely good at these micro wars, and cost effectiveness is obviously, well, one of the very best things that Clem can do with his type of army. So already we can see it reflected here. Protoss just losing more important units than Terran has lost so far. And that is the type of stuff that... So many storms. That is the type of stuff that Clem is very, very good at. Fusion Core right now is done. We can go into the Liberator ranged upgrade. We can go into the Medivac energy boost. All of it is awesome. +3/+3 as well for the infantry units right now. We're gonna go into the second Cyber Core though here for Astrea, and the only reason you would want to get a second Cyber Core is to start double upgrading air units. Another big storm. Man. APM-wise, Astrea is playing a pretty fast game. I haven't really seen any of the High Templar get caught off guard on the minimap. Every time Clem is hoping for a lucky free kill, he does get stormed first. Additional Stargates again. So I think Astrea probably wants to do like a full transition to Tempest and maybe even a Mothership. Now obviously at this point he's maxed, so he can't really do that. Blue mineral fields here do get destroyed. Colossus trying its very best. Okay. Already, by the way, +3 air for Clem. This is honestly a very passive game now. Like, even though there's activity all over the map and both players are trying to get damage done, really both of them are just preparing for like the ultimate late game. These skirmishes are nice and all, but I highly doubt that they're going to be deciding the game. Although that being said, Astrea is maybe thinking about cannon rushing this section of the map? Why else would you be making a pylon over here? Yes! Let's freaking go, dude. I love that. I mean, cannon rushing with a little asterisk right next to the word rushing. Oh, I love the High Templar. The High Templar have been putting in so much freaking work. Still though, the Terran army should be okay against these leftover Protoss units. Tempest production right now has indeed started. We're gonna go for the medevac boost. Zealots also inside of the main base now. The majority of the Protoss army is moving around over here. Aggressive blink forward, snipes a couple of the units. Photon cannon set up over here, but Liberators preventing them from moving too far forward. Looks like the Prism in the main base together with the Zealots, they have been cleaned up. More command centers coming up. 4 more, actually. But now the Tempests are here. And this base is extremely easy now for Astrea to deny. I don't believe it's going to be possible for Clem to hold onto it. If Clem decides to overstay his welcome, he's just going to be bleeding out units. Having some static defense over here is phenomenal. What a game so far. A lovely way to start off a series. How many orbitals do we have, though? 10? 10 orbitals with 3 more coming up? Tactical nukes? Okay, sure. That is going to be 13 orbital commands. Generally, we see that many in like a long, drawn-out game of Terran versus Zerg. Rarely do you get that many against Protoss. It effectively means, though, that you can scan basically indefinitely, you know? Like, you can effectively scan wherever you like. Alternatively, you can give up on a lot of your SCVs, replace them with army supply instead, and then drop down mules. Mules don't cost any supply. Since they have a timed life, it doesn't matter. But it does allow you more, well, out of your 200 supply pie, right? You can actually dedicate a bigger portion of it to army. Okay. More High Templar. More mechanical upgrades as well. This is the one game, though, that will come down to cost effectiveness at this rate, right? And another little snipey. I feel like Clem is so freaking good. Like, late game Terran versus Zerg is incredible. Like, his TVZ is phenomenal. And this is the type of game that this is remarkably similar to late game TVZ. Even though there's no Zerg in this type of match, I've got a feeling that Clem has way more experience playing this sort of long, drawn-out game than Astrea does, but I'd like to be proven wrong. So far, Astrea is holding himself very, very nicely. A little hit squad of Terran units ready to take care of some of that static defense. There is a High Templar nearby as well, and indeed it is going to be using its Psy Storms here. So far, this game is all but decided. New Nexi coming up. A new starport is building. Looks like we have a nice little hit squad of units here. Man, I'm actually very pleasantly surprised here by Astrea. Like, obviously, I know he's very good, but I didn't realize he would be comfortable going toe-to-toe against Clem in a macro game, and he's managing it really well. You love to see it. Sometimes when you don't see players sign up for as many events, or at the very least, I haven't seen him play in as many tournaments. Maybe I've just missed him. That's also very possible. You'd imagine that usually that's, well, because the players are taking a bit of a break or they haven't been able to dedicate a lot of time. But this is the type of match that very clearly shows that Astrea has been putting in the work. Double upgrades, though. Still ticking along for the flying units. The shields research also kicking in now for, well, all of the Protoss. Astrea trying to now to basically just take his 50% of the map. Tactical nuke! It's gonna be sent across this little crevice. Obviously, Astrea has been doing the same thing on the other side of the map, but tactical nukes are brilliant for this exact same goal. There you go, deny the mining on that base over and over and over again. More of them coming up. 2 more Ghost Academies and 2 more nukes researching inside of the main base. Clem is going mass nuke. Mass command center, mass nuke. Cost efficiency is going to be the key word here. Because at this rate, both players are going to be able to mine 50% of the map. And at that point, well, there's a finite amount of money remaining. I do believe it's important that Clem doesn't add on more command centers. Like, there is certainly an upper limit. I think 13 is about that many. I don't really think you need more than 30. Oh god, he starts up more. Sometimes I feel like Terrans get a little carried away with the amount of command centers that they make. Having a bank feels kind of bad, but I don't think, as we have another tactical nuke sent across the map, I don't think it's a bad idea to have a little bit of change. Dang. That ghost, super dead. Like, that's the most dead ghost I've ever seen in my life. Like 6 capital ships of the Protoss were dedicated with shutting it down. And obviously that means that the nuke doesn't land. So if the ghost is sniped while the nuke is channeling, the nuke itself is now, I guess, orbiting Tokamak somewhere. I don't know. Not a good sign, but we do have triple nuke right now on the production tab. Mama ship coming up as well here for Astrea. Okay. Clem is making another attempt over here on this base. Now Astrea sees this. He still has some really nice vision around the map, actually.
For the glory of Protoss, no mercy to the enemies.
Wait, is that the White Draw announcer? Astrea was always playing with the Diva announcer. I think that's the White...
Nuclear. Need to destroy it here and expound.
I think that's the White Draw announcer effect. Very cool. Tactical nuke over here, though, is not cancelled. Clem is going to be able to land it. Luckily here for Astrea, he didn't notice as we have more nukes being sent across the map. I mean, it's an extremely slow way to keep killing those bases and to keep shutting down the static defense, but it is going to chip away at all of those Protoss structures. There's another nuke. We have more and more of them flying across. Clem has decided to play a series for the fans. And you know what? This is an effective one. That's a lot of static defense that will fall. So a nuke is 100 minerals, 100 gas in StarCraft 2. I believe it's slightly more expensive in IRL. Either way, you need to make sure that you get at least some sort of value. So if you use 8 nukes to kill a Nexus, that's obviously not worthwhile. More and more nukes being sent around. We do see a feedback over here, a snipe then as well. The Ghost still going to town though, but that nuke does get cancelled. Gotta be careful, of course. Nukes do deal friendly fire too. He's just rapid firing nukes now. Oh, is this one spotted? Okay, well, it's spotted now because the Liberator kind of spoiled the surprise. What about this one though? Woo, that was close. The circle was already closing. Keep in mind that we see a really nice notification on the minimap as to where the nukes are. That is not what Astrea sees. Astrea will only see a tiny little red dot. And obviously all of his bases right now are spread out. And you can't really easily predict where those nukes are going to land. Okay. The fight will indeed continue. Astrea is still with a lot of money in the bank though. Uses some of it now to, well, build up the static defense here in the top left-hand corner. Likewise, Astrea is going up against the Terran, who's done the same thing in the bottom right. What a game. Oh, I love this. This could be big, actually, for Clem. A lot of money dedicated to building up this expansion for Astrea. several thousand minerals here for sure, and it looks like he's gonna be able to shut quite a bit, well, quite a bit of it here down before it really gets going. Another little storm. Another tactical nuke. Those nukes have been wonderful. Really, really powerful here. Great method of zoning this army away. In the meantime, though, there is a giant amount of, well, aggression happening as well in the top left. Looks like Astrea has held on to this expansion for now, and he's gonna try again to get some more of that static defense going. Obviously, you need to have high ground vision in order to use a nuke. So you can't just nuke into an area that you don't have vision of. And if a ghost by itself tries to walk up the ramp, it will get killed by the photon cannons, because the photon cannons are detectors. A lot of mules will be coming up again. And every time there's a little peak over here in the income advantage, it is when all of those mules are mining. Clem only had 58 workers. Astrea actually has also brought his worker count down quite a bit. So this ghost actually did get some nice vision there, probably using a scan or something to provide that high ground. That high ground vision, that is. Astrea adds on even more Stargates right now to try and deal with all of this. So I guess if he loses his army, he's gonna be able to rebuild Skytles immediately. Tactical nukes, though, are landing left, right, and center. Cost effectiveness. Let's look at that for a second. Both players losing a near similar amount of resources in this game so far. And you know what? Both players are also mining their 50% of the map. When you trade pretty much 50-50 and you, well, mine 50% of the map each, how in the world is the game going to get decided? Tactical nukes, though, are actually kind of breaking all of the static defense open. The main problem here for Clem is that it does cost gas to make a tactical nuke, whereas Astrea's, well, all of his static defense only costs minerals. So that could be a slight advantage, I suppose, here for the American Protoss, but it is not easily managed. More nukes flying across. So many of them, actually, have landed. Maybe what we do is we pause the game and we decide it with a rock, paper, scissors. Ooh, some nice storms over here, too, though. Gotta be careful, that nuke is gonna land. Get out of there! Oh my god, Ooh, run. Astrea somehow, some way, cutting that as close as he could. We do still see the trail of smoke there. Likewise for Clem, he needs to be careful. Obviously, he can cancel the nuke as well, but these fights are all very good for Terran. He can always cancel the nuke if his own army is overextended, but it is important to not forget about it. Oh, what a brilliant game of StarCraft, seriously. Really, really, really cool. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of late Terran versus Protosses lately. It's become more and more rare. Admittedly, it's also because a lot of Terrans have been trying to avoid it. A lot of Terrans hate playing this position. Protoss in the late game looks pretty difficult to beat, but Clem is showing us that maybe mass nuke is the way. This is a sketchy section of the map to mine. But as long as that Protoss army is in the bottom right, I think it'll be fine here for Clem to continue mining this expansion. More tactical nukes, this time around on the top left. Ghost activates its cloaking field, and it is gonna get the Knight. Good storm, though. Fight over here still continues as well on the bottom right. Some of the SCVs that Clem still has, they were pulled away from the mineral line for just a bit to, well, finish up their repair duty. How many nukes has it been? I know it says 9 over here, but that's not accurate. There have been more than 9 for sure. Woo. We're just gonna keep killing this base with nukes. You know what? It will die eventually. And good zoning here as well. There we go. That is the money nuke, although immediately the Nexus gets rebuilt. Oh, big storm bear on all of the Vikings. Lots of SCVs did die, but even more probes fell because of this nuke. Whew, I like the way that Clem is controlling this, though. Like, Clem always... He's got this, like, aura of just being in control all the freaking time. This is an exceptionally difficult game to actually manage, because there's so many moving parts. But Clem always seems to just have this very firm hold on pretty much any situation. Sometimes we see him kind of falling apart against like Mass Nidus, Mass Overseer plays, I guess. But other than that, I feel like in the late game, he's always so strong. And again, he gets a really nice engagement over here. Does take quite a bit of damage from the storms, but I think there's enough Terran just in general in this section of the map. Astrea is still looking around as well, I'm sure, to find some of those red dots. Reinforcing Protoss units, though, do show up, and he might just be able to push all of this away. Yeah, the Nexus is gonna live for now, it seems. Medevacs are gonna get sniped, though. Reinforcing Terran units also do show up. Suddenly, Clem is finding himself with a very significant supply advantage. Astrea, forced to deplete his bank, warps in 12 additional Zealots. Clem immediately is gonna try and continue putting on the pressure, too, by flying a command center on over in this direction. Maybe a little bit overly ambitious, but certainly something that is going to frustrate the Protoss player greatly. Mothership uses all of its abilities, and yeah, those time warps are nice. Very powerful, of course, to activate the cloaking field and all the rest of it. Another tactical nuke does get sent towards this ramp, and that is almost going to, well, force Astrea out of this position again. I don't think Astrea can really afford to back up, but can he really afford to move forward? Love this from Clem. Builds up a ton of static defense over here, too. Another tactical nuke will be used in this exact same section of the map. Now suddenly, though, the static defense is finishing. One of it, by the way, is a sensor tower. Even though Clem has a lot of detection available, he can scan over and over and over again. He's still gonna put down a sensor tower too, just for good measure. A bunch of mules land in this area. Clem, though, is setting up a bit of an arc here. He's setting up a concave to try and mitigate as much of this damage here of the Protoss player as possible. Cloaking field once more has become available on the mothership, though, and Time Warp probably is not gonna be far behind. It is indeed available. I love the idea of adding some disruptors into the mix. Just make this a more cost-effective Protoss army. More tactical nukes are coming, though. Both players are depleting their banks. Yep, that's it. Most of the bank is empty. Clem mining this base is almost rude. Ay. Well, the command center itself is gonna pay the price. Maybe the mules can long distance mine a little bit. So decisive, right? Mothership is running low, though. The Viking numbers are still looking healthy. It's difficult to see how many there are clumped up together, but the Mothership falls, and it looks like the Tempest aren't going to be too far behind. Clem just absolutely dominates the fight in this section of the map as he grabs the 1-0 lead in the series. Dare I say, game of the year? You know what? On my YouTube channel, I actually do have a... It's literally called the Game of the Year playlist, including the... Anyways, it's a playlist with all of the best games of 2025 and actually also previous years. And I gotta say, that first game certainly makes it worthy of the playlist. I haven't put a video in there in a little bit. I usually put like a new video in there like every maybe month. Sometimes every 2 weeks, sometimes every... It's been a little while, though, since I've last put a video into that particular playlist. Highly recommend you go ahead and check it out. Also, by the way, if you are watching this on YouTube, can you please do me a favor and hit the like button? Thank you. I never ask. I'm very bad at asking this, but apparently as a YouTuber, you almost have the obligation to annoy your audience with asking... You can also hit dislike, I guess? Either way, any interaction is good interaction. Although I would prefer a like, but I'm not gonna lie, you know. I'm not saying my ego isn't entirely connected to how well received my videos are. Either way, I think that first game, though, of this series certainly deserved it. I'm impressed with the way that both of them navigated it, but especially Clem. Clem was like, yo, I guess the way I solve this late game conundrum while I'm playing at like 400 or 500 average actions per minute is to, yeah, go into mass nuke and see how the Protoss player can deal with it. Likewise, I really enjoyed Astrea switching into that Mass Tempest style. We don't really see it all too often. In general, Mass Tempest is just not as popular, I suppose. So usually we go for, well, the more gateway-heavy style instead and almost try to, like, Zerg the Terran, right? Where you just mass a ton of Stalkers and Zealots and you send them all around the map. Astrea opting for the more higher tech, well, focused variety there. This time around, though, we're not gonna start off with a Stargate. It is gonna be into a Twilight Council here instead. Okay, so let's see. Where do we go? I think, by the way you properly guilt trip your audience into hitting the like button is saying something like, if this video hits 5,000 likes, I will upload another video. Something like that, you know? I think that's what you need to do, right? So you know what? If we get 3,000 likes on this video, I will upload another video tomorrow. And if I don't, well, I have nothing better to do anyways. Nice little recall right here. I will still upload it anyway. Yeah, no, I will still upload it. All right, anyways, it's gonna be Blink here for Astrea. No surprise there. Clem does have a bunch of... I'll just start deleting videos. It's like, we don't reach 3,000 likes. Slowly but surely, I'll delete my own channel. Tell your mom to go like my video, okay? Grab her phone, log into your... get her YouTube account. Hit the like button. I'm gonna delete last week's videos. No. No, I'm not gonna do that. There's gotta be a YouTuber out there, though, that's actually doing that. It would be really funny. I kinda wanna do it. Anyways, it's gonna be Blink here for Astrea. Hold your own viewer base hostage. What a great idea. It's... How many gateways do we have? We go up to 3. We'll probably see a third Nexus here in a moment. Still though, Clem is gonna try and send out a medevac with a couple of leftover units. Ooh, Hellion goes around. But what about this medevac drop? I think the Hellion is mostly just a distraction. Still, obviously, Astrea saw this coming in from a mile away. Really? Really? Okay. Why do we have to cut it so close? I mean, don't get me wrong, he didn't really lose anything important there. Clem actually still getting some decent value, all things considered. Okay. Bunker coming up. Extra barracks coming up. Yeah, once upon a time, Protoss players used to lose their entire mineral line. And these days, Protosses are like, yo, look at this. And they, yeah, just split at the last possible second. Technically not necessary, but it looks cool. And obviously you do optimize your mining just a tad. Templar Archives, though, together with a robo facility, as we are once more going into good old Storm. The weather forecast is indeed stormy. Love the fact that he kept that medevac alive. Getting the medevac here and then repairing it back up is huge. Really does help quite a bit. Alright, so we should see the +1 infantry attacks here start up in just a moment. There's the engineering bay. There should be a combat shields starting up inside of this tech lab over here. There's the combat shields, and then of course Stimpack already started. A slightly longer upgrade. And if you now also go into that upgrade immediately, right now, there we go. All of these 3 here on the production tab for Terran will finish up right around the same time. It means, though, that Terran is usually not going to do anything here for a good couple minutes, other than defend. You have such a big power spike in about a minute and a half, you may as well just defend for the time being and try to not take damage. Well, there's a bunker on the low ground, a couple siege tanks on the low ground too. I don't think we're going to be able to achieve too much, but maybe like a storm drop could put in some work, a little bit of, I don't know, drop shenanigans, always scary. One of these structures is a forge. The rest are all gateways. As we are going to be able to go into... Do we already have... No, we don't yet have charge. Why did we not go charge yet? Do we really not go charge? Oh, we're just gonna storm. Everybody dies. There we go. Storm, storm. Oh, you don't have Stimpec. Why are we here, Clem? I love this here for Astrea. Astrea's like, yo, I know the timing of Stimpec. Plus, I know that you always move out slightly before Stimpec is done, so you can hit me in the face right when those upgrades are finished. But I also know that it's pretty much impossible to actually, yeah, split your units when you don't have Stimpec, so that was an excellent way to start that fight. Quite a few Marines actually have died so far in this game. Obviously, the Medivac's energy gets hurt. Astrea now sees this all coming in from a mile away. There is a little bit of a shimmer, but Clem is not going to take any bait. Is that a Liberator? It is indeed a Lib. I'm assuming we're going to be sending a probe on down towards the bottom of the map as well. And we'll probably see another base here begin in just a moment. Liberator actually getting a bit of work done, though. Oh, nice Blinky. He saw it on siege. Immediately jumped on it. I feel like the Nexus is late. Astrea, can we go make a Nexus? Why are we not? No, we're building it up here. Dang. Was that all the... It was all the way over there already. Dude, even Clem thought the base was over here, though. But, like, yeah, look at him. I have perfect vision and I don't even notice it. There's a giant square on the minimap and I don't even see. Lucky for me, Clem also believed that the base would be at the bottom. Because the way that the Protoss army is posturing really looks like it should be over there. Is that Astrea is just about to finish up a 4th Nexus here. All the way at like the 9 o'clock position. A little bit of a strange position for it, but obviously not too out of the ordinary. There's no way. We can't charge in Astrea. Really? Okay, a couple force fields. Zealots actually back up again. If he pushes too deep, he's gonna get destroyed. Ooh, and Clem looks at this like, yo, maybe? No, okay, maybe not. Better not risk it. One thing that I think Astrea does wonderfully is get vision around the map. We have already, yeah, there's only 2 observers, but he's got so many spotter units. Look at the minimap right now. This is the vision of Astrea. Astrea can see all of the important attack paths. I guess there's a couple of sections on the map that might allow a medevac to sneak out, but it's not easily done. And Clem can't possibly know where all of the spotter units and all of the observers are. So, yeah, Clem is better off just sitting here behind his little wall. He lost a bunch of his units right before Stimpec finished up to a Psystorm, and now he's paying the price. The price apparently is going to be paid, though, with Widow Mines. He is creating a literal minefield, making it very difficult for those Zealot run-bys in particular to really get some work done. +2 is coming up, though, or it's already started up. I'm assuming we're going to go +2 as well for the infantry armor in just a moment. Storm? Yeah, okay. We're not, ooh, overextension. Yeah, overextension. He wanted to storm the units and then thought, I guess I'll get the feedback down instead. Clem, though, immediately grabbed that opportunity with both hands. And honestly now, with that base, with that Warp Prism gone, Clem can focus a lot of his attention here on just microing on the other side of the map. He does have a couple of these High Templar set up as well, and the High Templar are putting in work. But the majority of the Protoss army was on the other side of the map. It is now marching back home. Zealots were left behind. A lot of the Widow Mines, actually, if not all of the Widow Mines, also decided to join this particular fight. Still a lot of Zealots available here too, like the 1 Sentry leading the charge. We do have the Stalkers trying to blink after this. Siege Tank's in a pretty decent spot. A lot of damage being done as well, though, on the other side, and that's the tricky part, right? Terran's reinforcements will eventually get rid of it, but it is forcing Clem's multitasking away from this particular engagement. So Astrea, realizes the situation that he's in. He stresses the multitasking of his opponent to the absolute max. 2 more Colossi on the production tab now. We did, by the way, begin the +2 infantry armor. Very nice. In the meantime, Astrea, he's taken the base all the way in the top left-hand corner, and now he goes for that expansion down at the bottom. The one that both me and Clem thought was going to be the 4th. Trade so far, though, not bad here for either player. I don't think we can really consider this a massive advantage for either of them. But if you compare this to the previous game, everything is just a little bit better for Astrea. Does that mean we once more transition towards Stargates here, eventually? Because, I mean, we're going up to 6 base eco. Yeah, he's taking additional gases now on this base as well. He could certainly think about it. New command center coming up for Clem. Love the factory here. Factory is actually super nice just to... You don't need it anymore at this point in the game so much. So maybe use it to see these incoming Zealot run-bys, or in this particular instance, pretty much the entirety of the Protoss army gets seen. Okay. Gravitic Drive starts up. Gravitic Boosters queued up as well. Those are the Warp Prism and the Observer Speed boosts. Very nice to have additional movement speed, but obviously those are the upgrades you get when you're comfy and when you're settling in for a bit of a longer game. Likewise, Terran is building up even more command centers. So I am expecting Liberators, Tempest, Motherships, and then nukes. At least if the previous game is anything to go off of. Still, the other players are trying to see if maybe they can prevent the game from going that long. If the opponent makes a mistake here, they will be more than happy to grab the opportunity with both hands. Clem trying to set up a massive concave here. Splitting up some of his units, but isn't going to be taking the bait. Astrea, that is. He kind of moves forward a little bit right now. Yeah, he sees that it's not the right engagement. Another starport is coming up. It's going to make life a little bit better for the Terran. And I love that we already have the +2 ticking along. Really nice to see. So there are some ghosts in the mix, only 4 of them. Again, we have a very high amount of High Templar. Love these Colossi, by the way. 5 Colossi. I'm a sucker for Colossi. I like Colossi as a unit a lot. They're such a... I don't know. They're such an iconic unit. Excellent addition, by the way, with StarCraft 2. Like, I feel like when you ask people what their favorite StarCraft units are, a lot of the units will be overlapping with, well, units from StarCraft 1. Units like the Zergling and the Hydra and the Ultra and the Marine, right? Like, all of those are iconic. A lot of the StarCraft 2 units don't really have the same punch, but I really, really like the Colossus. I think the Colossus is a really fun unit. Anyway, +3 finishing up here for Clem, at least for the infantry attacks. He's got a whole lot of units here as well up north. Yeah, good amount of static defense though, and High Templar are set up in loads of little choke points. Man, there's just High Templar everywhere. That, well, single goes there, sliced in half. Beautiful movement here by Astrea, setting up his High Templar in such a way that he can come in from like 3 different angles with storms. It's powerful. There's the Stargate again. Obviously, can't go straight into a fusion, or a fleet beacon rather, in this particular instance. Astrea has got so much money, but a lot of that resource is also counted, I think, towards the amount of CCs that Clem has been putting down. He doesn't have as many as he had in the previous game. This game hasn't been as smooth. Astrea, likewise, also has just been mining more, so he's now sitting at 92 workers. I think in the previous game, at its absolute peak, he had about 10 less. Maybe at least 5 less. So he's mining a little bit more. Clem doesn't have as much economy, but he's still adding on command centers here, and obviously, as long as you're maxed, you really don't need a lot more money. Only if you're planning to fight and remake stuff, but at this point, that is not Clem's goal. The amount of static defense, though, being set up over here. As we once more do this tug of war. Second Cybercore. Fleet beacon is done. Tempest production can begin. 6 command centers on the production tab. Alright. Man, this entire series is a beast so far. Ghost Academy number 2. We already had one. Right over here inside of the main. 7 command centers on the production tab. I'm glad I got a little bit of coffee in between game number 1 and 2. Because this is looking like another one of those games that is not gonna be ending anytime soon. What a series, honestly. So this particular series was played during a Wardy Monday. Wardy, he organizes a ton of StarCraft 2 tournaments. And since it's a best of 3, it means that it isn't the finals. I'm not exactly sure when this was played, but probably like a semis or like a quarterfinals, something along those lines. And these guys, and I love it, they're approaching it like it is a series for 100 grand. This is a series for like, I don't know, if it is a semifinals, it is a series for like $25 or a little bit more, I suppose, if you move up to the next round of the event, but what a banger. Beautiful stuff, man. Additional Ghost Academies building. Ay, 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 ay. We have Ghost Academies in 3 different sections of the map now. That does mean that me as a cameraman, I'm not going to be able to cast all of the... I'm not really going to be able to catch all of the nukes flying across the screen. But I did set up my camera location control groups. We'll probably see Tempest here most of the time for Astrea's late game. Carriers generally don't get built anymore until like the absolute latest stage. Now this is a lovely interception. Woo! That is 3 medevacs plus all of the units inside of it, all getting sliced up. Ever since the most recent StarCraft 2 balance patch, as we do get a big EMP, Astrea backs up, the Tempest is a little bit lower in supply, so it's 1 less supply. And that alone is making it like the preferred choice. Here we go. Tactical nuke numero 1. Let's see. I like the music in the background too. This is one of the best songs in the entire game, but it's so chill. There's just a Terran Marine playing the guitar in the background. Don't worry about it. We're gonna be singing Wonderwall together after this. Don't worry, the absolute carnage all over the map. 4 tactical nukes! Yo, I'm loving this. This is sick. Okay, Liberators are coming up. Man, what a banger of a series. Hey, look, it's the 1 unit we didn't make so far. Dark Shrine. I wonder if maybe we should have had one of those in the previous game. This is a better spot, though, for Astrea than he was in the previous match, right? So we are now arriving at, well, nearly 20,000 resources in the bank. Clem has spent a lot of his money on infrastructure, 12 orbital commands, more command centers building. We have high-sec auto tracking coming up. We've got building armor also on the production tab right over here in that engineering bay up north. Those are all luxury upgrades. High-sec auto tracking increases the range of missile turrets and planetary fortresses. Fights are happening all over, though. And Astrea, rather than spending his resources on additional Nexi, right, on additional command centers, he's taken most of his side of the map, plus 1 more. And now he's going to spend some of his cash on static defense instead, but he's putting it in all kinds of aggressive positions. I kind of love it. If he can take a base away from the Terran, obviously that would be massive. Man, StarCraft 2 is such a beautiful game, seriously. The music is great, the graphics are still awesome. It's so legible. Ay, 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 ay. Let's see. Ooh, nice little flank here as we have another tactical nuke flying across the map. Never say die as the ghost dies. Don't know how that works, buddy, but we do see the Terran army getting cleaned up north, and while there will be a nuke landing over here, the ghost is not gonna live to tell the tale, and more static defense coming up. Clem trying to navigate his way around this map. I feel like he is not achieving as much so far in this game compared to the previous one. Love this though. Ghost from the high ground. I like the ghost from the high ground a lot. It's a lot safer. Tempests are now here, ready to deal some damage. Obviously though, like we saw in the previous game, Vikings are extremely good for Terran. The Vikings are extremely nice because they deal with the Tempests, any potential carriers, the Mothership. It deals with practically everything. And if push comes to shove, it's not really the same as like Corruptors, for example, which is usually what we see from Zerg players. Because overmaking Vikings is a lot less problematic. Nice little hit squad here, man. Look at this. A Mothership, an Observer, and a High Templar walk into a bar. It's... we just keep going. More static defense again in the middle of the map. Clem, though, is working on the fringes now, right? Like, rather than actually carving a path to his opponent's base, like, these are fights for position in the middle of the map. It's very different than what we had in the previous game. I love this, though. He killed the base down south, builds up a planetary fortress of his own. Still, though, with this amount of Tempests, do we not have Tectonic? No, we do, okay. With this amount of Tempests, you can just kill all of those structures in a couple of seconds. Look at this. This is Clem being a little bit bad-mannered. This is him stacking scans on top of one another. Either that or, like, he accidentally rapid-fired it. I'm not exactly sure. But that, generally speaking, would be considered BM. Anyways, he's got 13 orbitals. He keeps on scanning, though. Yeah, and with this amount of Tempest, you can just kill the structures. You can just destroy the structures. What about this fight? Do we have a Storm nearby? Storm is absolutely critical because the Tempests alone are not going to be able to win it. Mama shows up as well. Cloaking gets activated, but this may just be exactly what Clem was looking for. Then again, though, Astrea is doing a full-on switch here towards ground now. Leftover flying units here and units that are indeed up in the air like the Colossi, they do get destroyed. Somehow, some way, one of the Tempests lives. The rest of the Terran army showing up around the flank. Carrier production queued up right now. 18 gateways. It basically allows Astrea to instantly remax. He still has 20,000 resources in the bank. Like, after that fight, even though Clem's army took a nosedive there and Astrea also had a lot of losses, he just immediately remaxed. Clem doesn't have that luxury. I like carriers a lot in this instance. Now that we are at +2 air, going into +3, the way that these interceptors work is they just deal way more damage. Specifically with +2, like +2 makes interceptors from the carriers really dangerous. At 0, yeah, +0, they don't really deal nearly as much damage. +2 seems to be when carriers once more become, well, worthwhile. Interesting little skirmish over here. Shadow Stride, by the way, coming up as well for our Protoss. 13 Dark Templar are being warped in somewhere. Well, there they are. Na 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 na. Cue the shark music. Ba na 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 na. We don't even need it, man. Yeah, you can repair. Good luck with that. Repair is not gonna save that. And if you're not careful, honestly, these units can destroy your economy really quickly. Like, even though they're flimsy, they still have a lot of DPS. All of the orbital commands need to be repositioned. This is gonna force Clem to, at the very least, respect it enough. He's just gonna send them in. Yeah. It's a bit early to be sending these out before Shadow Stride, if I'm being honest with you. That is a lot of units going down. Still, though, Clem is no longer maxed. And he's sitting at only, well, 170 supply. Astrea trying to just continuously put down static defense. He's not having an easy time at all. Maybe we should not have scanned 69 times in the same location. Maybe we should have used some of that energy on dropping mules instead. Maybe regretting the decision a little bit now, but either way, he still has a mineral line to mine, right? And that is the most important thing. And he still has a lot of orbital commands as well. And now he is going to be able to shut down some of that mining too. Slowly but surely, Clem is going to be able to remax once again. Only 21 workers, by the way. So Clem basically saying, yo, any SCV that I lose, I am not replacing. You need some SCVs for gas mining, but you can effectively switch all the mining over to mules exclusively. That means that you have a lot of supply dedicated to army. And I guess the idea is to go for one giant bulldozer. But much like a Zerg, Astrea can remax this with ease. If you look at his current army value in the top left, sure, that of Clem is bigger. But, I mean, he's got 12,500 minerals, 6,000 gas in the bank. Astrea can make this exact same army twice and still have a lot of zealots to go, right? Like, he will still have a lot of resources left over. Here we go. Astrea taking a page out of the Zerg player's book. Very different army composition, though, but I've got a feeling that it's going to be pretty much impossible for Clem to continue fighting this. Although I say that, he is getting a pretty dang good engagement. Vikings still up in the air as well, and they're going to try and just get rid of whatever they can hit. Cloaking field, though, is active on the mothership, and that means that all the units underneath are invisible until the Terran player scans. At this point, I would imagine he's got energy for it, but he decided to back up, and looking at all the orbitals, I think he ran out of energy. Yeah, he used some of the energy over here on mules up north instead. Clem desperately trying to mine a little bit more. Okay. Man, my coffee's gone cold now. Dang it. Astrea is chilling. Zero rush. But this is, in my opinion, an uphill battle now that is not really winnable anymore. Like, how do you lose this here as Astrea? You would have to try. I mean, I could probably manage if I really tried, but I mean, you still have to respect this army, though. Yeah. On only 10 SCVs, the army supply count is a little bit deceptive. So the little sword icon over here at the bottom of the screen indicates the army supply. So 99 versus 108. Clem's army is still quite strong, but he has no money, right? And Astrea still, well, he can obviously rebuild his army over and over and over again. But this is looking like a game where Astrea can quite literally just use his all army hotkey and go in for one giant push. He does have the mothership positioned aggressively to maybe go in for like a mass recall. I guess that's the plan. Yeah, here we go. We're going to be sending that Protoss army from the bottom of the map all the way up north to the final mining outpost here of Clem. Mama immediately slips away again. Are we gonna... I mean, this is overly ambitious, man. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think we really need to be targeting it down. Astrea, don't fumble it now, dude. Astrea goes for a fancy move, but doesn't really achieve much. And you know what? There is another base here next to the one we just had a look at for Clem. Astrea lost all of his fancy units. I wouldn't mind seeing him queue up some more again. But he might be respecting Clem a little bit too much here now. High Templar goes down. Dude, if Clem can actually bring this back, that would be mental. Well, if anybody can do it, it would be him. Half supply right now, though, for Clem. And just not a lot of income. I mean, this is basically what the entire game has looked like. We're 30 minutes in, again. I think the first game in this series was like, what, 34 minutes? The armies are still similar as far as the supply count goes, but Astrea can just remax this over and over and over again. And obviously, you always have that moment in your head, right? Where you're like, wait a second, am I actually throwing this? Let's not. Like, let's take a step back. This game is practically unlosable. Let's just chill for a little bit because there's zero reason for me to overextend. Astrea scouts the bottom the bottom right here of all of the Terran's bases. He has taken more than his half of the map. He knows that if he takes it easy, there is basically no way to lose it. A little bit of pressure over here. Okay, we have some snipes going down. The Stalkers are gonna have to blink away again. But at this point, Clem basically has to babysit every single one of his units, whereas Astrea can still just throw them away. 16,000 resources in the bank is pretty good. Clem is not gonna go down without a fight, though, and obviously it's easy for us to look at this game, right, and look at the supply count and judge everything that's going on. I'm sure Clem is fully aware of the fact that this game is not so easy for him, but he didn't know, like, he doesn't know how much money there is for Astrea. He didn't know how much mining there was going on throughout this game. It is very much so up to Astrea here to make a move. And it's well within Clem's game rights here to sit here and just chill. But he's got to realize that this game is... Oh my god, he's still trying. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, that's it, man. No, it's not. Okay, we're going in again. Mothership actually sends in the cloak. I don't think Clem realizes how much money there is for Astrea. And I don't think Astrea realizes how much money there is for Clem. There's a little bit of a misread going on here for the both of them, I think. Obviously a very difficult game to read, right? With all of the aggression going on. Literally 0 APM. Whoa, Clem literally had 0 APM right there for a little bit. That's weird. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a stretch in the middle of a game, apparently. I don't know. That awkward moment, by the way, when you try to harass with the Dark Templar and you find that there are no workers to kill. Look at this guy, thinking about his sins. There's only 3 SCVs remaining. Look at Astrea. A 33-minute cannon rush? Don't know if this still qualifies as a cannon rush. It's a little bit of a late rush, huh? Yo, is there like some beef between these two? Because I feel like we've seen some interesting plays between the two of them. I'm not sure. Kind of feels like it, right? Like, why is Clem still here? We saw the stacked up scans earlier. We had some interesting moments as well in the previous game. Astrea could literally just A-move and end the game, but he is also really rubbing it in. Almost feels like one of them is AFK. Clem is not, though. We still have a little bit of APM here going in. Did Clem actually leave? Like, what is Clem doing? Let's go to his vision. Oh! This is Clem's vision. Oh! Clem actually left. Oh! Clem actually got up and left. There's no way, dude. So we've had a few instances over the last year where Clem was, like, visibly upset. Specifically against Rogue's late game with, like, the Mass Overseer, Mass Nidus style. We have seen this a bunch of times. He does call GG, but he clearly was not happy with the way that this game ended. Well, whatever happened at the end of that previous game, it now means that this series comes down to the map Ultra Love. Final game in this best of 3. And this has been a very long best of 3 so far. I mean, it takes 2 to play a game like that, right? Obviously, Astrea slows down the game a bunch, but hey, that's well within his rights. I have seen loads of games over the last few years, also from the man that we're looking at right here, where the Terran purposefully slows down the game. And anything is fair within StarCraft, right? Like, as long as you're not breaking the game's rules, as long as you're not abusing some sort of bug or glitch or whatever, anything is fair. If you feel like you need to lift off your command center and hang it in the corner of the map, you can do whatever you like, right? Like, that's not anything against the rules. Obviously, there is, I guess, a little bit of, like, sportsmanship. It's probably the correct term to use there. Generally, we don't see the games running for that long, but Well, I feel like Clem, over the last year or two, has become a lot more of an emotional player, or at the very least, he's showing it more. Maybe back in the day, he just didn't really... Maybe he just didn't really share it, but... I like it, though. You know, like... You could make the argument, and I've seen people do this, that, like, the StarCraft 2 players get along too well. Like, we don't really have any, like... You know, esports bad boy anymore, right? Like, we used to have, like, Idra, Naniwa, right? Like, we've had a bunch of them in StarCraft 2 over the years that some people absolutely adore, right? And then a lot of people absolutely hate. Very few in between. And I kinda miss that. I'm not saying we need more BM players, but a little bit of controversy can also help us sometimes. And I think it's kind of nice to see, but I didn't expect... Clem would be the one, though, that would maybe be in that category. And I honestly highly doubt it, right? Like, you're allowed to be a little bit upset. You're allowed to have emotions. And pro gamers are human, after all. Yeah. All right, anyways, Ultra Love it is. If you don't want to play a long game, Clem, if that was indeed the issue, I don't know if it was, maybe try and go for something that ends the game sooner? I understand that is a frustrating late game, though, to play against here as a Terran. But I have seen Terrans play that exact same I am not gonna do anything until you attack me type of late game against Zerg hundreds of times. It's a little odd to be upset on the one hand when your opponent does it, but then do it yourself as well at the same time. I don't know. I would like to ask him why that game just happened. Maybe he just got up and, I don't know. Maybe he had to go to the bathroom, you know? He just left for a little bit. Anyways, it's gonna be a good old 2-base 1-1-1 right here for Clem. Nothing all too odd. So far, Astrea once more opting to go into the Blink research. No surprise there. I'm assuming we're gonna go into probably like 3 gateways and then into a 3rd nexus. The Reaper goes around the site. Wants to get some vision here, and he is going to be able to see the Twilight at the very least. So that means we're not going to be playing against a cheeky little opener with, well, for example, Phoenixes, like what we saw in the first game. If you want to play a long game, if you want to play a very passive game as Protoss, I really think opening Phoenixes just feels like the games always are forced to go a little bit longer. Assuming, you know, Protoss actually plays everything well. I feel like if you show that you're frustrated, though, from those type of games, your opponents are gonna abuse that knowledge. Like, in a heartbeat. They will be more than happy to play a long... Like, if they can get under your skin that way, your opponents are gonna 100% abuse that. Anyway, Clem decides to go in for a cheeky little medevac drop. Recall is used now to bring some of the units back home. Okay, good snipe there on the first Widow Mine. Second Widow Mine thinks about going into the natural. Oh, nice. Drone drill, although he didn't quite get it down. Okay, 4 probes there in the end. Not the end of the world. A little bit late. It's got to be a Raven on the back of this as well. 6 probes is much better than what we've seen before. 6 probes for 2 Widow Mines there. Keeping that medevac alive is super nice. I feel like if we see the medevac skipping out like that and it just sort of leaves after the drop is really, really good. If you lose it, the entire game and all the follow-ups just become a little bit more difficult. Okay, so Stimpack, combat shields, plus 1 infantry weapons. The holy trinity of Terran upgrades. Do we go for a cheeky little blink into the main? No, I don't think so. I don't think we should. A little risky. Auto turret drops down. And maybe some fatigue is starting to settle in here. Astrea taking more damage than he honestly should. Nothing of this is insurmountable, but 8 probes is still quite painful. Raven is going to be able to slip away, and here we go. Medevac drop also moves out. Astrea not having that extreme amount of vision out on the map as what we saw in the previous games at this stage. He's thinking about building a Nexus over here in the far bottom right. But he doesn't have any spotter units out. Raven actually gets quite a bit of damage done. I'm not liking this nearly as much from Astrea as what we've had in the previous games. His early game looked really clean, and while this is by no means bad, it's all a little bit messy around the edges. 12 probes is too much. Clem is a very momentum-based player. He will be more than happy to layer on the pressure. Medivacs going across the map. Good interception here for the American Protoss. Wants to get both of the Medivacs. Nice micro there by Clem, though. At least saves one of them. Charge is done, so that's going to make everything a bit easier. Fourth Nexus is now going to restart over here, a little bit closer to home. Observer in position, by the way, to see the move out. Clem has got all of his upgrades. Notice how this time around he does not move before the upgrades are done. In the previous game, he got stormed right before Stimpak, Combat Shields, and +1 finished. It slowed down the entire game because of it. Okay. Let's see. Where do we go from here? Marine's still hanging out in the bottom right. Okay, Zealot's trying to get a bit of damage done. Probes over here, though, on the transfer. We do have some decently positioned Widow Mines, and it's all slowing this down, and the third base is just in a world of trouble. Excellent zoning here by Clem. I think Clem decided to lock in. Yeah. And this is something that Clem does, man. Like, you give him a little bit in the early game, and he immediately pounces. Super momentum driven. More than happy to layer it all up. And at this point, I mean, 28 workers were down 8 minutes into the game. Still a playable state, of course, here for Astrea, but the game will become more difficult as the game progresses. And apparently Astrea, he looks at the current state of the game and he decides that this is not something he wants to go ahead and play. Can't blame him. I've seen a lot of games from this exact same position where Clem just absolutely decimates his opponent. It takes another couple minutes, but Clem just doesn't really let go at that particular moment. But what a series. Very, very fun. And I think in this final one, we could also see the fatigue settling in, right? Like the fact that you play like 35-ish minute long games back to back. It just, it takes a lot out of you, especially since obviously this is one of the later rounds in the tournament. You've already played a bunch of StarCraft before this point. It's one of those games where you have to keep locked in, right? You have to make sure you keep on focused. And I think that's one of the reasons actually why a lot of players like Clem are very good at playing offline tournaments these days too, because he puts in the hours. Like, this is a marathon series. He will be jumping into another series after this particular one, and he's been doing that sort of thing for years, playing in everything. And it shows in his offline tournament results. Now, today I want to give a special shout out to all of the supporters here on my, what is this, left? I mean, technically, anyways. It's always a little bit confusing when you're on camera, but thank you especially to Ryan, Tren, Rextor, Grimdy, Jacob, Krenlor, Agaring. We have Dustin, Strategist, Blue Hair Critic, Ballistical, Killman, Beinstork, Papuch, Thort, Sysadmin, Andy, and then Echo Soldier, Gavilanda Cool, CRX, Robert, Patrick, Dumont, Brusik, Champ, Naroob, Jovo, Lucas Waffles, and then also Platinum Esports. The list is slowly growing. Now, if you want your name over here on the list too, you can head on over to my Patreon. Obviously entirely optional, but there are some perks as well. Shout out to everybody watching though. And special thanks to all of the patrons. Appreciate you. There were so many good games played at the Esports World Cup that I don't even really know where to begin. But we'll start with this one. A best-of-5 series of Protoss versus Zerg. We're in the top right-hand corner, playing with the blue Protoss pieces. We have the new #1 Protoss in the world, and he goes by the name of Classic. His opponent down in the bottom right, playing with the red Zerg pieces, we have Solar. Now, this is already a little bit funky. Generally speaking, in this matchup, you don't wall the high ground. So the first pylon goes right next to the main base. We'll have to have a look at exactly what's going on. In the meantime, Solar has decided to mine out the golden mineral fields as he is going for what? For what looks like a... That's the wrong side! You're supposed to be taking it over here. Okay, well, the fact that Classic went for a high ground wall-off makes me think that he believes he's got some sort of counterplay in mind. Because the only reason you would pull this off is if you're concerned about the opponent going for some sort of shenanigans. Maybe the reason Solar has decided to build his hatch over here is because he is planning on mining out those mineral fields. I'm not exactly sure. Either way, Classic can get the information just by, well, poking up here with the scouting worker, and he should be able to tell exactly what's going on, and that is exactly what he decides to do now. The weird thing is, though, maybe this is actually the play here from Solar. Maybe he expects the probe to not go any further than here. No, he's gonna double down. Classic is gonna check, and he will see that there is... Oh, no, we have a forge. It's a gateway into a forge. That there is indeed a hatchery building on the wrong side of the mineral line. Dude, this is the type of stuff that happens when you give players a lot of time to prepare for a match. This is crazy. High ground wall off, hatchery on the wrong side, gold base first, drone pool into cannon rush? What is even happening here? Probe is likely to fall though, but I think the photon cannon is already up. Not a whole lot that the Zork player can do about it. First group of Zorklings is coming up. Oh, Solar decides to now use some of those drones offensively. He obviously sees now that the photon cannon is going to finish up, but he can use these drones to mine out the skinny golden mineral fields right over here. Problem is, Protoss is on one base. I mean, it should not be a problem at all here for Classic, who's doubling down, by the way. That probe did stay alive. He's got a handful of Zerglings, but I don't think this is working out for, well, Solar at all. Solar not only losing the hatchery here eventually, I believe, but then also, well, losing so much mining time. So in a very weird way, one base Protoss is more than he needs. Now what he also needs, though, is some sort of way to defend his base. There's no photon cannon on the high ground, and that makes me a little bit concerned. Adept starts up right now. Classic believes that he's going to be okay. He's going to need to re-wall himself in. In the meantime, the photon cannons are working away at that first hatchery. What a crazy game. The Adept will spawn, though. And this is a re-wall over here, so the Zorklings aren't going to be able to run up the ramp. Looks like the drones that are still alive decide to go back around. Second Adept coming up as well. It looks like, okay, we may need a backup pylon once more. It's a lot of lost money here, though, for Classic. And that is what ultimately concerns me here quite a bit, right? So, okay, let's talk about it. What exactly did Solar lose? He lost the hatchery, 275 minerals. He lost a lot of mining time on the drones as well, and then obviously he had to, like, transfer them there. He did mine a little bit of gold, but not a whole lot. It's a bit difficult to quantify. But as far as the total resources lost go, it's not the end of the world here for Solar whatsoever, and we have to take into consideration the fact that Classic spent, well, it's 150 minerals per photon cannon, and then 100 minerals each for the pylons. So he spent a very significant portion of his total amount of money here on stuff that really doesn't matter too much. I mean, Solar should definitely just leave this be. There's really no reason for him to be aggressive and try to shut that down. So he's expanding right now in his natural expansion. In the meantime, Classic is still stuck on one base. Oracle coming up, and Solar does have a scout inside of the main, so you will see exactly what's happening. This is nutty. This is crazy, actually. I don't even really... Are you gonna... Oh, Classic! I kind of love that. You know what? I didn't even consider that. I thought this probe was gonna die to the drones. But I kind of love that. Solar's gonna see it now, though. It's kind of out of range. A couple of Adepts are getting warped in over here. You know what? I thought that those photon cannons and pylons were kind of wasted. But I guess you can use this now as an expansion of your own. This is one of the craziest games of StarCraft 2 I've ever seen. I mean, it's crazy in the sense that it's so high-level crazy. Here we go, though. Oracle is here. One drone goes down. Second drone goes down. Nothing too crazy, though. Like, I've seen stuff. I have seen things. Fleet Beacon on the back of this, too. I have seen things, especially in the viewer-submitted replays. Things that are unspeakable. But usually, they only work because it's kind of, you know, you're crossing your fingers and you're hoping that your opponent is kind of dumb, right? And, well, luckily for us, basically everybody on the ladder is. But at this level, it's really difficult to win with dumb strategies. Now, this wall is even one that Hero would be proud of. What in the world is even happening here? absolute abomination of a Wolof, but it's because, well, he's been trying his best just to not lose to the Zerglings. This is a very high-level game that is still kind of dumb, but it's like an intelligent level of dumb. You know what I mean? This game is simultaneously 20 IQ and 200. I love the fact, though, that he sees it. So, the fleet beacon is planted down. Solar somehow, some way, scouts that a Tempest is being produced. Second Stargate here also. We did see a recall with the probes towards the gold base. Oracle still goes around. It's actually super important to keep this one around, because Revelation, it works together so well with those Tempests. Still, Solar has got some time. He's taking a third base now, and he is spreading a lot of creep in this direction. This is going to be one of the best games of StarCraft I've seen in a while. Honestly, can't predict who's winning this right now. I'm across the board not hating this position for either player. As weird as it is, I feel like both of them have navigated this very strange setup brilliantly. Alright, well, here's the first Tempest, though. There's already 2 of them out. It takes 5 Tempests to one-shot a Queen. You can, however, one-shot drones with 1 Tempest, so that's nice, I suppose. But the Queens here are kind of dangerous. I love the Corrosive Balls here as well. Ay, ay, ay. You have to be careful, though. Classic, don't go full Protoss, please, and lose your Tempest to units that you can outrange with ease. Thank you. 5 probes, by the way, have now gone down. Yeah, Corrosive Balls are actually super annoying in this kind of setup. Raining them in the mineral line just to force the probes to shuffle around. Spire on the back of this, though, for Solar. And I love the Spire here. If you can actually get the Spire going, you can make some Corruptors. Those Tempests are likely just going to get destroyed. It is difficult, though, because you can't really overproduce Corruptors, right? A couple Ravagers trying to go in around the site. Additional Queens, though, do come up. They're mostly just here to buy time for the Corruptors to come out. Still, though, the Spire is already about to finish. He doesn't have a lot of money in the bank. Nice targeting right there by Classic, who's working his way through all of those Queens. There we go. Ooh, nice targeting again. Yeah, dude, getting a 5th would be so big. With 5 Tempests, you can practically one-shot everything in the game. Still, though, they take a long time to produce. And while the Spire can also take forever, it is now, well, it's just about to actually spawn those Corruptors. I think you have to go home. Classic has probably got at least a feel. He's looking around. Look. He's looking around. He sees it now. He sees that the Spire is here. He must have seen one of those Corruptors too. It is important that he doesn't overstay his welcome, or at the very least that he can, like, recall on out of here. Okay, good recall. I like the recall. Maybe 1. All right, 1 Tempest goes down, but 9 drones in exchange of it. Protoss is going to need a 3rd soon. I know we're 9 minutes into the game. Normal timing would, like, be 3.5 minutes, but he's going to need one here before too long. Still, though, he's more concerned with just staying alive. 2nd Tempest does fall, but I love this switch up right here from Classic. Classic knew that the Corruptors and the Queens would be produced. And you know what those units are terrible against? Stalkers. Just good old Stalkers. There's no blink. We do have a force field available, though. I would love to see it on the ramp. Okay, decides to go for the oh my god. Guardian Shield, there we go. I've played this game before. I've casted a few games. Nice targeting right here with the Corruptors, but the Corruptors are now also dwindling. It's weird to see Stalkers, though, without their upgrade at this point in the game. And this is still some phenomenal creep spread as well by Solar. Still, Solar losing 7 drones during all of this. He's now heavily outsupplying his opponent, though. Still at 45 workers versus only 33 probes on the side of Classic. Classic, of course, though, does have those golden mineral fields. I like this better for Solar. Yeah, the longer that this goes on, I think the better it's becoming here for Solar. Even though Classic is playing a very intelligent strategic game, I'm a little afraid for him that he is just gonna get out-macroed. Because Solar has got this 3rd base up, right? And it's completely uncontested. As a matter of fact, I don't even think Classic knows of it. No, Classic hasn't seen it. It's so far out of the way, he can't really find his way through that side of the map very easily. Now, shield batteries are here. Maybe the Corruptors, though. Okay, we'll be able to finish up that, well, almost final Tempest Finally a Twilight Council coming up, but now suddenly we're approaching several minutes of downtime right here for Classic. Like, what exactly do you do right now as the Protoss player? You kind of have to wait until Blink is done, right? Like, at this point, you kind of just have to sit on your bases and hope for the best. If Solar reads this properly, he can probably make a round of workers here and, well, pull even further ahead. He decides to right-click, though. Oh my god, a cancel? What? I'm actually surprised he decided to go for the cancel there. Classic apparently feeling the heat. Keep in mind that this was played in a $700,000 tournament. Some players don't really seem to care very much. Oh my god, went behind. Dark Shrine. Of course. Of course. I don't mind it. But we are sort of approaching the phase in the game where Zerg is just going to, well, outgrow Protoss. And Solar is doing a very good job, really not allowing Classic too much wiggle room. Classic is still going up against the Zerg with just really 2 base saturation. 43 workers is really not a whole lot. So Solar is ready to put it all on the line. Not really comfortable to drone up, not really willing to give this Protoss a whole lot of wiggle room. There was a little bit of aggression over there. The Cursed Wolof in the main base is still holding strong. Well, maybe the Dark Templar can actually change the tide of battle. Problem is, when you open up with a Stargate, obviously there are going to be Spore Crawlers, and Spore Crawlers are detectors. Some good force fields coming up, but Solar is going around the corner right now, trying to see if he can tighten the noose. One of the most beautiful games of StarCraft I have seen all year. But I think it is going to, well, result in a Zerg win here. I don't think Classic can really stop the Swarm here in the first game of this best of 5. But what a phenomenal display. Well, I mean, he's not going to be able to tap out yet, I suppose. Corruptors are using their Caustic Spray ability. Zerglings are helping out as well. The third Nexus is going to get stopped a second time around. Dark Templar, though. I mean, they're slicing up whatever they can, but there is detection available now, and GG immediately gets cold. Next up, we find ourselves on Persephone. Second map in this best of 5. Do we do anything weird this time around, Solar? Do we do anything weird this time around, Classic? No. Well, I mean, somewhere out there, the map creator is crying that Classic didn't put the pylon right over here in the pylon indicator. But fair enough. He's still going to be able to wall himself in just fine with this particular position over here too. But just starting the game off with a pylon on the high ground is already so fun to me. Even though it used to be the norm for many years, right? In the early days of StarCraft 2, that's what we used to see in the Protoss versus Zerg matchup. It's still really neat. I mean, we went through this phase as well, where we had a Forge Fast expend. If you're a StarCraft boomer like myself, the Forge Fast expend may ring a bell. These days, though, this, of course, is the gold standard. But the fact that Classic decided to go for the pylon in the main base, it is a massive indicator that he knew Solar was going to do something funky there. Okay, well, let's see. So far, though, on this map, everything is super normal. Now, what do we mean when everything is normal in this matchup, right? Like, what is the norm in Zerg versus Protoss? Well, usually it's the Zerg player in the earlier game just trying to stay alive. Over the years, Zerg has had different opportunities to attack early on, but these days, there are still builds that allow the Zerg to be aggressive in the early game of Protoss versus Zerg, but most of the time they're like maybe B-tier builds at best, maybe even C-tier. Right? If you want to play like an A-tier or an S-tier strategy, you're basically a punching bag. Protoss is going to send all sorts of aggression your way, and as a Zerg, it is very much so up to you to try and defend it. So usually in a normal game, it comes in the shape of Adepts and then Oracles. Classic is a, well, very classical player, as you may have already guessed. No surprise there. He does mix it up. But usually, I mean, this is a pretty good Tempest map as well. Usually, it is just going to be Stargates and then good old Tempest. So, yeah, single Stargate coming up right now. Usually, you go 1, 2, 3, I want to say, Oracles. One thing we have seen Protoss players experiment with quite a bit, and we actually saw this as well at the EWC. I wonder if Classic is going to go ahead and pull it off, but Players that decided to go Phoenix first, Phoenix into Oracles. I am not sold on that strategy myself personally, but I mean, there's no denying that Classic is one of the very best. Problem with Phoenix first is that you have to delay your third Nexus or potentially lose it if you're not careful. So Oracle first is probably the safe way to do it. You can also go Void Ray first into Oracles. There's honestly a lot of variety. Like, broadly speaking, the early game for Protoss, as this is just going to be the most classical way of approaching it. Broadly speaking, the early game for Protoss looks pretty similar, but they have a lot of small adjustments here and there with the timing of everything. You can go for quick sentries, you can go for a lot of different early games. And love this movement though by Solar, using the highway over here on the right side of the map to get those Zerglings into the opponent's natural as quickly as possible. Gateway here to complete the wall off. That does delay the third. In the meantime though, the Adepts have begun their little journey. And it means that Classic is likely going to be building a third Nexus here at about 350. About 350. Especially when he has to pull some workers out of mining here for a moment as well. 350 seems about right. You can see though that this delays him a bunch, right? So those Zerglings, it doesn't seem like a huge deal. Perfect execution, you get the third Nexus down at about 345. Now we're arriving at 357. Zerglings now are showing up too. I am loving this here for Solar. Cancel. Yep, you have to cancel that. Solar absolutely playing his opponent like a fiddle in one of the absolute most standard ways of opening up in this matchup. And that is always a good sign, right? If you're a Zerg player in this regard. Using the healing circle as well. Topping the Lings off, and we're going in for some additional damage. Now, I highly doubt he's going to be able to force another cancel. But up to this point, I'm liking the game quite a bit for Solar. In the meantime, though, the Oracles do go across 4 workers, 5 workers. Gets a little bit greedy. Doesn't lose the Oracle, though, so that's nice. Don't lose it. The Queens want to go off creep. Solar fishing for a lucky final hit. Does not quite get the job done. All right, the problem here for Protoss now, if you get delayed in any way, shape, or form in the early game, sure, it's not that big of a deal. Like, all of your final attacks are gonna, well, be like maybe a half minute later or so, but it opens up a gigantic opportunity for the Zerg to be aggressive. If you play a clean early game as Protoss, it's really hard for Zerg to go for an all-in. But right now, as Classic, you have to be very concerned, yes, for exactly this. Queen drops, Roach drops, Ravager pushes, all of them are now an opportunity here for Solar because Classic has had a shaky early game. The problem though for Solar is that if he commits to an attack like that, he needs to deal damage with it. It's not a push that you can just sort of deal some damage with and then transition away from again, and you just kind of double down, or you need to deal damage. So Solar is going to try his very best. He needs to. So Overlord speed, I think you only get it because you want to go for Drop Alerts. It's also lined up right now with the Lair finishing up. Yep. Indeed, an Overlord Cocoon is already coming, but I mean, Classic sees it. I find it very curious that he decides to build it right over here in front of his opponent's face. In the meantime, Proxy Gateway. Classic. What? Proxy Gateway right now? +1 missile coming up too for Solar, so he's not going completely all in with this. I almost wonder if it's a fake out. No. Maybe? Are we just bringing the Queens around the map? I wonder if this is just like a creep clearing crew. Oh, maybe an Oracle sniping crew. I don't know. Yeah, he's not actually being aggressive with this. Really? Dude, I remember TLO doing this back in like 2011 and everybody's mind was lost. So this is a way you can very aggressively spread creep. We don't really see it much, even though it's a really good play, mostly because it's very APM intensive. Like, even though he's got like 460 APM here, yeah, if you lose it, I mean, suddenly this is no longer worthwhile. I thought Solar was gonna go for a push, and I think he indeed faked in. I love the blink into the healing shrine. That's kind of fun. Probably should actually blink into it, though. Zerglings, in the meantime, do run in. Oh, no. Oh, it's the Drop Alert. There was a second Drop Alert somewhere as well. The Zerglings did not go in through the wall, but I think they must have been ferried in by an Overlord. In the meantime, there is also a little Ling run by over here. There was a hatchery attempted at the 3 o'clock position. It got denied immediately. Solar has not, however, seen the reinforcing point here. So this warp gate is going to enable quick warp-ins here for Classic, who's now got Blink Stalkers available. Dude, high-level StarCraft is so freaking beautiful. Ay, ay, ay. Some nice corrosive balls right here from Solar. Yep, gets a couple of the Stalkers too. That is big. Keep in mind that these fights are taking place on creep and very close to where these Zerg units spawn out of their cocoons. Another couple balls connect. Really not supposed to happen. Classic, though, wants to try and see if he can maybe kill the hatchery itself. And I think if he sends one more volley, yep, it will indeed go down. And I think you go home. You just leave. Leave now and never come back. Okay, maybe we'll come back in a little bit. Really? Okay, Classic wants to continue fighting. In the meantime, though, Templar Archives coming up. And Templar Archives is a big, big upgrade for the Protoss army in 2025. He actually wants to invite the Zerg to fight on the edge of this speed circle. Very easy, obviously, to micro those Stalkers to safety when you have the benefit of the speed circle. Solar has already remade the hatchery just a little bit below this. So he's just trying to rain the corrosive balls. Normally, you would never want to be fighting up a high ground like this as Protoss, but it's kind of clever. 4th Nexus in the meantime coming up, though. That one feels a bit late to me. Classic is busy dancing on the other side of the map. In the meantime, though, we do see the Templar Archives now researching the Storm upgrade. Hive coming up as well here for Solar, who will probably be adding on a, I would imagine, a Lurker Den in a moment. We do have a Hydralisk Den already, so I'm assuming a Lurker Den would make sense. Oracle's coming in around the side as well. Sniper Ravager or two. Nice work right here again by Classic. Man, I've been really impressed by Classic in general lately. He has really stepped up. There indeed is the Lurker Den. Still, though, those Stalkers can basically dance until Lurkers are out. Like, in theory, those Stalkers don't really have a counter at this point. The only problem is that you have so many to control that it's difficult to reliably pull it off. Solar would love to go for a counterattack towards this side of the map, but he's not getting the job done. We don't yet have Charge. We should really start up Charge here. Prioritizing Storm, though. That upgrade right now is finished. Okay. Up a choke point. Up a ramp. It's very good in specific situations, I suppose, but they are highly specific. All right, Pylon gets destroyed, so I think that'll be the end of this aggression. Classic can no longer warp in reinforcements over here, but you know what? This push, it was mostly just there because he could, and to really just keep that 4th Nexus alive, right? So, again, the very best defense is the offense. This 4th Nexus, uncontested here for the most part, other than just a small group of Zerglings, a couple of Zerglings. Now Charge is coming up. Seismic Spines, though, here on the production tab here for Solar. He has his 4th hatchery back up and running. 5th hatchery is coming up, too. I would love to see a Nidus network. I think a Nidus network would make a lot of sense. But he is kind of strapped for cash at this point. He really needs to hold this upcoming attack. Classic, though, already preparing for the next step in the master plan, as he has decided to plant down a fleet beacon together with a 2nd Stargate. Couldn't get the hatchery kill a 2nd time around on the right side of the map. Can he achieve that goal, though, on the left? Not quite the case. Lurkers are now out. Seismic Spines is the ranged upgrade for the Lurkers. He's going to get the Burrow upgrade as well. It's going to make them way more powerful. Roach is sent in for the counterattack now. Mostly just to try and deal some damage and to maybe trade them out for something a little bit better. Fleet Beacon, though, is done. Soon we're gonna have triple Stargates. Now, Classic can't make use of his Stargates yet because he's maxed out. Poor guy. Ah, that moment when you really want to make Tempests, but you're already maxed out. Ugh. So I guess that means we continue fighting. Yeah, this is that weird moment where you kind of want to lose some of your supply, but you also really don't want to give it away. Alright, both players actually trading out units that they don't really want to have necessarily. One Tempest starts up. I would love to see the +1 air weapons research here for Classic, but Classic a little bit preoccupied. Good storms, though. Loses a bunch of the High Templar. Nice target firing right there by Solar. Okay, and now with this dust settling, the Nidus network is coming up. Tempest production, though, has begun. Stalkers are still blinking all day. Nidus Worm, all the way in the back. Probes immediately get pulled. Classic, though, is probably going to have to warp in some units here or target fire down this network. Solar knows he's not going to be able to get that worm up, but... I hate it when that happens. But... I think they have pills for that these days. But... He can continue now with the aggression here through the center of the map. He needs to be careful, though. Second Nidus Worm attempted inside of the main base. Those Tempest. Usually they're not really meant as like the janitor crew. This is like the highest paid guy in the company, but mostly just here now to clear out the trash. Still, they're pretty good at clearing out the trash because they can kill all of the... Ooh, nice catch over here. So he sees a couple of the lurkers. Obviously, the Tempest can also go ahead and kill all of the spotter units, right? So any Zorklings or Overseers, Overlords that are hiding off on the side, still very killable. Solar, though, is now recognizing the situation that he's in. He knows that he's got the Protoss player pushed back to his side of the map. So if they are busy playing Nidus Worm Whack-A-Mole, it would be a perfect opportunity to plant down the 3 o'clock base again and try and see if he can maybe get the job done. Mama ship coming up. Viper on the production tab as well. +1 air weapons. We have the +1 melee. Solar is preparing for a late game transition now. Still, though, I'm liking this position quite a bit for Classic. Classic really has refined playing this playstyle so much over the last few months. From playing a very passive late game to just being the aggressor, while being simultaneously also very greedy and then also teching up. I mean, Classic really is playing some fantastic StarCraft. It's really nice to see. How do you even beat this? Well, Serral has shown us that it is doable, but not easily achieved. Roaches and Ravagers, though, going in for the counterattack. I love this little hit squad of Hydras, too. Their DPS is not to be underestimated, so immediately a recall was forced. Okay, probes are still going to fall. Drones already did fall, though, on the other side. Looks like 20 workers have found a new place to be mining from. Golden minerals will be returned once again. Now, I've seen this scenario several times. And when I say several times, I mean many times on this exact same map over the last few months. And Classic specifically has been winning basically every game from this spot, other than maybe against Serral. He really has got a very, very good handle on how to play this late game out. Oh, great feedback there as well on the Viper. You love to see it. I love that he still has that Oracle from the early game throwing down Revelation. So he's not really wasting any supply on an Observer here. Oh, Mothership into the main. Mothership into the main. Recall into the main. Dude, Classic is gaming so hard. Woo! I'm getting nerd chills. Time warp on the ramp. Yeah, good luck here, Solar. How are you going to save your main? He can storm. I mean, I would have loved to see a force field in here, too. That would be really hot. All right, well, he kills the Hive anyways. I'm pretty sure in a straight-up battle, this Protoss army is superior anyways. He's got a whole lot of Zealots now as well on the right side. And Solar, whilst really playing some solid StarCraft, gets overwhelmed in game number 2. Alrighty. That takes us to Incorporeal. Third game in what is actually a best of 7 series. I thought it was a best of 5. But nope. Turns out I am dumb. Best of 7 it is. So a 1-to-1 score. Let's see. Honestly, a really, really nice game right there from Classic. I feel like from start to finish, he had a plan. I mean, obviously the early game could have been just a bit smoother, right? Especially with those Zerglings running in and then the delay on the third Nexus. I feel like I've seen a lot of games where when the third Nexus gets cancelled once, Protoss just sort of immediately is on the back foot. I know it sounds maybe a bit extreme, but we've seen so many games where Protoss just kind of doesn't have a clear early game. They don't really play a very clean match, and, well, 3 minutes later, the Zerg army comes knocking at the front door, and Protoss is forced to tap out. Classic, though, really navigated that brilliantly, and I can't believe that, like, after he had that little oopsie over at the third base, he's decided to go into a good old proxy. Well, this is a fake. Classic is faking a cannon rush. There is no forge. But Solar doesn't know it. Alright. Away we go. We actually, we did see a couple of cannon rushes at the EWC in that exact position. So, Classic just building a few pylons, hoping that maybe Solar was gonna pull a few more workers there, but not quite the case. Okay. Cybercore on the back it is right now for our Protoss. And we'll probably see a Stargate in the main base once more, as soon as that Cybercore is done. Now, full transparency, by the way, I do know who ended up winning this particular series. I think I was actually eating lunch or something whilst these games were being played, and I did follow along with some of the matches, but I didn't really look at them very closely. Like, when you're at a StarCraft 2 tournament, it's very funny. Like, when you're at a StarCraft 2 tournament, it's actually quite easy to not watch all of the games in depth because there's so many things going on that you're managing at the same time, especially as a caster. Even though you spend a lot of time, obviously, you know, paying attention to the results and making sure that you follow along with roughly what's happening and the strategies that are being played, you don't, oftentimes, unless you're casting yourself and you're maybe on, like, the analyst desk, but you don't necessarily follow along with all of the little details. And as always, journey before destination, right? But maybe you've had this experience at, like, a regular sporting event as well. Oftentimes, it is easier to watch the games from home than it is to actually watch them at a venue, just because there's so many distractions. I went to see the Formula 1 race, actually, in the Netherlands last year. And let me tell you, it's way easier to follow from home. Way easier to follow from home. In real life, it's like, car go real fast, zoom. That's about 90% of the experience. Zoom, zoom, zoom. There they go. Easier to follow along with, like, the actual situation when you are watching from home. Anyway, Oracle coming up right now here for Classic. No surprise there. He's trying his very best. Incorporeal, always a fun map. It makes sense, by the way, that it's a best of 7 too, right? Because Torches as map number 1 is a little bit odd. Usually that would not necessarily be a map number 1. Very fun to see the variety, though. Alright, anyways. Oracle's going to be heading on over inside of the main base right now of Solar, and what exactly do we do? Bzzzt. One little bzzzt only. Ooh, Glaive Adepts. Now, there is an Overlord up above, and this is where, as a Zerg player, you kind of know that it's Glaive Adepts, because usually you go, if you want to go into Charge, or if you want to go into Blink, you go for a Forge. And he hasn't seen a Forge, but it's so obvious now that you almost don't believe anymore that it's Glaive Adepts. And you obviously know that your opponent knows that you have seen this, so you start almost playing a mind game with yourself. He's gonna go, yeah, he's gonna go back again. Solar's looking around here, trying to figure out roughly what's happening. And he still doesn't see a Forge. He sees a Chrono. I mean, this has to be Glaives. Alright. He'll probably start making Zerglings here after these additional drones finish up. I think about 53 workers is good. Depends on how greedy he wants to be, though. He's already got a 4th hatchery coming up, too. So this is, by the way, going to be 4 gateways and glaives. So it's not by any stretch like an all-in here for Protoss. But it is certainly very dedicated. You need to deal some sort of damage. Already, though, we see the Overlord speed coming up here for Solar. He believes that he's got an opportunity to potentially go in. As long as he defends the next incoming push. Now, Classic has done a good job denying vision in the middle, But I feel like this push is now so obvious that it really shouldn't be able to deal that much damage. Still, though, he's going to go around the side. Roaches do show up as well. Good surround here with the Zerglings, but obviously the Adepts, they have a very fast attack speed as they try to shade into the main base. I like that Classic is mixing it up here. I'm just not sure if he maybe should have hidden this a little bit better, you know? So far, only 2 workers have died. All right, we do also have a group of Adepts over at the third, though, and that may actually justify a lot of this early game. Yep, you blink once. Suddenly, the worker count is going up to 12. 12 dead drones. At the cost of what? 12 Adepts. All right, 13 drones in total, 12 Adepts. I mean, a counterattack right now from Zerg would be massive. Let's see. Where do we go? Oh my god. Classic has got a whole load of gateways inside of the main base too. A lot of sentries available here. That's a lot of sentries, by the way. Ay, 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 ay. Bro's got force fields for days. He's got force fields for his force fields. Here we go, though. The Zerg army is gonna arrive, and it looks like one of the units did get intercepted there. The Queens are, well, trying to pop back into their balloons, but the attack has been slowed down a bit. Classic just about to pop out his second Immortal. This will be do or die right now for Solar. He needs to... Oh, another little miss-rally there for Classic. He needs to deal damage with this push right here, right now. Backing up to the safety of the shield battery. Immortal production slowly goes up. Queens, okay, gets snatched up right there by the Dropper Lord as well. Glaive Adepts are actually really quite good for the defense right now, yeah. Normally you wouldn't be warping in defensive Glaive Adepts. But they're actually pretty darn strong in this setup, and Classic holds. Solar decides to re-drone again, but now as the dust settles, the worker count is actually in favor of our Protoss player. Still chasing this down. Most of the sentries are now without energy, so it might not be a bad idea to just sit back at home for a little while and wait for them to regen some of that energy. We have the blink coming up. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Templar Archives here again in just a moment. Okay. You love to see it. Little Overlord drop in the main base, by the way. It's gonna force a recall, and this may actually even the odds a bit. Yeah, not a probes. You recalled 1 Adept. All right, buddy. It's so funny, because the recall animation is identical no matter how many units you recall. I wonder if maybe, like, people are talking about recall being too strong. It'd be kind of cool if you could see a visual of, like, the units that are actually getting recalled, so you can kind of decide whether or not you need to panic, but, yeah. That's also kind of a chat move, right? Like, recalling a single Adept just like that. I don't hate it. All right, more Zerglings waiting, though. It was their turn to pop into the balloon. In the meantime, we have, well, a slightly less interesting balloon moving on the right side of the map. But those Glaive Adepts are still useful. Knocking down the rocks right here as well at home is Classic, just to make sure that it's difficult right now for Solar to move up towards that ramp. Okay, drones run away, but I mean, this is a lot of damage done, though. 8 workers again for units that are kind of like leftovers. It's not bad at all. Still, Classic has thrown away a lot of units. 29 Adepts, actually, in total. Oracles are nowhere to be seen anymore, and that means that there's no revelations on this army. Classic doesn't have any vision out on the map anymore, other than the Observer that's trailing this behind, and that's honestly big. How in the world, though, is Classic going to hold on to this 4th? Couple Adepts again, moving into the right side of the map. I love the counterattack. Apparently, Classic does not actually use this high ground advantage of his. I really thought he was going to try and force field this out, but I mean, those force fields are really nice as well. Slices the army in half. In the meantime, the drones run away from the Adepts. Another good row of force fields there. Bunch of roaches on the left side, working away at the probes on the 4th. Looks like the Adepts have arrived in the natural expansion. Both players very busy trying to micro multiple engagements at once. And those corrosive balls do connect now. Any more force fields available? Would be easy to, well, prevent this entire army from escaping. Still, still, the fourth Nexus lives. And the amount of workers lost on the side of Classic is not that bad. He's going into the Storm research here as well now, chasing down as many of the Roaches and the Ravagers. Okay. One additional Ravager Cocoon gets morphed in. Classic, forced to deal with very limited amounts of information, trying to make the best of this spot. I think Solar realizes that he is in a position to push, but he needs to actually, like, deal damage. Just like trading out army is not good enough. Getting the probes over here, though, and killing the Nexus is big. 4 probes, not the end of the world, but killing the Nexus itself really does slow down everything that Protoss can do. Because on 3 Nexi, you can't really make a transition towards Skytals. You need preferably 5 bases for that sort of thing, but at the bare minimum 4. Still though, Incorporeal has this really beautiful setup for 3 bases, right? It's really quite difficult for a Zerg to break up towards this high ground, which is why I was so surprised that Solar was allowed to go straight up there with the Protoss army waiting over at the 3rd. Solar now taking a 5th Nexus. A Zerg Nexus in the bottom left-hand corner. Baneling Nest on the back of this as well. I don't know if I like Banelings here all too much, if I'm being honest. He's got to be aware of the fact that there's still a lot of sentries available and Storm must be coming up next. He decides to double down and go into Baneling speed. If Solar believes he's got a massive advantage, I think he might be overestimating it. Baneling Nest here is a very much so get out of my game type of move. And Classic has shown us many, many times that he is not somebody that will tap out without very good reason. He's doing a little bit of creep clearing here as well. Solar decides to spread those tumors backwards right now. Rebuilds the 4th Nexus. With good storms and good force fields, the next incoming attack is very holdable. And Solar kind of sees the army now. He did lose, by the way, 11 drones as well. Probably to a run-by or maybe some leftover units. I mean, technically the sky is the limit, right? With this type of army. It's just very difficult to control. He grabs a bunch of, okay, Roaches here on the right side. I don't mind that at all. Banelings coming up. Only 3. I think that Solar is just about, yep, to morph in a whole lot of Banelings, but Classic decides to meet him head on in the middle of the map. Perfect opportunity right now. He only has a handful of the High Templar left over. A Storm over here could be big. A Storm over here will be big, I believe, although he decides to just, okay, roll into Banes. That was not it at all. Solar immediately taps out. Brilliant game again by Classic, man. Next up, we find ourselves on Ultra Love. Now, I think Solar overestimated his advantage. Like, in his mind, he had slowed down the Protoss so much that there wasn't really going to be an easy follow-up. And he believed he had, like, a slam dunk victory by going for a big Baneling attack. Classic, though, realized that that is exactly what the opponent was going for. He did build a Nexus there, but I think it was mostly fake. He really emphasized unit production. And he, well, realized that there was going to be an opportunity to strike while the Banelings were morphing in. And Solar decided to go for the aggressive morph-in. I think if you believe that you might be able to win the game, you're a little bit more conservative with that Baneling positioning. But Classic, I mean, he fought the engagement there with, well, only half of the Zerg army present, effectively. Those Banelings not yet available. You get like 2 waves of the Zerg. It's not really what you're aiming for there as Solar. Really, with like a Roach Ravager, Ling Bane type of army, you want the engagement to last about 3 seconds. If Classic can drag it out with force fields and storms, I mean, usually it will always be better for Protoss. And, well, Classic, honestly, having the perfect opportunity there. So now we find ourselves on Ultra Love. I really love the aggression. The aggression is just so sick. I actually remember the order in which the games were being played, the day that this particular series was played. And I remember now that I did cast the series right before this one. So I was one of the casters at the EWC, obviously, and I did cast the series right before this one, and it was a very long one. So I think I must have taken a break or something when the first game was being played. Very glad I didn't actually see that one, because that first game in this series was such a banger. Very nice to see. Believe it or not, commentators, at least most of us, are human too. Yeah, it means that some of us, at least I do, need to consume calories to, like, keep our biological bodies rolling and maybe mellow out a little bit, maybe not, you know, drink too much caffeine. You gotta be, I have learned early on in my casting career at offline tournaments to not go too ham on the caffeine. Caffeine can be very useful for casting StarCraft, but you gotta time it correctly. You can't be drinking caffeine the entire day long for an entire week straight. It's not an ideal thing to do. Me, as a fellow human, I too love consuming calories and converting oxygen into carbon dioxide. It's one of my favorite things to do. How do you do, fellow humans? Could you do me a favor and hit the like button below the video? Thank you. Thank you, fellow humans. All right, Oracle. Once more here for Classic. Yeah, you also don't want to drink too much in general as a caster. It's very easy to be chugging along water. Usually if you're co-casting, right? So you're casting with somebody else, it's very easy to have a sip of water after you're done talking while the other person is talking. Also, suboptimal to do the entire way through, especially if you're doing a long series. I guess you can take a break if you really need to and just have your co-commentator cover for you, but it's a little awkward. Better just not be, you know, maybe don't just drink the entire way through. All right, let's see. Glaive to Depths again. I mean, it sort of worked in the previous game. I really didn't love it. But, all right. Strategically, it is nice to keep the opponent guessing. If you're solo right now, right, do you assume the Glaive to Depth opener was good enough in the previous game? Sort of-ish. Don't know if you would really consider it, though, as we do see 4 drones dying here. Maybe 5. Ooh, I love this. I love that. Love that the Oracle decided to split off and go back for a little bit more. Don't lose it now, though. Yeah, just take the long road back. All right. There's surely no way he's going to do the same wacky build twice in a row, right? Well, Classic doesn't care. Actually, on this map, especially from the third base, reinforcements to your opponent's third base, super quick. Sometimes I find it hard to believe that this is the same Classic that I did cast at the very beginning of the year. I just remember some of those games that Classic was playing back in, like, I think this was January, maybe early February. They were not pretty. He just, I don't know, they were not good games. I'm sure some of you remember those as well. They were wild. They were not good. He's playing so much better now. It's really nice to see. All right, let's see. Solar did lose a bunch of workers, and he did replace the majority of them. So that's a bit concerning. Oh, Shade gets cancelled, at least on some of them. There are a few Banelings available. One of the Oracles does die. So this is a Baneling response right now, rather than a Roach Warren response. And so far, Classic knows about it. The Oracle died because of it. At least to scout that information it did. I mean, I don't think they can die to Banelings, Oracles that is, but nice popping right there of that little stasis ward. But already, these Adepts are putting in work. Is he gonna shade? Nope, he's not. Oracle rolling out the carpet. The red carpet, that is. Just to make it easier for the Adepts to escape. We have another group of Adepts as well on the right. This time around, he does commit. Zerglings and Banelings have been trying to chase this. In the meantime, Blink is also researching, and we'll probably see Storm again in a moment. This is significantly worse for Solar compared to the previous game. And we all now know the outcome of the previous game too. Classic is going to be able to do whatever he pleases from here. Now, he's really liking Storm. If this whole StarCraft thing doesn't work out for him, he can work at like the Korean Weather Institute or whatever. Just predict it's going to be stormy weather every day. No, but seriously, Storm is a really good upgrade. And if you can get it done, it'll be difficult for any Zerg army really to move in. I mean, obviously there are armies that are good against High Templar, but they are all tier 3. Really, the only way that Solar can fight into a Storm-based unit composition is by having the superior numbers. But when you're economically behind, it's difficult to get there. Let's see. Yeah, he's making roaches. He's gonna give it a shot, I believe. He did redrone to just enough for 3 base saturation. I mean, there's always an opportunity, right, for Protoss to mess up. We don't have any Immortal production. And without Immortals, I guess roaches can sort of weather the storm reasonably well. Literally. But, I mean, Storm is good against everything. Like, Storm is just a flat 80 damage if you stand in the full duration of it. And while the roaches have a lot of HP, they're still kind of flimsy. At least, like, compared to the other Zerg units, right? They feel like they have a lot of HP, but realistically, they really don't have a ton. Here we go, though. The angle is important. High Templar a little late to this party. 4th Nexus is in some trouble, but good for Storm. Oh, aggressive blink forward. I can't believe he blinked into that. Still, though, he's dodging the Biles. Solar decided to put the Biles all in one location, which I disagree with. He's trying to see if he can potentially break this spot. Classic now using that newly made Nexus and Pylon there to warp in reinforcements into effectively a concave format for him. Yeah, he holds this easy. Second Robo facility coming up as the first Immortal is just about to spawn. Actually, second Immortal is just about to spawn. First one already has a kill. This is Classic basically taking like a lateral step as far as teching up goes. He could go into Skytools and the whole shebang, but he's looking at this game right now and he's thinking there's really no way that Zerg is gonna tech up from here. And if this is the army I'm addressing, it is much better for me to go into a Immortal army here instead. So he's gonna go Immortal, Stalker, Storm, Zealot, whatever else he can produce. Little Zealot run by as well, maybe a War Prism in the main base. But as long as he can force this Zerg to stay in mid-game tech, as long as Zerg doesn't go into Lurkers or Brute Lords or any of that, I mean, you can stick around on this unit composition and be perfectly fine as Protoss. Still, though, it's all about positioning. Some of the High Templar are a little bit far forward. Man, he's dancing with death here every single time, but somehow all of the Templar survived. Zealot run by as well inside of the main base. Classic now 4 base. Fully saturated. Solar also on 4 bases, but still only just 66 workers. So Classic now has the opportunity to effectively swarm his opponent. And he's already got the better units. Like, this is not a unit composition, oh my god, unless there's the natural wide open that can really win in a straight-up fight. That Storm is juicy, though. Oof. Well, maybe Roaches don't die to a singular, but, I mean, that's still really good. Some reinforcing Zealots apparently inside of the main base, too. We did see a recall now. I'm not exactly sure where do we go. Oh, to the natural expansion. Okay, fair enough. To the main base and the natural. Reinforcing Protoss units, though, are going to be needed over at the 3rd, because that is where Solar is sending his new stuff. Seems like Classic is dealing with every single one of those engagements good enough. Still a superior economy here for Classic. No reliable counter here for Solar against this army at all, so he decides to tap out. Next up, we find ourselves on Pylon. Match point right here for Classic, who has been looking mighty dangerous. He's been looking dangerous doing ordinary stuff. That's the scary part about it. Like, he's doing the ordinary stuff. I feel like across the board, I don't know the exact timings to really back this statement up, but I feel like across the board, he's a bit slower with expanding, especially towards the 4th base, but even the 3rd. A lot of Protoss players lately have been rushing up the 3rd base, sometimes even doing it off of like the absolute bare minimum. We've seen like a Nexus at the 3rd at like 305, which is kind of nuts. But he's been slowing down his expansions a bit in favor of additional tech and just more aggressive pushing. It's really nice to see. And he's doing it as well with build orders that are considered to be not quite optimal. I think we can all say that, like, Glaive Adept openers, which he now did 2 games back to back, I don't think anybody would consider those to be like the very best strategies to go for. Maybe like an A tier type of build, maybe a high B tier. But it's nice to see. It's really cool. So where do we go from here? What do we do right now? The absolute norm would be to go from Oracles into Blink Stalkers with +1 attack. Then you try and leverage your way into some additional, well, value out on the map. You get a 4th Nexus going, maybe go into Storm, and then eventually you go into Skytools. Classic seems to be playing a much more mobile version of that type of army and just constantly be out on the map. Honestly, more impressive now than MaxPax. And definitely more consistent than Max as well. I haven't casted as many MaxPax games lately. MaxPax in general, over the last few years, in my mind, the best Protoss, but I think he's become a little bit frustrated with the amount of tournaments that he can actually play. MaxPax not really, well, are participating obviously in any offline StarCraft 2 event, and in the past he could play still in quite a few large online cups too, but now, well, all of the biggest tournaments have once more shifted to an offline state, and I think MaxPax may have lost a little bit of motivation because of it. Not exactly sure, I'm just thinking out loud here, but he's not looked as impressive to me. Really still is a shame, right? I feel like MaxPax can play like this too. And Classic managed to, well, climb all the way up to the all the way to the grand finals of the EWC this year. Facing off against Serral in the grand finals. I mean, it's I think it's $100,000 second place. Oh well. I've already talked about MaxPax many times over the years, but luckily we have some other Protoss players stepping up and showing us what is technically possible. It's really nice as well, actually, that Classic decides to do this. Can I actually look this up real quick? When was Classic's first tournament match? I don't know if I can find it real quick. I'm pretty sure this is logged on a Ligulac. His first tournament match was on May 20th, 2012, which, believe it or not, is more than 8 years ago. I mean, that's like 8 years ago in 3 months, right? Give or take. Give or take. All right. Twilight Council. No Forge. No Forge. I feel like Classic has kind of let himself loosen up a little bit with the build orders. Protoss has always been very rigid when it comes to builds, and lately he's just kind of... he's free-flowing a little bit more. Seems to be working out just fine for him. So again, Solar sees the exact same thing. He gets the Scout, but is it going to be Blink? Is it going to be Glaives? Now he goes Blink. Ay, 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 ay. Oracle's roaming the map. Look, Solar has seen this thing now, many games in a row, and it's been Glaives every time. Now with glaives, it's critical that you stop droning before the units smash you in the face. Solar needs to be careful that he doesn't get too greedy, but I think he should be okay droning a little bit further. Still though, this is just going to be the most ordinary thing ever, and then a forge a little bit delayed. I mean, Classic has had the money for the forge for a while, but I think he purposefully didn't plant it down just to keep the opponent guessing. Technically, this is suboptimal. Right? Like, you could have had the forge already done here, but because of the scouting from Solar, he's now playing the series, right? Like, rather than playing a single one-off, best-of-one ladder type of game, this is him now playing the series and really making it more difficult for the opponent to predict as to what's going on. Templar Archives coming up as well here again, so we should be going into Storm. A little bit of a Zergling scout over at this expansion as well, just to get some more vision out on the map. Evo chamber here. But yeah, Solar has begun unit production. Now he sees a bunch of Stalkers, though. Look at the income. Look at the amount of workers. 56 versus 61. Why? Because Classic went for Glaive to Depths 2 games back-to-back. Solar has willingly put himself behind. Oh, no. Ah, not this again. Alright, well, it was brilliant until it was stupid. Couple Zerglings slip into the base. So far, only a handful of units go down. Alright, Classic. Classic had to show us that he is a Protoss player after all, right? Like, he doesn't have doors, okay? Jeez. In Protoss society, doors aren't needed. That's a very human thing, okay? You feel like you need a door to like feel safe in your cave or something. Why do we don't technically need doors in real life either, okay? This is just us being biological robot. Oh wait, no, I'm a robot. You're maybe not. Anyways, the Zerg though does have a very large army, and he's now reluctantly going into a bit of an Overlord drop, and maybe we can follow it up with some aggression. Don't think he was really planning on that, though, in this game, but because he made so much army to try and defend a depth push that never came, he's now going to try and use the army for something. Storm coming up, though, and Storm is already like 90% of the way done. Any delay from here will make it be finished, and, well, it is indeed going to be prepared in advance. We have 4 High Templar. Energy recharge is real good. Storm! Oh. Alright, well, we should have stormed a little bit quicker. Classic's starting to fall asleep a little bit in this game. Ooh, does dodge the corrosive balls, though, and that storm over there was juicy. Full wall in over here, too. Yep, again, he can easily use some of the reinforcements for that. Some nice movement here, too, by Solar, though. He's trying to target fire down to the best of his abilities, the splash damage here of the opponent, but he's just having a difficult time really creating a foothold for himself. What about this? Overlord drop in the main base? Ah, we had a photon cannon already ready to go, and that is indeed going to prevent, well, the Zerg from dealing what could still be critical amounts of damage. Classic probably anticipating either a Spire transition or maybe a Zergling drop like that exact strat he just saw. Now he's chasing down some of the Ravagers, snipes 2 of them. Oracle's still working away at whatever they can hit as well, and I think when he goes this deep onto creep, Classic is going to have to escape again. Oracles, though, is still zapping away. Man, these 2 must have got actually only 4 and 2 kills. Huh. Not even as many as I thought, but it's still extremely effective. Okay. 71 workers for Protoss, 58 drones for Zerg. I'm starting to get deja vu from some of the previous games. Classic is now able to outswarm the Zerg player. Now, he should probably get some more High Templar. Only 2 of them feels a little bit lackluster. And he's got a few of them now. Doesn't have a ton of gas, though, so he needs to spend his money wherever possible. Solar, I think he's going to be able to force a council on this 4th. Should be. Oh, good storm, though. Ooh, those storms are juicy. Yeah, there's just no easy way for Zerg to deal with the storms at this point. Man. It's almost hard to imagine that this is the same Classic as the one that played that finals against Serral. You know, like, he didn't play poorly in the finals, don't get me wrong, but geez. Serral made Zerg look utterly broken. And then when you look at it in this particular series here from Solar's point of view, I mean, Solar won the first game, but that was a weird one. That game was very, very weird. This game right here and these last few games, it kind of just feels like he's having a hard time really getting his feet under him. Like, look, he's again maxed out, right? Like, don't get me wrong, this is still a very playable state for him. It's just that this army here that Zerg has, against the properly controlling Protoss, and obviously there's only a handful that can actually optimize this type of army, but when Protoss controls this unit composition really well, it just seems pretty much impenetrable. Okay, now getting a council on this 4th Nexus though would be big. He's not going to be able to get it. High Templar throwing water balloons is too much. What about the attack over here on the left though? Maybe he can send in a reinforcing squad as well towards that 4th Nexus. The aggressive blink forward. 9 probes end up going down. Immortals, though, are starting to join the fray, and they just deal so much freaking damage. Nice target firing as well by Classic. We do have the Queens joining in. The High Templar throwing water balloons at the Queens. It's an interesting thing. Looks like the army on the left does get wiped off the map. Oh, and GG gets called with it. I was gonna say Solar did kill 14 workers and finally grabbed the worker advantage once again. But my god, did he have to work for it. Phenomenal series here by Classic. Pretty much no criticism. I think he played that really well. I love this new, like, more aggressive version of Protoss. Rather than, like, sitting back behind the wall trying to defend whatever is going on, he's doing a lot of meeting the opponent halfway, right? Remember when they first removed the shield battery overcharge? And they, well, introduced the energy regen ability on the Nexus instead? It's really made Protoss be a lot more active out on the map. Rather than like sitting back behind all of the static defense, we get Protoss actually willing to fight in the middle of the map. And I absolutely love that. Great work right there by Classic. Now, today I also want to give a special shout out to all of the Patreon supporters. Look at all of these legends and look at this. There's room for your name. right over here. Hello everyone, my name is Loco and welcome to a best of 7 grand finals in StarCraft 2. What I've got for you today is a Zerg versus Terran, where in the top left-hand corner, playing with the blue Zerg pieces, we have none other than Reynor and his opponent and his rival, spawning right here in the bottom right, with the little polar bear on the main command center. You know him, you love him. We're looking inside of the main base of Clem. Now, this particular series is the grand finals of the FEL the Fel Krakow tournament. This particular series was played literally the day after the Esports World Cup wrapped up. So the pro gamers, they decided to fly straight from Saudi Arabia to Poland, and they competed in another tournament. Now, what in the world are we going for, Reynor? Is this a proxy hatch rush? What? Excuse me, what? This is a serious game. This is not... Okay, well, normally you do this every once in a while against Protoss. You never do this against Terran, though, and the reason is quite simple. Terran can just make a command center over here and then eventually fly it down to the low ground, right? Like, that is... usually the most you're really gonna get out of a proxy hatch. It's going to be delaying what the opponent wants to go for. And Terrans really don't care. Clem is gonna see it right now. He's got a command center ready to be queued up and then realizes, wait a second, there is already a hatchery building. Now, it's difficult to call how much aggression there will really be coming out of this Zerg. I kind of love this. Sleep deprived or not, the players are still here to game. Now, it is important to note that these two did play against one another, actually, in this exact same tournament once already. That particular best of 5 I did cast as well. And spoiler alert, I guess, for my own video. But that was a 3-0 win for Reynor. Very nicely done. And he did not play like this. Oh my god, we're making Zerglings and we're also going for a queen. Yo, maybe Reynor is cooking up something actually good. This is really not that committed from him. The thing is, right, okay, if Brenda spawns out of the hatchery and can take a little Trumer right over there in the corner, right? I mean, it's gonna be really tricky for Terran to actually expand. You'd have to use at the bare minimum a scan. I guess the scan would already be... there's a lot of lost mining time here too. Obviously, the hatch is 275. The queen is 150 as well. Slowly but surely, the hatchery is running low. Additional Zerglings, by the way, were made as well in the main of Reynor. And they should be arriving here in just a moment. Brenda, I think it's time to poop. Brenda, do it. A little bit of nice repair micro right there, actually, as well, coming out of the Terran. All right. Well, you know what? This is dealing more damage than I thought it was going to. Brenda, why aren't you doing the thing? Brenda, do the thing. I'm surprised. Are we really trying to save energy for transfusion? Okay. There we go. He's got double creep tumor potential now. Zerglings do sneak into the main base. This is working out way better than I thought it was going to. I am surprised with how effective this is. It's just a bunch of queens and some slow Zerglings. There's another queen that just popped out. Reynor is probably going to start getting some energy right now on the queens to transfuse one another. And you can keep this harassment going for a while. Now, soon a Cyclone will be joining. Yeah. Cyclones are going to shut this party down. But in the meantime, Reynor has got his own natural expansion up. He's working away at the supply depot. If these links can run in... Ooh, close call there. Clem baiting the units up the ramp. But if the Zerglings can run in, they can actually really wreak havoc on what in the world is going on here inside of the main base of the Terran. Additional barracks on the back of this as well right now for Clem. I believe Reynor does see the factory, so he knows that it's very likely going to be popping out a Cyclone or maybe even a siege tank, right? And that will likely shut all of this down. Depot does get erased once more. Brenda is dead. Rest in pieces, Brenda. Little drone over here. I mean, that's overly ambitious. Can't believe it was an actual drone. Oh no, oh no. The Cyclone was blocking. The Cyclone was preventing the depot from being lifted. Bro, do you even lift? Okay, it's actually totally fine. I think he lost maybe one worker, maybe not even. There's a little bit of surface area reduction here on those melee units. Working out quite nicely. Actually very impressed by Clem. Losing only a handful of SCVs up to this point. The creep, by the way, has made its way up onto the high ground now. The little polar bear is gonna get covered in it if it's not careful. Turns out, and there's a little bit of niche information. Turns out you can reach a proxy hatchery with a Cyclone from the corner of the main on Incorporeal. All right. The way that in which Reynor is actually balancing drone production and Zergling production is really quite impressive. It's so easy to just get carried away making one or the other, but he's making just the right split. Another Cyclone is gonna go down. Yeah, really not that many worker losses though, but a ton of lost mining time. And in the meantime, those creep tumors, look at it. They are being spread from the Terran's natural all the way back home. And at this point, I mean, look, Clem is going to be able to secure his natural eventually, but he's not going to have scans available to really, like, stop this, like, you know, octopus arm spread of creep tumors here for Reynor. Reynor is spreading creep in both directions. I kind of love this. Honestly, he might not even be done yet. He's got, well, a wide open space now. Brenda's going back in for more. Actually, I don't think that's Brenda. That's Karen. Yeah, you can recognize Karen for sure. Nice little bit of target firing right there, though. Clem is done with all of it. He really needs a base soon. We're 6 minutes in. Yeah. You only just now, maybe not even, get to mine some of the low ground resources here as Terran. This is crazy. Siege Tank joins in, though, and gets 16 confirmed kills pretty much right away. Absolute disaster of an opener here for Clem. And this makes you wonder, what other things do we take for granted that just aren't quote-unquote possible, right? I mean, in theory, this really isn't a good opener from Zerg. At least that is what we all have been led to believe. But Reynor is showing us that maybe some of those basic bits of knowledge are really not that obvious in hindsight. In the meantime, look, he's taken a fourth. He's taken a fourth base as Terran is finally securing their natural. A lot of drone production here. We're gonna get double upgrades as well. I'm assuming we'll have a lair coming up in just a moment. Additional gases do get planted here. Man, I love the creep spread heading in the opposite direction. That's so cool. It's a big APM limitation, right? Like, that's your main bottleneck when it comes to creep spread as a Zerg player. Reynor, however, has got plenty of it. Known to be the fastest player in the entirety of the game. He's got APM for days. And honestly, at this point, we're like 2 creep tumors away from like a perfect highway. From like one side of the map straight to the other side of the map. That's insane. Okay, these creep tumors are going in the wrong direction for that to be connected. But we could certainly already be connecting these 2 arms. That's so crazy. I guess it's actually better for Reynor to be spreading these in the opposite direction and then also goop up this section of the map. That's so much creep for the 8-minute mark. Can we look at a little bit of first-person view here for Reynor? There's so much for him to manage, right? So he's trying his best, but there's only so much you can really do. He sees an SCV pool right now, moving towards the right. Dude, he scouts the Terran's third base by the SCV transfer. Like, he sees the SCVs because of the creep spread. That's ridiculous. Honestly, the creep spread alone may already justify this opener for Reynor. Makes you wonder if maybe we should just go for a default, I don't know, a hatchery right over here, just to plant some tumors down. It's always difficult, right? Like, how do you really quantify the strength of creep? I mean, it's vision and it's movement speed, which are like 2 of the main pillars in any real-time strategy game. They're difficult to really, you know, put into words, I suppose, but it's hugely beneficial. Kind of awesome. All right, anyways. We got ourselves some drop harassment. In the meantime, though, even though the lair was very late, the hive feels relatively quick. I think we probably finished the lair, straight into the infestation pit, and then straight into a hive. Yeah, Clem is going to be forced to pick up the pieces. Now, he's doing a pretty good job, though, of exactly that. Still, this game is very difficult for him to rate right now, right? Like, how do you decide the position you're in? Because everywhere he goes, Reynor's watching him. Every step he takes. Oh, can't you see? Well, Reynor can see everything. You belong on creep. Nice little push over here as well on the right, though. He's gonna be able to get rid of some of the arms of the octopus. Queens, in the meantime, do need some transfusions, but Brenda's reincarnation stays alive for now. Sorry, Jimmy. You're not so lucky as Brenda. Oh, jeez. This is mean. Oh, God. The queens are going for the surround! They're right... Oh, my lord. Okay, they're right-click onto that medevac. There's no way Jimmy... Okay, Jimmy died as soon as I looked away. Maybe it's better for everybody here. That was crazy. All right, Ultra Cavern, by the way. 10 minutes in. I mean, it's later than per usual, but 10 minutes in is by no means slow. Adrenal gland's coming up. Reynor is cruising. Look at the creep spread. Seriously. This has been Clem using about, I want to say 6-7 scans, getting rid of the creep so far. And, I mean, it's like the mythological Hydras. We have some huge fungals as well. Anytime he knocks down a creep tumor, new ones appear. This is crazy. I hope we see more proxy hatches in this series. So far, I mean, Clem is trying his best just to, like, I don't know, catch his feet, right? Like, under him, because he is just not able to get much done. He's trying his best to just be somewhat stable. But this is kind of starting to look like a campaign mission where you're playing on the absolute hardest difficulty, and it seems like it's unwinnable. I mean, maybe you need to run it a couple more times and figure out all of the details, but Ultralisks are coming. Chitinous plating has started up. Adrenal glands is finishing. The entirety of the Terran Bio Ball is stuck in a corner. Siege tanks have to be careful that they don't accidentally blast their own friendlies apart. 20 SCVs go down. This is by far the most dominant game I've seen Reynor play against Clem in years. I don't even see what Clem can do. This is crazy. I'm looking forward to all of the inspired Zerg players that look at this and they're like, oh, proxy hatch against Terran. That's what I'm going to go ahead and do. And then you're going to get absolutely destroyed by minute 5. But at least feel the inspiration, okay? It doesn't happen all too often. I love this, though. This is really cool. Makes me want to jump onto the ladder immediately and give it a shot myself. Alright, 2-2 is going to finish up for Clem. I think Clem, I mean, he could try and get a planetary going, but I think he just needs to go for like one big attack. The problem is, if you want to go for one like bulldozer type attack here as Terran, you have to scan like 17 times just to get rid of the creep. You're gonna be slowed down so much. Is there bailing speed? No, there's no bailing speed, but I mean, there is fungal, and we're like one fungal away from this being an absolute disaster for Clem. Actually, I think we've already passed that point. This is already a disaster. Look at that, the queens have arrived. The queens are back for more. This time around, they took the creep highway. It's a little bit more comfortable, I suppose, than... what a game. Seriously, what an absolute banger of a game right here. Fungal growth just to rub salt in the wound. Ay, 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 ay. Reynor, that was dirty. Next up, we find ourselves on Ultra Love. There's no way you can go for a proxy hatchery here, right? I mean, the main difference is that there's just not a lot of room. It really doesn't make as much sense. It does make you wonder though, right? Like, say you make like a random hatchery right over here, or like right over there, and you just use it to get a creep tumor going early on. Just for a queen, and then you make a creep tumor over there, creep tumor over there, creep tumor over there, and then the queen walks all the way back home, and you use those locations to spread creep in 3 different directions. If you get, I want to say maybe like 2 creep tumor spreads in before you get detected, it is going to be pretty much impossible for Terran to stop it. And like technically it's like, you know, 375, 400, I don't know. It's a whole lot of wasted money, but it's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's probably too much. Anyways, hatch into a spawning pool this time around for Reynor. And I am sad to report that the first hatchery is in his own natural. Yeah. Ugh. Obviously, Terrans need to spread, like they can get rid of the creep tumors, right, by using scans. The problem with scans is that it costs you a mule. So it's the same amount of energy to drop down a scan as it is to drop down a mule. And mules mine for a very significant amount of resources. So if you can deny like 2 scans, or I guess 2 mules from the opponent, I mean, that's a lot. That probably justifies it already, and you're likely going to be able to get more value than that. Although, I guess if Terrans really realize that this is a problem, they can always go for a Raven. And, yeah, Ravens are, you know, unused usually in this matchup, but still very handy for their detection ability. Anyway, this is a gasless start right now for Reynor. I don't know what the man is cooking, but he's cooking something nice. This is something fresh out of the Italian cuisine over here. This reminds me a little bit of Dark. Like, Dark had a strange gasless build as well, where he didn't really take any gases until later. And he then took a whole bunch of them all in one go. Dark, in case you're wondering, he is currently off to do his mandatory military service over in South Korea, in case you don't really stay fully up to date in the StarCraft 2 world. One of the most entertaining players, one of the most successful players as well, historically. I saw a picture of him actually on the StarCraft 2 subreddit recently. Looked like he was very happy visiting home. He lost a bunch of weight. It was a picture with his kid, I believe. I'm not exactly sure anymore, but it's always weird to see the pro gamer suddenly, you know, without hair, or not entirely, you know, shaven bald, but you know, the military cut. Anyways, triple CC start right here for Clem. He's gonna be going into a 2-1-1, it looks like. So even though Cyclones are the current flavor of the month, it looks like we are gonna go into the barracks. Fair enough. I don't think you're gonna be adding on a second barracks. If you're planning on playing Terran Mech, not at this stage in the game, it really doesn't make a lot of sense. Although I've seen weirder things. Not really though from Clem. Clem in general. I mean, quite a standard player, right? But standard in the best sense of the word. He's extremely good at just playing normal. Maybe we can do a little bit of first-person view as well of Clem. So this is what Clem is looking at while playing the game. Yes, Reynor's APM tends to be higher. God, this is a disaster to follow along. All right, I'll stop. I'll take control of the camera again. That does not mean that Clem is a slow player. As a matter of fact, Clem uses, well, every pro gamer. They use camera location control groups a lot. Clem is somebody who seems to use them more than most pro gamers. And hitting a camera location hotkey is not considered an action in the APM section, because the game kind of detects it as like a camera movement rather than like an actual action, even though it's a button you have to press. Basically what you can do is you can bind, usually it's like F1 through like F8 or so. You can bind different locations of the camera to certain spots. Now I think they should be counted as part of the APM, but they aren't. Alright, Stimpack is just about to finish up. So we have the 2 barracks, the 1 factory, the 1 starport, so that's why we call it the 2-1-1. Third command center though is already here. Clem is going to be able to put on a little bit of pressure. Reynor though has been droning hard. So look at this, right? Because of the gasless start, he's only got a single geyser right now, taking a new one. Taking a whole bunch of them actually, only in one go now, but because of this delayed gas geyser, the amount of workers he got early is kind of ridiculous. In my mind, you sort of just auto-lose against a bunch of builds, so though maybe it's not that drastic, but say you go up against like some sort of, I don't know, hellbet timing attack, admittedly very rare right now. It could be very difficult to hold. What about this type of attack though? And you know what, there are hellbets here. Zerking speed is done. I kind of meant a hellbet timing attack a little bit sooner than this, but 9 queens are available. New ones obviously can be made, but still, the Medivacs are able to heal up those hellbets too. Lovely little push right here for Clem, but this needs to deal damage. Killing the queens alone I don't think is enough, although it will slow down the advancement of the Zerg. Yeah, it's not bad. If he can get a cancel as well in this 4th, that would be big, and I think he's going to be able to secure it. Reynor trying to target fire down those Medivacs. Good micro though here by Clem. Queens in the main. Oh, he was hoping that those Medivacs would be flying into the 2 queens in the main base, but not quite the case. Still though, a very effective trade, right? Look at the resources lost here. 8 Marines, 4 Hellbats, and a Reaper for 7 queens and 40 Zerglings. That's a lot. That's exactly the momentum that Clem will be looking for. Clem is somebody who likes layering on the aggression. And soon he will be able to continuously fight. Not really at that level yet. He's only on 2 Medivacs, hard to get much done with continuous pushing, but we are going to be able to get more of them out here. Second factory already at the front. Drilling Claws is coming up, so we will be going into the good old Widow Mine transition here. Fair enough. Infestation Pit, though, in the meantime here for Reynor. And Reynor also going into the Baneling Speed upgrade. So he did have a Baneling Nest in the previous game. Didn't go for speed. Still, though, this is Clem now not really going for multi-pronged aggression. Really just trying to go for a big push. Siege Tank unsieged for now, but it does siege. A little dance here. Back and forth and back and forth. Clem doesn't like it too much. He's feeling the heat. He decides to back up for just a moment. He would love those Zerglings running into the siege tank, but they're on hold position. Top left-hand corner required here for Reynor too, quite like that. Hive coming up as well, now that he realized that this is not going to be a complete all-in from the Terran. Still though, Clem is hiding the 4th command center. And as a Zerg, you never really know, right? So, command centers are 400 minerals. Barracks are 150 minerals each. As a Terran, you kind of have to make the choice right now. Do I add on 3 additional barracks and go for like a 3cc all-in? Or do I go for the 4th command center? And as a Zerg, you're always guessing. You kind of have to be prepared for both. One of them being a macro game, the other one effectively an all-in. Clem going for a very long push here. Hoping to get a scout off on the top left-hand corner, but that was a little overly ambitious. In the meantime, there's a fight over here too. Does he have burrow yet? No. No burrow yet, so... What did you just kill, Clem? Clem, what did you... Hold up. Clem just killed something. Was that just a map critter? Oh, no! Not the Roomba! Oh, no. Clem, what have you done? Pretty sure that's illegal. I don't know the rules, but I may have to report him. Just in case, you know? Let the jury decide. We have a Roomba too. His name is Bob. I haven't really been using Bob all too much lately. Mostly because my cats, they scatter stuff all over my house. And I still have to pick up, you know, in front of Bob. Anyways. Baneling does roll into a small little clump of Marines. Vipers are coming, though, and that is what Reynor is trying to wait for, right? So he's picking up some of the reinforcing units here. That's awesome. But if he can actually wait long enough for the Vipers to gather energy, that would be absolutely massive. Still, though, Clem is already working away at the HP. Oh, my God, a little bit of a move command. Could have been a disaster. Yeah, I think it is a disaster, actually, because now you don't even need the Vipers anymore. Where are those Vipers? Having a couple of parabombs here would be phenomenal as well on those super low medevacs. Clem, move commanding. Keep in mind, right, like I said, this particular series was played the day after the EWC wrapped up, as we had some Baneling landmines over there too. It's a pretty long flight. I can't imagine they had a direct connection from Saudi Arabia to Krakow. From Riyadh to Krakow, to be specific. I don't think so. Oh. So there's a good chance that these guys wrapped up the tournament, spent like 12 hours in planes, maybe 16 hours of traveling in total, and then played straight into this tournament. Oh, okay, not bad. Honestly, some nice targeting right there by Clem. Vipers are here now. We have 4 of them? That's a little much. I think Reynor is still going to have to give up on this base, despite cleaning up the army earlier. Clem, though, wants to get the Overlords as well. A couple of the Banelings. And then when we want to, nice splitty right there on those medevacs. Clem is freaking good at that, man. So hard to actually do the splits. In the meantime, he's also pushing over here in the top left-hand corner, trying to send his reinforcements in that direction, too. Okay, not bad. Yeah, still, the medevacs are a little low. Clem has done a good job, though, denying that base on the right. And now he's also working in the top left-hand corner, meaning that suddenly, despite sitting at 86 workers, Reynor only has 3 bases. The main and the natural are going to be running out. Reynor really can't sustain this for much longer. Clem has done a great job keeping the economy of the Zerg player, at least as far as the total amount of mineral fields go, relatively low, and he is now ready to try and see if he can win the game. He's got a fusion core on the back of this. 3-3 upgrades are coming in too. I really don't know if he needs it. Yeah, GG gets cold as Clem evens up the score. Next up, we find ourselves on Persephone. Can't help but notice that Clem immediately set up some camera control groups on the minimap right over here. Okay. Well, Reynor, no. No. Okay. Sure. I thought maybe Clem was going to be the one sending out some units there, because he clearly set up a camera location control group right below the main base of Reynor. But Reynor is once more sending out one little worker to go straight towards the opponent's natural. Are we going to go for the natural? I think we are. He's just waiting for additional minerals to come in. Yep. 275 for a hatch these days. They did adjust the values ever so slightly. And indeed, we are going to go for another proxy hatch. Okay, now, it's critical for Clem to do a better job addressing this. As what we saw in the first game of the series, it was just not the way to go. So I'm sure Clem is going to be... He's going to be dealing with this differently than he did in the first one, right? So what did he do in the first one? Well, he made some units here and there. He pulled 4 SCVs to work away as well at the hatchery to try and slowly chip away at it. I would imagine you, at the bare minimum, go for a faster Cyclone. You could go for a bunker as well on the high ground. Make the CC in the main base. Clem sees right now, though, what is happening here. Are we going to pull additional boys? Okay, that's an alternative choice. So rather than going for 4 SCVs, he pulls, what is this, like 7? Yeah, 7 workers pooled. It's so funny because Protoss players have been dealing with this sort of shenanigans for a long time. With 7 workers, you can probably kill this hatchery before a queen spawns. And that is his main goal right now. Really try to cut the head off the snake, right? It's slow going. It's a lot of lost mining time too, though. So these SCVs are missing out on about 0.8 minerals a second each that they aren't mining. So I didn't pay attention when they got pooled. But I mean, it's got to be painful. That's a lot of lost mining time. Is that a net positive, you think, for Zerg? I'm honestly not sure. So Zerg loses a bunch of resources here. I don't know if Clem lost more in the lost mining time there than Reynor lost in building up those structures, and then obviously the cost of the drone too. He did get a larva for his issues over here. I think it's probably more even. So we have a group of Zerglings still too. He's going triple hatch at home in the meantime, man. Zergling speed coming up. I think it's better actually for Reynor than it looks like. Even though Clem, well, like I said, he cut the head off the snake, right? He's still not really out of the waters yet. This is still dangerous. Clem does, of course, have a second command center, though, right? And getting the double mules going here is really quite good. I think it's mostly even. If it is indeed mostly even, nice targeting right here by Clem. This would be quite good if you're one of those very chaotic players. Terran in general is quite build order dependent. And any build order right now that Clem may have had prepared for this, and obviously Clem is a very flexible player. I'm just trying to think, like, if you wanted to incorporate this as a Zerg player into your own ladder games. I mean, Terran is going to be thrown way off of the beaten path right now. Losing a worker there, though, is pretty bad. I think across the board, this is probably a slight advantage for Clem. Clem going for a Hellbat push on the back of this. Quite like that. Losing a Reaper, losing a Hellion here would be painful. This is good, though. This is real good for Clem. Getting a few Zerglings roasted is just going to make everything a little bit harder now for Reynor, who really doesn't know what he's playing against. We have an Overlord hiding behind the main. That is actually a nice little bonus, too. You do get a second bit of Overlord vision. You'd imagine that this is the type of strategy that has been tried and tested, right? I remember there was a time when Zerg players used to go for it a little bit more frequently, but maybe it's better than originally anticipated. Anyways, here's the Hellbats. Oh god, those Zerglings are gonna get roasted. Hellbats have this unique thing where they are mechanical and biological, whereas Hellions are only mechanical. And the advantage of being biological is that you can get healed by a medevac. Technically, they can also get repaired at the exact same time. Absolute disaster here for Reynor, though. Great bit of micro as well on that medevac and all of the other bio units here for the Terran. He does lose the medevac eventually, but this is so much damage dealt, and he's not even done yet. I love this follow-up from Clem. Yeah, Clem clearly thinking it through. Decided that if he does that cheeky build again, I'll take a bit of a different approach myself. Cool attempt here by Reynor. But I don't think we're going to see more proxy hatches throughout this series. Yeah, it's a disaster. Absolute disaster. Okay. A disaster for Reynor, that is. Third command center in the meantime coming up. Okay. As Reynor finally cleans it up, he realizes that this is not going to be doable. Next up, we find ourselves on torches. Now, I fast-forwarded through the first 2 minutes of the game, because as expected, this one is indeed much more standard. Although I say that, up until about the 2-minute mark, everything was normal. I thought Reynor was mining out those mineral fields just to be able to go for the third base and eventually a gold on the right side of the map, but no, we're bringing aggressive drones out. They're the only ones capable of shutting down this sort of shenanigans. Get rid of the wall. Reynor hates walls, evidently. There you go. At this point, Clem is gonna scout and see that there is no gold base taken, but he may stumble upon a couple of workers. Still though, I mean, these are slow Zerglings. Slow Zerglings are annoying, sure. At least the Reaper is gonna have to go back home, but... Okay, Jimmy needs to run. I kinda love it. Nice micro here though, bye Clem! Yeah, great SCV shuffling. It's so easy here as Terran to lose like 5 workers if you're not careful. We sometimes take these little micro moves for granted, but Clem lost nothing. Clem lost absolutely nothing. That's crazy. Just micro. Just micro, man. Whenever you lose a fight, have you considered microing better? God, it's so obvious. Ooh. Reaper gets out of there. Not bad. Oh, great snipe as well. Gets the creep tumor there with the final hit. It was almost hidden. And suddenly, this game is looking really good already for Clem. We're only 4 minutes in. Clem is just playing the most stock standard approach ever. This is one of the reasons, of course, why the stock standard approach is so freaking good. Technically, you can deal with everything. Just realistically, it's hard to pull off. But yeah, Clem is already going to be able to follow this up with whatever he likes. And guess what he likes? Marines! Ever since the Cyclone shenanigans, we really haven't seen Clem play the Marines in this, or the Cyclones very much at all. Really? Are we sending Jimmy and Mark to the Healing Shrine? Alright. I think the trip to the Healing Shrine is more dangerous than this may be worthwhile, but I mean, if you can make it, maybe they'll just stay here. Need quite a few Zerglings actually to kill a Marine at this point, because they will continuously heal as well. Now, this is a full wall off right here from Reynor, it looks like. He's going for good old roaches and then an armor upgrade too. Banshee production, by the way, is kind of odd, especially with this type of start. Usually with a 2-1-1 opener as Terran, you do go for Medivacs right away. So I quite like this, but Reynor, though, has decided that he's not going to be taking any risks. Cloaked Banshee showing up right now, not having detection, not having Spore Crawlers can be an absolute disaster. He's going to be A-okay, though, as we have one of the Banshees already skirting the outside. Oh my god, collision! Apparently doesn't matter. Whatever this is, it doesn't technically exist. Don't do it again. All right. Remember that one game I did cast from the EWC? I think this was Solar or Rogue going up against... I don't remember, but it was on this map. Maybe it was Lambo. I think it was Lambo too, actually. Anyways, it was just a good old 1-1 roach speed timing attack. Like, literally baby's first timing attack that Zerg players usually learn. And it kind of looks to me like Reynor may be aiming for something similar here. He does need to start up the roach speed upgrade, if that is what he wants to go for. This is quite annoying, though. Because of the full wall off. Ooh, I love this, actually, from Clem. Because of the full wall off, the queens can't reach. Oh, that's so sad. This is kind of brilliant, actually, here. So much energy wasted. Those Banshees are just outranging it. I think it was Lambo versus Hero Marine that I'm thinking of. But there was also a game I think that Solar played. Anyway. Yeah, it's really good. Any timing attack right now that Reynor may have wanted to go for, it is done so. I don't think you can really commit. I mean, he's going to give it a shot, but I don't think you can really commit without roach speed. I mean, that seems like a pivotal upgrade. Although, to be fair, he didn't actually start it up yet anyways. Fourth hatchery is now a little bit late. He does decide to go for the double infestors, though, together with a hive. Banshees also dropped by the healing shrine, it looks like, as they are ready to go in once more. A little early there on the cloaking field, Clem. A little bit of preemptive cloaking. premature cloaking. It happens to the best of them. Nothing to be ashamed of. No, you know what? It's actually perfect. Oh, dude, these Banshees have been absolute bullies. And here's the actual army. This is what Clem has actually been cooking up. You love to see it. Reynor's gonna seed the army here, but it'll be difficult for him to really deal with it, although fungal growth could be big. He's gonna need some good fungals as well. Fungal! This is the first time he sees it! My god! We get a little bit of chain fungaling as well. Enough Medivacs available to heal up those units again, but that was juicy. This is giving Reynor a lot of time at the bare minimum, right? He's gonna be able to get another production cycle out of his hatcheries, and that is very handy. Fourth command center is building, though. It looks to me by the positioning of it that maybe he wants to go for the one on the right, maybe over here. He's still dancing at the perimeter of the creep. Obviously, the infestors are accumulating energy again, too. Baneling speed coming up. We have a little hit squad of Ravagers. Trying to see if maybe they can rain some biles on this Terran parade. I think Reynor can overwhelm this. It's just going to be costly, so he's playing this very, very cautiously. He's hoping that Terran is going to go deeper onto creep. Siege tank does get a nice hit off. Fungal! Okay. Does get the Medivacs. Some fungals on that. Not bad either. It's now going to open up the opportunity, though, for the Zerg army to collapse all over those siege tanks. It's a scrappy fight, but I think it's good enough for Reynor. I say that. Clem's reinforcements are now showing up as well. It's a relatively slow path. Marauders are the ones tanking the damage here from those Banelings, which is nicely done by Clem. Purposefully microing those units to the front while the Marines walk towards the back. Those Medivacs, man, they are just healing completely uncontested. Okay. Ultimately, with Baneling speed finishing up, I think Clem is going to have to look for a different engagement, but those losses were actually not too big. Like, this is not really that big of a deal. He kept the Medivacs alive for the most part. He did lose 3 siege tanks. Bully Banshee going back in. Does die now at 10 confirmed kills. One of which is a Roach Warren. And the dance will continue. The dancing will continue until morale improves. Nice dodge on the corrosive balls as well. Adrenal Glands at this point, though, is finished for the Zerg. That's 40% attack speed for Zerglings. It's a lot. And this tug of war here at the edge of the creep is dangerous, though, because we're like one... Okay, that may have been it. We're like one Baneling connection, one fungal growth away from this being an absolute disaster. In the meantime, by the way, Clem did take the 4th base, and he decided to take it up front, but Zerg is immediately counterattacking all over it. Planetary Fortress is powerful, it is being mass repaired, but I just don't think there's enough units available for the Terran to hold onto it. He drops mules here? I mean, that is a very curious choice. Maybe he was hoping he was going to be able to repair it. A lot of losses on both sides. But as the dust settles, this exchange was better for the Zerg. Okay. Reynor did take this base, by the way, far, far away from the front lines. Although if it's up to Clem, that may be where the next front line is going to be. Not a lot of creep in this area, so it's actually a doable push. In the meantime, there is a split attack, and you know what? He finishes up the hatchery from earlier. That's a little annoying, although I guess Reynor can send those drones on over here. Remake the hatchery and just send those drones to mine a little bit longer. Medivacs are gonna heal up. Huh. Dude, I love how much Clem is using the healing shrine in this particular game so far. So there's healing shrines as well on other maps. Most notably Persephone, I suppose, but the Persephone one is blocking air units from going into it. This one does not. The healing shrine on torches, you can use it with any unit. Still, despite all of the nice healing and the nice bits of aggression and the damage dealt here by Clem, he's now dealing with a near maxed out Zerg army while sitting only at 158 supply himself. Zergling run by over here too before the Planetary Fortress 2.0 is done. Oh my god, those links, man. Look how much damage they deal. Clem did not lift the command center. Ay, 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 that's a problem. Loses a full CC. And very soon, those SCVs are gonna be, well, gone too. This is just Zerglings, man. That's not a bad trade at all here for Reynor. The Lings are trying to now even break into the natural expansion too. Widowmine's dealing some friendly fire. And this has been a wildly successful attack there from Reynor. Probably a little bit surprised himself as well. The little hit squad up here also dealing more damage though than I think it was really supposed to. Just about 3 Marauders and a single Liberator. That one is gonna get sniped, drop into the main base, but I mean there's nothing to drop. At this point there's a bunch of Spore Crawlers, well, cutting off the retreat path. Is there a fungal growth available? There is a transfusion on the Infestor at least, but the Infestor does still get sniped. So much damage done though, and at this point, I mean, the supply count is not lying to us anymore. Reynor is in a fantastic position. Sure, Clem is getting damage done with the few units that he's got. Parasitic Bomb here? No? Okay, Abduction's also not a bad choice. The Queens are trying to see if they can finish the jobs, but okay, somehow, some way these units still escape. Yeah, this is Clem mostly just trying to really get any damage done, right? Like, anything here is better than nothing. But ultimately, if Reynor can get all of his units together and go for one big push straight through the center of the map, straight towards the natural expansion of Terran, I think that is game over. The Zerglings decide to unburrow again over at the 3rd, and it's gonna deal even more eco damage. Liberator here trying to be a bit annoying, but it's gonna have to do a lot of liberating in order to justify all of this game. Some good splitties here as well against the Widow Mines. Clem trying to stutter step to the best of his abilities, but now his supply count is effectively a 1/3 of that of the Zerg, and he realizes that this game is going nowhere. A lovely little game. So far, this entire series is excellent. These two are pretty much identical in skill level so far, right? I mean, it's pretty clear that they are extremely evenly matched. Both of them not really getting the result at the EWC that they were really hoping for. Not that their results were bad, but both of these guys are winners. And never have I seen a StarCraft 2 player of this caliber be happy getting like a top 8 or like a top 4 finish. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not really what the players want. I believe Solar ended up getting 4th, and he was really disappointed. He was like, oh man, 4th, ugh. The thing is, you wake up that day with the potential to become the world champion, and you have the potential of winning $200,000, and then you end up, well, being 4th out of the top 4. It still kind of feels like a loss, even though, you know, you got 4th at the World Cup. It's not bad at all. But I don't think there's a whole lot of competitors out there that will be... Maybe in hindsight, right? You can be a little happy with your performance, but on the day off, players want to win. Okay, triple CC start right here for Clem. Triple CC, barracks, factory, starport. We're gonna go Hellion Banshee, it looks like. Have we ever seen this before? Yeah, we've seen this literally every single game. Okay. Reynor going for a delayed Zergling speed again, it seems. Yep. This has become the gold standard in this matchup as of late. So, no Zergling speed, but a fast Roach Warren instead. This is mostly because of the Cyclone meta. Because it's difficult for the Zerg players to decide whether or not they're playing against Cyclones or Marines and Marauders. They have to be prepared for both. And this type of opener is much better against both of them than, you know, getting stuck with like a Ling Bane army against somebody who's playing mech. Really not what you're hoping for most of the time. Good chance we're just gonna be seeing Bio again though here from Clem. Clem seems to be a Bio man, huh, in general. Just not really messing around with Terran mech all too much lately. I kind of feel like a lot of the top level Terran players expect a hotfix for the Cyclone bug. And they've been expecting it for like a year now. Oh, we are going, okay, we are going mech this time around. All right. They're expecting it for like a half year now, but it still hasn't come. So they're all just kind of, yeah, trying to make the best of this very weird scenario. We are playing Terran mech now, though. This will be the good old Cyclone build that a lot of Zerg players are fearing right now. Especially a lot of ladder heroes. I get a lot of messages from people saying, yo, I don't know what to do against this build. And it's like, well, maybe. Okay, Hellion run by. Attempted at least. There is a bit of a semi-wall, but it's not perfect because the creep tumor is blocking the full wall off. 9 drones have already gone down, and this is an absolute disaster here for Reynor. Oy, oy, oy. A drone barbecue. Clem is hosting. And to rub salt in the wound, we're gonna go for a hatchery snipe as well with the Banshees over at the 4 o'clock. Or the 4 o'clock, the 4th base. No cancel on that either. Oh no. Everything's falling apart right now for the young Italian. 22 drones. 24 drones. Make it 25? Yeah, sure, why not? Banshees are not even done yet. Sometimes it's easy to forget about the fragility of early game StarCraft. Because this is not something we see anymore in 2025. It's very uncommon. But yes, one little slip up. So what was the slip up? This creep tumor. This creep tumor is positioned in such a way that it couldn't be a full wall off. Reynor really didn't want to build a spore crawler here. He wanted to go for the double Evo wall off. But he couldn't fit it because the creep tumor was in the way. That's the mistake he made when he put down the tumor. Should have not been in that spot. This is exactly also one of the great frustrations of StarCraft 2 people that try it out on the ladder for the first time. It's like you have these grand ambitions of playing games like the pro gamers do. But then you realize, within your first couple ladder games, that the only reason they can play epic games is because they pass all of the skill checks. Most of the time anyways. In this particular instance, it's not looking hot here for Reynor at all. Especially because of this follow-up. Full Terran mech coming in here for Clem. We even are gonna go for the Banshee speed upgrade. So it's going to be Hellion Banshee Cyclone. Now Reynor is holding down the drone button. Reynor is just trying to play catch up right now. And if you look at his worker count, I mean, he's going up to 80 here. It's really not that bad. The problem is, he doesn't have a lot of units available at the moment. He does have infestors, though. Very soon, at least. He will have fungal growths available. My god, more drones are dying. Make it stop, Clem. Clem is bullying again. You might actually fungal that, man. I think most of these units would die. Ay, ay, ay. Close your eyes, Zerg players. How many workers have died? 48! 48 workers. So Reynor is defending this by holding down even more drones. Like, he's basically just making more drones. He's got a bit of an army. Fungal growth, I mean, it can still change the tide of battle. But effectively, I mean, it should be at least a near unwinnable game here for Reynor. Reynor knows that, though, so he's cutting every corner. Good fungal growths there. Good transfuse as well on the infestor. More infestors are coming. He's not going to have an opportunity to tech up to really much else. And if the Cyclones dance properly, they should be able to maintain their distance. And I love the target firing right here with the Banshees. Trying to snipe down the infestors with the, well, speed Banshees right now, while dancing with the Cyclones and the Hellions against the Roaches. What a game so far here by our French Terran. And this feels like a very Clem-esque style, right? I quite like the way he's approaching it. He's usually a very bio-driven player. A lot of infantry-based armies. I mean, that fungal growth was delicious, though, for Reynor. Gets himself a good couple of Cyclones there. Looks like the Banshees may have been a little bit overly ambitious too, and yeah. 13 of them have died. 13 Cyclones, that is. This is a great position for Clem, don't get me wrong, but it is important not to get too carried away. You can't keep donating armies. Fungal growth here to reveal those Banshees. The Banshees just right-click onto as many of those infestors as possible. There's no anti-air in his army here other than Fungals and Queens. A couple Spore Crawlers as well, I suppose. Now, there's a Neural Parasite on the horizon here for Reynor. If Reynor can actually bring this back, I think it is going to be due to Neural Parasites. Fungal growth into Neural is extremely dangerous. That's not a good Fungal. Cyclones are not cheap. Like, Cyclones are only slightly cheaper than, like, a Siege Tank, right? Like, Siege Tanks are pricey. And we've seen a lot of them go down. 16 already. Reynor is actually sitting at 84 drones. He's actually grabbed the supply lead by 1, but still. A surprisingly playable game. Hats off right here to Reynor for making this still look competitive. Clem, though, could have been maxed out a while ago. He's been spending his money on additional Cyclones instead. Fungal. Okay, that's another 4 Cyclones going down. The Cyclones, by the way, are bugged in the sense that their cooldown on the lock-on ability is shorter than it should be. So this was an unintended side effect when we recently, in StarCraft world anyways, recently had a balance update. Last year. And yeah, it turns out the value on the cooldown is incorrect. It was supposed to be a reversal to a previous edition of the Cyclone, and they've basically implemented all of the changes except the cooldown is incorrect. And it's been that way for a long time. Blizzard has been notified, but they sleep. We have a fusion core, by the way, on the production tab. That's some nice Fungals again, but it's into a choke point. Those blue flame Hellions are now going to be activated too. Okay, Neural Parasite. How do you like it now, Clem? I mean, surprisingly effective, though. Every Neural is effectively a dead Cyclone. A lot of additional workers are dying once again, but Clem is just trying to, well, slowly bleed the Zerg player out, right? The problem here for the Zerg is even though all of these trades in isolation are pretty good, so we do have another good Fungal coming in. A lot of Infestors are dying. The Zerg army does jump it. I mean, that's the best fight Reynor has taken thus far. The problem is that Reynor is going to run out of cash before too long. Like, he needs to get more bases up. In the meantime, Terran's got a 5th already. He's got additional command centers done too. Reynor is stuck on only 4. And now at the 13-minute mark, the main base is going to start drying up. The natural is going to start drying up. Reynor's income is just about to take a nosedive, so he can't really maintain this for much longer. He'll try to take the base over here at the front. We're double expending now. That's how desperate times are. Oh, Fungal? Yeah, not bad. I like the pre-splitting right there, though, from Clem. You realized that that is where the missile with the Fungal was going to be flying. Liberator showing up as well. Gotta be careful, though. Corrosive balls are dangerous. At this point, we've got 72 dead drones. 56 dead Hellions. Dang, that's a lot of Hellions. Clem taking another base. Look at me, I'm the Zerg now, he says. 89 workers, a mass expansion all over the map. A very replaceable army. Some blue flame Hellbats as well, just to make matters even worse on the Reynor's side of the map. Oh. You get some good trades, though. Like, the corrosive balls are good, the Fungals are good, the Neurals are nice. But I think this is just a near unwinnable game here for Reynor. I would like to be proven wrong. It's just that this Terran army, I mean, it's gonna be replaced. And now we're replacing it with Siege Tank Liberator. Okay. The age of the Cyclone is over. They were mostly just here for trading. They were mostly just here to continuously build up the economy. But now that that goal has been achieved, now that even another base is building on location far away from the Terran's main, now the switch to the Cyclone, or from the Cyclone to the siege tank is happening. Okay. Reynor effectively needs the engagement of a lifetime. If he can, like, make a bunch of infestors and then neural the army unscouted somehow, I mean, that really shouldn't happen. Man, more Blue Flame Hellions run in. That's really, in my mind, his only win condition. He needs to, like, destroy the Terran's army and then immediately counterattack. But because Clem is the aggressor in all of these games, it's so difficult, or all of these fights, it's so difficult for him to achieve that. Excellent work right here by Clem, of course. He's doing all the right things. It's taking a long time, right? When he first killed, well, that first batch of drones, that's like 10 minutes ago. But he's playing this out calm and collected. It's a little awkward. It looks a little strange. But he's slowly tightening the noose. Another fungal here, though. Would not be bad. Some good corrosive balls as well by Reynor. The hatchery still lives. Siege tank numbers are good enough, but the corrosive balls are raining down on them too. Okay. The hatchery will certainly fall. Clem can kill it in a heartbeat, and Reynor knows it. GG gets called. That'll be the end of the game. How many workers did he kill? 101! It's like the Dalmatians. Does that mean that Clem is Cruella de Vil? Next up, ley lines. Let's see. What have we learned from that previous game? Be careful with your creep tumor positioning, because it may or may not mess everything up. Now, this is, of course, match point here for Clem, who's doing some nice little bit of body blocking there and make it impossible for that drone to either turn into a hatchery or a gas geyser there. And maybe he's going to be able to get a Zergling kill or two as well. Clem gets so much value out of those Reapers, man. It's kind of nuts. Terrible start here for Reynor. Like, all jokes aside, losing a drone, losing 2 Zerglings, losing a creep tumor? I mean, that would be a disaster. He doesn't lose the creep tumor. But this is about best case scenario here for a Reaper opener. You really can't hope for much more as a Terran. Triple command center. 2-1-1. 1-1-1. Cyclone mech. We'll have to see what flavor of Terran we're going to be getting here in just a moment. I don't know if Reynor really has any additional tricks up his sleeve, right? A lot of the Zerg players have been enjoying the Ultralisk rushes, and they've been trying their best to make everything look really nice and smooth and all that, but if they get thrown off their game plan, suddenly there doesn't seem to be a whole lot that they can do. I'm curious to see here what Reynor decides to go for, mostly. I loved the first game of the series. After that, I feel like it's been going downhill a little bit. It's not playing poorly. It's just that Clem is playing really, really good. Okay, third command center. Banshee production has begun. Do we go into factories again? I would kind of like to see some more factories. I would like to see Reynor deal with the Cyclone style without first losing a gajillion workers. Maybe that's too much to ask, though. No, it's going to be Bio. So we're going back to good old Bio Terran. Marines, Marauders, Medivacs, into Liberators, Ghosts, the whole shebang. Maybe Siege Tanks, or Widow Mines, or both. What's kind of cool, though, about the Cyclone style is that it's just like an additional option, you know? It's not like the Bio army is any worse. I kind of missed it. Like, even though the Cyclone is overtuned right now, and I think everybody kind of agrees that it's a bit too powerful, At this point, it kind of feels like it's a feature more so than a bug. You know, because Blizzard clearly is not doing anything. And as frustrating as that is, maybe at some point they'll address it. I don't know. It is kind of overtuned, but like only slightly. It'd be nice if they fixed the bug though. But I also, on the flip side of it, I kind of missed seeing the Battle Max style that Terrans are now going for again. Because we really haven't seen it much over the last few years. Cloak Banshees again do show up. There's a lot of queens available though. Remember how in the most recent balance patch they made the queens more expensive to try and force Zerg players to do something else? And then Zerg players have been trying to do other things, but now instead they just have to make more queens at a more expensive price. Zergling run by in the meantime on the other side of the map. There's a little bit of irony sometimes. Zerg players have basically decided, well, I guess I take the, I don't know, 300 mineral drop or so in the early game. Been unlucky. Yeah, I think we all agree that queens are too powerful, but also there's no alternative choice. So, what do? You don't have any other tool available, so what do? You just gotta keep making queens. It's like when they increase your tax bracket, you know? They're like, oh, I guess, you know, maybe we'll force people to make change. It's like, no, what do? You just, you don't do anything. You complain about it, and then you pay the additional price. That's kind of what happened to the queens. They became more expensive, but there's really not much else you can try. So, yeah, it is what it is. All right, double upgrades here coming in. Baneling Speed also coming in. So Reynor actually going into the straight Zergling Baneling army. Oh, missed rally here from Clem. Loses the Hellions because of it. The dance will continue. What about the Zergling run-bys, though? They will also continue, and this is a problem for Clem. Clem has access to doors. As the only StarCraft 2 race out there, Terrans can actually just lower and raise their depots. But apparently that's also very tempting, because that door was wide open. He was practically inviting the Zerglings in. Really only 7 SCVs have gone down, though, at the expense of quite a few links. In the meantime, ooh, that Widowmine dealt more friendly fire there than the actual Banelings did, so... Then the Banelings did damage to the Terran, of course, and that kind of makes this very manageable again for Reynor, who's just about to hit a big power spike, right? So, 1-1 here on the Zerglings and the Banelings is big, and then also Centrifugal Hooks, which is Baneling Speed. Look at them rolling around. I don't think they get nauseous. At least I hope for their sake they don't. Burrow immediately as well. I love how frequently we see Burrow these days. 2-2 though coming in for the Terran as we have another Baneling roll by as well as another Zergling run by. I think this is the sleep deprivation kicking in. This is a surprisingly sloppy sequence of events here for Clem. Just keeping your head in the game, right? When you already haven't slept too much. Very tricky. So we had about 100 workers killed in the previous game. Maybe Reynor can try and dish it out in return as well and see if maybe he can get 100 SCV kills this match. I think it'll be much more difficult to achieve, but hey. It's a noble goal to aim for. As we have another big Zergling run by over at the third. Push as well up north. Banelings, though, are here, and they are on creep. So they can roll very quickly into that Terran army. Push in the far bottom right, though, is actually achieving something. Kill on that base. Widowmine here gets sniped as well. Cloak Banshee still hanging around. Reynor, though, now sitting at 78 drones versus 45 SCVs for the Terran, and I think that's a problem for Clem. Now, Clem will have 2-2. He does have 8 barracks. He can go for like one final hurrah to try and obtain the win in the Krakow tournament, so maybe he can get it done right here, right now. His army is still not to be underestimated. +2/+2 on Marines really is a big buff. Ooh, nice surround here by Reynor, though. Very important surround here, too, for Reynor. Clem really should be taking it easy as he's trying to, like, pile all of his units together. Yeah. He can't really ball his units together right now, though, which is a big problem. Reynor is just going to continuously fight. The drop over here is in a position that is pretty much perfect for Terran, but what about the Zergling run by right over here? So much surface area. 2-2 is good, though. My God. You can tell when 2-2 kicks in, right? Those Marines just stood their ground and, well, use some stimpaks every once in a while. I feel like that's one of the things that StarCraft 2 doesn't really do a great job at, communicating those upgrades. They make such a massive difference. Hey, nice little Baneling landmine over there. Especially for fast attacking units that come out in large numbers, the upgrades just matter so much. So especially Marine battles, especially as we had another Zergling run by, especially Zerglings as well. GG though gets cold, and that means we are going to game number 7. And that means it all comes down to this. Final game in this best of 7 grand finals takes place on Maganatha. For the first time, Clem is opening up with a double barrack start. I quite like this opener. It used to be the gold standard for a long time, but then it sort of fell out of favor, I suppose. But it's nice to see it still mixed in from time to time. Generally speaking, you go 2 to 5 Reapers with this start, and you just try to pile on the pressure right from the beginning. And if you get a good start, right, if you get a good, well, early game bit of micro done, it's very difficult for Zerg to actually crawl back into the match. And one really nice advantage for Clem is that he effectively gets to be the aggressor the entire way through. Because you naturally line up the Stimpak and the combat shields and all the rest of it. The main problem, I guess, here for Terran, though, is that when you get scouted, and already the Overlord right now has relayed that information, Reynor knows that this is definitely not going to be mech. At least it never should be mech. So he can just go for Zergling speed, he can go double upgrades even, before a lair if he really wants to. But he doesn't really have to think about roaches here so much. Oh, that was clumsy. Drone actually does survive. I guess that's one of the main downsides. Like, it makes the follow-up here for Terran very predictable. Well, I say that. We have 2 barracks hiding in the back of the Terran's main. Clem may be thinking about bringing this tournament home by going for just a Marine all-in. These additional barracks are very quick. The dancing, though, does continue for now. The Queen has a lot of HP. Zergling speed is about 80% of the way done, though, and when that one is finished, it is difficult for those Reapers to really sustain themselves. But for now, great control here coming out of the French Terran. Forcing out Zerglings here, though, is really big, right? Because any Zergling, I love this, using 1 Reaper to provide high ground vision so the 2 from the low ground can actually continue shooting. Any 2 Zerglings produced at this point could have been a drone. It's a lot of Zerglings forced out, so Reynor's worker count is relatively low right now. 27 versus 27. Now, though, with link speed done, that is when those Reapers will have to go home, but we already have an extra layer of aggression. No add-ons here on that barracks? Really? No add-ons on either of the 2 barracks. Yeah, Clem is going to go for a big timing attack. So, there is not going to be combat shields anytime soon. There will not be medevacs. There's not going to be Hellions. This is going to be Marines, guns, and combat drugs. That's all we have. Let's see how it goes. I'm assuming we're going to march them. I would imagine sitting behind the wall here is going to be a mistake. But I believe that this is, for all intents and purposes, going to be a good old Marine all-in. And, hi. could walk 100 miles an hour. The boys are walking. There's a lot more on the back of this. Super scary attack, by the way. It's uncommon. That's the main problem. Like, Zerg can counter this, but you need to be able to make enough Zerglings. And Reynor is still trying to add the drones into the mix, and now he suddenly sees the Marines showing up. He's got a handful of Queens and a bunch of Zerglings, but really not that much. Drones are pulled away from the mineral line immediately. Clem is gonna sacrifice the boys, but he kills this so freaking fast. Lovely timing attack right here from Clem. Additional drones get pulled away as well. And this is an absolute disaster for Reynor. He should be able to clean this up eventually, right? Because the Marines, they hurt themselves whenever they use the Stimpak. There we go again. But 26 drones? I think that's pretty good. I think that is quite all right. Now, it's not enough to win the game, it seems. He's gonna have to come up with a follow-up plan. But the follow-up plan will probably be very similar to the previous plan. It'll be with combat shields and then probably also with medevacs. The drone count has been absolutely gutted. 26 workers. 24 Marines as well, but that was, well, a perfect attack, of course, by Clem. Hiding it, bringing it out at a perfect opportunity, too. There's just really no way that Reynor was gonna see that. Super uncommon. I love that push, actually. I wish we see it more frequently. It's very powerful. Yeah, Reynor sees that, again, the army is marching. This time around, they have brought out their combat shields as well. That's 10 HP on these units. The creep threat is out a little bit further. I wonder if we should wait for the medevacs. Ah, there they are, I was gonna say. You have room for 16 Marines inside of the medevac. Now, there's more Marines here than that. I want to fight here from Clem again, dude. Clem is just being an absolute bully. Is bullying okay? I noticed recently that Clem's dad actually follows me on Twitter. I should let him know. I should let him know, man. This is just straight up evil. Clem is here to steal Reynor's lunch money too. Ugh. What do you think the French word for bully is? Le boulet. Les boulets. No, that's not right. That's plural. Ah, brilliant game right here by Clem. Like, all jokes aside, this is an uncommon strat. Hey! A little bit of a bailing mine. It's an uncommon strategy, but sometimes those uncommon builds are exactly what you need. I quite like the idea of going burrow, though. If Reynor can bring this back, it has to be with burrowed Banes. There's obviously not a lot of scans available. Okay. This entire series, by the way, has been an absolute blast. Like, very, very good. Now, these Banes are ambitiously positioned. Yeah, they decided to just unburrow. The Marines could just reach them. The hatchery, that is. But GG gets cold. And that means that Clem is the winner of the FEL, the Fel Krakow tournament. Doing so in a spectacular fashion, too. I mean, honestly, from start to finish, this series was really, really, really good. We had a wide variety of strats, right? I mean, that first game comes to mind with the proxy hatch. Then we had another game as well on Persephone. I think that was map number 3 with another proxy hatch. That one was managed very, very differently by Clem. We had a little bit of mech, some bio timing attacks, some Hellbat all-ins. We just had a wide variety of strats between the very best players in the world. Now, today I do want to give a special shout out as well to all of the Patreon supporters. Thank you guys very much for allowing me to do what I do for a living. Hello everyone, my name is Loco and welcome to a best of 5 series of top level StarCraft 2. Now what I've got for you today is a match that many people consider to be the greatest series of 2025 so far. It's time for a Terran vs Zerg played at the Esports World Cup. And spotting right here in the bottom left, playing with the blue SCVs, we have the #1 Terran player from South Korea, and he goes by the name of Maru. His opponent all the way in the top left-hand corner of Persephone with the red Zerg drones from Italy. We have Reynor. Now, if you don't have time to watch this entire series, I mean, I recommend the whole thing because it's phenomenal. But at the very least, check out game number 2. Game number 2, maybe I shouldn't even say this. Maybe this is bad for my own video performance. But anyways, game number 2 in this series is honestly... I mean, I know I say this quite frequently, but it is one of the games of the year. I highly recommend you just check out the whole thing because the entire series is superb. But this is a best of 5 that was played at the EWC. That means that there's $700,000 on the line in total for one event. Both of these players were in very good shape. I've already covered quite a few of Reynor's games as of late. And he has been, yeah, looking pretty much better than ever before, right? I mean, across the board, he has just been looking so powerful. Now, because I was one of the commentators for the EWC, because I was there and I was casting while these games were being played, I remember the majority of it, but as per usual, it is still fun to experience it. And I can imagine not everybody has necessarily seen these games in depth just yet. And truth be told, even when you are there as a caster, you still miss a lot of stuff. Like, there's a lot of things that happen throughout the game of, well, StarCraft 2. And obviously, we usually have a observer, like a dedicated observer. For this particular tournament, even, we had 2. And they're effectively like the cameramen for the in-game action. And you do end up looking at other stuff when you are observing games yourself. I, for example, spent an awful lot of time looking at the early game Reapers. And sometimes I scroll away from fights and people are like, Loco, why would you do that? Why would you look away from the fight? And in my mind, the fight had already been decided before it started. So there's no point looking at it. It's a bit of a bad habit of mine. But anyways, it is fun to have a look at these games a second time around. And, well, I can imagine a lot of you are gonna get a kick out of this one too, because it really is a bit of a banger. Now, we're starting off with a very normal build for the both of them. It is going to be a triple command center start right here for Maru. He's decided to build the 3rd CC as part of the wall off. A little bit odd, a little bit strange. Doesn't really matter all too much, and honestly, I guess it is too far forward anyways to really be a proper wall off. Maybe this is just in case the Overlord Scout is gonna be coming in from the side, right? There's always that little Overlord scouting meta on every single map where Zerg players have a default for the way in which they spread around their Overlords. And you try to play around that as a Terran player. Like, if you assume that Reynor is going to go for the suboptimal path with the Overlord Scout, as he seems to be doing right now, this 3rd command center may remain hidden for just a little bit longer. Even though it doesn't really matter all too much. If you have all the time in the world, you may as well go ahead and give it a shot. Now, would you look at this? There's a 2nd factory building in the back of the main base. 3rd factory added into the mix as well. Maru is a Cyclone guy. Even though he made a name for himself by being one of the very best hyper-aggressive bio players, he's very good at playing Terran mech as well. And he showcased this throughout the EWC, that he is very fond of currently playing this particular playstyle. Now, I don't remember exactly what strats he went for in what games. I just remember that he is a big fan of the Cyclone. Let's just call it as it is. He does enjoy the Cyclone quite a bit at this point in time. Reynor's going to try and get the Scout off, but with 2 Marines gunning down the Overlord, no, he's not going to get too far. Did he at the very least see the command center there? Yeah, he did see the CC on the low ground, so that is something, but you really want to know whether or not you can expect Terran mech. Now, because Zerg players can't reliably figure this out every single time, they've been going for a quick Roach Warren. So Roach Warren openers, super popular in the current meta. Reynor did decide to go for the variant where he does get the Zergling speed early on, so this is pretty safe, all things considered. But of course, I mean, when your opponent is making a whole lot of Hellions already, you do have to make sure that your Zerglings are going to be in the right place at the right time. And Blue Flame is getting researched here as the very first upgrade for Maru. Normally, you go for the Cyclone lock-on upgrade, but not in this particular instance. Maru, though, wants to go for the drive-by straight into the natural. He's anticipating that there might not be Zergling speed. Good surround so far, though. Nice pre-splitting right there by Reynor, but still, the Hellions are going to slip in. We do have an Evo Chamber trying to block the pathing. He wants to stay away from those Queens, though, to the best of his abilities. There is creep connecting the main and the natural, but the Queens are still taking a long time trying to make their way up to the high ground. Misfire right there from Maru, though. I think if he would have stuck around to the natural, there was a lot of potential for him to get way more thus far. Yeah, and eventually, these Hellions are gonna get cleaned up. Blue Flame got cancelled as well. And was this worth it here for Maru? Not at all. Not at all. Losing 12 Hellions for only 5 drones. And obviously the Zerglings are not to be entirely ignored here. But this is about the best case defense here for Reynor. Considering he did not know about the additional factories hiding in the back. And considering that, well, originally he was caught way off guard. Those Queens were not in the right spot. The Zerglings did buy quite a bit of time, but I think Maru should have gone for the drones in the natural expansion. Maybe he assumed, though, that there was going to be another one of those Evo Chambers blocking off the pathing altogether. Okay. So Reynor escapes death. That's nice. Cyclones are going to be following this up, though. And we have the Roach Warren researching speed, and then also Burrow researching inside of one of the hatcheries. Zergling run by attempted on the other side of the map in the meantime, but Hellions are going to be able to catch up pretty easily. There's a 4th hatchery all the way in the top right-hand corner too, and this is one of those bases that is quite difficult. Ooh, little pop by the healing shrine here, but there is that location in the top right. Not particularly easy for Maru to reach it, but it is still a possible target, and he's even decided to bring the barracks to the front right now. If this wasn't already 100% clear to Reynor that it was going to be Terran mech, seeing the barracks fly around is a very clear indicator. Honestly, you don't really want to lose the barracks either, because currently he's sitting at 5 factories. He's probably going to want to stop at about 8, and you do need to have a barracks in order to make a factory, so bit of an overextension right here by Maru, honestly. Yeah, he's already starting up a new one over at the 3rd, using it as a spotter, but I don't think he wants to drop down a mule for it. It just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Hellions and Cyclones, though, going around the site. Zerglings here have not quite seen it. Okay, base in the top right gets spotted. Only a single drone available for the time being. We do get a scan here, and he sees that there's a bunch of creep tumors, but also a few Hellions. Nice split off right there, though, from Maru, using the fast-moving units here instead. We have the 4th command center already finishing up. Roach drops are gonna be happening inside of the main base here, it looks like, in just a moment. And yeah, there's the additional factories right now building. So we are gonna go up to a grand total of 8 with that new barracks finishing up. Okay. Blue Flame researching once more. Tunneling Claws coming up as well here for Reynor. He's got a Zergling blocking the potential 4th. Slow Overlord will be making its way here eventually. Yeah, it doesn't have pneumatized carapace, but still a little bit quicker than a regular Overlord. It's actually kind of an underutilized ability. We pretty much only see Roach drops with the with the Overlord speed upgrade finished, but this is still something that can sort of work. You just have to pre-plan it quite a bit in advance. Either way, the Roaches are going to arrive, and this is mostly just here as a distraction. Keep in mind, though, that Burrow is done at this point, right? And that's super annoying for Terran. Terrans refuse going. There we go. They refuse going for Ravens, and if you don't make Ravens, and you lose a bunch of Cyclones in the middle of the map because you're distracted, these type of plays can be absolutely amazing for the Zerg. He's already tunneling them every which way, though, trying to avoid one scan radius, right? So that's the real problem. If you have to scan like 6 times to kill 4 Roaches, that is obviously a lot of resources lost. In the meantime, though, speaking of resources lost, yeah, overly ambitious. If there was a scan available, Maru could have actually killed the majority of those Roaches as well. Looks like Command Center number 5 is done, though, and Roaches over here are getting cleaned up. But Reynor got a respectable amount of damage done with units that usually do fall off in just a few minutes from now. So not bad. Okay. It's going to be a Hydra Viper transition. We do not yet have a Lurker Den, so for the time being, it's just going to be a Roach Hydra with Viper for support, and Terran is just doubling down on that mass Cyclone army that they have been very fond of, but this has now been a second armory as well here for Maru, so he's actually gone for the +1 vehicle attacks as well. That doesn't really benefit the Cyclones very much, but it greatly benefits all of the other mechanical units, and Maru's going to try and see if he can potentially get a stranglehold on this base. It looks like that's going to be achieved with ease. Not a whole lot that Zerg can do about this without Vipers that have energy, but they do have energy right now. The hatchery was sacrificed, but he's going to get a whole lot of Cyclones here for his troubles. Looks like the Roach Hydra squad is thinking about setting up a surround as Reynor is going to try and come in from every single side. Blinding clouds connect, but so do the Cyclones onto the Vipers. Reynor has temporarily disabled a lot of those mechanical units, but quite a few of them do, well, they stay alive, right? I mean, they deal so much damage from a distance. Drones in the meantime have also gone down. Reynor is scrambling to get units over in this direction. Maru hits a really nice timing attack, and the +1 attacks really is helping out quite a bit right now. Those siege tanks are absolutely blasting. Maru manually locking on right there to those Vipers was huge, because the Vipers are no longer anywhere to be seen, and that means without a blinding cloud, Maru can actually clump the siege tanks up on purpose and get so much value out of this army. Yep, great movement right here by our Terran player, who is happily rallying more and more of those units straight across the map. Now, Tunneling Claws is once more getting used. The Roach Warren itself, though, is dangerously close by right now, too. There is, in the meantime, a command center as well in the bottom right-hand corner that has now landed, so this is by no means an all-in right here from Maru. And Maru is making it look easy in game number 1. Now, I've been getting some questions. What exactly is bugged about the Cyclone? So I got you the exact numbers, right? So the lock-on cooldown of the Cyclone is currently 2.86 seconds. The intended lock-on is 4.29 seconds. Now, obviously, it's only about a second or so, right? It doesn't really matter all that much until you think about the fact that during a game like the previous one, Terran quite literally gets a few hundred additional lock-ons off. And that was, all things considered, for a Terran mech game, a pretty short one. It's something that if Terrans would only make a Cyclone or two, sure, it wouldn't really matter all too much, but it adds up very, very quickly. Especially considering that the vast majority of the Cyclone damage comes out of that lock-on ability. Like the regular, it's kind of like, imagine if High Templar could cast storms significantly more frequently. Right? Like, they're water balloons, the little missiles, I guess, that the Cyclone shoot. They're nice and all, but the vast majority of the damage comes from the lock-on, and it just makes the unit, well, scale so much better throughout the game. And that's also the reason why Terrans don't really bother getting that secondary armory upgrade. If you go for the double armory, you don't really get a ton of value out of the attack upgrade, because the Cyclones get most of their damage done with the lock-on ability, and the Cyclone's lock-on ability is considered spell damage. Anyways, long story short, the lock-on is real good, and maybe a little bit too good, but at this point, even though it sounds to me, as somebody who knows very little about game design, it sounds to me like a literal 3-minute fix. Blizzard hasn't fixed it in over a half year now, and while they may get around to doing it at some point in the future, at this point, I'm assuming it is canon. It's just not gonna change, and we better get used to it. So, it's going to be a double barrack start right here for Maru. So already a bit of a switch up. We did have 2 barracks in the previous game, of course, but he had to remake one of them, mostly because he, well, wanted to add on some additional factories. Command center behind it. Maru looking very strong, by the way, right? That previous game was extremely dominant. Reynor, he did have some nice engagements across the board, but those Vipers getting sniped out of the sky really, really hurt him. It just did not allow the reinforcing Roaches and Hydras there to get the proper engagement down, and Maru obviously was, he was locking onto those units immediately, but he was also anticipating them. That is the go-to defense for Zerg right now, and While the first wave of Zerg can be scary, the second wave is usually the one that overwhelms you as a Terran player. So if you can take the Vipers out of the equation, sure, the opponent can remake a bunch of Vipers, but it is not easily done. Reynor has decided to open up with an entirely different build here this time around. This is an old school approach. We don't see this all too often anymore, but this is a Roach Rush. Now, it's a Roach Rush only in the absolute smallest sense of the word, because this is one Roach and one Ravager. Actually, I lied. It's two Roaches. One apparently... Oh, what are you doing to Brenda, bro? Okay, I'll give you guys some privacy. Anyways, the one Roach and the one Ravager go across the map. This sounds like the start of a bad joke, but it's mostly just to try and force an overreaction out of the Terran player. Maru, though, not really too concerned. He decided to go for a bunker on the high ground. He's obviously checking here with those Reapers as well to see if there's additional units going in. One of the drones, okay, gets targeted. One of them dies. Bile? You can anticipate where you need to bile. You might be able to get the perfect land. That is something that Zerg players dream of, but Reynor didn't even try. Okay, third CC again coming up on the back of this. Cyclone production has begun. And this is pretty wild, okay? I have mentioned this in previous videos, but usually the double barracks opener is considered to be a guaranteed, well, switch to bio in the mid game. Because you make 2 barracks, you produce 3 Reapers, you make a Marine or 2, or maybe 3 because your opponent goes for a quick Roach Warren, and then you just sort of delegate the barracks to add-on duty? Like, that's all they get to do for the remainder of the game? Reynor trying to play a little bit of a mind game there on his opponent by opening up with quick Roaches, pretending to go for a Roach Rush. Maru opening up quick Reapers, pretending like he was gonna go for a Marine mid-game, but no. This is once more a mech follow-up with basically 150 or so minerals wasted, but at this point, Reynor may very well decide to... Oh, no, he's not. He may very well decide to go for a more conventional approach, right? So there is a chance for the Zerg here to think, oh, my opponent is not going Terran mech because he's already made 2 barracks. And this is a transition that always leads towards Stimpack and combat shields. So I can just chill and maybe go into the +1 melee here nice and quickly myself. And maybe get the Roach Warren a little bit later or just go straight Baneling Nest. You might be able to skip those sort of units at this point in time. But Reynor, obviously, he's been playing this game a lot. He's well aware of this transition. And right now he will see as well that indeed there's already 2 Cyclones out on the map. A little bit odd. Magfield Accelerator, that is the upgrade for the Cyclone lock-on, is going to finish up right now. And it means that the red LEDs are turned on and the lock-on ability is going to get a little bit better. Now, Roach Speed is coming. Until Roach Speed is done, though, really the only thing Zerg can do is try to hug those units. On creep, at the very least, it is doable. Off creep, Maru should be able to control the battlefield for a little bit longer. Nice control right here, though, coming out of the South Korean Terran player. The Cyclones are the main damage dealers. The Hellions are mostly just cannon fodder. You add them in because you have additional minerals available, the main bottleneck being gas. So the Hellions can die. The Cyclones, okay, probably should be kept around, but so far, I mean, the damage here is really, really nice by Maru, being a little bit of a bully. Glial Reconstitution, that's Roach Speed, finishing up here very shortly. That's going to make everything a bit easier here for Reynor. It means that he can actually dance with his army a lot more effectively. He's trying to use the high ground advantage here, but not easily done with the constant scanning here from Maru, revealing where the units are located. Burrow, by the way, again done super quickly. Roach is thinking about going in for the counterattack, but they have been spotted immediately. Oh, Burrow, he was hoping that maybe the units would overchase and he was going to be able to, well, unburrow those units right underneath. Not the case, though. Maru a little bit too good, but I mean, these constant burrows are really, really clever, right? I mean, a scan is the same amount of energy as a mule, and mules mine for hundreds of minerals. So every time you see a scan going down to reveal a couple of bruised roaches, it is effectively one mule down the drain, and it's not necessarily cost-effective to do so for only 2 of those bad boys. At least not in this stage of the game. Maru can go up to his beloved, you know, dozen command center build. When he makes a dozen orbital commands. Sure, at that point you can scan for days and it's not really a problem, but at this phase in the game, every scan is still precious. Double armory again in the back of the main. +1 ground attacks is starting up. Siege tank production indeed has kicked in as well. Tunneling claws again coming in for the Zerg player. We already have an infestation pit as well. Reynor has started building up as many bases here as possible, and he's getting all of the tech that he can currently get. Maru, though, being super oppressive with these units, he is overstaying his welcome a little bit. Still gets a few roaches for his troubles. I really like the burrow. I still feel like it's something that we don't see nearly as frequently as we should. Burrow just to break the leash, I suppose, of those Cyclone lock-ons. Makes a lot of sense. Now, the real counter to those Cyclones, of course, for Zerg, is those Infestors, and, well, it is those Vipers. The Spellcasters can be incredibly good if you can get a fungal growth off and prevent the units from escaping. Obviously, it's super expensive, right, for the Terran to lose these units, because they're only slightly cheaper than a siege tank, so it's not like these are units you can just sort of throw away. Likewise, though, Vipers are very good as well, right, with the abductions. We did see an attempt of that in the previous game, but not quite enough for Reynor to really bring it home that time around. +1 melee even coming up. So not bothering with any of the armor upgrades here is Reynor. It means that Ultras are practically impossible to transition into, because Ultras really need their armor upgrades. But he's gonna be able to go for the full Swarmy style, right? So you can go Roach Ravager, Ling Bane, Viper, Infestor. I mean, there's so much potential there. Additional factories, though, coming up. Additional command centers also are building right here for our Terran. He's, yeah, just adding on as many as he can. He's doing so before maxing out. Usually what Maru does is he maxes out first and then he starts up the mass orbital command strategy. In this particular instance, he is playing, I think, around the picture of this map as well. So usually this map is very much so I'm gonna push through the center because our bases are pretty close, right? So this attack path right here for Maru is one that he can really abuse, and he's still gonna try and use it. But obviously, with this many command centers already done, he has delayed his own strategy here for a little while. So probably not intending on winning the game with a push like this, but he's still making this look awfully scary. Neuroparasites coming up right now as well, though, for Reynor. He's currently sitting at 5 Infestors. The last few times I've seen Reynor play against Terran Mech, he's very fond of adding in like 2, maybe 3 Vipers. But it's mostly Infestors. He builds up to like 10, 15 or so. Trying to get Neuroparasites, Fungal Growths, the whole shebang. All of it is good. Baneling Speed is going to be available very soon as well. Now Carapace is beginning, but this army, look at this. Maru is beginning the slow push towards the opponent's base. And this is extremely dangerous. There is one Neuroparasite, though, going down. The Infestor, though, also fell. Another Neuro here goes down, but it's all very expensive. And slowly but surely, he is starting to break through. Now, speaking of breaking through, in the meantime, on the other side, Reynor did run in a whole lot of Zerglings, and that may very well justify the losses on his side of the map. 28 SCVs go down in the blink of an eye, and this is before Adrenal Glance is even done. In the meantime, Blinding Clouds gets used on the siege tanks. We've already had a lot of units here from the Terran player die. Looks like this time around, at least minus that one Viper. The majority of the Spellcasters for Zerg are still around. I think 3 Infestors have died thus far. Reinforcing Zerg units are popping out of their cocoons as well, as Reynor is starting to now also break this position. So the 1-2 punch here was to counterattack, distract the opponent, and then commit to a fight at the front. Nicely done right there by Reynor. Still a lot of losses though, right? We've had 14-ish 100 minerals more lost for the Zerg. About an even amount of gas. And keep in mind that Maru does have that command center, well, backup, right? He's building up the Iron Bank. Orbital command numbers should be going up as well. And even though he did lose a lot of SCVs, I think it makes a lot of sense to just rebuild those. When you have this many orbitals, we're currently at 5, soon we're going to be at like 7 or so. When you get up to about 7, 8 orbitals, he's usually going up to 12. yeah, you basically never run out of scans ever again. So the mules also obviously are extremely useful. He's gonna try again. Zergling's going in around the back. Fungal growth here at the front. Blinding clouds. Yep. Onto the siege tanks, but Reynor still decides to pull back here for just a moment. It's a risky commitment, right? You get all the spells cast, but there's not actually enough army here for the Zerg to really, yeah, snipe any of those important units. Maru once more strikes back. I really like how quick Maru is out on the battlefield once again. Zerglings, though, are trying to see if maybe they can snatch a couple of those siege tanks. It is -2 hatcheries, sure, but he did kill pretty much all of the tanks, actually. There's only now one remaining, and that one is sieged up over at that 12 o'clock base. Hatcheries will have to be rebuilt. Keep in mind that the drone numbers, of course, are still mostly okay, but you're reinforcing roaches here as well on the right. I mean, I thought this was the retreat path for Maru, but he's taking a very weird route, and it is costing him quite dearly now. He's losing quite a few of these units that fell behind. In the meantime, though, new Cyclones are already rallying towards the left side of the map. Brenda is enjoying the looks right here behind that mineral line, apparently. Maru wants to hit both the bottom right as well as the top left, but the neural parasites now are gonna connect with all of those units. Not only is he getting the lock-on onto his opponent's army, but he's also obviously effectively using the neural parasite here as a, well, I guess like an abduction, right? I mean, it's basically the same as an abduction because the units do disappear pretty quickly afterwards, but in the meantime, they deal some damage for you. Nice snipes right here, though, by Maru. He gets another one of those hatcheries killed. This one also got the knight just before. This is a very fast game. Look at this. Reynor pushed to the absolute limit. 592 average actions per minute. This is his point of view right here. It's so silly, man. Watching top-level StarCraft, like, not only are you dealing with so much information and you're trying to execute so fast, but you also have to be thinking constantly about what the opponent could be doing at the same time. A little bit of first-person view right here from Maru. Very similar approach, of course. He wants to drive back after the lock-on. You can see all of the selection over here in the far bottom right corner of your screens, where you can see what is actually being selected and the hotkeys that are being used. Even though Reynor is closing in on 600 average actions per minute, Maru is by no means playing a slow game, and he might very well be playing faster APM-wise. Or I guess EPM-wise, effective APM, effective actions per minute. Because of the way that the Zerg production cycles work. A lot of the APM for Zerg will be them holding down a button, because they're reinforcing with roaches and Zerglings here. Anyways, the Cyclones will continue locking on. Oh, we have all of the infestors extremely exposed. Careful now, Reynor. The scans will reveal where they are, but already the siege tanks have disappeared. If Maru would have scanned earlier and retargeted the tanks, that could have been a disaster. One of the infestors does get crushed underneath the cooling tower. Nice play right there for Maru. Still getting a little bit of value out of it. The Cyclone numbers, though, are getting absolutely out of control here. Ay, 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 ay. How many Cyclones do you think we're going to see throughout this game? Let me know down below in the comment section. How many Cyclones do you think there's going to be throughout this one game? We can check at the very end of it. Nice abductions over here, though. Abductions in the form of neural parasites. Roaches coming up. Siege tanks, yeah, also just getting sniped before they can really set up shop. And this is starting to be painful right now for Maru. Like, Maru has a very swarmy Terran army, but he's now getting a taste of his own medicine as Cyclones are fighting him. The neural parasites are honestly getting insane right here from Reynor. Orbital Command even takes a lot of damage. It's going to have to be repaired back up. Whew. What started off as an engagement to mostly force the Terran player off his lawn has really turned into a full-on fight on the other side of the map. Reynor once more wants to move in. His infestors are not really particularly healthy, but they still have energy for some neurals. I do like this, though. Knocking down the cooling tower on his side of the map, too. Just to make sure that he does still get a little bit of time to get some reinforcing troops out. But here's the problem, of course, for Maru. Yeah, you may have all the production. Yeah, you may have all those orbital commands. But you need to have mineral lines to mine from as well. And Reynor is doing a phenomenal job, almost like soft containing the Terran. So he's allowed 5 bases from Maru, quote unquote allowed, but the 6th base seems to be where he's drawing the line. And those expansions are difficult to take. Like this one's far away for the next base here. It's not really very connected. Obviously, if you commit a lot of army over here, then your, well, expansions on the right side look very, very vulnerable. Even though this is a fast-moving army, it's not quite as quick as that of the Zerg. And likewise, this one also is wide open. It's pretty easy for Zerg to engage into this location of the map. The main problem, though, is that all of the expansions here for Terran are now far apart, and there's no creep that connects the bases. It is not easy for Terran to dedicate a certain amount of army to both sides of the map. Because if you split up your troops, half of them go over here, the other half over here, you end up losing if Zerg just commits to one fight. And that's the real strength of the Swarm at this stage in the game. You need the whole army of Terran here to properly fight this. Now, it looks like, okay, the Infestor does get cut in half. That means that the Cyclone returns to Maru. Fungal Growths, though, could be big. Fungal Growths are really big. Siege Tanks, though, in the back. Careful now, Reynor, because those Siege Tanks have started blasting. Then again, though, this is an awful lot of Zerg raiding corrosive biles, but the tanks in the back. I think Reynor did not see quite how many there were. The tanks in the back just absolutely obliterated the entirety of the Zerg army there. Beautiful game so far. Both players at an even amount of supply now. Reinforcing Zerglings, though, are showing up so much quicker than Maru anticipated. And while he did keep those siege tanks around, and they were the heroes of the previous battle, they are no match for the Zerglings. And even some reinforcing links show up. Reynor catching his opponent way off guard with a reinforcement of hundreds of links. In the meantime, the base in the top left, no planetary fortress. So Zerglings can very quickly swoop in there. SCV transfer, they try to go back to the safety of the planetary fortress, but 20 of them go down as well. Whew. That was an insane engagement, an insane sequence of events. Army size right there from Reynor dipped very quickly, but Maru's dipped even faster after the reinforcing troops of Reynor showed up. That's the real strength again, right? Zerg can very quickly, well, swap tech. You can go from a full Roach Ravager Infestor type of army to a full Zergling reinforcement, and when you look at that, the next move is going to be a Greater Spire. Maru wanted to eat the cake. And he got a little bit too far, right? Like he wanted to have it and then also kill another base. Got a little bit too greedy. Now, I love this. Maru has built 5 barracks in total, and he is going for a Ghost transition. So we're ending up with Ghost Mech. Obviously, the main culprit here for him, as we have more Zerglings going in, but this time around, he does lift up in time. The main culprit here for Maru, as he's once more being attacked as well on the right, are those Zerg spellcasters. EMP is phenomenal, but you do need the units out, so more lock-ons over here onto the Cyclones. This is really hurting now. Those Cyclones are even working away at one of their orbital commands. Reynor gets even more unit kills. But the EMP ability, of course, can shut down the Infestors, and if the EMPs do land on the Infestors, there's really not a whole lot of damage left in this Zerg army. It all comes down to the Ghosts. And I don't know if Reynor has really seen a whole lot of them just yet. He must have spotted a few when he ran up to this low ground here, or from the low ground up to the high ground, but he must have noticed that there were ghosts out, but it's so easy to still clump up those units. It all comes down to how Maru takes the engagements next. Maru needs to get some engagements down soon, though, because he's running out of cash. As awkward as it is, the man's got loads of orbitals, but he doesn't have a whole lot of resources. These are some really good roastings, though. In the meantime, the push over here on the right side does continue. Orbital command hits as well, and, well, Maru really needs to make sure that he connects one of the bases, right, to the rest of his expansions. Because getting both the bottom or the top left and then also this right side base, I mean, it's technically awesome, but realistically against a fast Zerg, it's just not very doable. So it looks like he has settled in to accepting his fate of having only one of those 2 bases taken. It means, though, that Reynor has been left by himself, and he may very well be thinking about that top left-hand base well, in just a moment here too, because at this point, the Terran seems to have left that side of the map entirely. Corruptor numbers, though, are coming up. Yeah. And Brute Lords, while expensive, are extremely good in this type of situation. Yes, Cyclones can lock onto them. Yes, the Ghosts can also snipe them out of the skies. But if you have enough Brute Lords, you can deal a lot of damage. Now, what is really good here for Maru is that even though the Hellbats are sort of mixed in just as like a mineral dump, the Hellbats, especially Blue Flame Hellbats, are very good at roasting those little Brutelings that the Brute Lords throw. So the dynamics here of the armies are still extremely complex. I think, though, if your Brute Lord numbers are big enough, you can actually win these type of fights. Either way, you do need a lot of them, though, because at this point, 5 Brutes, I think the Snipes can easily knock it down. Maru, though, thinking about giving up on his base, it looks like. Yeah, he's just evacuating it all together while he's setting up a counterattack towards the top left-hand corner. So the Brute Lords and the Infestors are preoccupied. These are pretty small... like, they're big targets, right, for the Terran player, but they're also pretty slow-moving units here for the Zerg across the board. So I quite like this here. Maru abusing the immobility, although he does lose a lot of units here, too, on the right side of the engagement. But he's abusing the immobility of the most expensive units of the Zerg whilst playing Terran Mech, which is usually a very slow-moving army. And while he does lose one base of his own, it looks like he's gonna be able to kill 2 of the opponent and get a whole lot of drones as well. Now the Brute Lords, though, have shown up, and they have some reinforcements too. 7 of them in total. 9 Infestors are out. Maru needs to run. In the meantime, Zergling run by again. Thor production, though, has started kicking in, and that's gonna make life easier, assuming they can actually join in with the rest of all of these units. In the meantime, Zerglings are working away. They're killing whatever SCV they can hit. He did take the base in the top left. Maru likewise also trying to take that same position. Burrow once more gaining more value here for the Italian Zerg. Reynor has managed to get that Terran army off his lawn once again, but he paid a very pretty penny for it. 2 bases down the drain, and not a whole lot of mining anymore, since now the expansion in the far bottom right is running out. He does, however, now have one of the bases that Terran was mining previously. Maybe the mineral fields, they smell a little bit funny. SCVs and mules have touched them, but the drones don't really seem to mind. Maru retaking that base, though, where the Brute Lords were previously now, and he is dropping a whole load of mules on it. So income-wise, I think when this graph updates again, we're gonna see a good boost right there for Maru, because those mules are not messing around. This base, not that important anymore for Reynor. Maru's just getting rid of it for the time being. May as well, you're close by. You can do this whilst also keeping your expansion safe. And it's still 4 mineral fields, right, that are gonna be denied. Maybe 1,500 or so resources in total. Zergling run by attempted again by Reynor. He's been getting a lot of value with them, but as long as there's units ready to go, it shouldn't really be that big of an issue. Now the Brute Lords are here, though, and the Neural Parasites have also shown up. Thor is gonna get sniped mostly there by the Siege Tank. The Siege Tank actually getting the final hit as it was trying to kill some of the Brutelings. Reynor, though, wants to be super careful because lock-ons here, Thors, and then also those Ghosts. If the Terran is in a big concave, it'll be difficult for him to get the engagement, so he decides to back off. Terran army is looking absolutely menacing. I mean, what do you do to counter this army? It is effectively the perfect death ball. It's full Ghost Mech. Well, maybe you could have a few less Hellbats. This is an army that is difficult to beat. Obviously, there's still 60 SCVs out. Normally, actually, at this stage in the game, I mean, we're nearly 30 minutes in now. Normally, Terrans will get rid of some of their workers and replace them with additional army supply instead, so I guess that's one of the arguments you can make. But this is a very, very scary Terran bull. Reynor wants to try and see if he can potentially get an engagement going, though, because this is also a phenomenal Zerg army. Fungal Growth does land, but doesn't hit too much. Brute Lords, though, oh my god, there's the follow-up Fungal. Brute Lords are now within range as well of the Thors, and then also some of the Ghosts. The majority of them are getting sniped, The Vipers, for some reason, not really joining into this engagement. Reynor once more hoping that he can reinforce this with Mass Zergling. Nice micro here, though, by the Terran player. He decides to send those Thors into the Medivacs and bring them back home. EMPs were landed. Blinding Clouds are now going down. Neural Parasite also happens on one of the Thors. Now the Blinding Clouds join in, and again, the reinforcing Zerglings swoop in. Reynor needs 2 armies to kill 1 army of the Terran, but he is playing the Zerg pieces extremely nicely. Look at the gas losses. That is not something we normally see. Zerg losing significantly less than the Terran. And those Zerglings, those same Zerglings we just saw cleaning up the Terran army, they move in as well to this base on the right, and they'll be able to absolutely destroy the mineral line in just a matter of seconds. 38 SCVs have gone down. In a way, he's almost doing Maru a bit of a favor, because Maru doesn't want to have that many workers anymore, but he needs to, well, get some additional cash going now. The piggy bank was already smashed, and he's only sitting now at 112 supply. Reynor trying to wait. He's hoping that his infestors can get some additional energy once more. Here's the Terran reinforcement showing up. Maru hoping that maybe he can strike back. It's a difficult call to make right now for Terran, but he needs to do something. He's hoping for a good EMP on the ramp. Ghost thinking about going around the site. Okay, we do see some abductions. He's keeping the infestors, though. Reynor, that is far in the back. He abducts the Ghost, but brings the Ghost accidentally close for the perfect EMP as well on every single one of those infestors. A lot of units for both players, though, still remain. Those Ravagers raining their biles from the skies. The Cyclone still locking on. The Thor, actually, not to be underestimated either. It's actually a very big damage dealer. In the meantime, though, the Vipers once more got some additional energy, and that means more yoinks will be used, but there's not a whole lot of army remaining here for the Zerg. Reynor forced to now spend his piggy bank as well. He doesn't have a lot of mining anymore. One accidental Muta gets queued up. Roach's Ravagers are fighting Hellbats and Cyclones. The Thor probably should be retargeted here manually. A couple of the low HP Zerglings come in around the site. Medivac picks up whatever it can, but decides to unload once more to use the Thor as a meat shield to save as much HP on those Cyclones as possible. Even the Queens are pulled all the way from the other side of the map. And Reynor, with some of the absolute last units in the game, manages to even up the score. Okay, so the grand total of Cyclones was 82. 82 Cyclones, but 45 Siege Tanks. 24 Infestors, 4 Vipers only, 860 Lings, 142 Roaches. It's a lot of damage. Next up, we find ourselves on Maganatha. That was one of the very best games of StarCraft 2 that we have had in 2025 so far. A constant back and forth. I was convinced that Reynor was losing about 4 times. He managed to clutch it right there in the, well, very end, right? I mean, I think Maru got a little bit tunnel visioned in multiple situations. He overextended twice after winning a very large engagement with the siege tanks. I think he must have lost, I don't know, like 20 plus... Probably like 20 plus siege tanks in total to Zerglings that one game, which is pretty ridiculous. Just a little bit too much. All right, let's see. What can we do right here on Maganatha? This is a huge map. Considered to be the biggest map in the map pool, but also not usually the one that has the longest games on it. So, interestingly enough, I was thinking about this, right? We have this base right over here, and then a mirrored one as well on the other side of the map. How many times have we seen these bases getting mined? I don't even remember. Maybe once? Maybe twice? So in case you're unfamiliar, you can knock down the cooling towers, which will then drop down a bunch of debris onto the Xel'Naga Watchtower. Then you can destroy the debris on the Xel'Naga Watchtower, and then you can take a base right over here. It's a really cool concept. I just don't think it's necessary, especially not for a base that is as exposed as this one is. Like, I think the risk in this base, the risk in this, you know, expansion, is the fact that well, it's already in the middle of the map and your opponent can reach it in about 2 seconds time. So if you then also have to jump to like 7 hoops to actually be able to mine it, and it's only, you know, 6 golden mineral fields, I really don't think it's... Yeah, I really don't think it's necessary. But it's a cool concept. Maybe if this was like the 3rd or something, you know, like people would actually try to play around it, it would potentially be used a little bit more frequently. And likewise, the base is also in the far top right, as well as the far bottom left. We do see them coming into play every once in a while, but certainly not more than like 1 in 5 games on the map. It's huge. The map is okay as far as the layout goes, but it's not my personal favorite. Anyways, did I already tell you that Maru is a fan of Terran mech? Double factory coming up 2.5 minutes into the game. We did go for a single Marine. So, yo, look at that. Jimmy is out. But this has been a scoutless opener here for Maru. No Reaper, no SCV. Jimmy has been tasked with destroying the entirety of the swarm. But very soon, though, he'll be delegated just to, I guess, Overlord sniping. Yeah. He just gets to patrol the main base. You'll love to see it. Okay. What exactly has Reynor gone for so far? Well, we've got a super quick lair, no 3rd, and Overlord speed. Okay. Overlord speed is one of those upgrades, right, that can be extremely good, especially when you can catch your opponent off guard with OV drops. So that's the idea behind this. Overlord is going to go around the side here and is already waiting to pick up a bunch of those lings. The thing about Cyclones, though, is that they're still very good as well at base defense. Additional Zerglings move in around the side. Maru doesn't yet know about the lack of a 3rd, although he's seen some movement here outside of his base. He sees some random Zerglings running around too. Maru hasn't checked, though, whether or not the 3rd has been built over there, or I guess he's just seen that it's not at the very least at the front, but this is one of the strengths for Zerg on the map. There are so many 3rd base locations, and Maru, opening up Scoutless, does not see what's going on, although he does notice that there is a speed Overlord heading on over towards the right side of the map. Jimmy has found a friend. They're going to be on the perimeter of the main, but they will need reinforcements here in just a moment, because the Overlord drops are arriving. Not even 440 or so in the game. It's very early. Zerglings in the meantime at the front as well. The wall-off is not yet fully completed. At the very least, not with completed structures. Ling drops though, but the micro here is excellent from Maru. Queens are also thinking about showing up. They will indeed arrive now. Lings do break open the natural. You cannot repair structures that are still being built. So that's the big problem right there for our Terran. If you would have gone for a Reaper Scout, this would have been so much easier to deal with. But considering this was completely unseen until it already hit, well, very close to his main base, it's still not looking that bad right here for Maru at all. Sure, a bunch of supply depots are going off, and yeah, sure, we will see some of the SCVs die. But at this point, the worker count is still identical for the Zerg player, and there's still no 3rd hatchery to be seen anywhere. New queens are being produced in the meantime on the other side of the map. The creep is going to be a little bit annoying, but I think this is something he can deal with just a single scan, although he needs to wait here until this orbital command has energy. A scan over here would be good, so we can land the other one too. The queen's going around the side, though. Trying their very best. Little drop inside of the main base is nice and all, but now the Cyclone is going to be able to complete the lock-on to that Overlord, and that means that the queens have to say goodbye. Creep tumors have been cleaned up in the natural expansion. All of these Zerglings were still coming in for a counterattack. Baneling Nest right now on the back of this. Reynor not quite achieving what he set out to go for in this particular game with the Overlord drops. He did successfully catch Maru off guard, but even caught off guard, Maru's crisis management right there was pretty much perfect. Playing a pretty uncommon unit composition compared to what he normally goes for. This almost feels like bait. Allowing these Lings into the main base was certainly not intentional, but Blue Flame Hellions are real good. He decides to drive the units back home. Can he corner the Zerglings? 6 SCVs go down. Now, the one saving grace here for Reynor is that Terran also doesn't have a 3rd base. But he doesn't have a Roach Warren. He doesn't really have much of anything. And he's got a whole lot of links. As a matter of fact, Reynor still has not gone back to drone production. Effectively, he is going for a multi-layered all-in here. So after the Queen drops and the Zergling drops, we're now going for what looks like a Ling Bane run-by. Not even any Banelings in this Ling Bane push, though. Why did we make a Baneling nest? He also did decide to go for the +1 melee. Third hatchery, by the way, did end up getting the Knight there by Terran, who is now thinking about driving into the base. At the very least, there's a Spinecrawler in location. Reynor hoping that maybe he can get a full surround on his army, which can still justify all of the losses that he has had so far. At this phase in the game, though, Zerg is supposed to have a bigger economy than the Terran, and Maru is leading in that department at this point in time, making the better units, having more tech available. This is not something that Reynor can very easily macro his way out of. He doesn't have eco, he doesn't have army, he doesn't have tech, he doesn't even have creep spread. So even though supply-wise this is not looking like the end of the world, nothing here has really gone in his favor. And when you're playing full Zergling against Blue Flame Hellions, against an opponent that is happily pumping out more of those bad boys, what in the world do you do? Great movement here by Maru, though. Yep. Once more, engaging off creep. He knows that really the creep is going to make some of these engagements manageable for Zerg. So as long as he stays around the perimeter and he snipes the hatcheries just like that, he should be A-okay, as he now also cleans up a huge number of Zerglings on the watchtower. A lot of G's get cold as Maru gets another point on the board. Next up, we find ourselves on Tokamak. Brilliant game. Again. Albeit a bit of a cheeky one, right? I think Reynor effectively had all of the tools at his disposal to get the job done. It was a scoutless opener from Maru. Maru didn't see it come in until pretty much the absolute last possible moment. And then it still didn't work. It's a very entertaining game. I don't think it's a particularly strong build order, though, from Zerg across the board. Now we're just one map away from a Maru victory. And Maru seems to be, well, once more, the complete Terran package, right? I mean, he's been playing Terran mech every single game thus far, but he's been doing it in a different way every time too. And that's what makes it very difficult to predict, right? So Maru has probably like 6 or 7 different mech openers that he's comfortable with. And he probably has about a dozen or so bio openers that he's confident with. And all of them lead to different timing attacks. So, I mean, obviously I'm just sort of pulling those numbers out of thin air, but there's no denying that Maru has a wide variety in his builds, and he's got to be one of the difficult opponents, one of the most difficult opponents to go up against. I do feel like, though, if that previous game... Like, if that previous build from Zerg didn't work in that previous game, it just isn't that great of a strategy. And this is something that sometimes happens in tournaments. When you are playing a very important series, which this one is, when you're playing a very important series, you're doing so in front of a crowd. Sometimes you go for build orders that you didn't really practice. It's actually one of the most common things. I've done quite a lot of StarCraft 2 coaching over the years, and many of the people that I've coached, they tried playing in tournaments themselves. And one of the most common bits that I have heard after a tournament is that players play strategies during events that they never practiced before. Because you're playing on a stage, or maybe you're playing in a tournament and you're doing a series, right? You suddenly feel like you have to do something that's a little bit weird, a little bit wild, a little bit out of the ordinary. And oftentimes that means you're playing a strategy you didn't even really practice. It sounds really stupid, but it's sort of how the human brain works. Obviously, Reynor is a very experienced player, so I would imagine that's not what happened to him. But it is something that is worth noting. When push comes to shove and competition actually happens, when you have to compete in a thing you've been preparing for a while, sometimes you just feel the urge to do something entirely different than what you practiced. Triple Command Center opener again for Maru. Most Terran mech openers, by the way, in the current meta, don't start off the way that Maru has been playing so far in these games. Most of them start off with a triple CC 111. Not with this. Maru is going, well, into a starport eventually, but he starts off with usually 3 factories. It's a curious thing to see. Reaper, though, in the meantime, still dancing on the other side of the map. Obviously, Maru has an opportunity here to go for something a little bit more cheeky. If he wants to, that is. If you have 2 shots, 2 opportunities, right, to obtain the victory here, to seize everything you ever wanted, you may as well do a cheese every once in a while. I've learned that from Eminem. Yeah, he's big into cheesing with Terran. Anyways, Roach Warren right now coming up. Cyclone production, though, has kicked in once again. Now, this is a map where it can be quite difficult for Terran to really get a proper engagement off, especially early on. Zergs have gotten very comfortable macroing on 4 bases here. There's really only, when you look at it, right, there's really only like 2 entrances into your bases here. So there's the one right over here into the 3rd, and then the one right over here into the 4th. And while they are far apart, if you are spreading some creep around, your overlords are in clever positions, it is something that's very defendable, assuming Zerg actually is paying very close attention, because if the queens are in the wrong spot, it can still turn into an absolute disaster. But we usually see Zergs be quite successful on this map, using the rocks right there to force the splash damage onto the creep tumor. Nicely done. Cyclone lock-on, though, once more kicking in. Lair, by the way, already about 80% or so of the way done. 4th hatchery is going to be coming up at the bottom. 3rd command center now landed on the other side of the map, and there's the Cyclone lock-on ability again. So all the roads do lead to very similar unit compositions right here for Maru, but the ways in which he's getting there are very different. Now we don't really have as much of a Hellion focus. Obviously there's still a lot of Hellions out, but not as many as we've had in the previous games. Now we did not go for the Blue Flame upgrade first, but we're going for the Cyclone upgrade first. And, well, he does force the Council right there onto one of the hatches. Okay. Burrow again. I love Burrow, man. I think Burrow is still such a cool ability. It's interesting to me how it's taken like 15 years for Burrow. 15 years and a unit that has been broken now for months for Burrow to become a normal thing in a game of StarCraft. But I kind of love it. Burrow has always been this like niche thing. It's so powerful though. It has so much. I feel like it's something that we're going to be seeing for years to come. Like it's just such a powerful ability. It seems like a no-brainer to me. Okay. Couple of creep tumors again, replacing the ones that were lost. Maru's doing a good job though, maneuvering around here. Roach speed is soon going to be done, and that will make it a lot more difficult to keep trying to play hatchery whack-a-mole over here, where he keeps on dancing around. Okay. Using the scan over here to get the creep tumor and maybe an overlord or 2? Okay. Yeah. That was a cute little move. He's been scanning quite liberally though, and there's another one coming up. It does mean, right, with this many scans, that Maru's economy is just not quite as good as it could have been. It'd be nice, actually, if we had a scan counter on the screen somewhere. That would be an interesting statistic to have. Maru, though, now also making the full transition to Terran mech. So we're adding on the double armory. We're adding on the additional factories here. He's begun siege tank production. We're going into a 4th base, engineering base, so he can go and make a planetary fortress. All of this is awesome. But you have to be careful about the Zerg sledgehammer. Sometimes you get very carried away just trying to play SimCity, and then you realize that the opponent can still attack. It's going to be burrowed roaches this time around here from Reynor, who's also adding on Zergling speed right now as a Baneling Nest too, so Infestation Pit is likely going to be allowed to, go into a hive. There's the burrow again. Man, if these units drive over the roaches, it's an absolute disaster. As long as Reynor sees it in time, he can just unburrow and kill probably about 90% of his army. Units on the high ground here too. Reynor has, by the way, not really added on a lot of drones anymore. Now he's adding on a few once again, but for the most part, he's already finished making workers. He's going up to 90 plus. Missile turret, by the way, is important here too as a detector. Another reason to be building up the engineering bay. Oh. Ah! You can see the red selection circle right there for Reynor. Hoping that the army would drive over it, and when it finally does, Of course, that's exactly the moment that you look at something else. All right. Ghost Academy coming up already, by the way, here for Maru. Additional barracks already coming up. Maru is cutting so many corners in this game so far. He's being very greedy. And I quite like this, right? Normally, I would consider this to be too greedy. But Maru's like, yo, I'm leading the series 2-1. I have a little bit of a chance to potentially make myself look insanely overpowered. This is him taking risks right now. Crossing his fingers and hoping that it's going to be paying off in the future. Viper production has already been started up here too. +2 missiles. We have the +1 melee as well. Double expansions here for Reynor. Okay. We're building up all of the things very quickly this time around. Both players are actually basically saying, yo, let's just skip the early game a little bit. I mean, we'll still dance, but we won't dance too much. Let's also skip the mid game for the most part. I mean, we'll still dance, but not too much. Let's go straight to the late game. This is the StarCraft 2 equivalent of like a 10-minute no rush, even though there's been quite a bit of fighting. At least at the highest level. This is the most, common example of that sort of thing, you know, where both players are technically not rushing. They're not really attacking. They're mostly just, like, throwing fake punches at one another. It means, though, that when the gloves do come off, the damage is going to be ridiculous. Look at Maru, already rallying a bunch of Hellions into the base just for fun. I mean, losing 5 drones here, Reynor doesn't care. Spine crawlers have already been set up in position as well. I don't know who benefits this more, though, right? So, obviously, Reynor... Okay, finally he did unburrow those roaches in the middle of the map. But obviously, Reynor is going to have a lot more mobility around the map. Much like what we saw on Ultra Love earlier. He's already taking so many expansions. And this is the real problem here for Terran. Like, yeah, you can be super greedy. But if your opponent is a formidable macro player too, it's very difficult to actually win the game in the long run. Because now Maru has gotten away with all the greed, but Reynor has met him in kind, and now Reynor can start flooding the map. Blinding clouds are so possible. Okay, overextension with one of them. We already do have ghosts out too. But if Reynor can mine both the bottom right as well as the top left fully out, it's game over for Terran. Like, you can't really ever compete with that against a good Zerg. Because not only does it mean that your opponent has an extra base, it also means that you have one less. So the relative amount of resource mining from the opponent is just through the roof. Reynor probably knows, though, that he's not going to be able to have both of them. But technically, if you can get away with it, it is just such a powerful play. And this is not, like, what Maru is going for here is not really leading to a timing attack. It's not really leading to, like, okay, this is when I move out. No, this is him playing the long, drawn-out game. So he will be having some engagements here at some point, but it's so difficult to actually grab a foothold and just continuously expand. Here we go again. Zerg moves in as well on the left as he is moving on the right, using that mobility of the swarm to his advantage. That's a planetary fortress that fell in just a couple of seconds. I like this strategy from Terran a lot, especially against weaker Zergs. Like, if you do this against me, I will die 100% of the time. But against the absolute top dogs, and Reynor is certainly amongst them, it is just so difficult to really, like, achieve something. Because what if you, like, okay, so you have all the economy in the world, you're building up your perfect army, but you're still not really setting yourself up for success. Which is kind of unlucky, you know? Like, it's kind of one of those things where you wonder sometimes what you've even really done wrong here. But Reynor is absolutely running away with this game so far. Way more comfortable with it, and you can already see it reflected in the amount of resources mined. Maru's not even maxed. Reynor is already sitting at 8,500 minerals and gas in the bank. Ooh, somehow missed the abductions there on the siege tank. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Ooh, nice defense as well, though, with the medevac. And obviously, this is by no means game over here for Maru. Like I said, Maru still has all the economy he could need. He can still build all of the army that he wants, but I'm a little bit afraid that the way that this is set up for him right now is just not really leading to success. Ultimately, his goal should be to mine 50% of the map. If Maru can mine half of the map, that's going to be very manageable. But similar situation as on Ultra Love. The first 4 bases are easy. The 5th base, doable. The 6th base, okay. But you need 8. And this is another one over here, and then also the top left. Like, you need 8 in order to mine 50% of the map in total. And here comes Reynor once more. He's just breaking through. As soon as he notices the Terran's army is somewhat out of position, the swarm is once more rolling in. Now, obviously, these fights are expensive, right? That's also one of the reasons why Reynor needs more than 50%, and that's why he is taking these bases so aggressively. So far, honestly, the trades have been pretty darn good for Zerg. But usually, the longer that the matches go on, Zerg will lose more resources. So in order to actually live that lifestyle, he does need to have the income levels that are appropriate too. Okay, Maru finally able to think clearly again. He decides to scan the top left and realize, dang, this base is already up. He cannot allow this base to be up for long. Here comes the swarm once again. Yeah, now with all the army though nearby, it's very doable. Honestly, Reynor could even be thinking about taking this expansion right over here. Not even a terrible idea. I think in a straight-up fight, the Terran army is better. But that's exactly what Reynor is doing so cleverly. He's not really allowing the Terran a straight-up fight, although maybe this could be the one. Overextension by Reynor is very possible. Blinding Clouds do go down. EMP also does land. This is mostly just Ling Bane. A couple roaches in the back as well. They are slipping into the mineral lines now, though. SCVs are falling, and that may just justify all of this. I think Maru should immediately launch a counter-offensive right now if he has the units available for it. If he can snipe the base in the top left, that would be big. Yeah, he needs to go, because the longer that this base is mining, so it takes like maybe 12 minutes or so for a full base to run out. The longer that this is going on, he knows at this point that the Zerg must have the far bottom right too, even though he hasn't seen it. Tactical nuke, by the way. He can't really allow these bases for too long. Careful, though. Drones have decided to run away. I think Reynor has effectively accepted that he was never going to mine out that base anyway. Just wanted to get whatever money he could. Now backs up, and again, uses the opportunity to counterattack, but Maru anticipating it. Plenty of troops sitting in a natural expansion, reinforcing as well. Are those ghosts in that spot? And, well, you know what? He's thought maybe if you're not killing the base fast enough, I'll just go back to mining it some more. Thank you very much. Only a single siege tank and a ghost, and then a liberator with task with defending all of it. Ranged upgrade coming up, though, for the Libs now. And that's yeah, it's going to be a nice power upgrade for them. Maru, by the way, soon arriving at +3/+3 as well for the bio units, which is kind of nuts. Yeah. Roach Ravager Zergling fighting off against Medevac Siege Tank Thor. It's an odd unit composition, but it will serve Reynor just fine. One Hellbat. One Hellbat trying its very best and actually getting a formidable amount of units down. Building armor, though, is coming up as well for Maru, which is an absolute no-brainer at this point. Looks like eventually the hatchery in the top left has disappeared. I would imagine about maybe half of the resources, maybe a little bit less, maybe like 35–40% or so of the resources there have been mined out by Reynor. He also actually had that base for a little bit, but then wasn't mining from it, which is a little bit unfortunate. But still, he has taken his 50% of the mine, or his 50% of the map, and then he's mined some on top of it, and he's gonna try and do exactly that once again. These games can actually go so fast, man, because at this rate, the entire map is gonna be mined out at like 30 minutes, which is kind of crazy. Zergling counterattack again. Siege tanks were mostly by themselves, but there were still some Hellbats waiting on the high ground. SCVs are fighting against Lings on hold position. Ravager still hitting whatever it can from the back of this mineral line. Now Terran, though, is trying to strike back. First time, honestly, that Maru goes on the offensive with a significant chunk of his army. Orbital Command itself gets biled down. Reynor is Gonna lose a few bases of his own, it looks like. But he's dealing a ton of damage, too, on the other side of the map. And, of course, he is the one with a very significant bank. Maru is maxed out, finally. But he doesn't really have the army to win the game, I don't think. He would have to push so deep onto creep. So Reynor is making all the correct decisions here. Yeah, I'm loving this game for him. Strategically, all of this makes so much sense. So both players lose a whole lot of economy. But considering Reynor had the bigger bank, that will obviously benefit him in the long run. How many drones have died this game? 23 versus 98 SCVs. Not ideal. Now, Maru did get this base up and running. Likewise, Reynor trying to get this base going once again, but Maru is arriving right at the same time. Blue Flame Hellbat drops do continue. A couple of Zerkins get roasted. Quite a few Zerkins, actually, get roasted. And then they're going to go after the drones as well. I mean, clumped up workers? Okay. That was way more successful than that was ever anticipated to be. I don't think Maru saw it. I don't think Reynor saw it, but we did. Base in the top left, by the way. Killed. Planetary Fortress here on the right. Yeah. I mean, those biles were very ambitiously positioned. But the planetary is gone, and Maru has now been reduced to only 41 SCVs. Reynor doesn't have a ton of workers either. Interestingly enough, he's got an insane amount of gas. Normally, that's the main bottleneck for Zerg. He's already got a Greater Spire, though, so I wouldn't mind seeing him make a transition towards, like, Broodlord Infestor from here on out. A very gas-heavy army, but again, Maru is marching. And now, he does have the supply advantage. There is an Infestor following this army around. Drones decide to evacuate this location. Reynor again going in for the counteroffensive here. Reynor has way too much gas in the bank. He needs to get Broodlords out. That needs to get him out fast. If he doesn't get him out soon here, he's in a world of trouble. Now, there's so much creep. Maru decides to back up. I think he had a really good opportunity here, actually, to push. But he didn't want to lose another expansion and then be too deep onto creep. You never know if there's going to be, like, I don't know, a dozen Broodlords waiting. Maybe a whole lot of Infestors burrowed. You need to slow push your way onto creep. And I think Reynor escaped right there, but only just barely. I would have really liked to see the Spire upgrades start up earlier, by the way. We don't have any of them just yet. 10 Broodlords are coming out right now. But they're going to be launching their children at a fully armored up Terran player. These units do not die easily. Still, it's an awful lot of Zerg. Reynor now has gone back to spending some of his money. Broodlord Infestor is indeed going to be his weapon of choice. Terran army, though, continues fighting deeper and deeper onto the creep. He hasn't seen the Broodlord transition just yet, but he's gonna find out right about right now. Okay, Fungal Growth does land. Terran army needs to go home. 15 SCVs in the meantime have died again. Biles should be able to connect right there with that lib. Yep. And that's more denying of that base. In the meantime, though, speaking of bases, Maru did kill the expansion in the far bottom right. But Maru is starting to fizzle out here, right? Like, he just... Even though it's one of those weird things, as a Terran player, you don't even really know what you've done wrong. Because you've got the perfect army, you've got all the economy in the world, you were super greedy early on, you got all of your upgrades long before the opponent, and still, it just doesn't seem to work against the very best Zerg players on the planet, because they just swarm all over you. The thing about Zerg is that they can always outgreed you. Even when you think you can be really greedy, Zerg can effectively cut all unit production and just build economy and upgrades. You don't really have that luxury as Terran, because, well, just of the way that the larva mechanic works. It's really hard to try and outgreed a Zerg. It only works if they are also willing to play that game. Yeah, brilliant match here by Reynor. Now he finally starts up the +1 air. That, of course, should have started up a long time ago. Maru has 4 orbitals still remaining. No command centers, though, to replace the one that he just lost with. Zerg counterattack once more coming in, but it's roaches and Zerglings, and then some Ravagers, too. Meaning that the entire defensive army here for Zerg, yeah, is going to be Spellcasters and then Brute Lords. Now, you will be able to deny this base over here. Hellbat's trying their very best to deal with the Roaches, but Roaches, of course, are properly armored. I say that. He doesn't even have the +3 armor here yet for the Carapace, for the ground units, but these units are still much better, of course, in a straight-up fight. Reynor giving up on the expansions here is very clever. I don't think he needs it. He's effectively forcing Maru into an all-in. So all he needs to do is clean up the army. Now, Maru decides that he doesn't want to take that fight. I can't blame him. How in the world is he going to take an engagement against this type of army on creep with Spore Crawlers and everything too? It's not going to happen. But then likewise, I don't think he has much of a base to come home to. There's 16 SCVs remaining. There's like no mining happening in total at all. This graph has effectively looked like this for the last 20 minutes. There are some peaks and valleys, mostly whenever mules are mining and whenever they aren't. But this has been an uphill battle for a while. Now, maybe Maru can clutch it, right? Like, I mean, this army is still to be respected. Ghost EMPs are super important. If he can deny the spellcasters, that could be big. Serral, Reynor decides to move in before Maru really gets the chance to do so. Normally, it's Terran initiating this fight. The fungal growth, though, are brilliant. And now the Brute Lords are just once more raining everything from the skies. Maru never stood a chance in this game. About the best case scenario for Zerg from the absolute start to the absolute finish. And that means it all comes down to this. Final game in this best of 5 series takes place on ley lines. I think it is time for Maru to play a different strategy altogether. That previous game, it was good, but it wasn't good enough. And I really don't think that that strategy in general is a winning one against top-level Zergs. So what do you do? What do you do right now as Reynor? Are you gonna make the assumption that Maru will play the same strategy again? There's no way. I think Maru should be a lot more active in this particular match. Likewise, though, do you then try to play around that? Do you go for some sort of all-in? Do you try to shut this sort of thing down before it lays eggs? Well, we're starting off once more with a double barracks build. Normally, this leads to Terran Bio, but as we've already seen on Ultra Love, apparently for Maru, not necessarily the case. He may always use one of those barracks for scouting, or maybe just keep them around and use them for ghost production later on in the game. But this can, of course, be Terran Bio. Normally, this would be a Terran Bio start, of course, here. Terran Bio start right here for our player in blue, but we'll have to see exactly where he goes from here. Hatch gas pool, though, for now here for Reynor, not really cutting any corners. A lot of Zergs are very fond of delaying the gas geyser for a long time, taking the third hatchery instead. But you're playing against Maru, and Maru is the kind of guy who will happily do a coin flip for $100,000 in a tournament finals. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't the tournament finals, but he has done it before where he is, like, losing a series significantly, and then he does, like, 3 proxy barracks back to back to back. You're just wondering why in the world anyone would ever do that. But Maru is not afraid to go ahead and mix it up and change the script entirely, so he's a dangerous man to go up against. There was this one, I think it was a WESG finals, where he was just cheesing every single game. When was this? Like 2017, maybe? Anyways, he was just cheesing. The Reaper production, though, has begun now. We don't really see Maru cheese as much anymore, I feel like. Yeah, maybe it's because the opposition has gotten too good. Cheesing is still certainly a thing in SC2, but when everybody's really good at the game and they can hold most of the cheeses, it does become very tricky. Oh, okay. Accidentally finished up the gas geyser there. Maybe it was on purpose. The drone probably would have died anyways. Zergling counterattack was attempted, but there's already a wall off here. Maru gone for a single factory. Not really too much yet. It's always so fun, though, whenever you have, like, the back-to-back-to-back-to-back cheesing. Because as the opponent, you're like, there's no way, right? There's no way this guy is gonna cheese me again, right? Okay, he's now done it 3 times, back-to-back. There's no way he's gonna do it a 4th time, right? And then, well, as soon as you do call the bluff, that's, of course, the game. When they stop doing it. All right, let's see. Reapers are being awfully annoying, though. After denying the base on the right already, they're now also canceling the base over here on the left, plus a kill on the drone. Reynor remakes a 3rd base again, but it's all been extremely slow progress. He has not, in the meantime, added his drones back to gas early or whatever. I mean, this is early now, but at least relative to what we normally see with the Zergling speed finishing up. That's usually when you put him back in. This is slightly quicker, but he didn't immediately do it when he lost the first one. He did not go for a quick lair. He did not plant down a roach warren. There is no baneling nest or anything along those lines. He has basically spent his additional cash on getting additional queens out. Now, this is a switch up right now from our Terran. For the first time in this series, Maru is playing ByuN. +1/+1 coming up. Stimpack, researching. We will probably have the combat shields in a moment too. Even though this has been the gold standard for 15 years, Maru has not been playing it much as of late, which is kind of ironic, because Maru is also like the most successful tournament player, at least when it comes to playing with the Terran pieces that we've ever had. And he always plays ByuN. So even though he is not really enjoying it too much right now, or maybe he's enjoying the Cyclone builds a little bit more, he's still perfectly capable of playing this style. But it does make you wonder, right? Like, would he be slightly rusty? If all you've been practicing leading up to a tournament like this is mech, I'm sure that is not the only thing he's played. But if it is 90% of the games you've practiced, because you sort of assume that Terran ByuN will be easy for you anyways, because you've done it so many times, I mean, you do sometimes have to wonder whether or not this becomes more difficult than it needs to be. Lair coming up right now for Reynor, who's going into the +1 carapace. Reynor, of course, has had a lot of practice against ByuN. Even though mech is super popular, ByuN is equally popular. Maybe even slightly more popular at the highest level. So he will have a lot of practice against this. And a lot of Zergs actually enjoy going into a quick Ultra Rush against this sort of style. So against both Terran mech as well as Terran ByuN, can you go for this build right here that Reynor has gone for? Now, this has not been a Roach Warren, but the +1 armor is extremely nice to have. If you can only afford 1 upgrade against Terran, you should always go Carapace, because it at the very least makes Ultras a possibility. Still though, this is a scary attack. Armory is already done, so that means Maru can morph the Hellions into Hellbats. There's a load of queens available, 9 of them already. Zerglings are going to pick up some of the reinforcing troops, and that's good, but it all comes down to the dance with the queens. Is there enough for Reynor to get the job done? Ground Carapace, that's what he's waiting for right now. He's got some Banelings coming up too. Hatchery itself is running dangerously low. He decides to commit because he doesn't want the Hatchery to fall. Hatchery is going to go down. Banelings do show up eventually. There's not enough room in the plane for everybody. So Maru's units, at least some of them, except for Jimmy, do end up going down. But he got what he came for. The Hatchery, well, there's a new one coming up, but that's another one that bites the dust. And so far, it's been a very successful early game. Reynor now triple expanding, by the way. He's already had one over here too, but he is now making a whole lot of bases all at the same time. This one just wrapped up. It's a bit of a weird spot, though, for Maru now. Because, yes, you've done damage on the other side of the map, but also, none of the drones really died. You haven't really gotten rid of the creep spread. This is kind of like the mythological Hydra. You've killed one base, but immediately new ones appear. And you don't really slow down the Zerg very much with this. Now, the losses, of course, on Maru's end were also relatively low. Additional barracks are following this up. Maru is going for an 8 Rex all-in. There is no 4th command center. You always have to choose. Do I want to build up 3 additional Rexes? Or do I go for a command center? You can still go for a command center now too, But Maru is not really the type of guy, usually at least, that plays these middle-of-the-road strategies. Where you kind of play mech, or sorry, you kind of play an all-in, but you also kind of play macro. Usually, he goes for the full. Either like the full macro or the full all-in. 2-2 is already finishing. Oh, he had a supply block. That's painful. That's probably the worst timing to be hitting a supply block, honestly. He's making so many depots all at the same time. I don't think he was slowed down too much. But any slowdown right now is big. Reynor hoping that the units would be coming through this corridor instead. Maru taking a long way around. Bailing speed, though, is available. He's thinking about engaging off creep. Doesn't want to do it in the end. Siege tank siege up pretty far away. One Hellbat is going to pay the price because of it. 3-3 starts up right now for Maru as well. All Reynor needs to do is shut this down without losing too much. He decides to be very conservative and give up on the base as well. Picking up reinforcements in the middle of the map once again. Hatcheries, though, are now done, of course, so those drones will be able to continue mining. Plenty of creep available. 4th command center starts up, but super late. It's a little bit awkward now, right? Because what exactly do you do here as the Terran? He sees the burrowed banelings, that's big. If you step onto those, you are basically dead. Important not to do so. This choke point here is so scary, though. And the numbers here for Terran are just looking so freaking good. He decides to push deeper onto creep. A bunch of units are a little bit overly exposed, and they do end up going down pretty much immediately. Zergling run by again, though, and this is what Reynor is so good at, right? These Lings are going to be able to deal a lot of damage. What about the army, though, of the Terran player at the front? No Burrowed Banes over here, no scans, though, to really confirm it. Maru decides to just go after multiple bases now. Orbital Command is forced to lift off. We have reinforcing Terran units showing up eventually. There's another base all the way at the bottom of the map, but this attack here from the Terran player is really hurting. He is so deep onto creep that he needs to pre-spread his units just to try and mitigate the Baneling splash damage. The Zerglings from the counterattack are coming back home. They have been very successful. Reynor with a 30 worker advantage right now, but the drones don't have easy places to be mining from. The Marines, though, that were a little bit too far forward do get sniped. In the meantime, there are all of these units that were built in a natural expansion of Maru. They were waiting there for a little while, trying their best to reinforce this. Terran army is super disjointed here. Zerg wants to go around the site. Reynor needs to buy time. The more mining he can do, the better. These workers, though, in the far bottom right are not mining. He actually has not sent them to the mineral line, hoping to not really show his opponent. The Banelings here are burrowed. He does get a good Baneling mine. In the meantime, the Lings go in, but this Terran army is looking mighty dangerous. +2 attack, by the way, is going to finish up here for the Zerglings in just a few seconds' time. Absolutely critical for Zerg to keep this one around, and he will be able to finish it. Zerglings still hitting the main base. The third now also gets denied here as Maru wants to continue mining. He's pushing slowly but surely towards the soft underbelly of the Zerg. If he can get into the natural in the main base, that would be big, and he's already overwhelming the natural. Does Zerg have enough to actually clean all of this up? The Banelings are rolling through, the siege tanks in the back, the reinforcing Terran units going across the map. Maru completely shifting gears in this final game of the series, and he is doing so brilliantly. It's so scary to be fighting onto creep. Those Banelings, they just come your way so much faster than you are used to, but we obviously saw the transition as well from like vanilla mech in the mid game straight to ghost mech in the late game, super cool. And then in this final game, a good old 8 Rex all in, executed to pretty much perfection. Other than that little supply block at 141. That was a little unfortunate.